All righty. Good morning, everybody. Let's get after it. Welcome to the Sweat. It's a thirsty Thursday edition of the Sweat, which is why Adam Kaufman is not here. I'm Emerson Lazia. Today's menu, it includes hockey, it includes hoops, it includes pigskin. We also know who this year's Madden cover athletes will be. Athletes, yes, that is plural. We have our own cover athlete. Yeah, you just heard him. He's here at DraftKings. His name is Steve Buchanan, and he's here to put up his buke. So this is when he shares with you his favorite plays at each position on this baseball slate. There's 8 games tonight on the main slate. Nick Fryer is also here, DraftKings contributor. This is when he agrees with him or he decides to pivot and fight Steve. Real quick, though, guys, I'd like to look back on last Thursday's results. Oh, okay. And Steven, yes, you can see the graphic here on the screen. Nick currently holds a 3-2 series lead. Yeah. This segment is named after you. That's why I typically go to you first. How do you feel about trailing someone you despise as much as you despise Nick?
Remember when the Falcons were up so big on the Patriots in the Super Bowl? Yeah, I do too.
This is a 28-3 situation right now, although you're only down 1.
Right. I mean, look, miracles happen, and that's what happens here. I mean, everything evens out at the end of the day, so not worry about it.
All right, Nick, do you consider this a miracle right now that you are leading the man whose name, the segment bears his name?
No, I'm just waiting for the segment to be changed to Can't Stop the Fryer. The producers told me they were thinking about it, so just waiting on that.
That's actually God. That actually might be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Why? Why?
Oh, because you're a nobody, so you shouldn't have a segment named after you.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So that qualifies as the dumbest thing you've ever heard? Okay.
I don't hate it. I'm just going to say I don't hate it. Any kind of play on words, dad jokes, I'm all about that stuff. Steve, let's see here if you can begin your 28-3 comeback, buddy. So it's put up your bukes for this Thursday edition. Again, 8 games on the main slate. So pitcher, who is the guy you are going with?
So this is, when Bill Belichick starts calling out all the fancy plays, because I'm going to come out firing and just, take the lead and never look back. And we start that with Marcus Stroman, 8,600, going up against the Cubs tonight. The Cubs are a team that is going to strike out. They have a 25.7 K rate against right-handed pitching on the season. That is the 6th highest mark in the league. And when you look at Marcus Stroman, you're like, Steve, this is not a guy that really strikes out many pitchers, but this is where I go, nay. Look at what he's been doing over the past 5 starts. Over that span, he has a 9.3 K9. That is very high for Marcus Stroman. And in that span, that includes 2 starts against a team that is near and dear to my heart, the San Diego Padres, with the 2nd lowest K rate in the league against righty. So not only was he striking out teams, he's striking out teams that notoriously have been tough to do so against. So now he gets a Cubs team you can strike out easily. 8,600, Marcus Stroman. Everybody's happy here, and that's where I'm going with tonight.
Okay, Steve says everyone is happy here. Are you happy here, Nick Fryer?
Yeah, Marcus Stroman, I think, is a no-brainer pick tonight. I mean, you look at what Taijuan Walker did the other day. He had 12 Ks, and obviously DeGrom, I mean, he's on a different level from everybody else, but still 8 Ks in 3 innings is ridiculous. Even before those 2 outings, the Cubs were striking out a ton against right-handed pitching. They were one of the worst in the league against right-handed pitching in terms of strikeouts. So for me, this is a no-brainer. I think Stroman's K-prop, taking the over on that too tonight, over on DraftKings Sportsbook, is a no-brainer too. So I approve Steve's pick here.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Wow, good stuff. Take us to Infield here, Mr. Bukes. Put him up.
Yeah, somebody who hasn't been getting a lot of buzz lately, but he should be, is Jared Walsh over with the Angels. After that buzz kind of wore off, he still continued to hit, except nobody just wanted to pay attention anymore. Over his last 10 games, he's averaging 8.5 DraftKings fantasy points, 6 extra base hits in that span, 7 RBIs. Now tonight, he's facing the top pitching prospect over in the Tiger system in Matt Manning. The problem with the top, moniker that he has there is that he hasn't been pitching well in AAA at all. Has a 6.54 FIP through 32 1/3 innings so far. If you're not familiar with FIP, let me just put this in layman terms, not good at all. So now we have Walsh, who against righties at home has been absolutely phenomenal. 426 WOBA, 284 isolated power, and 5 of his 15 home runs. I'm always going to pick on the rookies who are making their debut. Not that I have anything against them. But at least from a fantasy perspective and a betting perspective, the offense usually has the one up on this one. So I'll take the hot hitting Jared Walsh going up against the young kid at home in Angel Stadium.
The hot hitting Jared Walsh. Are you picking up what Bukes is putting down here, Nick?
No, I'm going with a different first baseman tonight. I like Pete Alonso. He is a little bit cheaper, just a slight bit, but he's going up against Kyle Hendricks. Now, I understand targeting a guy making his debut, absolutely. And I know Kyle Hendricks did well last time out, but he has been still giving up a ton of hits left and right up until that last game, and he's always prone to giving up a home run. Whether it's a righty or a lefty. And you got a guy in Pete Alonso who hasn't had a home run in his last 6 games. The last time he had a dry spell like that, he came out and hit 2 home runs. And now he's going up against a guy who's prone to giving up home runs. And his OPS still against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks is right around his season average. It's not as high as it is, but it's just a tick down. And look, if he goes and faces a lefty tonight, he's done even better against lefties of late, as much as his season numbers haven't indicated that. But yeah, I'm going to go with Alonso, just a slight bit of savings, but against Hendricks, who's a guy that gives up long balls.
Steven, outfielder, please help us out.
Going with Austin Meadows in this one here, who is facing Justin Dunn, who just recently came off the IL for the Seattle Mariners, who are still going to win the AL West. Don't worry about them being in third, just a small speed bump in the road. But Dunn has been one of their better pitchers for the Mariners, and that's not saying a lot. Their pitching staff has been their biggest issue. But if there's something that you can point out about Dunn is that he struggles against left-handed bats. So far this season, 350 WOBA, 6.49 FIP, and 5 of the 6 home runs he's allowed. Austin Meadows has been one of the Rays' better hitters against righties so far this season. He boasts a really good amount of power as well. Not really worried about the ballpark because no matter where he's playing, usually not a hitter-friendly ballpark if he's at home or on the road. So I think Austin Meadows is in a really good spot here. All the lefties, quite frankly, on the Rays tonight. But if you're going to be stacking the team, you want to start with those lefties, and the anchor of that stack should be Austin Meadows.
Yeah, a good friend of DraftKings, by the way. We had him in studio, right? A couple of years ago before the pandemic ruined everything. Nick, how do you feel about Austin Meadows here? Steve seems pretty confident in this dude.
Well, I mean, he's definitely a cheaper option than the guy I'm going with tonight, but the guy I'm going with is Christian Yelich, and he is one of the best hitters against right-handed pitching of late, and he's at Coors Field tonight going against German Marquez. Look,
Chalk.
Okay. Oh, all right. Well, I think you have there's quite a few high-priced hitters here. And I know that Winker's been one of the best against righties over the last couple of weeks, and he's a little bit more expensive. And I think with Yelich, where he's got, a 1.069 OPS against righties the last couple of weeks, 290 ISO. I think where you have a lot of high-priced hitters actually in the outfield, that wouldn't make it chalk. But, I mean, the segment's named after Steve, right? And he has the best record of the two of us in our head-to-head battle. So, I was wrong about that.
Oh, my God. From the top rope. Steve?
No response, Steve? Yeah, I didn't think so.
I mean, I'm just so glad Nick is on this segment to tell us to play somebody in Coors Field. Nobody would have figured that out without Nick. Thank you so much for pointing that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, you had the obvious pick with Stroman, clearly, because I agreed with you on that one. I mean, and my job is to try and disagree with you.
Which you usually can't.
I mean, sometimes you make good picks.
I always make good picks.
Oh,
That's
my
why
God,
I have
look at this.
segment.
You guys do love each other, after all. Let's see how you two feel about Steve's value pick, which is who, Bukes?
You know, this guy is named after one of my favorite presidents, Honest Abraham Almonte, going tonight for the Braves. I mean, for someone who's hitting as well as he is in a good offense, nonetheless, he's dirt cheap right now. Like, you can get him for $2,200, like extremely cheap for Almonte. He's averaging 8.5 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10 games, and he's been all over the lineup. Sometimes he's batting cleanup. Sometimes he's batting 5th. Sometimes he's batting 6th. Where will he bat tonight? It's a mystery. You can keep watching on that. But regardless, the matchup tonight against John Nat is a good one because he struggles against lefties. 342 WOBA, 6.35 FIP. I mean, Nick wants to always harp about, I'm going to spend here. I'm going to spend up here. Like, you can't get any cheaper than this guy, and he's hitting well. Now, he's probably going to come back with some, what he thinks is a fancy comeback, but whatever. You can't disregard how cheap he is in a good offense. Nonetheless, in the Braves, there's nothing to dispute here. But I commend Nick for trying, at least.
There is nothing to dispute here, Nick.
Yeah, he's right. And I don't know where that assumption came from. Steve, sometimes you make good picks, so I'm not going to fight you on this one.
I should.
Abraham Almonte, you can't debate this one at that price. And you're talking about how much Gant struggles against lefties. Almonte's one of the 10 best hitters against right-handed pitcher over the last 2 weeks. I was talking about Yelich before, how well he's done. Almonte's 1.207 OPS against righties over the last couple of weeks. His ISO is through the roof. Cool. And then this gives you tremendous flexibility to, maybe if you want to go and get like an Ohtani and put him with Stroman tonight in your starting rotation or spend elsewhere. But yeah, Almonte, you have to have him in your lineups tonight.
Nice.
All right, guys, how we feeling? Everyone's good.
No, tensions? I feel dirty. I agreed with him twice today. This is a failure on my part.
I mean, at least we showed up to the show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little, behind the scenes information there. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Kenny Ducey was supposed to be here today, but, rest easy to Kenny, who can no longer speak, which I believe for many members of the DK Sim fan, people watching on the Dream Stream, that is a dream come true for them when Kenny cannot speak. All right, guys, nice work. We'll talk to both of you a little later. We are going to catch up with Nick and Jules after this, see what's cooking on this NBA slate, some bets and DFS advice coming up. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Sweats. We're going to talk some hoops right now. We got DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow here with us. Before we look ahead to Nets Bucks tonight, let's get your reaction a little bit to what we saw last night in a couple of these games. And what's making headlines this morning is the 76ers collapse in back-to-back games. They're calling this historic. Can you share with us and the people watching why?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you. The Sixers are the first team in the playoffs in the last 25 years to blow 18-point leads in consecutive games. Now, obviously, they led by last night in Game 5. They led by 26 points at home. And at the 2-minute mark of the third quarter, according to ESPN stats and information, they had a 99.7% chance to win the game. So the only way that you lose that game, that the window stays open, is to play zero defense and make zero shots the rest of the game. And that is essentially what the Philadelphia 76ers did. And then you shift it to Doc Rivers' resume, who, love the guy, helped the Celtics win an 08 championship. 08 Celtics, my favorite team. You see him on the wall behind me. That's great. But after that, Doc Rivers' career has, and even before that, he blew a 3-1 lead in Orlando. Detroit came back and beat him in the series. Ever since then, here's pretty much his career resume.
Yeah, dude, wait a second. So Joel Embiid and Seth Curry were the only 76ers to make a field goal in the second half last night?
Ben Simmons.
How is that possible?
Ben Simmons, who's a number 1 overall pick, an all-star point guard this season, went 4 of 14 at the free throw line and attempted 4 field goals in 38 minutes. I want no part of Ben Simmons on my team.
Okay, because I saw that this morning on Twitter. I saw a couple Celtics fans being like, bring him here to Boston. And you were like quote tweeting these people and saying, no, keep him away from my city and team.
Yeah, I'm in a little debate right now. Somebody said basically you just play Ben Simmons as a playmaking 5, a playmaking center with no other big on the floor. I mean, that just sounds like you want a rebounder and a defender, in which case I'll just take Rob Williams for $28 million less.
Yeah.
And make more free throws along the way. But really quick, I'm going to run down this real quick for Doc Rivers.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Since winning in 2008, the 2009 Celtics, without Kevin Garnett, were up 3-2 on Orlando, lost the series. 2010 Celtics were up 3-2 on the Lakers in the NBA Finals, lost that series and blew a double-digit fourth quarter lead in Game 7. 2012 Celtics up 3-2 on the Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals, lost the series. I was at Game 6. That was the LeBron game. 2013 Clippers up 3-2 on the Grizzlies, lost the series, including Game 7 at home. 2014 Clippers blew a 15-point lead in Game 5 against OKC, lost in 6. 2015 Clippers blew a 3-1 lead to the Rockets. 2016 Clippers up 2-0 on the Blazers, lost 4 in a row, lost in 6. 2017 lost Game 7 at home to the Jazz. 2020 blow the 3-1 lead in the bubble to the Nuggets. Double-digit leads in Games 5, 6, and 7 to close it out. Lost all of them. And then this year, they are on the brink against the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, and now the Jazz are as well in the Western Conference. How'd you feel about Paul George last night telling the haters to shove it without Kawhi?
Yeah, he did like his mini KD impression from Game 5 in Brooklyn. Not quite the same level of performance as Durant carrying his team to that one, but it was something Paul George needed to do. As somebody that snuck in Jazz -3 pretty big as soon as the Kawhi news hit, I wish he hadn't done it. But hey, that's why they invented hedging, and hopefully you did a little bit of that. I didn't do enough.
Let's do some chase or fade right now for tonight's game, my friend. The following DFS plays or bets in tonight's Bucks Nets Game 6. Game 5, we saw James Harden returning to the floor. He and KD combining for 54 points. Only problem is KD had 49 of those. Harden did play 46 minutes. He registered just 5 real points and 22 and a half DK fantasy points. So in tonight's showdown, he's going to cost you 16.5 to captain and 11K in the utility spot. Is Harden an automatic fade this evening, or do you think he fixes what was broken the other night?
From a DFS perspective, you kind of have to fade him just because he's pretty much normally priced. Like, you look at his showdown salaries to flex him, and he's generally in the 11 to 12,000 range, and he's 11 right now. So you're paying for full Harden, and you're probably not going to get full Harden. That said, the 46 minutes were encouraging. Brooklyn's going to put him out there and give him some minutes. They may, if this does, if Milwaukee does play well, maybe you pack it in and get Durant and Harden a little rest for a Game 7 back in Brooklyn and those minutes go down. But just look at the props. Like normally Harden's points, rebounds, assists is set at 45.5. It's set at 30.5 tonight. So the projection is to get about 2/3 of Harden, and we're paying for like 90% of Harden, so you can't do it. That said, if this is a close game and Harden's going to play most of the way like he did last game, it seems like they can't take him off the floor. The hamstring's going to tighten up. I will bite on some Harden over 30.5 points, rebounds, assists because it's so much lower than the usual prop is. I don't think he's going to shoot 1 for 10 again. I think he got some confidence going 46 minutes without getting re-injured, knock some rust off. So if he hits down a couple 3-pointers this time around, he was rebounding the ball and he was getting his assists. I think he can get there.
Yeah, he'll continue to gut it out tonight. The big three, though, will be in action. So, it's KD, it's Harden, and it's Jeff Green, who provided the value in Brooklyn's Game 5 win. So he had nearly 39 DK fantasy points, and at just $4,000 in salary. Tonight, he's going to cost you 4.8, so a near $1,000 increase. Chase or fade that Jeff Green is your favorite value play this evening.
Chase, I'm not expecting him to go and replicate 7 of 8 from downtown, but he played 35 minutes off the bench. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jeff Green just straight up starts this game over Bruce Brown. So I expect to see a lot of Jeff Green. Steve Nash really shortened up the rotation. Obviously, Durant and Harden played all but 2 minutes. That fills up 2 spots. There's not much more left, and Jeff Green still played 35 minutes off the bench. So I think and played really well. So I think he's going to get a lot of minutes in this game. And at $4,800, he is well worth playing. A guy that I questioned to his face as a Celtics reporter back in the day, the consistency questions, like, hey, is there anything you can do to be more consistent? He proved that the other night. That's the player he can be, and he doesn't do it all the time. I hope he does it in Game 6, though.
Yeah, the 5th overall pick, 14 years ago, and he and KD are the only remaining Seattle Supersonics still in action too. So that's pretty neat.
And Harden they went to OKC. Harden, Jeff Green, and it's basically everybody but Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Maybe bring Nick Collins or Perk around to play some center.
All right, Chase or fade the Nets will win the game, plus 160 here, and end the series.
It's hard not to like the Bucks. You got to think Harden and Durant are, running low on gas. But I'll tell you what, if there's anybody that is anywhere close to choking out games like the 76ers, it's the Milwaukee Bucks. Here's what I like in this game. I think that you can play the Bucks first quarter or first half. I lean first quarter, -2 points. I think they're going to be leading after the first quarter, come out hot like Philly came out hot last night. But I can see Durant kind of putting his foot on their throats here and trying to get this over with. The whole perception now is Brooklyn in 7. They'll get it done on Saturday night at home. If the Bucks don't get up too many points, or even if they do, because they've choked away big leads in a lot of games in this series, I think that Brooklyn has a better chance than they're being given in this game. So if you made me make a money line play, my money would be on the Nets getting nearly 2-1.
And by the way, so the odds have changed a little bit, shifted a little bit, changed pretty late. Plus 188 now.
Yeah. Oh, this got up to. I thought this got up over plus 200 at one point. But yeah, if this gets anywhere to like Nets plus 200, I'm interested.
Okay. How about the total here? So Chase or fade, we're going to go over the total, and that has now hit 220. It was 220.5 just like an hour ago.
Yeah, the last game went slightly over. It was the first over in the series. The totals, obviously, in this series, game 1 started off at 239.
My internet? Did I freeze?
Well, I'm still here.
Am I frozen? Do I have the internet?
So I'm going to keep talking. Total was set at 239.5 in game 1. That was obviously planning for the Nets being at full strength, and it's just consistently gone down. So the 1 over doesn't really scare me. I think these games are just going to turn into more and more of grinders as the series progresses. So yeah, I'm gonna lean to the under 220 here. Emerson's gone. Somebody let me know what's happening here.
Okay, everybody, it appears that our internet is back up and running, fully functional. So we're going to go ahead and kick Jules out. We're going to bring in the NHL panel this morning for our opening face-off, previewing tonight's Game 3 between the Islanders and Lightning. Series is all even at 1 apiece. Hello, Jeff, AJ, Paul. What's going on, dudes? Good to see everybody. So it was Braden Point who scored his NHL leading 10th goal of the playoffs last time out, while Nikita Kucherov chipped in with 2 assists for those playing our showdown contest tonight. Are you going to be inclined to captain a member of the Lightning tonight, Jeff?
Yeah, I definitely think that going, with one of the big line in your captain spot isn't the worst idea here. I mean, Tampa's offense certainly got off to a good start. And look, the Islanders have been better at home than they have been on the road in these playoffs. But I don't mind. And I don't mind going with the cheapest member there in Andre Palat. I mean, obviously it's a coming out party for Braden Point, but at some point the goal streak is going to end, and he may end up being a bit more of a feeder than just a finisher. So I think Palat is actually really interesting. It lets you stack the rest of the Tampa Bay first line in your showdown lineup. And he had 5 shots and a goal last game, could be heating up. So I like getting a piece of that first line for sure. I think Tampa's first line probably continues to produce in this Game 3.
Paul, you going to captain a member of the Lightning tonight, yay or nay?
You know what? First, Jeff has to take a bow for that great call on Carey Price last night. I commend you, sir. Great call. These guys that you mentioned have earned their stripes as top playoff performers in leading the Lightning to the Cup win last year, and have doubled down their efforts so far in 2021 playoffs. So they'd be great captain picks tonight if you believe, as I do, that the Islanders are the Bolts are the better team in this series. However, they will face an Islanders team in front of a rabid fan base and a super amped environment to start the game. That means the pressure is going to be on Vasilevsky to hold the fort during the first period. I hate to say he does, and he gets the win. He's my captain's pick tonight.
AJ, which team will your captain be playing for tonight?
I'm going to stick with the Isles here. No time to bail now, especially not as they're moving home, as Paul said, into Nassau Coliseum. Look, Matthew Barzell still scored a goal, even in the game 2 loss. So at 13-2, he's a little bit cheaper than some of the top guys there. And he just continues to keep rolling and keep producing. And I think he will tonight. Even if it is a close game, even if they don't win, I think using him as your captain is a viable strategy for a guy that's just unstoppable right now.
AJ, how about a good value play for this showdown?
I'm going to stick with the Islanders here. I think it's a good time to use Kyle Palmieri. Price dipping to 5,600. No points in his last 2 games, but he did put 2 shots on goal in each of those contests there. And so I think it's going to happen here for him. He's going to get back on the scoreboard here. He ended the Boston series on a 3-game goal streak. A little bit of a slump here, but I think he'll be right back at it tonight.
Paul, value. Help me out.
You know what? Jeff picked Sorelli a couple of games ago. It didn't work out then, but his price point is still low, despite his second line role between Stamkos and Killorn, along with the fact that he's had a fine shots on goal rate of 21 in his last 10 games played. He was blanked in the last game. I say he has a much bigger impact in a bounce back effort, and he'll cost you only $7,000 tonight.
Okay, Jeffrey.
Yeah, Paul's right. I mean, these Tampa Bay second, third liners, they seem like pretty good values here, and I think part of it is they're just going through a little bit of cold streaks. And Blake Coleman is another player I really don't mind targeting here. He had 15 goals this year. I mean, he hasn't scored a goal in over 10 games, but this is he's a pretty solid goal scorer for a role player. And at some point, this is going to bust his way. Obviously, he's got multiple shots on goal in 4 of the last 5 games as well. Coleman at 4,400 is the type of guy who could definitely, just give your showdown, lineup a boost. I expect a low scoring game. So, you could get obviously, not many points from these guys, but at the very least, Coleman is firing the puck on net every game. So yeah, you've got that there at 4,400. And I think he's just a little bit underpriced.
So the Islanders as a whole, 4-2 at home during the playoffs. You got to think as well, one of those losses was in overtime. That was that Marchand miracle goal that they seem to certainly benefit from the atmosphere at the Coliseum, at the barn, and the odds really reflect that. They've been a big underdog in the series, but are only, plus 118 on the money line in game 3. Should they be a bigger underdog here, Paul?
You know what? This is a big spot for the home side to show that they are really ready to share the stage with the defending champs. The money line gets it right, I think, because you can certainly make a case for both sides of this thing. But I think it's also a fair reflection to go either way then. So this will be a close one. I expect a 1-goal game. I'm sure we can each make a strong case for both teams, but I'm going to lean in favor of the Bolts championship pedigree to come out on top in this one.
Okay, AJ, which way are you leaning?
I'm going to go with the Islanders. I think the home ice advantage is huge for them, as you alluded to. Off the top, Emerson, I think they just know how to play in that building. They get fired up by the crowd. And look, it's just a nightmare for a lot of teams. They've got plenty of offense right now. It's been a little stymied the last couple of games. Vasilevsky will do that to you. But I think they break through tonight and come out on top in game 3.
Yeah, Jeff, they're a passionate bunch. The fans are passionate. They're rowdy there. This is their last season in this building before they open up a new one. So you want to side with the Islanders here?
I mean, of course I want to side with the Islanders, but I'm going to have to apologize to AJ because it looks like Paul and I are definitely in lockstep tonight. I just don't want to bet against the Tampa Bay Lightning anymore. And I think Paul nailed this one. I think this line is very appropriately set. I don't think that the Islanders should be any bigger than this, but at the same time, you're getting a pretty good price here to take the Tampa Bay Lightning. So, in these type of situations, I tend to just side with the better team. And, Tampa, again, they made me look foolish against Carolina. I just don't want that to happen again. This line, you could easily just say, maybe just lay off it tonight. But if I'm choosing a money line target, it's probably going to be Tampa tonight. I kind of want to just see it from the Islanders. I want to see them be able to take it at home before I bet on them. Maybe game 4 is a better spot. I don't know, but I'll slightly side with the Lightning here. Excuse me.
AJ, game 1 going under, game 2 going over. Total for game 3 is set at 5. Which way are you leaning?
I'm going to take the over here, and I think that has to do with the fact that I'm back in the Islanders, right? Like if this is a low-scoring game, I don't think it suits them well because it likely means that Vasilevsky really continues to stymie the offense here. So I'm going to take the over, and I'll go all the way up, as I always do, to over 5.5 here, just to avoid the push and get a little more value.
Paul, how about you?
Man, the stakes are so high in a pivotal game in this series, and that means there'll be nerves. There'll be little in the way of risk taking. There'll be a lot of close checking. I also think that these goalies are on top of their games, with neither one expected to blink under the pressure. I'm expecting a 2-1 game, 3-1 maybe, and all that adds up to a low-scoring total. I'll take the under. Thanks.
Jeff?
Yeah, on the under as well. I think you could go into the alternate puck totals in this one too. You could even think about the 4.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's available at plus 180. I think that's fine. And if you want a little bit more, just sort of security, I mean, even minus 150 at under 5.5 is fine as well. So I like the under as well. I agree with Paul again. Game 3, it seems like it's going to be a tight checking one. There's so much on the line, like he said. I think you can even look at the OT line in this one and aim for the tie as well. Again, just the rate at which the Islanders have played OT games, you're probably destined to see at least 1 or 2 in this series. So all things considered, like the under tonight.
Hey, Paul, give us a prop you like for this game.
When it comes to player props in this game, I think Jeff and I are going to talk about the same guys. It seems we're, like you said, in lockstep. The most favorable bets are on the side. That means 2 scoring lines for Tampa going tonight. I like the second one. Killorn, Andre Palat, Cirelli are guys that are sidekicks to these guys in the top 6. Each of those guys will play high leverage minutes on the power play too, and that could be pivotal in terms of their game total. My top choice of this trio is Killorn. He had a 5-game point streak snapped, and he's been the better and more consistent of the 3 scorers that I mentioned here. So I'll take him at plus 205.
AJ, what's your prop bet here that you like?
Well, not surprisingly, it's going to be Matthew Barzal at plus 205 to score a goal. But to give you something else, I'll also look at Jordan Eberle plus 285 to get a goal here. I think that's a good spot for him, a good price for him. We've talked about the prices for the Islanders being pretty solid in terms of value for you throughout the way. I think those 2 guys are going to be part of leading the way tonight.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I think, I'll just go back to my showdown pick there of Palat. I mean, minus 118 to get a piece of, one of the Tampa Bay Lightning's top line players just to score a point. This is just to score a point. So minus 118, I think that's fine. Again, it's playing alongside 2 supreme players in Kucherov, Braden Point. So I like that. And on the flip side, look, I mean, I've said this like every show that the Islanders are on, but the Islanders forwards are pretty good value in the player prop department. Anthony Beauvillier, plus 115 hasn't done that much in this series yet. But I mean, again, he's just been a prolific point producer in the playoffs. And even during the regular season, this is a big price at plus 115 just to score a point. So both good values you're getting there on the player props.
Yeah, speaking of price, before we wrap up here, guys, just last night, you've got Montreal upsetting Vegas there on the road. And Jeff, I know, as we mentioned earlier in this segment, how big you were on Carey Price like yesterday. I mean, he seemed to be the difference in that one.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, it's, again, Carey Price is just someone you should not underestimate in the playoffs. I mean, I've learned that from watching him too much. He can look a little bit shaken. He can look, he can get a little bit fired up. But, I mean, this guy just knows how to get himself up for the big playoff games. He's not going to be intimidated. He's not going to be intimidated by the Vegas barn, whatever. So Carey Price, I think, is going to make this series a little bit longer than we possibly predicted at the start of it. Whether it's enough to get it done, I don't know. I'd still probably side with Vegas here, but we could see a couple extra games. Wouldn't shock me.
Paul, did that win last night kind of prove to, maybe even themselves or their haters that they actually belong here on this stage?
Well, can you imagine how good they're feeling, guys? They had all their injured guys back in the lineup. They can say, when we had all hands on deck, we beat this team. We were injured in the first game. That's our excuse. I think they got to be feeling sky high as they're flying back home for the next 2 games. And that's going to be some atmosphere. Even though there are only 3,500 fans, they'll be noisy. And it will be an interesting game to watch for sure.
Yeah, because AJ, I feel like they were catching a lot of flack for coming out of a weak division. So how much do you feel like that win last night gave them a boost entering tomorrow, game 3, in which they are underdogs at home right now?
Well, I think it'll give them a boost for sure, but I also think the game 2 could serve as a wake-up call for the Golden Knights to say, look, reminder, Carey Price on the other end of the ice. Like, we need to get pucks on net. We need to do, the dirty work, as you will, in hockey, and get to the front of the net and make life difficult for him. So while I do think it'll be a boost for the Habs, I think it also serves as a wake-up call for the Golden Knights if they were thinking they were going to just cruise in the series, because they're certainly not going to with that netminder.
Yeah, Golden Knights still have plenty of reason for optimism. They were the better team those last two periods. Gentlemen, that was really fun. Good stuff, as always, from all three of you. We're going to dive into a little bit of football now, and we're going to talk with our good friend and former NFL lineman, Ross Tucker. This week on his podcast, he welcomed former Packers exec Andrew Brandt. So they discussed some comments made recently by Green Bay president and CEO Mark Murphy and the current state of this Aaron Rodgers saga.
Yeah, I've watched the comments by Mark Murphy. It's been talked about a lot the last 4 or 5 days. I don't think he was trying to take a dig at Aaron Rodgers, but I don't like to, paint you into a corner. I like to give you the broad canvas. Just your reaction when you initially heard that he said that he's a complicated fellow, and then maybe when you actually watch the video, your thoughts.
I think I should address, like you just said, I'm not tweeting a lot about this because I don't think there's much of a story beyond what I've said on draft day, which is they're not trading Aaron and he can't trade himself. So there's the headline. But yeah, listen, I'm very connected to a lot of parties here, not in any direct way, but I spent 10 years in that office and I know Aaron. So I'm just trying to sort of see it from both sides. Yeah, it was not helpful. Is it causing a major chasm between the Rodgers and the Packers that wasn't there before? No, of course not. So I think much is being made of Mark Murphy's comments. What struck me a little wrong, Ross, is that he invoked Ted. It's Ted's words, complicated fellow. Ted Thompson, the former general manager, unfortunately passed this year. Ted said those things a lot, but, Mark doesn't need to be saying that from Ted. Ted's a complicated fellow. So he didn't speak much. Ted didn't talk a lot, but he was a great evaluator. And he would say things like that about a lot of players, and I just thought Mark didn't need to go there.
Do you know Mark, Andrew? Have you had interaction with him? You guys did not overlap, correct?
We overlapped for about 6 months. Yeah. And I knew him before. I knew him when he worked for the NFLPA. I knew him when he was Northwestern athletic director. So yeah, I know him. And then when I go back there, I see him, so I know him a little bit.
Do you think that the comment was intentional? Do you think that the comment was intentional and or strategic?
I think the comment was appeasing whoever he was talking to, that we're trying to figure it out. We're working on it. And really not much more than that. I don't think it was strategic. I don't think it was giving a shot across the bow to Aaron's side. And I keep getting back to where we are on Aaron, which is the plan. And I don't have direct confirmation on this, Ross, but I'd be shocked if this was not the plan in April of 2019. 2020? When did they draft Jordan Love?
2020.
2020. Start Jordan Love in 2022. That was the plan. That is the plan. The plan is to trade Aaron Rodgers, but not now. So they want Aaron Rodgers to lead them to the Super Bowl this year, then move to Love, and Aaron's probably not down with that plan, and there we are. And it's a control for the timeline, and Aaron may have said in some way, shape, or form, why are we doing this a year from now? Why don't we do it now? And that's where we are.
It's kind of funny, though, isn't it? Because if they win the Super Bowl, they're not going to trade him, right? Like, they're not going to trade a guy right after they win the Super Bowl.
But if they don't trade him, then they're in year 3 of Love, which, again, people can say, well, that's what Aaron did. But no one does that anymore. No one. No one takes a first-round quarterback and sits them 3 years, let alone 3 games. Do you really think Justin Fields and Mac Jones and all these guys are going to sit a whole year? No way. No way. So, yes, you're right. Now they're in a quandary if Aaron continues to play at an MVP level. But this idea that they were going to trade him this year and incur $30 million in dead money, no, it wasn't going to happen.
Do you think it's accurate? I mean, Andrew, you know Aaron Rodgers pretty well. Is he a complicated fella?
I knew Aaron most. We've stayed in touch over the years, but I knew Aaron most when he was a backup quarterback. Nobody knew him. He was dating a local girl in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and babysat my kids as a backup. So that was a different Aaron Rodgers. Do I think he's complicated? I think he's got an incredibly high intellect, wry sense of humor, and he can put people on blast. Those are his words. I remember him saying he can put people on blast. And what that means is they're out. They're just out. He doesn't deal with them anymore. And I wonder if he's put the Packers management on blast. They're just not in his orbit anymore.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring this thing home with a fresh, brand spanking new MLB panel today. DraftKings contributor Gary and Thorne and RotoWire's Eric Holterman. We're going to cover the bases here, gents. Just so your favorite bets in the following categories for tonight's 8-game MLB slate. We're going to have an entire slate look as well on one of these topics. First base, money line or run line, Gare Bear?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Yankees money line at -107. This is basically a pick'em right now on the DK Sportsbook, and it's easy to see why. It's Michael King against TJ Zoik. Like, there really isn't a clear pitching advantage in this game, although I will say I think Zoik is a special kind of bad. For those people who haven't had the pleasure of watching TJ Zoik, let me just run off some stats really quick. He's got 4 appearances so far this season, and his expected ERA is 11.72. He's given up a 700 slugging percentage to all opponents he's faced so far this season. And somehow this will be the 3rd time he's faced the Yankees this season. So they've also got a pretty good handle on what TJ Zoik is and what he throws. So I think even if you want to just dumb this down and say, hey, it's a bullpen game, it's a toss-up, whatever, the Yankees have a much better bullpen than the Blue Jays. Across the last 2 weeks, the Jays bullpen ERA is 5.50. So I just think when you start looking at what could be a, heavy scoring but tight contest, all the little things tend to lean towards New York. So I like them at basically a pick 'em.
All right, E-Man, what about you?
Yeah, I like the Mets at -122 over the Cubs today. The two lineups very similar this year. 13th and 14th in WRC plus, nothing really to split them. Then we got the two pitchers, Marcus Stroman and Kyle Hendricks, kind of the same archetype of guy, somebody who doesn't strike out a ton of opposing batters, but gets it done through not walking many guys and getting plenty of ground balls. The problem is that still describes Stroman, and I'm not really sure it still describes Kyle Hendricks. His strikeout rate has always been mediocre at best, but it's at his lowest since his rookie season this year, 17.9%. Still not walking guys, but I think if you're to be that kind of pitcher, you need to keep the ball on the ground, and he's not doing that this year, just a 41.9% ground ball rate. So you take a guy who, needed to be quite strong in those areas to make up for his pretty notable weaknesses. I'm not sure he just has it anymore. ERA in the mid-4s is more or less what the underlying numbers say it should be. Marcus Stroman, on the other hand, his ERA of 2.32 is probably better than what he deserves. Most of the ERA estimators have him in, say, the mid-3s, but that's, solidly a run better than Hendricks. He is still striking out a respectable 21.5% of opposing batters and getting a ground ball rate near 55%. So it's the old Kyle Hendricks versus the current Kyle Hendricks, and I'll certainly take the old Hendricks tonight.
Speaking of the Mets, how big of a bummer was it last night seeing DeGrom leave once again, what feels like a recurring theme, Eric, with another injury?
Yeah, I mean, we're used to it by now. We know how to react, I guess. But yeah, it's too bad. Too bad for baseball. Even as, a Phillies fan, I want to see guys as good as DeGrom out there as often as possible. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes.
Gary, would they be crazy to not just shelve him for a little bit?
I mean, considering the Mets' history with injuries and also their relationship with like the PR department and injuries, I would agree. Also, it doesn't really seem, I mean, no offense to Eric's Phillies, but it doesn't really seem like there's a runaway great team in the National League East right now. So yeah, they could probably afford to be without DeGrom for a couple weeks.
Dude, guy's going to win the MVP, the Cy Young, and the Silver Slugger for crying out loud. All right, let's continue to cover the bases here. Second base, how about a game total you like, Eric?
Yeah, I'm looking at the St. Louis, Atlanta over 9. That's at minus 114 last I checked. So the two teams are averaging 8.95 runs per game. So basically right at that over under. So all they need to do is, score one more run combined than normal. And I think they're definitely going to, given the pitching matchup here. John Gant for the Cardinals, just no reason why his ERA was sitting at 160 through 10 starts. None of the underlying numbers supported it at all. And he's fallen back to earth quite a bit over those last two, has a 19.06 ERA over 2 starts. On the season, he's walked as many guys as he's struck out. There's just, you can't even really be a back-end starter in today's Major League Baseball with that. You look at the 3.36 ERA, choose your ERA estimator, they only get worse. 4.99 FIP is like the kindest they get to him. xERA has him up at 6.15. So he's going to give up plenty of runs. Charlie Morton on the other side, his 4.50 ERA is actually worse than a lot of the estimators have, but he's coming off a pair of bad starts himself. 8 runs allowed over 9 innings in his last 2 starts, 8 strikeouts against 5 walks. So maybe if Morton was really on, this wouldn't seem quite so nice. But, yeah, it's only one good pitcher here, and neither of them's been good recently. So I think we're going to see runs.
All right, Gary, game total for you.
Yeah, let's go back to that Mets-Chicago game, and I'm just going to echo a lot of what Eric was saying, but this total seems really low at 7. It is minus 121 to bet the over. And I think a lot of this is due to Hendricks, who this season has a 5.44 expected ERA. He's given up 8 home runs in his last 4 starts, which, just isn't the Kyle Hendricks we know from 2015, 2016. This is a different guy, and you have to start treating him differently. And I also think that there's this perception because of all the injuries that the Mets have not been hitting as of late. That is incorrect. In the month of June, they have a 116 WRC plus as a team. And while the Cubs have been struggling so far in the month, they've still got a ton of power. They have a 209 ISO in June. So maybe they don't string together 10 hits off of Marcus Stroman, but maybe they pop out a couple home runs and do their part to get this game over 7. Eric also mentioned Stroman has an ERA about 2 full runs below his expected ERA. He's always been someone who pitches much better than the estimators, so I wouldn't give that too much credence, but he could have a little bit of regression tonight too.
Okay, guys, we have less than 3 minutes to go in the show. We got 2 more bases to cover, so let's pick up the pace just a little bit. Gary, as you take us to third base, a hitter prop.
Yeah, I'll be quick with this one. Aaron Judge is plus 400 to hit a home run. I already talked about TJ Zoik and just how bad he has pitched so far this season. Judge has 8 career at-bats against Zoik. I'm not usually a big BVP guy, but he's got 2 home runs in those 8 at-bats. And just looking at Zoik and knowing his skill set, that makes a lot of sense.
Eric, hitter prop.
Yeah, opposite side of that same game, Vlad Jr. to hit a homer is at plus 330. I don't know how low the odds go here. I would have thought lower. Plus 330 is an implied percentage of 21.7. And in his last 30 games, he has at least 1 homer in 13 of them. That's just shy of 40%, so nearly double the odds. So if you think he's anywhere close to what he's been lately, which I think he is, even if he's on a hot streak, this seems like a pretty good gamble to me.
And then, Eric, take us home here for a pitcher prop. We're looking at the whole slate here, not just the late slate.
Yeah, I don't think that Shohei Ohtani's strikeout prop has even been posted yet, but I'm taking the over unless it's like 10.5 or something crazy. Yeah. I think I'd even take it at 9.5. The Tigers strike out more than any other team. Ohtani has a 34% strikeout rate, which is, I believe, 8th highest among pitchers who've thrown at least 40 innings. So anytime you get a strikeout guy against the Tigers, I want the over unless that over is absolutely ridiculous.
Gary, you have 20 seconds for your answer.
I'm going to say Kevin Gosman this afternoon. He's gone over 6.5 strikeouts in 6 of his past 7 games. That includes a start against Arizona where he struck out 9. The Diamondbacks come into this slate with a 29.7% called strike rate plus swinging strike rate. That is the highest mark in all of baseball. They are going to strike out a lot this afternoon.
Guys, fantastic work. Appreciate you taking us on a beautiful trip around the bases. I will be on the noon Madden Sim with Zach Thompson coming up. That's Bills at the Jets. Make sure you guys get those free roll lineups filled out. 6 games on the slate. Let's go. Busy day here on the Dream Stream. Thanks for watching The Sweat.
we go. Emerson, can you hear me? What is up? I don't think he can hear me, but that's cool. It's his Bills because we're going to give them to him. Hey!
Hello?
We can hear you now. We can hear you.
What is going on?
What's up? What's up?
Is the U.S. Open, the opening round delayed? What's happening?
Yeah, it was. Little marine layer.
Is it the fog? It's the fog.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. They're underway now. They were delayed a few hours.
Yeah. Let me tell you
Also
what, man. I've been out there in that neck of the woods before.
Cool.
I've been out there in that neck of the woods before, and I've played golf and some of that thick stuff.
You could not see. There were pictures coming out. There were pictures from the tee box. You could not see the fairway. So, yeah, they definitely had to hold off for a little bit. Just
play with a yellow ball, man.
Yeah, but, like, you could not see the fairway. It didn't matter what color the ball was. You were not going to be finding it. But that stuff's burned off, and they are underway now. It'll be interesting to see what that does to the as far as there was expected to be a little bit of an advantage to the late wave because of that marine layer, but they're kind of past most of it now. It should burn off quickly and end up maybe giving a slight edge to the morning, or at least evening out the advantage that the later wave could have. But hey, it's Throwback Thursday here in Simland. We've got these Buffalo Bills, your Buffalo Bills, sir. I'm going to give them to you for today. And against the New York Jets, who are not mine. They're Kenny Ducey's. I want no part of them. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It is good to see everybody here. I've been having like computer and internet issues. Like my internet completely crapped itself like midway through my segment with Julian this morning. So here's hoping it hangs in there. So that's got my cages have been rattled internally right now because now I just want to completely go off on Xfinity again. Pay a lot of money for the internet, dude. Pay a lot of money for the internet. It should
take
work.
A deep breath.
Honestly, no, F that. Screw that. Because the internet is like water. Like I shouldn't have to pay for water. I shouldn't have to pay for the internet like anymore. The internet should be free to all of us. Like whatever, man. I can't even see it because of my internet.
It was a great catch over the middle, 20-plus yard pickup. Josh Allen, his first completion of the day. I didn't catch the receiver because they cut away a little bit too quickly, but nice start for Josh Allen. I like these Bills throwbacks, by the way.
Yeah, they're okay. Who'd you have in your lineup?
Josh Allen. Also,
anyone else?
Along with just him. That's it. Just gonna go with him and not worry about it.
By the way, Hood behind the scenes says that was Diggs on that. We got producer Drew with us today and TP on the ones and twos. Your name's Zach Thompson, in case you forgot.
Thanks, I did, and I appreciate you filling me in. Not the Zach Thompson who pitches for the Miami Marlins, or the Zach Thompson who pitches for the AAA Memphis Redbirds for the St. Louis Cardinals. Neither one of them. I am my own person. ZT_sports if you're looking for me on Twitter. And in my lineup, Josh Allen, Bills defense, Devin Singletary, the motor. And then on the Jets side, I've got Bell, Brashad Perryman, and Sam Ficken. Who you got?
Well, since you asked, I decided to throw Mr. John Brown into the captain spot. Allen, Darnold, Diggs, Perryman, and Mr. Ficken. Shout out to the 127 of you who filled out a lineup in the Fighting Meg Muffins contest. Got a
that
big
means you're bringing muffins, right?
I wish, dude. I have been on a muffin kick lately. I think I mentioned that like a week or two ago.
I know. I thought that meant you were bringing muffins, man.
No. It's just, roommate's nickname with her being a big Buffalo gal.
I got you.
And now they have their own Major League Baseball team there, which is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. City of Buffalo stepping up for the.
I don't know if they had a choice. It's like, hey, we're just going to go ahead and bring the big league club, and we're going to bring them down a couple hours, and they're going to sit there.
Playing at the home of the Buffalo Bison, isn't it? That's the AAA affiliate.
Yeah, man. They hold I think that's where they hold a big wing eating competition every year that like Joey Chestnut and all our friends of the program here at DraftKings are usually there. on that field. 3rd and 10 from the 21. Allen's going to do some damage with his feet. Pick up a first down and then some. Does he get in? Hell yeah! Let's go, big boy. Josh Allen, 21-yard scramble.
I like it. On
for
3rd
the
and 10
touchdown.
Too, as you mentioned. He is captained in 21.9% of lineups in the larger free showdown, 80.5% owned. So a pretty chalky play, but a great start for him. If you've got him in your captain spot, congratulations. You said you had Brown as your captain, but Allen in your lineup, correct?
Yep.
Cool.
Amen. Germ asking who scored. Germ, it was Allen just now. Just now.
Seconds ago.
21-yard touchdown run by the quarterback of the Bills. Well, he strikes me as someone who, if he continues to put up like video game-like numbers, could he end up landing on the cover of Madden one day? Because we know today, this morning,
100% could.
I also agree with you there. Like, he seems like one of those fun guys. Johnny Do-It-All. Big names in the league.
I don't know that I'd say will, but I think definitely could.
How do you feel about the cover athletes this morning? Once they did the big goat, little goat the other day, we all knew what was coming.
Everybody
We're
knew
not
it was
idiots.
Coming. Exactly. There was no other way this was going. Brady and Mahomes on the cover. It'll be interesting to see what that does as far as gameplay, right? Because as we've seen, if you look at the history of Madden, the athlete on the cover usually pretty good in the game. A couple years ago it was Mahomes. A couple years before that it was Brady, to be honest. They've both been on the cover recently, but the two of them together, could that mean, and we don't know yet because the game's not out yet, but could that mean that we are going to see an increase in production from pass-first quarterbacks? We know last year they went with Lamar Jackson on the cover, and running quarterbacks really are the way to go in Madden 21 for fantasy production and, quite honestly, just in general, right? Like Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, those guys are just great in Madden 21. Are we going to see a move back a little bit to more passing quarterbacks being the way to go? I don't know. We will see. But if you look at the history of Madden, like the year Gronk was on the cover, tight ends were really good. The year Richard Sherman was on the cover, the defensive backfields that were highly rated were dominant. The year that, going all the way back to Ray Lewis.
We got a pick, and it's going to be housed. Is this the defense you rostered? Was it the Buffalo defense? You son of a bee sting.
Yeah. Micah Hyde. Pick 6 me. 14-0. Bills gonna beat up. Bills defense captained in 4% of lineups, owned in 27.4%. That is in the larger free showdown. Sam Darnold, actually very similar ownership, 27.8% ownership. When the defense you're playing against has ownership about equal to you as a quarterback, not a good thing in these Madden sims because the quarterbacks are much more expensive. Did you roster Darnold?
You know what, man? I did not roster Sam Darnold. Wait, son of a... Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did. So right now, and join me, 23.6 of you who rostered him in our fun little Meg Muffin free roll. He has -1 points right now. -1.
Not ideal. Not ideal.
Nope. He'll be.
But hey, if you've got him in the captain spot, it's -1.5. So it could be worse.
could be a lot worse. I'm looking at, like, is the Madden curse still a thing? The history of, like, the Madden curse and looking back on it.
No. I think
for a while there, it kind of felt like it was. Like, I don't think it was I don't think it was a thing for Lamar. You started worrying about it like 2 years ago with Mahomes because, you know,
but then they won the Super Bowl, right?
I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The curse kind of like strikes, but then it didn't because he had the knee injury. Let's see, Madden 19, going back. Oh, Antonio Brown. From a statistical standpoint, yeah, that didn't really hurt him. He had 104 passes and almost 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns.
Just fine. Brady the year before that, and Gronk the year before that.
Okay, but Ooh, but that year with Gronk, I feel like the curse kind of strikes, right? That year with Gronk, he missed the first 2 games of the 2016 season, lingering hamstring injury.
That was just every year, though, with Gronk during that time period. Audible here from the Jets, switching things up.
Oh, yeah. That was the year he got messed up, too, by Earl Thomas. All right, they pick up a first down. That's the first completion there for Sam Darnold.
Herndon on the catch there, tight end, usually very involved for the Jets in the Sims. He's on my roster, so I like to see him involved.
The curse did not strike with OBJ in Madden 2016. No. Madden 2015, the curse doesn't strike. Richard Sherman, another first down for the Jets. 2 straight completions for the now quarterback of the Panthers.
Why did Madden do the Madden 25 to us? That's just confusing. I
was just scrolling down through the old covers, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? Because
it was
what are they going to do here in 4 years?
Right. Yep. It's a good question. I'm gonna have Madden 25 again or something. I don't know.
There's Lev Bell with his biggest pickup of the day. He's 65% owned, 24% in the captain spot.
Very popular play. Does a lot for these Jets, both as a pass catcher and a rusher.
So that was like
a monster game against the Colts in his last sim. Had a touchdown and 9 catches as the Jets beat the Colts, because everybody beats the Colts.
Oh my God,
Colts still winless, man. Colts in action tonight against your Jacksonville Jaguars. And prime time, 8 p.m.
So wait, the record of these are the 2 bottom feeders in the AFC East in our tournament.
Correct. Yes,
but I say bottom feeders and some 4-4.
Yeah,
that's
they're
actually
not 4-4 in some divisions would put you near the top.
Bro,
NFC East is bad.
Are the Colts, as you just mentioned, them being winless, are they going to go 0-16? No. Or is it 0-17, right? It'll be 0-17.
It would be 0-17, but I do not think so. They were actually a pretty decent team before we started this season. I think their record since the start of the year was 20-28. So I mean, below 500, not great. I'm not expecting them to rally for the division, but I don't think they'll go 0-16. I think they'll get a couple wins. I don't think it'll be tonight against your Jaguars, but be ready. You've got to be hyped about all the great things coming out of Jags camp about Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yeah.
Watching all those Twitter highlights.
For sure. Like, I was a little concerned with oh man, is this like a hamstring tightness? I saw that in there, and then there's the slowly coming back from shoulder. I said, it's all good, man. They got a great backup in Tim Tebow, and then Gardner Minshew, who no longer has a mullet.
It's true.
But yeah.
How do you feel about the end of the mullet era? I know you're a big mullet guy.
It's not good. It's not good at all. But what is good is that field goal there by Sam Ficken, my kicker. 14 to 3 here.
Well,
as the I love that too. I love how we the field goal it's a nice transition from points to the end of the quarter break. And here we are.
Segue.
Darnold is 4 of 6 in this one. Bell, 5 carries, 25 yards. Singletary, the motor who's on your roster in your lineup, 3 for 8. Allen's got the 1 rush for 21 yards. He can do it with his feet. And that is the only offensive touchdown of the game up to this point.
Truth. Can confirm.
Look at this. Couple of wide receivers on here on opposing teams with 1 catch for 29 yards. Diggs and Hogan. But Mr. Herndon leading the way in the reception department. So he's got 3 of them for 28 yards.
Lee Smith, the tight end from the other side, also involved in 1 catch for 16 yards. But nothing yet for John Brown. Sorry about that. Nothing yet for Brashad Perryman, Jamison Crowder. Let's see. Yeah, all those guys. 0 at this point. We will see as we hit the second quarter here. Obviously, the Bills have not had the ball very much because They forced the turnover, ran it back for the touchdown. Micah Hyde with pick 6.
Whoa. Tom Cruise, a burrito. It's talking about a steak and shrimp burrito. I would never think to have those two combined in a burrito. I would never think to have a shrimp burrito. I mean, maybe if I'm sticking to like the no meat on Fridays Lent thing and I still want my Mexican food.
I'm good with a shrimp burrito. I'm down.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. And those two,
steak and shrimp,
solid. Yeah, solid protein options. They're also really great at a hibachi grill when you dip it in that amazing sauce.
Yep.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Do you do the bacon wrapped shrimp? Because those are pretty solid.
Yeah, you can do bacon wrapped shrimp. A big coconut shrimp guy. Growing up down in Florida, it's everywhere.
Gotta be. Can't go wrong with that. Love some coconut shrimp.
I know you do, dude. I know you do. Oh yeah, Reese's. Did you know there is like I was talking more of like that mayonnaise, like creamy sauce that they get. I don't know what the actual name is of that, but then they do have like a ginger sauce.
Yep.
I love ginger. I love anything ginger too. But I'm seeing all you folks, the good people of the DK Sim fam, hanging out with us on Twitch. Reese's. Did you know? Germ, absolute pleasure. And
Josh
then
Allen
almost
take off, but not get anywhere. Actually, lose 2 yards. So
it's going to go down as a sack there for the Jets defense. Almost 300 people now hanging out with us over on YouTube. Good to
thanks for hanging out
to anyone and everyone today.
You fired up for Torrey Pines? I know Reed Tees, did you know, reminds me that little golf action this weekend. You fired up? Ready to go?
Oh, absolutely. I don't plan on doing much. Yeah, he's going to come up short of the first down there, a few yards, 2 yards short. So now the punting unit likely to come out. I got a lot of plans here to watch some golf this weekend. I'll probably try to play some golf like early Sunday.
Okay.
Get that out of the way so I can get back and watch the leaders. A little disappointed.
I kind of like that it's West Coast, quite honestly, because it allows for exactly what you were just saying, right? Like, nice punt also.
Yeah, great punt.
Like, it doesn't start till late morning, but the leaders don't get out there till late. So you can go do something in the morning, come home, and watch the final round and still not miss much.
Yeah.
And it can go late. If it's got to go late, it can go late. It's fine.
Are they still planning on sticking to like the traditional television window, or are they going to go a little later?
I'm not sure about that, actually. It's a good question. I have not seen the ahead of they move it around too based on the weather. You know, they'll adjust the tee times a lot of the time. So I haven't seen the television schedule. Did we get a safety?
No. Ow. But we do have 3rd and 11, and the Jets have their backs against the wall. But I'd love a little safety. You don't see it too often. I know you would, because you have the Buffalo defense rostered.
True. I do. He barely got out. If he did, it was close. Very close. Gonna have to just run it up the middle, try to buy a little space for the punter. We have seen some blocked punts, and whenever we've seen them, they've been in this kind of situation where the punter doesn't have as much space to drop back behind the line to get it out. We'll see if the Bills bring pressure here. It doesn't look like they're going to, but it could be a disguised pressure. Nope, they did not. Nice punt, though. Nothing like punting 80 yards. Scooped up there. A little bit of a return. So the Bills take back over at the 33. Early on, I mean, like really early, it's Grayson Sigg, Patrick Rodgers, Matthew Wolf, and Francesco Molinari out front of the U.S. Open. And I mean, ridiculously early. Nobody's played more than 3 holes at this point.
Think Torrey Pines, you think U.S. Open, you think Tiger Woods.
For sure.
One leg in a marathon 19-hole playoff against Rocco Mediate. 13 years ago now. Yeah, 2008. Yeah. Wow.
13 years ago.
Gosh dang, man.
Of course, we see Torrey Pines every year in the regular rotation.
Yes.
Because
yeah, we do.
Farmers Insurance Open is held there. So we
But
see it every year.
What's interesting about this course is because you had to think about like DFS or even on the sports betting side of things. Like you had to think about like some course familiarity. Who's got a good track record here? So it was a
it's
little
not
interesting.
like typical U.S. Open where you drop in and it's the first time these guys have played it or the first time these guys have played it in years and years. These guys know this course. A lot of them, and you've heard a lot in the lead up too, and we'll see what happens as far as if it's a story we keep hearing a lot of. But guys like Xander Schauffele, who knows the course really, really well because he basically grew up on it and was there watching when Tiger won that playoff that you were mentioning. Where were you, sir, in 2008? Watching that?
I was working for an NBC station in upstate New York, WETM, in Elmira, New York. And I remember I was working that Monday of the playoff, and we were all sitting around, we're watching it. And since it was an NBC station, we were carrying the tournament. And so that was fun. That was definitely our lead that night because our newscast was coming. Yeah, was coming off of that. But pretty damn impressive. Yeah, just thinking, man, 13 years ago. Holy hell. Wow. Life has changed a lot in 13 years.
Yeah.
You were just you. You didn't have your whole little mini army running around.
We had that's true. We did have 2 kids at that point.
Holy crap. I didn't know that.
Yep.
What's going on with you?
2 kids at that point. So
slow down, buddy.
Hey, we got 4 now.
Speaking of kids, how's your dog doing?
Good. Dog is good. How are your 2 girls?
They're awesome. I hear them back there playing together. Yeah.
Good. That's still working out. They still speaking to each other as much as puppies do.
Yeah, they certainly are. Georgie's come around on the whole like potty training thing, so we can really kind of sit back and enjoy the fun times, great times. Winnie is almost 1, dude. She's going to be 1 on July 23rd.
That's right, because she's just a few weeks older. Gracie's is August 5th, I believe it is.
So July 23rd, that'll be a Friday, and I don't know. I'm going to try to hop on the noon sim that day, and we could do like a huge party for her here.
Huge party, yeah.
For my dog's first birthday, everybody. So mark it in your calendars now. Tell Siri, July 23rd is going to be Emerson's dog's first birthday.
There you go. Celebrate good times.
3rd and 1. We're going to celebrate a first down. The answer is no.
Not so much. Probably a field goal. We've seen them be a little more aggressive with this, but it looks like, although that doesn't really mean anything, we've seen them jog out the kicker only to go for it. But 4th and 1, gonna go for the field goal here to increase the lead back to 14 points. Should be a chip shot, and it is good. So 17-3 Buffalo.
Yeah, Kevin Porter, man, Elmira up there in the Finger Lakes area. Beautiful, beautiful part of the country, especially in the summertime. You go up there, a bunch of wineries,
winter,
lakes,
but
swimming.
Summer, really nice.
Yeah, winter, it'll kick you in the rear end pretty hard, man. That is a rude awakening when you're a Florida kid coming up.
You moved from Florida to Elmira. Did you do that in the summer or did you move in the winter?
Yeah, I did do it in the summer, which was great. It was like May. Call. It was after I graduated and I took the 5-year route there in college, the Van Wilder of UCF, and I got out of there and went up there. So that was a nice adjustment.
Yeah. At least that way you kind of had some time and it got colder sort of gradually on you. You didn't move in like January and go straight from Florida to whatever that is in the winter.
That would have been tough. Just watching the temperature drop and the thermometer in the car as you're working up.
It keeps getting lower and lower. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You drove all the way up? That is a hike.
Yeah, I did. I packed a little mini U-Haul, man, and went on up there. That was quite an adventure. A year later, I'd meet Meg Muffin. Who is a
And the
Bills
rest-
fan? Bills faithful. Let's go, dude.
Is that my boy Brashad Perryman on that?
I think
big
so.
catch,
I think it is. I do think
First
it is.
catch of the day for him.
Sign me
And
up,
it's a
man.
big, juicy one. Putting the Jets over 100 yards passing. It is Perryman on the catch, 41 yards. Maybe we
We
get
got
some points from the Jets. What do you think? Get some points from the Jets here before halftime. Keep it a one-score game, or do you want to
Give
blow
it
it?
to
You
me.
just want the
No.
Bills to just crush them.
I want points. I want points. And there you go. Sam Darnold wants some points too. Back in the end zone. That's Crowder. Does he get his feet down? He does not.
He does not. Incomplete. Does not
Yeah,
look
you know
like
what?
we get a challenge either.
I want all the points
Okay.
on planet Earth, and I want it from Brown, Allen, Darnold, Diggs, Perryman, Ficken. That's exactly. Those are
Okay.
the only people who should be scoring points in this contest today.
You have Perryman as well. I didn't realize you had Perryman. Good work.
Yeah, dude. If I see a UCF guy, of course I'm going to roster him. Dumping it
Quite
off.
obviously.
Uh-oh.
I don't
Yeah. I heard the fur baby. Is it lunchtime?
Yeah, it is 12:30. Lunchtime. Her lunchtime is way more locked in than my lunchtime. Let's just put it that way, right? Like if it's 12:40 and she hasn't eaten, it's bad news. If it's 12:40 and I haven't eaten, it's a regular day that I'm on the sick. First
Yeah,
down.
I can hear-
Picked it up.
I can hear these two behind me again, getting restless because typically it's around noon, 12:30. But when Dad has got to put the family and DraftKings on his back like JanSport, they will have a later luncheon. All right, 16, 15. They still have a timeout to go. Back in the end zone. Oh, my God. No.
No, he was out of bounds.
He was out of bounds. Did catch it. If the end zone was 11 yards deep, maybe 12 yards deep here, ZT, that would have been an interception. And I believe that was Hyde.
It looked like it, right? It looked like his second pick of the day, but instead he just comes down out of the back of the end zone. Jamison Crowder would have had a touchdown a few plays ago if the end zone was 11 yards deep as well. So interesting.
Oh, my God. That's
And they're
such a
gonna check it
terrible
down.
play call. But wait a
That
minute.
is
Is that
awful.
a fullback? Or no,
That is
that's Bell.
awful.
That's Bell. Okay.
Now, they do have a timeout. He did get out of bounds anyway. So, I mean, it's not as awful as Brian Hoyer or someone
Yeah.
could have done this last year. But going to take more Ficken points for you and me.
Hey, I like it, though. I like them kicking the field goal, getting
Yep.
something.
Yep.
Because the trend
I
you
agree.
see a lot is towards the end, they'll take a shot. They'll end up at like the 2-yard line out of timeouts and clock expires.
And out of time. Yep. And get nothing for their work. This time we have 1 second left, so we will get a kickoff. That field goal does move me into the top 5 in the Fighting Meg Muffins. Let's go.
Wow,
contest. Where are you,
dude.
sir?
Okay, buddy. Weird flex, but okay. It's just a free roll. Relax. I am 64.
No, I was just reading.
No. I know what you're doing. You're rubbing it in. Because I have one mediocre performance, which there's still a second to play in the first half.
There's
Okay?
still plenty of time. This is not a mediocre performance. I can't even say that word. So I can't be mediocre. I can't even say mediocre.
Yeah, and I could be a lot more pathetic, like Rob from the ops team behind the scenes. He's 75th. Rob, who holds a special place in my heart because he too has grown up suffering as a Jaguars fan, and he too were holding off putting all of our hope into this basket that is the preseason hype. So we got about 6 weeks here to go for most of these teams before training camp starts.
Now, didn't you already predict the Jaguars Super Bowl, I believe?
So I did predict them to win the AFC South. Yes, I did. And then to advance quite deep in the playoffs.
Okay.
There's
You
no
have not said
question
Super
about
Bowl yet. You have not said Super Bowl yet. You're just saying advance far in the playoffs. Okay.
it. Yeah, pretty damn deep. Pretty damn deep.
All right. Just making sure I have the right information here.
Chris Herndon, IV. decided to not catch a ball in the second quarter. So he is still at 3 for 28. Bell's got yeah, he did. He's got 3 catches, 12 yards. Hogan 2 for 39. Diggs 2 for 44. Singletary 1 for 11. Perryman's got that 1 for 41 that helped set up that last second field goal in the first half. So we're at 17-6 here.
John Brown on the board. 1 catch, 12 yards. Lee Smith also with 1 catch for 16. And you mentioned Singletary with his catch for 11. You okay?
So, yeah, Brown's got almost 3.5 points in the captain spot right now.
Hey,
could be worse, guys. Could be worse.
On the positive side of 0.
What's
Josh Allen has 18 fantasy points in the captain spot. I think our leading scorer at this point, at least from what I'm seeing, is the Bills defense at 15 fantasy points in a flex spot. If you have him in the captain spot, that's obviously 22.5.
Solomon, yeah, I am going to be quite sad when Minshew is no longer in Jacksonville, assuming that they find some kind of I think so. I really do. I think it's going to be Trevor Lawrence's team all season. And right now he's proven he could be a good starter. Like there's some teams out there. There are some teams out there who could use a little more competition for that starting role.
Like who? Give me some teams.
I hated this article the other day, and 2 of them.
Okay.
2 of them had AFC South opponents in it, and said, "What about a trade? We're using them as a trade piece to the Colts. Don't know what you're going to get out of Wentz. What about Tannehill there? What about if Tannehill sits there and completely screws up the Julio Jones edition?"
Yeah, but those are AFC South. You don't want to trade him.
That's what I'm saying. I thought that was ridiculous.
So where else?
Well, the Patriots.
If Andy Dalton gets hurt, maybe Chicago. I could see that.
No way. They're going straight to the rookie there, dude.
They don't want to go to the rookie there.
It doesn't matter. If Dalton goes down.
Yeah.
If Dalton goes down for whatever reason or completely sucks, they're going to go straight to him. Who else? What's their 3rd string quarterback there? You're gonna bring back Jay Cutler?
There you go. T-Pike throws out Cardinals. Don't hate that.
You could say San Francisco. Jimmy G sucks. It sounds like they're really set on keeping their 1st round pick sidelined for like the whole year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trey Lance. Yeah.
Denver Broncos could be. That's an unsolved quarterback room.
It's true. Green Bay could use him if they trade a certain other quarterback out.
No, they have the boat, Blake Bortles there, okay? Blake Bortles is the future in Green Bay, whether you like it or not. Ben Roethlisberger, what's going to happen with him? Could the Steelers use a backup there? I know they just took what's-his-nuts from the Washington football team, but Gardner Minshew has proven he's a better starting quarterback than them.
Yes, he has. That's a very, very low bar, though.
Okay, so would you rather have, I'm thinking of the Eagles, another great punt. We have some fantastic punts in this game, so that's great, right? Because you get no points for
it. Love it. 0.
I know the Eagles seem ready to kind of let Jalen Hurts take over. I know there's Flacco there. There's the elite backup quarterback in Flacco. But I want to know right now from you, are you taking, if you had to pick between either Joe Flacco or Gardner Minshew as your starting quarterback, who are you going with?
What are you asking
exactly.
Me? Not even.
I'm asking.
Not even close.
I just wanted your opinion. I respect you and I respect your opinion.
Not even close. Not even close. Minshew all day. But I think I'm probably higher on Minshew than most. Oh boy, that was a bad almost pick by Josh Allen, who's now under 50% completion rate in this game. Kind of low-key awful to this point. Covering it up by that 21-yard touchdown run, though, and a very strong showing from the Bills' defense.
You know, the only reason, too, the Jaguars didn't play him most of last year was because of the tank.
They would have won.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. It's straight up, that is the only reason. They came out and they won week 1 against the Colts. and we're like, oh my God.
Oh, no. We can't be having that.
We can't do this. What are we doing? And then you go on to lose 15 straight
ain't
because
nobody got time for that. Let's see if we get a block here. They brought pressure.
Oh, wow. That was close.
It was close, but they got it out.
But I'll finish it with this. Gardner Minshew played admirably in his time under center in Jacksonville. I don't think you can argue that. He is worthy of a trade, and I think it's a pretty valuable trade piece. I don't know what you'd get back for him. You're probably not going to get a whole lot, but you'll get something you didn't have before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a draft pick. It's probably like it obviously depends on the market and the demand, but I'd say it's probably a day 2 draft pick, right? Maybe.
Yeah, because
like
they brought in. I think they brought in CJ Beathard for a reason, kind of knowing that maybe they part ways with like Minshew.
Yeah, I think that makes
because here's the thing, ZT, and this goes for any team. This goes for any team with a rookie quarterback this year or in years past, and you have that veteran behind him who has kind of proven, okay, you can go in there, you can be that bridge. How about like last year with Tua? Do you want that to be, let's say if Trevor goes in there and struggles a little bit, then the conversation is, okay, do you put in Gardner Minshew? Or does he become the Fitz magic where it's like you got to put him in that third or fourth quarter if you don't either want to lose a game or
situation.
Yeah, it really was. Or if you're in contention and maybe need that boost, that spark for the offense, see if you can win it.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if I know you already mentioned the 49ers seem very, very set on Trey Lance not playing. Zach Wilson obviously going to start right away. Trevor Lawrence expected to start right away. Mac Jones probably not going to start right away. Justin Fields probably not going to start right away. So if you've got right, but I'm just wondering if any of those situations, I'll ask you, do you see any of those situations turning into Tua Fitzpatrick?
No. Oh no.
No, right? I don't think so.
Tua the other day, it sounded like he threw a solid chunk of interceptions. Although I saw some of the video coming out, it looked like a hurricane down there in Miami, like the rain that was pouring down.
Right, and the coaches and Tua said they had given him a mandate to be aggressive, take those downfield shots, which, I mean, in practice, that's fine, right? Like, that's okay. You take those shots in practice. And Rob mentions he throws 5 touchdowns yesterday. Right. Man, you can't anything in this preseason, and we're not even to preseason yet, right? So we're like preseason. It is hard to get too hyped or too down about anything except injuries, right? Like the only thing is injuries. And it's interesting to see who's getting work with what units, right? Like the Jets, for example, who's the wide receivers running with the top offense. Those kinds of things. I actually read a lot more into that than performance, right? Than Tua throwing 5 touchdowns. Okay, so what?
It's true. It's true. No pads, shorts, not a whole lot of contact. But you're right, which is why I think like bring it closer to home in New England. Second minicamp practice Tuesday. People were reading into the fact that Mac Jones, I think either in 11 on 11 drills, had like 10 more reps with the first team than Cam Newton.
And reps, I think, are where, and now your dog's making noise.
I know. They're back there wrestling in their big ass crate, so and I'm sure they're hungry.
Yeah, it's that time. But yeah, I think you can read into reps more than to performance, right? Because you don't know were Tua's 5 touchdowns throws he should have made or not. Like you get such limited information that you got to be careful reading too much into them. And a lot of it has to do with who's working with who and against who, or whether there's a mismatch out there that a quarterback's able to attack, that you're not going to see that kind of mismatch in a real life situation once the lights turn on for real.
What's up over on the?
There's not been a lot of offense lately.
No,
kind of slowed down on us.
There has been one offensive touchdown in this game. It was a 21-yarder scramble by Mr. Allen of the Bills. The second touchdown, if you were joining us late, a little Micah Hyde, pick 6 for the Buffalo defense. They have a field goal. There's 2 field goals for the Jets. We got a little more than 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Over on Twitch, Bounce the Cat has returned. It's good to see you, dude. What's going on, man? Stop. Retease, did you know you're such an instigator? Why don't you just relax over there, pal? Okay?
What's going on?
It's good to see everyone. Almost 350 people
weeks,
watching
man.
on YouTube. I thought we did a game together last week. What are you talking about?
2 weeks ago. That was 2 weeks ago. Last week we were scheduled to do a game together, and then Brandon needed to switch, so I ended up on the 4:00 game, and he stepped into this one. Was not avoiding you, I promise.
Okay.
Just, he needed a switch for some reason.
I did notice that. So something's going on with him.
Something was
talking about you. But then when I was with Brandon like that day, I learned quite a bit about his dog dad ways. And let me tell you what, you and I are absolutely elite in the dog dad department over him. One of his dogs ran away. Actually, both of his dogs ran away. No, I thought we were going to get one. I was like, all right, that's fine, whatever. Now we're just in that kind of game where I get fired up and hot and bothered over punts. Both of his dogs ran away like 5 minutes before the sim when we go on. One of them came back, and the other, he's just like, well, she may be going out, we may find her. She may come back. My wife's going out there, and I said, dude, leave, go, find your dog.
Yeah. Like, that's kind of important.
I said, bro, my dog takes priority over everything in my life.
And he was good with it, right? Just gonna hang on the sim.
Yeah, he did. And eventually, I guess he could see out the window the dog was making her way back. I think the wife went out there and got her. It was a roller coaster like first quarter, and then we got into how he and his wife are about to spend a lot of money on an electric fence outside.
Yes. Yeah. Now you guys aren't in a standalone home, right? So do you have any kind of electric fence?
We have nothing. No.
Yeah,
we just have leashes.
Gotcha. We have the wireless electric dome, so that works. So welcome back, Emerson. Good to have you with us.
I heard him like crying back there. I said, "What's going on, dude?" Again, they take priority. Also, to a longtime member of the DK Sim fam here on the Dream Stream, just going to give a shout out since we're on camera now to Congo Cab. Congo Cab, it's his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Always here, always showing us love, always interactive with us and chit-chatting with all of you other members of the DK Sim fam in the chat. So Congo Cab, if you guys want to wish him a happy birthday, drop it in the chat. Always freak of nature. Yes, dude, the energy is off the charts today. We're at 57 likes right now. Feel free to hammer away if you guys are having a good time. We're here all day. Coming up next is going to be a re-air of The Sweat.
Yep.
And then we are also going to have the next sim of the day. Oh, you and Kaufman on that one?
Yeah, it is. It's me and Kauf. We'll talk about, Loki, apparently. And also the NBA and maybe a sim. It's the Bucks and Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys can dive into Tom Brady being on the cover, which we kind of touched on a little bit earlier. I thought it would be a good idea when I saw little goat, big goat. I said, guys, it's the greatest of all time. It's singular. It's one player. I said it should have been Tom Brady with the Patriots and then Tom Brady with the Buccaneers. That's it. Tom Brady, 2 different uniforms on the cover.
I kind of have an issue with that as well, right? Like, if we're going to go with GOAT, that's one. Like, how can you have 2 GOATs? If you have 2, isn't neither one the GOAT?
It's what you just spit off is a straight fact, Potato Chip.
Like, I mean, by definition, there's one of them.
Yep.
At least that would kind of be my feelings on it.
And then if you start going, all right, GOAT of like his generation or whatever, it's like, hey,
if you're gonna put Patrick
Mahomes
has
Patrick Mahomes, yes, and he has the potential to eventually be there. But
but I feel like GOAT of, and we can, how far are you gonna go with that, right? Like He's the GOAT of Thursday Night Football, Week 3 of 2007. Like, are we really going to get that? We're going to break it down that far? Like, at some point, we've gone far enough. I would say just one. But they did
I don't
go
know.
with the
Now it's
two-goat
like because
approach.
you're right. It starts to take away a little bit. Like that's supposed to be the greatest label that you could receive as an athlete. And I know people throw it around like jokingly, but this was straight up Madden being like, nope, these are the two greatest of all time. And I'm like, well, one of these is not like the other right now when it comes to the Super Bowl department. But we'll see. Talk to me in 20 years when Tom Brady is still playing and then Mahomes is retiring.
There you go. I also think like it does just take a little bit away from the title, right? Because if you've got more than one, how many are there? But anyway, it's all cool.
Anywho, potatoes, tomatoes.
I'm not going to do it. But if they want to call them both GOATs, whatever. Not going to lose sleep over it either. I am excited to see, though, what it does to the gameplay, right? Because, again, the running quarterbacks rule right now. And I think it could use a little bit of a correction, and we'll see if this is what happens or not. But to the point where passing quarterbacks do have a little bit more of an advantage in the game. We've seen other versions of Madden where passing quarterbacks are the way to go as far as both fantasy production and just as far as gameplay and success in the game. We'll see if there is a correction or an adjustment. I mean, it's not like it's wrong, so correction's probably the wrong an adjustment to increase the effectiveness of passing quarterbacks. Torrey Pines playing tough early on. Not many players in red numbers, man. Not many players in red numbers. Early leaders, Matthew Wolf at 2 under and Terrell Hatton at 2 under. But there's a lot of players going the wrong way already.
Yeah, dude. I'm
pluses,
seeing that. Thank you, Retease. Did you know for telling me the golf coverage has shifted to Golf Channel, to which it is now on my television to the left of me. But back, I know it's a regular stop on tour, Farmers Insurance Open, but the USGA is going to change the way that this course is played. It's going to make it much more difficult. Just like the year of Tiger and Rocco, the last time the U.S. Open was here in 2008, those were the only 2 players in red figures. Both of them -1, and then that's when they went to the big playoff.
Lee Westwood finished even par. Everybody else was over par that year, and which just shows you how impressive Lee Westwood's run was earlier this year when he was the best golfer again for a few weeks. He's kind of cooled off since then, but been around a while. Was the runner-up aside from the playoff, just one shot out of that playoff back in 2008, and was not a young golfer just breaking onto the scene at that point. He was already a veteran at that point. So kind of a cool story there for him. But yeah, I mean, you have to look no further than the scorecard to see it's playing differently. For Farmers Insurance, it plays par 72. This week it's par 71. They changed one of the par 5s. They were like, yeah, nope, this is a par 4 this week.
We're going to make this like a 600-yard par 4. I'm sure it's something ridiculous. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's not quite. They did shorten it a little bit. They're not teeing off all the way back on the par 5, but it's still going to be a beast of a hole. There's a lot of those.
These are some of my favorite weeks of the year. And
do you like it so I know some people love it, some people don't. I personally like it. But do you like watching the best players in the world struggle and shoot right around par? Or do you like it when it's just like birdie fest?
Wide open. We got ourselves a touchdown.
Open.
Speaking of best players in the world, Cole Beasley.
What?
This one's out of reach for the Jets, but not for your lineup. So hang out, because there is this thing known as garbage points. And Sam Darnold's about to be slinging it here with just under 3 minutes to go in regulation. You know what? To a certain point, it's like, okay, one of us.
Right.
A majority of myself, I like tuning in and I like seeing these guys do something that I cannot do. I love seeing them make something that is so difficult look easy. You have those tournaments every year that are like winners, 25 under, 30 under. I still think for a U.S. Open, 8 under, around that neck. Give me a couple birdies from these guys like each day. But if the USGA sees how difficult it is in the first round, you're gonna have all these guys. What they love to do is go to the media, moan and groan about how difficult it is, and then we see how the course.
Then they water it, and it's like, then you can actually get the ball to stop on the green.
Some of those
Nicholson
were the rough.
is one of the ones who does that.
Yeah.
He's just always out there trying to. There was one year, I think it might have been last year or a couple of years ago, where he was like putting from way down the fairway. He was putting because he was just like, this is ridiculous. And I'm just going to make it a point that this is so ridiculous by putting from back here.
Yeah. I was at it. That may have been the U.S. Open 3 years ago at Shinnecock.
Was that Shinnecock? I couldn't remember. I just remember him doing it. And it was like, okay, so you're like 50 yards away putting because you're just making a point. You're making a point. You're not even trying to get it close.
Well, like if they sit there and they're all complaining about how thick the rough is, they may take a little bit off. The mowers will hit the course that night and do something with it.
The rough is supposed to be really bad.
entertaining.
The rough is supposed to be almost inescapable in some places.
Which is why a lot of people were.
Patrick Reed. Did you see the Patrick Reed clip that was going around social media where he took the 2 golf balls, threw them down? One landed in the rough, one just out of it, and he played them both. One went 3 feet, and one went all the way to the green. And he was like, "Yeah, that was the same swing. It was the same swing on both those." Brutal.
But that is one reason why some of the strongest players out there, a lot of people liked Bryson this week to defend his U.S. Open title because of how strong he is. And they said, you need that strength. That will be a massive advantage for times where he is in the rough to
Not
get
only
his
is
ball
it
out
a
of there.
really long course, so you need that off the tee, right? You need that off the tee because you got to cut down that length. But then, playing out of those very difficult lies, that strength can give him a distinct advantage. Another guy who's really good at that, who's my pick to win this week, is Rory. Rory plays those really well out of that super thick rough and is the kind of grinder battler that I like in these major championships, especially when they're going to finish around, par or just a little bit under. I also think Webb Simpson's going to surprise some people with a pretty solid week. Those were my two. Who did you have?
Yeah, he is the one lineup that I filled out. He is on there.
Webb or Rory?
Webb.
Yeah. I think he's kind of sneaky under the radar, but if he plays his best, he's always right up there. And does tend to hang around a lot of these guys. Or a lot of these majors where the scoring is a little bit lower. As far as a little bit higher, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Me and C. Miller, 0624, tied atop our smaller contest.
Dude, I was just refreshing it, and there you are. Actually,
C. Miller
I don't know.
Bounce the cat. Hey, bounce the cat back in Twitch and right behind me. Thanks,
bounce the cat. Take him down, Bounce. Let me compare the lineups here.
Come and get me, Bounce. No, really.
So.
All
right, so he's got Bell in the captain spot. I know you have Bell in your lineup.
I do.
I think he's got Diggs. He's got. It's
a very different lineup than me. Actually, it's a very different lineup than mine.
So right now,
almost completely different build.
He needs more. I'm looking at offensive players in the Jets since they're the ones who are on offense right now. Both of you have
Bell Perryman.
But he's got Bell in the captain spot.
Right.
That's what he needs right now because he'll leap you. If Bell can house this right now.
And if it's a field goal, which I don't know why they'd kick a field goal, that would make no sense. That would help me. Because I have Ficken, he does not. But
as on 4th and 8 here, wow, okay, we're just going to go for all the marbles, and he's picked off. That's a touchback, and 50 seconds to go. That's going to be it. They'll play the timeout game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Did he have the Bills secondary? Yeah.
I love when there's more points scored. I am a big believer in more points, more fun. Like first place team right now in the big free showdown, just 87 points. You know, you're at 81.
Okay.
Like you're about to be like the worst winning team in the history of these sims. Like that's sad and pathetic. Like get your roster out of here.
Okay.
What's
your
dude.
score?
I'm done
Wait a minute.
with
What's your score?
It's a quality roster that just did not have a great game.
Right, so
you have a sad roster that had a good game.
We're not even going to do the timeout game, by the way. The Jets are just like, get us out of here. We're done.
Which I am totally fine with.
Yeah. Is anybody upset about that?
No one is. No one is at all. This was an interesting sim. The punts were the highlights of it, if we're being honest.
Really
just 151 yards passing for Darnold. He had 2 picks. One of them was returned for a touchdown, 1 touchdown for Allen. He was 11 of 18, 143 yards. So not a whole lot there in the passing department.
Right. He threw for 1 and he ran for 1. Josh Allen did. So ended up being a pretty solid play. He was in my captain spot, ended up with 27.78, at least with scores as updated as they currently are. That's where he is, about 18.5 in a flex spot. But I think I'm going to go player of the game award to that Bills defense, coming through with 18 fantasy points. Very affordable, under 5K, as defenses usually are. They had the pick 6. They had another interception. And quite honestly, should have had another pick right towards the end of the first half there, or could have had another pick if Micah Hyde landed inbounds. So very solid performance out of them. They are the player of the game. There's a lot of candidates for the Not My Kid award. Do you have a favorite or a unfavorite?
Yeah,
Somebody who really let you down?
Yeah. I got a favorite for you here, pal.
All right.
That is going to be.
Jamison Crowder was bad.
Oh, what did he do? Is he worse than
for 9 yards?
That's got to be him. That is an absolute no-brainer. I'm not even going to try to be funny or creative with the pick. You got to go Crowder.
Yeah,
what was his
Crowder,
salary cost too?
A lot. Let me see. 6'6", so not crazy, but he is their wide receiver 1. And if you're wide receiver 1 and you score under 2 fantasy points, you get the Not My Kid award. That's an axiom I like to live by. So, yeah, Crowder, Not My Kid award, and the DST coming through for the player of the game.
Looks like right now, if scores were to hold, there would be a there's currently a 49-way tie for first place in 8,500 entries. So congrats. If that holds, you're taking home $3.34.
Woo!
All right, that was a good time. So get sweaty with us next, re-air of the sweat, and then
Nice.
Zach's gonna return. He's gonna go on a little lunch break now. We'll have Kaufman next for Buccaneers at Washington. Get your lineups filled out, and shout out to TP on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew, and Bob behind the scenes on the ops team. Much love, guys. DK Sim fam, appreciate you spending some time with us. I'll see everyone back here tomorrow noon time for the Sim. Later.
Go feed the puppies.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Let's get after it. Welcome to the Sweat. It's a thirsty Thursday edition of the Sweat, which is why Adam Kaufman is not here. I'm Emerson Latzia. Today's menu, it includes hockey. It includes hoops. It includes pigskin. We also know who this year's Madden cover athletes will be. Athletes, yes, that is plural. We have our own cover athlete. Yeah, you just heard him. He's here at DraftKings. His name is Steve Buchanan, and he's here to put up his buke. So this is when he shares with you his favorite plays at each position on this baseball slate. There's 8 games tonight on the main slate. Nick Fryer is also here, DraftKings contributor. This is when he agrees with him or he decides to pivot and fight Steve. Real quick, though, guys, I'd like to look back on last Thursday's results. And Steven, yes, you can see the graphic here on the screen. Nick currently holds a 3-2 series lead. This segment is named after you. That's why I typically go to you first. How do you feel about trailing someone you despise as much as you despise Nick?
Remember when the Falcons were up so big on the Patriots in the Super Bowl? Yeah, I do too.
This is a 28-3 situation right now, although you're only down 1.
Right. I mean, look, miracles happen, and that's what happens here. I mean, everything evens out at the end of the day, so not worry about it.
All right, Nick, do you consider this a miracle right now that you are leading the man whose name, the segment bears his name?
No, I'm just waiting for the segment to be changed to Can't Stop the Fryer. The producers told me they were thinking about it, so just waiting on that.
That's
Oh
actually
my
that,
God.
That actually might be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Why? Why?
Oh, because you're a nobody, so you shouldn't have a segment named after you.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So that qualifies as the dumbest thing you've ever heard? Okay.
I don't hate it. I'm just going to say I don't hate it. Any kind of play on words, dad jokes, I'm all about that stuff. Steve, let's see here if you can begin your 28-3 comeback, buddy. So it's put up your Bukes for this Thursday edition. Again, 8 games on the main slate. So pitcher, who is the guy you are going with?
So this is, when Bill Belichick starts calling out all the fancy plays, because I'm going to come out firing and just, take the lead and never look back. And we start that with Marcus Stroman, 8,600 going up against the Cubs tonight. The Cubs are a team that is going to strike out. They have a 25.7 K rate against right-handed pitching on the season. That is the 6th highest mark in the league. And when you look at Marcus Stroman, you're like, Steve, this is not a guy that really strikes out many pitchers, but this is where I go, nay. Look at what he's been doing over the past 5 starts. Over that span, he has a 9.3 K9. That is very high for Marcus Stroman. And in that span, that includes 2 starts against a team that is near and dear to my heart, the San Diego Padres, with the 2nd lowest K rate in the league against righty. So not only was he striking out teams, he's striking out teams that notoriously have been tough to do so against. So now he gets a Cubs team you can strike out easily. 8,600, Marcus Stroman. Everybody's happy here, and that's where I'm going with tonight.
Okay, Steve says everyone is happy here. Are you happy here, Nick Fryer?
Yeah, Marcus Stroman, I think, is a no-brainer pick tonight. I mean, you look at what Taijuan Walker did the other day. He had 12 Ks, and obviously DeGrom, I mean, he's on a different level from everybody else, but still 8 Ks in 3 innings is ridiculous. Even before those 2 outings, the Cubs were striking out a ton against right-handed pitching. They were one of the worst in the league against right-handed pitching in terms of strikeouts. So for me, this is a no-brainer. I think Stroman's K-prop, taking the over on that too tonight, over on DraftKings Sportsbook, is a no-brainer too. So I approve Steve's pick here.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Wow, good stuff. Take us to Infield here, Mr. Bukes. Put him up.
Yeah, somebody who hasn't been getting a lot of buzz lately, but he should be, is Jared Walsh over with the Angels. After that buzz kind of wore off, he still continued to hit, except nobody just wanted to pay attention anymore. Over his last 10 games, he's averaging 8.5 DraftKings fantasy points, 6 extra base hits in that span, 7 RBIs. Now tonight, he's facing the top pitching prospect over in the Tiger system in Matt Manning. The problem with the top, moniker that he has there is that he hasn't been pitching well in AAA at all. Has a 6.54 FIP through 32 1/3 innings so far. If you're not familiar with FIP, let me just put this in layman terms, not good at all. So now we have Walsh, who against righties at home has been absolutely phenomenal. 426 WOBA, 284 isolated power, and 5 of his 15 home runs. I'm always going to pick on the rookies who are making their debut. Not that I have anything against them, but at least from a fantasy perspective and a betting perspective, the offense usually has the one up on this one. So I'll take the hot-hitting Jared Walsh going up against the young kid at home in Angel Stadium.
The hot-hitting Jared Walsh. Are you picking up what Bukes is putting down here, Nick?
No, I'm going with a different first baseman tonight. I like Pete Alonso. He is a little bit cheaper, just a slight bit, but he's going up against Kyle Hendricks. Now, I understand targeting a guy making his debut, absolutely. And I know Kyle Hendricks did well last time out, but he has been still giving up a ton of hits left and right up until that last game, and he's always prone to giving up a home run. Whether it's a righty or a lefty. And you got a guy in Pete Alonso who hasn't had a home run in his last 6 games. The last time he had a dry spell like that, he came out and hit 2 home runs. And now he's going up against a guy who's prone to giving up home runs. And his OPS still against right-handed pitching over the last couple of weeks is right around his season average. It's not as high as it is, but it's just a tick down. And look, if he goes and faces a lefty tonight, he's done even better against lefties of late, as much as his season numbers haven't indicated that. But yeah, I'm going to go with Alonso, just a slight bit of savings, but against Hendricks, who's a guy that gives up long balls.
Steven, outfielder, please help us out.
Going with Austin Meadows in this one here, who is facing Justin Dunn, who just recently came off the IL for the Seattle Mariners, who are still going to win the AL West. Don't worry about them being in third, just a small speed bump in the road. But Dunn has been one of their better pitchers for the Mariners, and that's not saying a lot. Their pitching staff has been their biggest issue. But if there's something that you can point out about Dunn is that he struggles against left-handed bats. So far this season, 350 WOBA, 6.49 FIP, and 5 of the 6 home runs he's allowed. Austin Meadows has been one of the Rays' better hitters against righties so far this season. He boasts a really good amount of power as well. Not really worried about the ballpark because no matter where he's playing, usually not a hitter-friendly ballpark if he's at home or on the road. So I think Austin Meadows is in a really good spot here. All the lefties, quite frankly, on the Rays tonight. But if you're going to be stacking the team, you want to start with those lefties, and the anchor of that stack should be Austin Meadows.
Yeah, a good friend of DraftKings, by the way. We had him in studio, right? A couple years ago before the pandemic ruined everything. Nick, how do you feel about Austin Meadows here? Steve seems pretty confident in this dude.
Well, I mean, he's definitely a cheaper option than the guy I'm going with tonight, but the guy I'm going with is Christian Yelich, and he is one of the best hitters against right-handed pitching of late, and he's at Coors Field tonight going against German Marquez. Look, Okay. Oh, all right. Well, I think you have there's quite a few high-priced hitters here. And I know that Winker's been one of the best against righties over the last couple of weeks, and he's a little bit more expensive. And I think with Yelich, where he's got, a 1.069 OPS against righties the last couple of weeks, 290 ISO. I think where you have a lot of high-priced hitters actually in the outfield, that wouldn't make it chalk. But, I mean, the segment's named after Steve, right? And he has the best record of the two of us in our head-to-head battle. So, I was wrong about that.
Oh my God! From the top rope, Steve.
No response, Steve? Yeah, I didn't think so.
I mean, I'm just so glad Nick is on this segment to tell us to play somebody in Coors Field. Nobody would have figured that out without Nick. Thank you so much for pointing that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, you had the obvious pick with Stroman, clearly, because I agreed with you on that one. I mean, and my job is to try and disagree with you,
which you usually can't.
I mean, sometimes you make good picks.
I always make good picks.
Oh
That's
my
why
God!
I have
Look at
this
this.
segment.
You guys do love each other, after all. Let's see how you two feel about Steve's value pick, which is who, Bukes?
You know, this guy is named after one of my favorite presidents, Honest Abraham Almonte, going tonight for the Braves. I mean, for someone who's hitting as well as he is in a good offense, nonetheless, he's dirt cheap right now. Like, you can get him for $2,200, like extremely cheap for Almonte. He's averaging 8.5 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10 games, and he's been all over the lineup. Sometimes he's batting cleanup. Sometimes he's batting 5th. Sometimes he's batting 6th. Where will he bat tonight? It's a mystery. You can keep watching on that. But regardless, the matchup tonight against John Nat is a good one because he struggles against lefties. 342 WOBA, 6.35 FIP. I mean, Nick wants to always harp about, I'm going to spend here. I'm going to spend up here. Like, you can't get any cheaper than this guy, and he's hitting well. Now, he's probably going to come back with some, what he thinks is a fancy comeback, but whatever. You can't disregard how cheap he is in a good offense. Nonetheless, in the Braves, there's nothing to dispute here. But I commend Nick for trying, at least.
There is nothing to dispute here, Nick.
Yeah, he's right. And I don't know where that assumption came from. Steve, sometimes you make good picks, so I'm not going to fight you on this one.
I should.
Abraham Almonte, you can't debate this one at that price. And you're talking about how much Gant struggles against lefties. Almonte is one of the 10 best hitters against right-handed pitcher over the last 2 weeks. I was talking about Yelich before, how well he's done. Almonte's 1.207 OPS against righties over the last couple of weeks. His ISO is through the roof.
Cool.
And then this gives you tremendous flexibility to, maybe if you want to go and get like an Ohtani and put him with Stroman tonight in your starting rotation or spend elsewhere. But yeah, Almonte, you have to have him in your lineups tonight.
Nice.
All right, guys, how we feeling? Everyone's good?
No, I feel dirty. I agreed with him twice today. This is a failure on my part.
I mean, at least we showed up to the show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a little, behind the scenes information there. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Kenny Ducey was supposed to be here today, but, rest easy to Kenny, who can no longer speak, which I believe for many members of the DK Sim fan, people watching on the Dream Stream, that is a dream come true for them when Kenny cannot speak. All right, guys, nice work. We'll talk to both of you a little later. We are going to catch up with Nick and Jules after this, see what's cooking on this NBA slate, some bets and DFS advice coming up. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Sweats. We're going to talk some hoops right now. We got DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow here with us. Before we look ahead to Nets Bucks tonight, let's get your reaction a little bit to what we saw last night in a couple of these games. And what's making headlines this morning is the 76ers collapse in back-to-back games. They're calling this historic. Can you share with us and the people watching why?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you. The Sixers are the first team in the playoffs in the last 25 years to blow 18-point leads in consecutive games. Now, obviously, they led by last night in Game 5. They led by 26 points at home. And at the 2-minute mark of the third quarter, according to ESPN Stats and Information, they had a 99.7% chance to win the game. So the only way that you lose that game, that the window stays open, is to play zero defense and make zero shots the rest of the game. And that is essentially what the Philadelphia 76ers did. And then you shift it to Doc Rivers' resume, who, you know, love the guy, helped the Celtics win an 08 championship. 08 Celtics, my favorite team. You see him on the wall behind me. That's great. But after that, Doc Rivers' career has, and even before that, he blew a 3-1 lead in Orlando. Detroit came back and beat him in the series. Ever since then, here's pretty much his career resume.
Yeah, dude, wait a second. So Joel Embiid and Seth Curry were the only 76ers to make a field goal in the second half last night?
Ben Simmons.
How is that possible?
Ben Simmons, who's a #1 overall pick, an all-star point guard this season, went 4 of 14 at the free throw line and attempted 4 field goals in 38 minutes. I want no part of Ben Simmons on my team.
Okay, because I saw that this morning on Twitter. I saw a couple Celtics fans being like, bring him here to Boston. And you were like quote tweeting these people and saying, no, keep him away from my city and team.
Yeah, I'm in a little debate right now. Somebody said basically you just play Ben Simmons as a playmaking 5, a playmaking center with no other big on the floor. I mean, that just sounds like you want a rebounder and a defender, in which case I'll just take Rob Williams for $28 million less.
Yeah.
And make more free throws along the way. But really quick, I'm going to run down this real quick for Doc Rivers.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Since winning in 2008, the 2009 Celtics, without Kevin Garnett, were up 3-2 on Orlando, lost the series. 2010 Celtics were up 3-2 on the Lakers in the NBA Finals, lost that series and blew a double-digit fourth quarter lead in Game 7. 2012 Celtics up 3-2 on the Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals, lost the series. I was at Game 6. That was the LeBron game. 2013 Clippers up 3-2 on the Grizzlies, lost the series, including Game 7 at home. 2014 Clippers blew a 15-point lead in Game 5 against OKC, lost in 6. 2015 Clippers blew a 3-1 lead to the Rockets. 2016 Clippers up 2-0 on the Blazers, lost 4 in a row, lost in 6. 2017 lost Game 7 at home to the Jazz. 2020 blow the 3-1 lead in the bubble to the Nuggets. Double-digit leads in Games 5, 6, and 7 to close it out. Lost all of them. And then this year, they are on the brink against the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, and now the Jazz are as well in the Western Conference. How'd you feel about Paul George last night telling the haters to shove it without Kawhi?
Yeah, he did like his mini KD impression from Game 5 in Brooklyn. Not quite the same level of performance as Durant carrying his team to that one, but it was something Paul George needed to do. As somebody that snuck in Jazz -3 pretty big as soon as the Kawhi news hit, I wish he hadn't done it. But hey, that's why they invented hedging, and hopefully you did a little bit of that. I didn't do enough.
Let's do some chaser fade right now for tonight's game, my friend. The following DFS plays or bets in tonight's Bucks Nets Game 6. Game 5, we saw James Harden returning to the floor. He and KD combining for 54 points. Only problem is KD had 49 of those. Harden did play 46 minutes. He registered just 5 real points and 22 and a half DK fantasy points. So in tonight's showdown, he's going to cost you 16.5 to captain and 11K in the utility spot. Is Harden an automatic fade this evening, or do you think he fixes what was broken the other night?
From a DFS perspective, you kind of have to fade him just because he's pretty much normally priced. Like, you look at his showdown salaries to flex him, and he's generally in the 11 to 12,000 range, and he's 11 right now. So you're paying for full Harden, and you're probably not going to get full Harden. That said, the 46 minutes were encouraging. Brooklyn's going to put him out there and give him some minutes. They may, if this does, if Milwaukee does play well, maybe you pack it in and get Durant and Harden a little rest for a game 7 back in Brooklyn and those minutes go down. But just look at the props. Like, normally Harden's points, rebounds, assists is set at 45.5. It's set at 30.5 tonight. So the projection is to get about 2/3 of Harden, and we're paying for like 90% of Harden, so you can't do it. That said, if this is a close game and Harden's going to play most of the way like he did last game, it seems like they can't take him off the floor. The hamstring's going to tighten up. I will bite on some Harden over 30.5 points, rebounds, assists, because it's so much lower than the usual prop is. I don't think he's going to shoot 1 for 10 again. I think he got some confidence going 46 minutes without getting re-injured, knock some rust off. So if he hits down a couple 3-pointers this time around, he was rebounding the ball and he was getting his assists. I think he can get there.
Yeah, he'll continue to gut it out tonight. The big three, though, will be in action. So, it's KD, it's Harden, and it's Jeff Green, who provided the value in Brooklyn's Game 5 win. So he had nearly 39 DK fantasy points and at just $4,000 in salary. Tonight, he's going to cost you $4,800, so a near $1,000 increase. Chase or fade that Jeff Green is your favorite value play this evening?
Chase. I'm not expecting him to go and replicate 7 of 8 from downtown, but he played 35 minutes off the bench, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jeff Green just straight up starts this game over Bruce Brown. So I expect to see a lot of Jeff Green. Steve Nash really shortened up the rotation. Obviously, Durant and Harden played all but 2 minutes. That fills up 2 spots. There's not much more left, and Jeff Green still played 35 minutes off the bench. So I think and played really well. So I think he's going to get a lot of minutes in this game. And at $4,800, he is well worth playing. A guy that I questioned to his face as a Celtics reporter back in the day, the consistency questions, like, hey, is there anything you can do to be more consistent? He proved that the other night. That's the player he can be, and he doesn't do it all the time. I hope he does it in Game 6, though.
Yeah, the 5th overall pick, 14 years ago, and he and KD are the only remaining Seattle Supersonics still in action too. So that's pretty neat.
And Harden they went to OKC. Harden, Jeff Green, and it's basically everybody but Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Maybe bring Nick Collins or Perk around to play some center.
All right, Chase or fade the Nets will win the game, plus 160 here, and end the series.
It's hard not to like the Bucks. You got to think Harden and Durant are, running low on gas. But I'll tell you what, if there's anybody that is anywhere close to choking out games like the 76ers, it's the Milwaukee Bucks. Here's what I like in this game. I think that you can play the Bucks first quarter or first half. I lean first quarter, -2 points. I think they're going to be leading after the first quarter, come out hot like Philly came out hot last night. But I can see Durant kind of putting his foot on their throats here and trying to get this over with. The whole perception now is Brooklyn in 7. Brooklyn in 7. They'll get it done on Saturday night at home. If the Bucks don't get up too many points, or even if they do, because they've choked away big leads in a lot of games in this series, I think that Brooklyn has a better chance than they're being given in this game. So if you made me make a money line play, my money would be on the Nets getting nearly 2-1.
And by the way, so the odds have changed a little bit, shifted a little bit, changed pretty late. Plus 188 now.
Yeah. Oh, this got up to. I thought this got up over plus 200 at one point. But yeah, if this gets anywhere to like Nets plus 200, I'm interested.
Okay. How about the total here? So Chase or fade, we're going to go over the total, and that has now hit 220. It was 220.5 just like an hour ago.
Yeah, the last game went slightly over. It was the first over in the series. The totals, obviously, in this series, game one started off at 239.
My internet? Did I freeze?
Well, I'm still here.
Am I frozen? Do I have the internet?
So I'm going to keep talking. Total was set at 239.5 in game one. That was obviously planning for the Nets being at full strength, and it's just consistently gone down. So the one over doesn't really scare me. I think these games are just going to turn into more and more of grinders as the series progresses. So yeah, I'm gonna lean to the under 220 here. Person gone. Somebody let me know what's happening here.
Okay, everybody, it appears that our internet is back up and running, fully functional. So we're going to go ahead and kick Jules out. We're going to bring in the NHL panel this morning for our opening face-off, previewing tonight's game 3 between the Islanders and Lightning. Series is all even at 1 apiece. Hello, Jeff, AJ, Paul. What's going on, dudes? Good to see everybody. So it was Braden Point who scored his NHL-leading 10th goal of the playoffs last time out, while Nikita Kucherov chipped in with 2 assists for those playing our showdown contest tonight. Are you going to be inclined to captain a member of the Lightning tonight, Jeff?
Yeah, I definitely think that going, with one of the big line in your captain spot isn't the worst idea here. I mean, Tampa's offense certainly got off to a good start. And look, the Islanders have been better at home than they have been on the road in these playoffs. But I don't mind. And I don't mind going with the cheapest member there in Andre Palat. I mean, obviously it's a coming out party for Braden Point, but at some point the goal streak is going to end, and he may end up being a bit more of a feeder than just a finisher. So I think Palat is actually really interesting. It lets you stack the rest of the Tampa Bay first line in your showdown lineup, and he had 5 shots and a goal last game. Could be heating up, so I like getting a piece of that first line for sure. I think Tampa's first line probably continues to produce in this game 3.
Paul, you going to captain a member of the Lightning tonight? Yay or nay?
You know what? First, Jeff has to take a bow for that great call on Carey Price last night. I commend you, sir. Great call. These guys that you mentioned have earned their stripes as top playoff performers and leading the Lightning to the Cup win last year, and have doubled down their efforts so far in 2021 playoffs. So they'd be great captain picks tonight if you believe, as I do, that the Islanders are the Bolts are the better team in this series. However, they will face an Islanders team in front of a rabid fan base and a super amped environment to start the game. That means the pressure is going to be on Vasilevsky to hold the fort during the first period. I say he does, and he gets the win. He's my captain's pick tonight.
AJ, which team will your captain be playing for tonight?
I'm going to stick with the Isles here. No time to bail now, especially not as they're moving home, as Paul said, into Nassau Coliseum. Look, Matthew Barzal still scored a goal, even in the Game 2 loss. So at 13-2, he's a little bit cheaper than some of the top guys there. And he just continues to keep rolling and keep producing. And I think he will tonight. Even if it is a close game, even if they don't win, I think using him as your captain is a viable strategy for a guy that's just unstoppable right now.
AJ, how about a good value play for this showdown?
I'm going to stick with the Islanders here. I think it's a good time to use Kyle Palmieri. Price dipping to 5,600. No points in his last 2 games, but he did put 2 shots on goal in each of those contests there. And so I think it's going to happen here for him. He's going to get back on the scoreboard here. He ended the Boston series on a 3-game goal streak. A little bit of a slump here, but I think he'll be right back at it tonight.
Paul, value. Help me out.
You know what? Jeff picked Cirelli a couple of games ago. It didn't work out then, but his price point is still low, despite his second line role between Stamkos and Killorn, along with the fact that he's had a fine shots on goal rate of 21 in his last 10 games played. He was blanked in the last game. I say he has a much bigger impact and a bounce back effort, and he'll cost you only $7,000 tonight.
Okay, Jeffrey.
Yeah, Paul's right. I mean, these Tampa Bay second, third liners, they seem like pretty good values here, and I think part of it is they're just going through a little bit of cold streaks. And Blake Coleman is another player I really don't mind targeting here. He had 15 goals this year. I mean, he hasn't scored a goal in over 10 games, but this is he's a pretty solid goal scorer for a role player. And at some point, this is going to, bust his way. Obviously, he's got multiple shots on goal in 4 of the last 5 games as well. Coleman at 4,400 is the type of guy who could definitely, just give your showdown, lineup a boost. I expect a low scoring game. So, you could get obviously, not many points from these guys, but at the very least, Coleman is firing the puck on net every game. So yeah, you've got that there at 4,400. And I think he's just a little bit underpriced.
So the Islanders as a whole, 4-2 at home during the playoffs. You got to think as well, one of those losses was in overtime. That was that Marchand miracle goal that they seem to certainly benefit from the atmosphere at the Coliseum, at the barn, and the odds really reflect that. They've been a big underdog in the series, but are only, plus 118 on the money line in Game 3. Should they be a bigger underdog here, Paul?
You know what? This is a big spot for the home side to show that they are really ready to share the stage with the defending champs. The money line gets it right, I think, because you can certainly make a case for both sides of this thing. But I think it's also a fair reflection to go either way then. So this will be a close one. I expect a 1-goal game. I'm sure we can each make a strong case for both teams, but I'm going to lean in favor of the Bolts championship pedigree to come out on top in this one.
Okay, AJ, which way are you leaning?
I'm going to go with the Islanders. I think the home ice advantage is huge for them, as you alluded to off the top, Emerson. I think they just know how to play in that building. They get fired up by the crowd. And look, it's just a nightmare for a lot of teams. They've got plenty of offense right now. It's been a little stymied the last couple of games. Vasilevsky will do that to you, but I think they break through tonight and come out on top in Game 3.
Yeah, Jeff, they're a passionate bunch. The fans are passionate. They're rowdy there. This is their last season in this building before they open up a new one. So you want to side with the Islanders here?
I mean, of course I want to side with the Islanders, but I'm going to have to apologize to AJ because it looks like Paul and I are definitely in lockstep tonight. I just don't want to bet against the Tampa Bay Lightning anymore. And I think Paul nailed this one. I think this line is very appropriately set. I don't think that the Islanders should be any bigger than this, but at the same time, you're getting a pretty good price here to take the Tampa Bay Lightning. So, in these type of situations, I tend to just side with the better team. And, Tampa, again, they made me look foolish against Carolina. I just don't want that to happen again. This line, you could easily just say, maybe just lay off it tonight. But if I'm choosing a money line target, it's probably going to be Tampa tonight. I kind of want to just see it from the Islanders. I want to see them be able to take it at home before I bet on them. Maybe game 4 is a better spot. I don't know, but I'll slightly side with the Lightning here. Excuse me.
AJ, game 1 going under, game 2 going over. Total for game 3 is set at 5. Which way are you leaning?
I'm going to take the over here, and I think that has to do with the fact that I'm backing the Islanders, right? Like if this is a low-scoring game, I don't think it suits them well because it likely means that Vasilevsky really continues to stymie the offense here. So I'm going to take the over, and I'll go all the way up, as I always do, to over 5.5 here just to avoid the push and get a little more value.
Paul, how about you?
Man, the stakes are so high in a pivotal game in this series, and that means there'll be nerves. There'll be little in the way of risk-taking. There'll be a lot of close checking. I also think that these goalies are on top of their games with neither one expected to blink under the pressure. I'm expecting a 2-1 game, 3-1 maybe. And all that adds up to a low-scoring total. I'll take the under, thanks.
Jeff?
Yeah, on the under as well. I think you could go into the alternate puck totals in this one too. You could even think about the 4.5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. That's available at plus 180. I think that's fine. And if you want a little bit more, just sort of security, I mean, even minus 150 at under 5.5 is fine as well. So I like the under as well. I agree with Paul again. Game 3, it seems like it's going to be a tight checking one. There's so much on the line, like he said. I think you can even look at the OT line in this one and aim for the tie as well. Again, just the rate at which the Islanders have played OT games, you're probably destined to see at least 1 or 2 in this series. So all things considered, like the under tonight.
Hey, Paul, give us a prop you like for this game.
When it comes to player props in this game, I think Jeff and I are going to talk about the same guys. It seems we're, like you said, in lockstep. The most favorable bets are on the side. That means 2 scoring lines for Tampa going tonight. I like the second one. Killorn, Andre Palat, Cirelli are guys that are sidekicks to these guys in the top 6. Each of those guys will play high leverage minutes on the power play too, and that could be pivotal in terms of their game total. My top choice of this trio is Killorn. He had a 5-game point streak snap, and he's been the better and more consistent of the 3 scorers that I mentioned here. So I'll take him at plus 205.
AJ, what's your prop bet here that you like?
Well, not surprisingly, it's going to be Matthew Barzal at plus 205 to score a goal. But to give you something else, I'll also look at Jordan Eberle plus 285 to get a goal here. I think that's a good spot for him, a good price for him. We've talked about the prices for the Islanders being pretty solid in terms of value for you throughout the way. I think those 2 guys are going to be part of leading the way tonight.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I think, I'll just go back to my showdown pick there of Palat. I mean, minus 118 to get a piece of, one of the Tampa Bay Lightning's top line players just to score a point. This is just to score a point. So minus 118, I think that's fine. Again, it's playing alongside 2 supreme players in Kucherov, Braden Point. So I like that. And on the flip side, look, I mean, I've said this like every show that the Islanders are on, but the Islanders forwards are pretty good value in the player prop department. Anthony Beauvillier, plus 115 hasn't done that much in this series yet. But I mean, again, he's just been a prolific point producer in the playoffs. And even during the regular season, this is a big price at plus 115 just to score a point. So both good values you're getting there on the player props.
Yeah, speaking of price, before we wrap up here, guys, just last night, you've got Montreal upsetting Vegas there on the road. And Jeff, I know, as we mentioned earlier in the segment, how big you were on Carey Price like yesterday. I mean, he seemed to be the difference in that one.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, it's, again, Carey Price is just someone you should not underestimate in the playoffs. I mean, I've learned that from watching him too much. He can look a little bit shaken. He can look, he can get a little bit fired up. But, I mean, this guy just knows how to get himself up for the big playoff games. He's not going to be intimidated. He's not going to be intimidated by the Vegas barn, whatever. So Carey Price, I think, is going to make this series a little bit longer than we possibly predicted at the start of it. Whether it's enough to get it done, I don't know. I'd still probably side with Vegas here, but we could see a couple extra games. Wouldn't shock me.
Paul, did that win last night kind of prove to, maybe even themselves or their haters that they actually belong here on this stage?
Well, can you imagine how good they're feeling, guys? They had all their injured guys back in the lineup. They can say, when we had all hands on deck, we beat this team. We were injured in the first game. That's our excuse. I think they got to be feeling sky high as they're flying back home for the next 2 games. And that's going to be some atmosphere. Even though there are only 3,500 fans, they'll be noisy. And it will be an interesting game to watch for sure.
Yeah, because AJ, I feel like they were catching a lot of flack for coming out of a weak division. So how much do you feel like that win last night gave them a boost entering tomorrow, game 3, in which they are underdogs at home right now?
Well, I think it'll give them a boost for sure, but I also think the game 2 could serve as a wake-up call for the Golden Knights to say, look, reminder, Carey Price on the other end of the ice. Like, we need to get pucks on net. We need to do, the dirty work, as you will, in hockey and get to the front of the net and make life difficult for him. So while I do think it'll be a boost for the Habs, I think it also serves as a wake-up call for the Golden Knights if they were thinking they were going to just cruise in the series, because they're certainly not going to with that netminder.
Yeah, Golden Knights still have plenty of reason for optimism. They were the better team those last 2 periods. Gentlemen, that was really fun. Good stuff, as always, from all 3 of you. We're going to dive into a little bit of football now, and we're going to talk with our good friend and former NFL lineman Ross Tucker. This week on his podcast, he welcomed former Packers exec Andrew Brandt. So they discussed some comments made recently by Green Bay president and CEO Mark Murphy and the current state of this Aaron Rodgers saga.
Yeah, I've watched the comments by Mark Murphy. It's been talked about a lot the last 4 or 5 days. I don't think he was trying to take a dig at Aaron Rodgers, but I don't like to, paint you into a corner. I like to give you the broad canvas. Just your reaction when you initially heard that he said that he's a complicated fellow, and then maybe when you actually watch the video, your thoughts.
I think I should address, like you just said, I'm not tweeting a lot about this because I don't think there's much of a story beyond what I've said on draft day, which is they're not trading Aaron and he can't trade himself. So there's the headline. But yeah, listen, I'm very connected to a lot of parties here, not in any direct way, but I spent 10 years in that office and I know Aaron. So I'm just trying to sort of see it from both sides. Yeah, it was not helpful. Is it causing a major chasm between the Rodgers and the Packers that wasn't there before? No, of course not. So I think much is being made of Mark Murphy's comments. What struck me a little wrong, Ross, is that he invoked Ted. It's Ted's words, complicated fellow. Ted Thompson, the former general manager, unfortunately passed this year. Ted said those things a lot, but, Mark doesn't need to be saying that from Ted. Ted's a complicated fellow. So he didn't speak much. Ted didn't talk a lot, but he was a great evaluator. And he would say things like that about a lot of players, and I just thought Mark didn't need to go there.
Do you know Mark, Andrew? Have you had interaction with him? You guys did not overlap, correct?
We overlapped for about 6 months. Yeah. And I knew him before. I knew him when he worked for the NFLPA. I knew him when he was Northwestern athletic director. So yeah, I know him. And then when I go back there, I see him, so I know him a little bit.
Do you think that the comment was intentional? Do you think that the comment was intentional and or strategic?
I think the comment was appeasing whoever he was talking to, that we're trying to figure it out. And we're working on it. And really not much more than that. I don't think it was strategic. I don't think it was giving a shot across the bow to Aaron's side. And I keep getting back to where we are on Aaron, which is, the plan, and I don't have direct confirmation on this, Ross, but I'd be shocked if this was not the plan in April of 2019. 2020. When did they draft Jordan Love?
2020.
2020. Start Jordan Love in 2022. That was the plan. That is the plan. The plan is to trade Aaron Rodgers, but not now. So they want Aaron Rodgers to lead them to the Super Bowl this year, then move to Love, and Aaron's probably not down with that plan, and there we are. And it's a control for the timeline, and Aaron may have said in some way, shape, or form, why are we doing this a year from now? Why don't we do it now? And that's where we are.
You know, it's kind of funny, though, isn't it? Because if they win the Super Bowl, they're not going to trade him, right? Like, they're not going to trade a guy right after they win the Super Bowl.
But if they don't trade him, then they're in year 3 of Love, which, again, people can say, well, that's what Aaron did. But no one does that anymore. No one. No one takes a first-round quarterback and sits them 3 years, let alone 3 games. Do you really think Justin Fields and Mac Jones and all these guys are going to sit a whole year? No way. No way. So, yes, you're right. Now they're in a quandary if Aaron continues to play at an MVP level. But this idea that they were going to trade him this year and incur $30 million in dead money, no, it wasn't going to happen.
Do you think it's accurate? I mean, Andrew, you know Aaron Rodgers pretty well. Is he a complicated fella?
I knew Aaron most. We've stayed in touch over the years, but I knew Aaron most when he was a backup quarterback. Nobody knew him. He was dating a local girl in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and babysat my kids as a backup. So that was a different Aaron Rodgers. Do I think he's complicated? I think he's got an incredibly high intellect, wry sense of humor, and he can put people on blast. Those are his words. I remember him saying he can put people on blast. And what that means is they're out. They're just out. He doesn't deal with them anymore. And I wonder if he's put the Packers management on blast. They're just not in his orbit anymore.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring this thing home with a fresh, brand spanking new MLB panel today. DraftKings contributor Gary and Thorne and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. We're going to cover the bases here, gents. Just so your favorite bets in the following categories for tonight's 8-game MLB slate. We're going to have an entire slate look as well on one of these topics. First base, money line or run line, Gare Bear?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Yankees money line at -107. This is basically a pick'em right now on the DK Sportsbook, and it's easy to see why. It's Michael King against TJ Zoik. Like, there really isn't a clear pitching advantage in this game, although I will say I think Zoik is a special kind of bad. For those people who haven't had the pleasure of watching TJ Zoik, let me just run off some stats really quick. He's got 4 appearances so far this season, and his expected ERA is 11.72. He's given up a 700 slugging percentage to all opponents he's faced so far this season. And somehow this will be the 3rd time he's faced the Yankees this season. So they've also got a pretty good handle on what TJ Zoik is and what he throws. So I think even if you want to just dumb this down and say, hey, it's a bullpen game, it's a toss-up, whatever, the Yankees have a much better bullpen than the Blue Jays. Across the last 2 weeks, the Jays bullpen ERA is 5.50. So I just think when you start looking at what could be a, heavy scoring but tight contest, all the little things tend to lean towards New York. So I like them at basically a pick'em.
All right, E-Man, what about you?
Yeah, I like the Mets at -122 over the Cubs today. The two lineups, very similar this year. 13th and 14th in WRC plus, nothing really to split them. Then we got the two pitchers, Marcus Stroman and Kyle Hendricks, kind of the same archetype of guy, somebody who doesn't strike out a ton of opposing batters, but gets it done through not walking many guys and getting plenty of ground balls. The problem is that still describes Stroman, and I'm not really sure it still describes Kyle Hendricks. His strikeout rate has always been mediocre at best, but it's at his lowest since his rookie season this year, 17.9%. Still not walking guys, but I think if you're to be that kind of pitcher, you need to keep the ball on the ground, and he's not doing that this year, just a 41.9% ground ball rate. So you take a guy who, needed to be quite strong in those areas to make up for his pretty notable weaknesses. I'm not sure he just has it anymore. ERA in the mid fours is more or less what the underlying numbers say it should be. Marcus Stroman, on the other hand, his ERA of 2.32 is probably better than what he deserves. Most of the ERA estimators have him in, say, the mid threes, but that's, solidly a run better than Hendricks. He is still striking out a respectable 21.5% of opposing batters and getting a ground ball rate near 55%. So it's the old Kyle Hendricks versus the current Kyle Hendricks, and I'll certainly take the old Hendricks tonight.
Speaking of the Mets, how big of a bummer was it last night seeing DeGrom leave once again? What feels like a recurring theme, Eric, with another injury.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to it by now. We know how to react, I guess. But yeah, it's too bad. Too bad for baseball. Even as a Phillies fan, I want to see guys as good as DeGrom out there as often as possible. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes.
Gary, would they be crazy to not just shelve him for a little bit?
I mean, considering the Mets' history with injuries and also their relationship with like the PR department and injuries, I would agree. Also, it doesn't really seem, no offense to Eric's Phillies, but it doesn't really seem like there's a runaway great team in the National League East right now. So yeah, they could probably afford to be without DeGrom for a couple weeks.
Dude, guy's going to win the MVP, the Cy Young, and the Silver Slugger, for crying out loud. All right, let's continue to cover the bases here. Second base, how about a game total you like, Eric?
Yeah, I'm looking at the St. Louis, Atlanta over 9. That's at minus 114 last I checked. So the two teams are averaging 8.95 runs per game. So basically right at that over under. So all they need to do is, score one more run combined than normal. And I think they're definitely going to, given the pitching matchup here. John Gant for the Cardinals, just no reason why his ERA was sitting at 160 through 10 starts. None of the underlying numbers supported it at all. And he's fallen back to earth quite a bit over those last two, has a 19.06 ERA over 2 starts. On the season, he's walked as many guys as he's struck out. There's just, you can't even really be a back-end starter in today's Major League Baseball with that. You look at the 3.36 ERA, choose your ERA estimator, they only get worse. 4.99 fifth is like the kindest they get to him. xERA has him up at 6.15. So he's going to give up plenty of runs. Charlie Morton on the other side, his 4.50 ERA is actually worse than a lot of the estimators have, but he's coming off a pair of bad starts himself. 8 runs allowed over 9 innings in his last 2 starts, 8 strikeouts against 5 walks. So maybe if Morton was really on, this wouldn't seem quite so nice, but yeah, it's only one good pitcher here, and neither of them's been good recently, so I think we're going to see runs.
All right, Gary, game total for you.
Yeah, let's go back to that Mets-Chicago game, and I'm just going to echo a lot of what Eric was saying, but this total seems really low at 7. It is minus 121 to bet the over, and I think a lot of this is due to Hendricks, who this season has a 5.44 expected ERA. He's given up 8 home runs in his last 4 starts, which just isn't the Kyle Hendricks we know from 2015, 2016. This is a different guy, and you have to start treating him differently. And I also think that there's this perception because of all the injuries that the Mets have not been hitting as of late. That is incorrect. In the month of June, they have a 116 WRC plus as a team. And while the Cubs have been struggling so far in the month, they've still got a ton of power. They have a 209 ISO in June. So maybe they don't string together 10 hits off of Marcus Stroman, but maybe they pop out a couple home runs and do their part to get this game over 7. Eric also mentioned Stroman has an ERA about 2 full runs below his expected ERA. He's always been someone who pitches much better than the estimators, so I wouldn't give that too much credence, but he could have a little bit of regression tonight too.
Okay, guys, we have less than 3 minutes to go in the show. We got 2 more bases to cover, so let's pick up the pace just a little bit. Gary, as you take us to third base, a hitter prop.
Yeah, I'll be quick with this one. Aaron Judge is plus 400 to hit a home run. I already talked about TJ Zoik and just how bad he has pitched so far this season. Judge has 8 career at-bats against Zoik. I'm not usually a big BVP guy, but he's got 2 home runs in those 8 at-bats. And just looking at Zoik and knowing his skill set, that makes a lot of sense.
Eric, hitter prop.
Yeah, opposite side of that same game, Vlad Jr. to hit a homer is at plus 330. I don't know how low the odds go here. I would have thought lower. Plus 330 is an implied percentage of 21.7. And in his last 30 games, he has at least one homer in 13 of them. That's just shy of 40%. So nearly double the odds. So if you think he's anywhere close to what he's been lately, which I think he is, even if he's on a hot streak, this seems like a pretty good gamble to me.
And then Eric, take us home here for a pitcher prop. We're looking at the whole slate here, not just the late slate.
Yeah, I don't think that Shohei Ohtani's strikeout prop has even been posted yet, but I'm taking the over unless it's like 10.5 or something crazy. I think I'd even take it at 9.5. The Tigers strike out more than any other team. Ohtani has a 34% strikeout rate, which is, I believe, 8th highest among pitchers who've thrown at least 40 innings. So anytime you get a strikeout guy against the Tigers, I want the over unless that over is absolutely ridiculous.
Garen, you have 20 seconds for your answer.
I'm going to say Kevin Gausman this afternoon. He's gone over 6.5 strikeouts in 6 of his past 7 games. That includes a start against Arizona where he struck out 9. The Diamondbacks come into this slate with a 29.7% called strike rate plus swinging strike rate. That is the highest mark in all of baseball. They are going to strike out a lot this afternoon.
Guys, fantastic work. Appreciate you taking us on a beautiful trip around the bases. I will be on the noon Madden sim with Zach Thompson coming up. That's Bills at the Jets. Make sure you guys get those free roll lineups filled out. 6 games on the slate. Let's go. Busy day here on the Dream Stream. Thanks for watching The Sweat.
Here we go. This guy right
Let's do
here,
it.
Zach Thompson, he is back. He was with you for the nooner. I'm Adam Kaufman. I gotta stretch a little, Zach. I had dusted off. It's been a long time since I've done 3 sims in one day. But I'm getting ready. The 2, the 4, the 6, even an in-between show for our catch-all with Reed a little bit later on between the 4 and the 6. You guys are all stuck with me on the Dream Stream for quite a while, but at least they get to hear from you for a while too.
Yeah, all right, stretch well. It's going to be a long one for you.
But I guess I stretch out the vocal cords, but how do you visually do that?
I have no idea.
I'm not quite sure. It's just no way.
Never mind. You'll be fine.
All right, thanks. I appreciate
You're
it.
just
It's
talking.
the Madden Matinee, the spoiler-free Loki review, free roll. And it's going to be a short conversation, as Zach said before we came on. But
yes,
we'll get into that a little bit as we get moving along with this one. Tampa Bay and Washington, how fitting that we get to enjoy ourselves a Buck sim on the day that Tom Brady has once again been announced as a future Madden cover athlete.
That's right.
With Patrick Mahomes. A twofer, a couple of goats on the cover, as Madden was teasing all along. So get ready for a little Madden 22 love.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about that as we get started here. Emerson and I were talking about whether you can really have 2 goats or not. Does that water down the term? Because goat would mean there's only one. But we can talk about that.
Greatest
First,
of all times. Greatestest of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's hard.
Gets weird.
It's difficult.
So I did something with my lineup that I don't normally do, but we'll see how it works out. I heavily stacked one side. I heavily stacked the Bucks, except the captain.
Okay, what do we got?
I went captain with McKissick, and then Brady, Godwin, Gronk, Miller, and McCoy.
All right.
And we've got a fumble.
That early,
And the
huh?
ball
Somebody
is on
pick it
the
up.
ground.
My goodness.
And
we
it's a
gotta
touchdown.
take it back. Who's got the DST? Who's
Sean
got the DST
Murphy
for Tampa Bay?
Bunting with the touchdown. And that Bucks offense will need to wait a little bit because that isn't even going to be reviewed. Just a sack, fumble recovery, touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. Not a great start for Dwayne Haskins. Almost as bad as the end of his time in Washington.
As Damon had written in the YouTube, the Chad Kings conference room, y'all ready for an upset? Well,
maybe not.
Not saying it won't happen.
Still got a long way to go.
Haskins and company playing from behind early, though. Yeah,
Haskins
T-Pike,
is-
undercover boss
ugh.
Tom says, and this is why Haskins never sees the light of day in my lineups. Yeah,
Hard
with
to
you.
argue
never,
with that one.
Never, ever roster him. Typically, I don't have a lot of go-tos when it comes to Washington. More often than not, and excuse me, and I mean like probably 90-some-odd% of the time,
Yeah.
I'm rostering J.D. McKissick. He's really kind of my lone true go-to for Washington. But I say that in the same breath, say this.
He's not in your lineup
I
today.
never informed today. I didn't never inform because here is ultimately what happened. I know
All right,
exactly
what'd you
where
do?
the trade-off was, and it doesn't even out specifically evenly monetarily speaking. But here's effectively where the trade-off was. As we got Haskins to McKissick, a short handoff. Actually wound up getting 8 there. First rush for 8 out to the 32. I rarely, not like almost never or anything, but I don't super often. I rarely roster Tom Brady in these sims. But I
Okay.
felt Madden cover day. I mean,
You did it, huh?
how could I fade him? Yeah, I mean, you got to do it. So
Okay.
I'm bored, Zach, with my Tom Brady take.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever.
Whatever
You got
think.
to.
Let's see if it wins for you.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Chris Godwin, a captain. Brady, Mike Evans,
There we go.
Jeremy Sprinkle, Scotty Miller, who I just too cheap to ignore.
Too cheap, yeah.
$3,600, and also have Steve Sims Jr. because it's a sim. His name is Sims, and
There you go.
that's usually my logic when I put him in my lineup. But typically, he performs
Works for
pretty
me.
well.
Yeah, he's not bad at all. He's the wide receiver too, behind that guy right there. Terry McLaurin with the catch for the first down. One catch for him on the day now, and Washington already having a much better drive than their last one. Very low bar. Yeah, Scotty Miller, crazy cheap at 3.6, but I think McCoy is actually an even crazier cheap option because he averages just about the same and it's only 3K. So I have both those guys in my lineup because, lots of value there, which did allow me to put McKissick in the captain spot with Godwin and Gronk along with Brady.
Jeffrey says, Koff, new binge watch show, Dave. So I'm familiar with Dave. It's on Hulu. Really enjoy Lil Dicky. I've never seen it, and it's on my list. It is on my list, Jeff. Maybe pretty soon. Bert, Bobo, and Ops says he thinks season 2 came out today. All right, well, cool. Season 1, I think it's only like 10 episodes.
Coming back.
So I am interested in checking that out. Cena, what up? How are you? All right, Ryan. Ryan wants to let's trim the fat. Let's cut through the nonsense.
Let's do it.
Ryan says, all right, what'd you think of Loki episode 2? So Zach and I, we worked together yesterday. We did. We're both Loki fans. We didn't have a chance to watch it before yesterday's sim, but we said,
true,
we're giving ourselves homework.
Yes.
The professor is giving us homework. We're giving ourselves homework. We're going to watch it.
Yep.
We've done our assignment.
Done it.
Did you watch this morning, yesterday?
Last night.
Okay, I watched this morning. It's fresh. It's fresh in the mind. I will first say I really enjoyed.
I will say I was watching it.
Yeah,
I started it when the Sixers got up big.
Okay,
and then I had to pause it. As the Sixers got up less big, and then finished it after.
Okay,
so there was a little bit of a break there where I had to turn it off to turn to the big finish there of the NBA game, but I did get the rest of it in.
So this is not what you would expect to be the first thing that I say about that show, but I'll say, and again, we're completely spoiler free here. We're not wrecking anything for anybody in terms of.
We're sure gonna try
the show. Yeah, well, we'll do our best. There's a scene where they're in 1985.
Yep,
that gives nothing away. There's a scene where they're in 1985.
There's a scene just about every time period ever, just
exactly
isn't up to speed on that. Brady
really
big completion too.
Really enjoyed the use of "Send Me an Angel." Scotty Miller.
Yes, right.
Really enjoyed the use of "Send Me an Angel." I'm listening. I am rocking out, man.
Yep.
Oh, "Send Me an Angel" is such a great jam.
There are some very, and this was my number one, because without giving anything away, it is tricky as we see Godwin to the 1. Let's stop there. Actually giving to him at the 3.
Come on, man.
That's your captain.
That's my captain.
Keeping it spoiler free, you've got to stay super general because there is a pretty big reveal.
Yeah.
But what I will say is my overall takeaway is they do a lot of little things subtly that when you watch it for a second time, you actually pick up on even more of them. And I think that's the hallmark of a very, very well-written show.
So I definitely felt that very about the first episode. I haven't watched the second one.
So if you watch the second one again, you'll catch more stuff too. There's little subtle things that when you're focused on the narrative and trying to figure out the main points of the storyline, you might miss a certain shout out to something that is, a little more subtle, as we see Fournette dropped in the backfield here after McCoy had a carry previously, also stopped in the backfield, 3rd and goal from the
So you've already watched Loki episode 2 twice.
This morning I rewatched probably 75% of it.
Yeah, and there was stuff there are just in the second viewing.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Almost Easter egg level stuff, right? Just little things. Not anything earth shattering, right? That's going to give away future stuff.
You
but just almost a little shout out to the rest of the Marvel universe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm intrigued now. 3rd and goal. Brady back in the end zone. Got there. Mike Evans touchdown.
Mike Evans. Sorry, Chris Godwin owners like me and Adam, and Gronk owners like me and Adam. You have him too, right?
I do not have Gronk. No.
Okay, well, it's Evans who gets the first touchdown.
Just prior to that was Evans TD. Please, sim gods. You got it.
There you go.
I'm not upset. I mean, Godwin, I would have preferred he's my captain, but I do have Evans.
Right.
So.
Oh, you do have Evans.
Yeah, I do. And I've got Brady, so I got the stack, baby.
Right. So I have Brady. I don't have Evans. So
And
I
that
did win
Scotty
a
Miller
nooner, in the
47-yard
smaller
catch,
free.
in
Yeah,
and
that
of
helped.
itself almost paid off his salary.
Yep, for sure.
Almost 2x
so cheap.
value already.
So that was my spoiler free takeaway from it. It's good. It definitely built the first 2 hours or the first 2 episodes, excuse me, to the last few minutes of that second episode.
Yeah.
And it built it all up and it set it all up. And I thought it paid off. I thought it paid it off pretty well.
Yeah, my thing, and again, we're staying spoiler free. I liked it, definitely liked it. I mean, the series, as people know, I've talked enough about it. This is the one that I've been most looking forward to among the Disney Plus Marvel TV shows. It is delivered. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought the first episode was better, in that it was, as an introduction, I thought it was funnier. There was more humor. There was humor in the second one too.
Yep.
But I thought there was more humor in the first one, which is fine. Doesn't all need to be a laugh a minute.
Owen Wilson
second
is
one
really good.
What's that?
I was surprised at how good Owen Wilson's been.
Owen Wilson's been great. Yeah, he's been
Right?
terrific.
I don't know if he's been better than Loki, but it's close.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He's at least in the same. I think I was a little worried that he wasn't going to measure up to Loki, right? That it was going to be, man, this show Loki is great, except if Loki's off screen, it struggles. But that's not been the case at all. I thought
you also never want it to be like forced star power. Pardon me. You know what I mean? Like Owen Wilson's a big name now. He's coming into the Marvel universe, and let's just get him because he's Owen Wilson. No, he's been really good.
Yeah, and Hiddleston's been excellent. I'm not trying to downplay that as we see another sack for this Tampa defense. Washington, not looking good. Not looking good there for Washington at all. They sack fumble on the first drive, didn't get much on the second drive, and now facing 3rd and 23. Yikes. Anyway, I've been very pleasantly surprised by Owen Wilson. I've liked him in some things and haven't liked him in some things, but I thought he's done a very good job stepping up as your boy Sprinkle to the catch there, but not enough for a first down.
No, 4th 13. We're going to have a punt here from the 29. 14-0. Late first quarter. Tampa Bay is in front. I guess the best way I can say this while keeping it spoiler free is, and this is purposeful on the part of the writers, so this is not a criticism. This is what they were going for. And I'm sure you felt the same way. You're building. You get to the end of the episode 2, and it's like your reaction in those final minutes of that show is, who is that and where are they going with this? And then end of show. And so now
I think is exactly what you're supposed to say.
Right, exactly. So again, purposeful, not a criticism.
Right.
But now, as again, this is a testament, this is a tribute to them. I want answers, Zach. I want to know what is coming right now. I don't want to wait a week.
Yeah. So the big reveal did not shock me, right? It wasn't like a whoa, never saw that coming. I don't
actually,
think,
to the extent that we can say this, I think I can say it this way.
Okay.
Your reveal could have gone one of two ways. It was either this or it was that. And if you've seen it, you know what I'm saying by that.
Yep.
And that's actually what I expected.
Me too.
So, I would have been surprised if it went the other way, actually.
Yes. I think I know what you're saying, and I agree.
Yeah.
It wasn't a whoa, never saw that coming. It was more like, that's what I thought. That was cool. Kind of
right.
thing.
Right.
And a very much looking forward to what that could set up as we learn more. Just leave it at that, I think.
Yes. But if you guys in the chat, because we're the ones talking, so we're monopolizing this conversation. But those of you in the chat,
it is the way it works.
If you've seen it, we'd love your thoughts. Spoiler free.
But do try to keep it spoiler free.
Yeah, don't ruin anything for anybody, because people are listening or watching or part of our crew or whatever, and they're going to watch.
Us.
So don't give anything away. But would love to hear your thoughts.
Brady went 5 for 5 in that first quarter, 89 yards and a touchdown to Mike Evans. Haskins a little bit much less effective. McKissick 2 for 6, McCoy 2 for 5, and Fournette 1 for -4. So not much happening on the ground. We do have the touchdown from Evans. Godwin had that 24-yard reception. No one, except for Evans, who has 2 catches for 16, has more than 1 catch. So everybody else just 1 catch apiece for McLaurin, Godwin, who I mentioned. Even Tyler Johnson getting in on the action, 1 catch for 1 yard. Sprinkle, 11 yards. Sims, 10 yards. And Scotty Miller, 1 catch for 48 yards, the biggest play of that first quarter on offense. The biggest play on defense, obviously, the sack fumble recovered by Murphy Bunting for the touchdown on the first play from scrimmage for Washington, which actually turned out to be a great play for Tampa Bay.
So Edward Pride says, my God, man, I haven't watched Let's Talk Football or Basketball, anything but this. So we can do all of, all of those things. I'm still dealing with this dry crap in my throat. So I apologize to the people who are going to have to suffer through that for 3 Sims. Never mind the watch along with Sweet Tea from Hawaii a little bit later on. Hawaii. But
oh boy, don't do that.
No. But on football, let's there's plenty of basketball to get into, but let's do a little football first. Oh, okay. And a reminder, folks, if you're here with us, I know that people are going to want to talk a little U.S. Open and check on their lineups and all that good stuff later on. We can definitely do that. But a reminder that we've expanded the Koff Classic MLB, which you did well yesterday, didn't you?
I did. I was in second for a while, but ended up sliding. Still finished in the money, but did not finish in the top. I think I was 4th, 5th, somewhere in there. Yeah, it was fun. It was good.
Hey, as long as you cash, as long as you see
that's
green,
right.
that's.
Yep, it was green.
Bert, look at that. Bert says he ended up 11th, 1 out of the money. That's like I'd rather get blown out. I hate being in the next to the money spot. That bugs me.
It's the worst.
We've expanded
because I always make the mistake of going in and looking at that guy right ahead of me and being like, "Oh, all I had to do was switch this one guy, and I would have been ahead of him."
Do you ever get, I guess for lack of a better term, superstitious with your lineups? And this is to Zach, to anybody out there listening, with in this regard. Like you get off to a hot start. Like you said, it's a 40-person tournament. You're sitting top 5. Will you not even, I'll do a thing sometimes where that ball almost picked, where if I get off to a nice start like that and I see myself, in the money and I'm flirting, I'm in a good place, I won't even look at my lineup to see how individuals are doing, like who's hot, who's cold, who hasn't started yet. I won't even look at my lineup until I start to fade a little bit or until it's over, whichever way it goes, because I'm worried I'm going to jinx it by even looking at it.
Gotcha. No. I understand what you're saying.
Nope. I will click right there.
Nope.
Bert says I do the same thing. There you go.
Maybe it's because I'm always trying to break it down and learn and strategize, and I don't know, but yeah, I always want to know exactly where I am, exactly how many innings I have remaining compared to everybody around me, and who I have versus who they have, and trying to figure all that stuff out. I do that for our Leaderboard Live article for all the NFL, where I was looking at the top lineups and like tracking, okay, so this guy has this guy and this guy has this other guy and who's going to win it. So because I do that so much for that, it's kind of my, I guess, habit now to go in there and do that. So if my lineup's involved, fine, I'll go look and try and break down okay, so this is what I need to happen to stay in the top 2. And I can't do that unless I know how my guys are doing and who still has a chance to, specifically with Major League Baseball, who has a chance still to get the win, what their ownership percentage is, whether the people around me have. Yesterday it was Giolito I had, who didn't get the win. If he would have got the win, I could have finished higher. So, things like that. So I want all that information. So I dismiss the superstition, but I do understand what you're saying. I think, and that's cool. Nice punt as
T-Pipe points territory, baby.
For sure. And the way Washington's been going, would it surprise us if Haskins turned and ran out of the end zone?
Not in the least. Right back to the line of scrimmage for Peyton Barber.
Peyton Barber with the carry.
Yeah, Emerson's Peloton says Snell ruined me yesterday.
Yeah, Snell definitely tanked a lot of lineups right off. I did avoid him. I had Giolito and I don't remember now. Somebody else who was pretty good.
Cena says finished 7th in your contest, Goff. Good job.
Nice.
You were in the cache.
Yep.
I can pull it up. Let me see.
It was against the Reds. Freddie. I had Freddie. That was my other starter. Who did
Okay, yes, we had the same 2 pitchers, and they were pretty chalky. Peralta in our small contest, 40 people. Peralta was on 35% of lineups. Giolito was 63% of lineups.
Right.
A lot of people were looking at him. And I had a couple of good performances, like Tatis, who was in half the lineups. He was in 20.
Yep, I had him as well.
Points. Josh Bell.
It looked like McLaurin had the first down there and then got pushed back and stepped out of bounds. But because he was pushed back and then turned and ran forwards, they actually marked him down short of the first down. So they're going to punt. Anyway, carry on.
You had one big difference maker for you, Andrew Vaughn for the White Sox.
I had Vaughn and Abreu who both had
19
nice
points,
games.
and he was only in 5% of lineups. So does that make you the only one that had him? Is that the math?
In 40? No, I think 2.
2 people. Yeah, 2 people.
I think, or 40-person contest?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 people.
Super Coach 2000, the winner with solid build.
Very nice build.
8-point win.
Yeah, pulled away there. I did not overstack the Colorado game, so that's why I was way out in front. And then I had a few from that game, but not a huge stack in that game, which is why I got caught by some people there towards the end as that game wrapped up. I did have a chance. I could have moved up if Ben Gamel had done anything in his ninth inning at bat, but he did not.
He only had one. With the Office reference says, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Just a little.
There you go.
Not
just a little.
Just a little.
Yeah.
Yvonne on our Loki review says, Koff, I've seen the show, and y'all's review has me confused now.
Then you might want to.
Yeah, you might want to rewatch.
Watch because
you need that second viewing. What I was starting to say though is we've expanded because of the increased popularity, which we appreciate. We've expanded the Classic MLB, and for today, let's see how it goes. Obviously, still about 5 hours till lock. Koff Classic MLB, 75 spots, still the dollar.
Hey, there we go.
Pay out to the top 15, and we're about halfway there. So we got a little work to do. It's in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby. Again, you've got almost 5 hours to fill it, so you do have time. But I encourage you, reserve your spot. Worry about building later or put in a dummy lineup now, whatever you want to do. Obviously, lineups won't be confirmed for several hours, but do jump in and be part of it and take some of that money off the DK SimFam.
All right, I just did it. I reserved, but I'm telling you right now that might be a donation because we have a Little League game, so I will be at the Little League field where I should have a chance to fill out the lineup. Probably get a dummy in there just in case. But
T-Pike, I'll join MLB. I still have that 2-1 lead against your Koff. You know what? Undercover boss Tom, send me a head-to-head while you're at it. Let's try and go to 500. Let's even this thing up.
Have you talked to LaMarca yet since you found out how close your overall has been?
So I texted him. It's funny you say that. I texted him yesterday.
Another Peyton Barber rush, by the way. We never see Peyton Barber. He's had 2 carries.
It's weird. Jeff, you're welcome. I love the MLB contest as well. I texted him. I said, looked it up, and I'm 25-23 against you all time. And he writes, LOL, I'm cool with that. I know my truth.
There you go.
Ryan says, I thoroughly enjoyed episode 2. Found it to be better than episode 1. Should be a good series to be sure. Yeah, I mean, if there's one overwhelming
I think
takeaway,
I would say I preferred 2 over 1 as well.
Interesting. I preferred 1, but not by a lot. I think they were both very solid. They were just a little different. They're just, moving the story along, obviously.
They were both, it still felt very expositional, both of them. Like just very much setting up for that reveal and really setting up for the rest of the season. my concern is that they've taken a very long time to set this up, and they don't have that many episodes left.
No, only 4 to
we
go.
We got to move this along.
Well, which was why. So again, being generic, but the reveal that you talked about.
Yeah.
As I'm watching the show, the second one in particular, the whole time I'm thinking to myself, I hope we find out this reveal at the end of the episode, because they only have so much time to drag this out with 4 episodes to go.
Right.
Like if this were a show that was going to be on for several seasons, like you'd go a full season before even seeing the hood come off, but instead they got to jump to it real fast because this is basically a 6-hour movie.
Do you think they're setting up for multiple seasons? Because I kind of feel like they might be.
I guess I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with the Loki character, because the interesting thing about the Loki character is,
He's
if
dead.
you've seen all the Marvel movies, you know his ultimate fate.
Right.
So the only way that it even works is this, alternate timeline thing that this whole series is rooted in. And
will that get old? I guess is another thing I'm a little worried about if they are to try and stretch it out. I mean, it's not yet, don't get me wrong, but I wonder if they were to do, like, let's just say TV shows 20 plus episodes, if they were to do a season that long, you might have to switch something.
Well,
because I don't feel like there's real stakes if you don't.
So what interests me in terms of what comes next in the Marvel universe off of this show, whether it's a season 2 or whether it's another kind of spin-off or whatever it is, and anyone who wants to weigh in, obviously. So like WandaVision, if you watch that, is very self-contained, and obviously they can keep going with it if they want to with Wanda or with, what's her name?
Also,
Captain
more
Marvel's
minor
friend's
characters.
daughter there. Yeah, like you could do something with them if you want to. Captain Winter Soldier or Falcon and Winter Soldier is, it moves things along in terms of like the new Captain America and all that, but it's a very self-contained. Like you're not going to get a season 2 of that, I wouldn't think. What neither of those shows has that this one does, that Loki has, the whole concept of the TVA, being introduced, I feel like is just way too huge to be done and gone after 6 one-hour episodes.
And they've hinted at that a few times, right? Like I feel like they've dropped a little, like, I wonder if they're going to come back to that, because we've dropped it a few times. They might not, or they might. McKissick fighting for a first down there. We'll take the points.
Also, and this is just not me being someone that, I loved a lot of the characters growing up, like anybody else, but I wasn't someone that religiously read the comics and knows all the backstory of all these characters and everything. Like, the writers didn't. Well, then maybe you can't answer this. I don't know, but any of the quote unquote comic nerds out there, the writers didn't. Excuse me, Jesus. The writers didn't. Like invent the TVA, right? Like that's got to be rooted in the comics and everything. Like they didn't just up and totally come up with the plot and everything for this Loki series. Like this has to go back to something, doesn't it?
I believe it does, yeah.
Because everything in the movies is obviously, I mean, yeah, they may change some things, but it's rooted in the comics.
Right. Yes, it is in the comic books, to answer your question.
That's what I figured. Dart says he believes there's going to be a Loki season 2. T-Pike says he believes that this is going to begin the multiverse for Marvel. Well, could be. We still don't have confirmation on whether the next, Spider-Man is in fact featuring all the Spider-Men, as has been long reported.
Correct.
Yeah, he says you could bring in X-Men, characters, X-Men, all the mutants, Deadpool.
Sure. Could do all those things. Washington gets a field goal before halftime, so they will not go into halftime with a goose egg, which maybe it's a mental victory for them. I don't know.
Bizzle says, are we still on this freaking Loki show? I love you, Koff, but zero interest in that show. All right, so we're bouncing around. We're bouncing around.
We can
join the last minute or Koff Classic MLB. That's, again, priority stuff. Let's fill that up before the end of the sim. Fill it up. Just fill it up. Get the baseball, fill it up. Don't drag things on the way everybody did with Moose's contest. Just fill that thing. Right. So on, Pepe says Loki season 2 has already been confirmed. Koff. Well, I haven't looked that up. Is that a fact? As we get to the half, let me say Loki.
I'll let you look that one up.
Season 2. Will Loki have a season 2? A second season is in development as part of phase 4 of the MCU, it says. Okay.
There you go.
Well, even better.
So,
good.
Yes-ish.
Good.
We think. Well, Haskins has almost caught Brady as far as yards. Yeah, it feels like a yes. Haskins up to 102 yards, Brady at 110. Still not much going on the ground. Fournette is positive now, 3 carries for 7 yards. Peyton Barber, very uninvolved usually, but has 3 carries for 5 yards. McCoy, 3 for 6. McKissick leading the way, quote unquote, with 3 carries for 11 yards. I mean, I guess he is leading the way. It's just not very far.
Mm-hmm.
McLaurin, 4 catches for 37 yards. McKissick also very involved as a pass catcher, as he usually is. 3 catches for 20 yards. The 1 touchdown on offense coming from Mike Evans. He has 2 catches for 16 yards. Nothing for him in that quarter. Gronk did get involved. He's got 2 for 19 as well. So that pretty much, I mean, we had the touchdown on the first play of the game. Since then, it's been pretty slow. A lot of punts. And actually, both teams kind of struggling to get it going offensively. The Bucs having their hands full with that Washington defense, which we've seen be pretty good. But the Washington offense, looking for Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Lopsided sim so far. Jeff says, I'm not a superhero
as
movie
lopsided
guy.
As it has been, though. It's only 14-3.
You're right. Very right. Very true.
But go ahead.
Pepe, I wonder if you can buy an Infinity Stone paperweight on Amazon. I'm sure you can, honestly. I know you can buy like a Thanos glove with Infinity, like a kid's toy. Jeff says, I'm not a superhero movie guy, but I do really enjoy the Marvel shows. Just throwing that out there for anyone who has zero interest, because I initially did as well. Straight Cash, Koff had to take down your basketball contest last night. Straight Cash, look, somebody had to, and I'm glad you did. I had a horrific build last night.
Oh, no. What happened?
I don't even know where I placed. If I had to guess out of the 75, I was in the 60s. It was awful. Literally every guy, and it was probably split down the middle, which is why my lineup was so bad. Every guy in my lineup had the fire emoji or the snowflake. There was no in between. And I think it was like 4 fire, 4 snow. Like that's
gotcha.
It was so. I mean, I had Paul George. I didn't have Joel Embiid.
I was gonna say it was Paul George or bust, right?
I pretty much. I mean, I don't think I had. Maybe I had Trae Young. I don't remember. But yeah, it wasn't a great build.
What was your feeling on the games? Sixers gonna go out that way? They done? That was ridiculous.
As Lindenbaum says, how have you not even mentioned the epic choke job from the Sixers, Koff? Yeah, let's get into some of that. Obviously,
we were saving it for the third quarter because this is the basketball time.
Yeah, that's right. Second half, everything happens in the second half in hoops. Everything happens in the second half here in Sims.
Sure. Yeah, ask the Hawks.
Everything
Hawks. Happens in the second half. Scotty Miller with another catch, but carry on.
All this does for me.
Yeah,
and I am a.
I know where you're gonna go.
For those, I was gonna say, for those who know me best, I am a renowned Doc Rivers critic, and all this does is further cement to me what a wildly overrated head coach he is. It is unbelievable. Now, the only saving grace of another collapse like that, is that. He's actually, people are starting to view him the way they should. he is becoming gradually less overrated.
He's more properly rated.
Like, he's not a great coach. He's not an elite coach, as so many like to think of him, because he's personable. People like the guy. They see the singular championship and view him as this amazing head coach. Others will look at games like last night or multiple 3-1 collapses and say, this guy sucks. This is a bad coach. No. As I tweeted yesterday, it's not always one or the other. Sometimes the middle is just accurate. He is a good to very good coach. Drew says average to below average. I don't even think he's average.
I would say he's
coach.
above average, but just barely.
Yeah, I think he's a good coach. He's a good coach. But great? I mean, look, at a certain point in time, you know, as the old kind of like as the old saying goes, I'm paraphrasing it, but
which is probably,
you know, like if you complain, you know, you're like it's this guy's fault, it's this guy's fault, you're constantly complaining about people, like eventually you're the problem, like you're the bad roommate, you know what I mean? Well, like Doc he blew a 3-1 series lead in Orlando. He blew multiple 3-1 series leads in the playoffs with the Clippers. He fell short. Now, injuries played a role, sure, but he fell short in Boston in a couple of situations. You know, lost plenty of elimination games.
I mean,
and, you know,
won,
here you're
but
seeing,
they also lost.
Yeah, here you're now seeing with the Sixers blow a 26-point lead, blow an 18-point lead. Like, they are falling apart. And there's a common denominator here, Zach. It's a common denominator. Jeez, it's Doc. It's Doc Rivers.
I
can't
see
even
where
get
you're
it
going.
out. It's Doc Rivers. All right.
I was gonna finish that for you.
I was gonna let you, honestly. Like one more choke there. I was gonna let you. He is
choking more than the Sixers.
Choking more than the Sixers. Exactly.
No, it was bad. It was bad.
Great guy. Yeah,
I literally, like I said, I started Loki, right? Like I was like, oh man, this one's done. It's been fun. So one of my kids has locked in on the Hawks. He has predicted that they will win the playoffs. They win the finals. He said this after watching them beat the Knicks. I was like, all right, buddy. Okay. Like, right. Like, and then they beat the Sixers. And it was like, see, I told you. I'm like, I'm not believing yet, but whoa. I was like, he's going to be bummed because he didn't stay up last night. He's going to be bummed to wake up and find out that they got blown away. I mean, it's not out yet, but too bad they couldn't pull this one out. And then they came rushing. I mean, the Sixers choked. Don't want to get away from that. That is true. However, the Hawks really put the pressure on them and really played well.
Executive session says, out here in Los Angeles, we threw a party when he finally got fired. So I tweeted this thing yesterday about Doc. Somebody, a Celtics fan, instantly writes back, like, you know, you're so full of crap. Like, you'd love for Doc to be the Celtics coach right now. Like, you'd take him in a heartbeat. And I wrote back, no, I didn't want him when he was in Boston.
Yeah, that I can't confirm.
Like, hard pass. No
so there are people that are like that around here, but not you. First down, but I think it's coming.
Like, he is. No, I mean, and he's the kind of guy that runs like when things get tough too.
Yes.
You know, like
rebuild? No thanks.
Yeah, no. Surround me with talent.
Yeah. Yep, it's
spoiled. True. But I mean, truly, like here's a fun fact.
So your takeaway is all on the Sixers side. You got nothing on the Hawks.
Well, we can get there, but like real quick on Doc, or real quick last thing on Doc, because we've not been quick on Doc, but just a fun little bar trivia for you guys out there. Can you name all the head coaches in NBA history who have blown multiple 3-1 playoff series leads? Doc Rivers, the end. And it's happened 3 times. I said it before. No one has done it twice. He's done it 3 times. Do you know how difficult it is to blow a 3-1 series lead?
It's hard.
You almost have to give up. You almost have to let the other team win.
Well, you have to let the
times.
other team win 3 times. Yeah.
3 times.
Touchdown. Got it.
Evans again.
Took a long time. Took a very long time, but he got it to him.
Bert says top 3 most overrated of all time. Doc is so bad it's hurting Koff's health. Who's more overrated, him or Ty Lue? See, here's what I wonder, and I don't know, you tell me what you think.
Wow.
Like, does anyone actually believe Ty Lue is a great head coach?
See, I think that's the difference. To me, I'd say Doc's more overrated, but I still think I would put Doc over Lue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you just asked me to rate them, I think I'd put Doc above Lue.
Yeah,
but
like, I don't think
Doc is more overrated because people would.
I don't even view Ty Lue as a good head coach. I just view him as a guy that keeps getting jobs.
And ends up in, I mean, at least decent.
Good spots.
To say he ends up in the right spot, not yet, but he ends
Right.
up in good spots. That's a good way to put it, yeah. He ends up, with good rosters. There you go. So I would say that Doc is more overrated, but probably still better than Lue. Lue's just not rated highly by anyone, I don't think, except whoever keeps hiring.
Dex says, has Boston won a championship since Doc Rivers? Are you going to tell me they won a championship because of Doc Rivers? Listen,
No.
I have said since then, since before this guy was a head coach, let alone a twice Coach of the Year winner, including this year with the Knicks. The guy who was doing the X's and O's that year was Tom Thibodeau. That team's identity was defense. He was a defensive mastermind. That team won on defense. It won on talent, like Kevin Garnett was the defensive player of the year, but its system was defense. It won on defense. That was Thibodeau. If you want to, here's the thing, and I've had arguments about this. Like, I argued about this with Kendrick Perkins, who played for Doc. And obviously, like, it's not like I can hold my own in that argument. Like, I'm going to tell Perk that he's wrong. Perk played with the guy, for the guy.
Right.
But my argument with Perk was like, listen, I get everybody likes Doc. Doc's a great guy. Doc is a solid manager of men, right? Like,
yes.
he can manage egos. He is he's a good. Like he's the kind of almost had a safety there. He's the kind of guy like you'd want, like, leading your retreat. Like that year going to Rome in the preseason with Boston, the 07-08 season, and getting everyone to bond and getting everyone on the same page and making sure egos didn't take over. Like, took a lot of buy-in from those 3 guys in particular when they were at the stage of their career where they were willing to do so. So I don't even give full credit to Doc for that, but I will absolutely give Doc some credit for that. And keeping everyone, unified and in line, and Ubuntu and all of that. But in terms of on the court and winning in the system that that was Thibodeau. And he's the twice Coach of the Year since. So I don't want to hear about has anyone carry them to a championship since Doc? They carried Doc to a championship. Doc should have lost his job 2-3 years earlier in Boston. Anyway.
And I don't think he's won a championship since then either. So if we're just judging on that, I guess nobody wins.
I can't speak to this directly, but I think the comparison does kind of check out. Lindenbaum says, he reminds me of Todd Bowles a little bit. Nice guy, great person, bad head coach that does not know how to play with a lead. Would have been really interesting to see if Bowles, if obviously this were a normal year. We've talked about this in the past.
Yeah.
If Tampa, didn't play as long as it did and have the success that it did, and you had a just, again, more normal situation outside of the pandemic. Like, Todd Bowles might have certainly found himself as part of the coaching hiring cycle, but it didn't time out right.
Right. Yeah. Yes. The whole coaching hiring cycle it seemed off this year. Everything kind of happened before the championship games and then the Super Bowl. And because of that, you had multiple candidates in both the Chiefs and the Bucs had multiple candidates that may have been more of considerations, but weren't because of that. And we'll see if did they change the rule? I know they were talking about changing the rule as far as when you could start interviewing. I don't think they did though, right?
I don't think they have formally. No, I know, like you said, I know they've talked about it, but I don't think they've done it to this point.
Right. Yeah, I know that they. Yeah, I don't think they did change anything. Check that out.
There is. Where was it? Oh, so Captain Blood says, curious what you think of this, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Blood says, Koff, the Warriors lost to Cleveland in the finals. Excuse me, after going up 3-1. Put Steve Kerr on that list. Here's how I look at Steve Kerr. He came into a good situation that obviously had, wasn't over the hump yet.
Mm-hmm.
But he came into a good situation with a lot of talent, continued to get more talent as he was there. KD being, top of that list. But at the time, the big question was, is Steve Kerr going to go to the Knicks, who had no talent, had nothing there, but was Phil Jackson going to bring him in? Or is he going to go to the Warriors? And he chose the Warriors. And obviously has had loads of success there for the most part when his team has been healthy enough to have it, which generally it has, and went to the finals all those years, won multiple championships, everything. But I'm not sure, and this is sort of this is where you're victim of what you have around you as a coach, and a lot of coaches, successful Hall of Fame coaches, fall into this category. I'm not sure we really know how good a head coach Steve Kerr is. I'm not sure that we'll ever know. I would have put Eric Spoelstra in that category until he finally didn't have a lot to work with, and still his teams performed above their level. And then it was, okay, Eric Spoelstra is definitely a good coach, and he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know, I don't know if Steve Kerr is truly a good head coach, or if he's a good leader of men.
Right. Yep, until he's on it. Well, I think, though, with the injuries the last few years with the Warriors and how well they've done, do you think he's kind of started to cross that? Because I think for me he has a little bit. Like they were pretty good this year with just Steph.
They were good enough to get into the play-in tournament.
Right. And they would have been good enough to make a regular playoffs, right?
Yeah,
weren't they the
normal
8?
Year? Yep. Before the change, they would have been a top 8. And yeah, I mean, they really had nothing other than Steph.
Right.
I mean,
with
Draymond
all the
too,
injuries,
but generally,
and even Draymond was hurt for a lot of the time too.
Right.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think in general, as we see that pass out of the back of the end zone, NBA head coaches get a little too much credit for their team success. They just don't make as much of a difference to me as sometimes they get hyped up to be. I think NFL coaches probably more so, as we're here talking Madden, watching Madden. I think NFL head coaches would have more of an impact than NBA head coaches. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. No
question. I mean, NBA head coaches are important. I'm not saying they're unimportant, but the amount of wins from one coach to the average coach, whatever coach you say this is the average, it's probably not that much. I mean, maybe how many wins a season do you think a good head coach is worth? 4?
In the NBA?
5? Yeah.
5.
Not much more than that, right? I mean,
no.
It's all about having that star talent. It's all about the top of the roster.
I think Major League Baseball is the same.
Yeah, especially with all the analytics people now making so many of the calls, I would agree. I mean, it's probably more than 5 just because there's so many more games. There's twice as many games. So even if it's the same rate of impact, it would be 8 or 10 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's probably about where it is.
But, and maybe you agree with this, I do think, I don't think a great head coach wins you more than a handful of games or so. I think a bad head coach can absolutely torpedo your year.
Mm-hmm. And a head coach that the players have either tuned out or are not interested in playing for. Yes. Head coach in any of those 3 we just talked about, if the head coach is bad, it can definitely sink your whole season.
So something I want to make sure we have time for before we do get out of here, because we've halfway through the fourth quarter, and we have producer Drew, undercover boss Tom, Bert, Bobo, and Ops, CT, AK, Zach wrapping up his day. I've got you for a couple more after this. Brady, incomplete. So as mentioned, talking about Tom Brady, we've got, again, the big announcement, Madden 22.
Yep.
Brady, Mahomes on the cover. I would love to have been in that room because I honestly wonder, I'm assuming this hasn't been actually talked about. I don't mean on a stream. I mean like in articles being written or something like that. The reason for doing 2 this year. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, and this is not creative on my part, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they're like sitting around in the room and who should be on the cover this year, and they went, well, it's Madden 22, so like 2. Let's have 2 people. Let's keep with the 2 theme, and then they go.
They've done it before.
They have, but only once.
One other time.
Yeah, and that was the Palomalu and Fitzgerald. Yeah, so a little while back, not too long ago.
2-2.
That wasn't even on purpose. How do you feel? I know
that's why it was funnier.
How do you feel about the Brady Mahomes combo? Since if I'm not mistaken, they've both been on the cover since 2018.
So Brady was 2018 and Mahomes was 2020. So
it's recent that we've seen both these guys on the cover. How do you feel about both of them being there? It's just like there's nothing short of maybe them saying it over at Madden, like, well, Brady, who knows how much longer he's going to do this, so this is a good opportunity, and he's coming off the championship, he may never win again, and all that. Like,
he played against Mahomes, and there was all that.
Yeah, like the timing is perfect. It all makes sense. Let's just do it. Because it's not like it's not an anniversary year of the game. Right. It's not like 22 is not a special year or anything like that. I don't know, was there another direction? Like someone more deserving you would have liked?
I think that, to me, that's the thing, right? Like, there really isn't. I mean, you just did Lamar Jackson, so you can't do him, right?
Right.
So, I mean, what other standout star that you just like, no, it shouldn't have been. I can't make a compelling case, I guess, for anybody else.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I guess you could say Tyreek Hill, but there's, really, it's a little. There's some issues there. Plus, you've got the fact that he got punked in the Super Bowl, with the deuces by, I think that was Winfield, right? Who did that to him. So, I mean, who else could you really go with? I mean, Dalvin Cook, maybe, but the Vikings are kind of a bad team, not a big market. I could have seen something cool with maybe Justin Herbert, but is that a year early, right? Like maybe if he has another big year this year,
feels premature.
If he and Stafford both have good years, you might be able to do something LA centric, right? Like
Emerson's Peloton says the MVP, Rodgers.
Yeah, I guess.
They're probably sitting there going, what uniform do we put him in?
Yeah, right. That's a good point too. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think Paul Cook would have been a good choice. Derrick Henry was just on the cover too, though, wasn't he?
I feel like he was, yeah, in the last few years. T-Bike says, I still wish they went with Aaron Donald.
You could go with Donald. That's an interesting idea to go with the quarterbacks that just got drafted. Henry was not on it. Sorry about that. It was the one I was thinking of is actually the Sean Alexander one, which for some reason in my mind morphed into It became Derrick Henry, so that's my fault. Vince Young was on 08 in a Titans uniform. The Josh Allen one is interesting to me. I think if he has a good year, he could play his way on to next year's cover. But they lost in the AFC Championship game and lost pretty badly to the Chiefs. So I don't know. I said this in the earlier sim. We don't need to get into this too much, but I am interested in how they are going to adjust the gameplay because in this version of Madden 21, obviously, running quarterbacks are king. Lamar Jackson is the perfect cover athlete because he is the best in all these sims, as we see.
Let's run.
A huge run by Leonard Fournette, who had been doing nothing, but now all of a sudden has decent yardage. So yeah, the running quarterbacks are definitely the way it's been. When they put Beckham on the cover, they added the the spectacular catch. When they had Gronk on the cover, they had tight ends be much more involved. When going further back, Michael Vick really changed the whole game and was probably the greatest single cheat code in the game when they added running quarterback plays that he was so good at. Ray Lewis, they added the hit stick. So what are they going to add to this one? And I know some of the early stuff that's come out seems to indicate that there's a lot of figuring in of momentum and of home field advantage and those kind of things. But how does that tie in with Brady and Mahomes? And how does are we going to see a swing back towards more passing quarterbacks? Bert, that's good. Adding more gray hair. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Going to give everybody the salt and pepper goatees and add some gray to Fitzpatrick's beard.
Do we think DraftKings, as we get to the end of this game, we'll go over the awards. Do we think DraftKings will be releasing another sim cover after Glash donned the cover of Madden last year?
I don't know. We'll have to see what happens.
There's the big question.
That is the big question. I mean, that's really the question everybody is, I'm sure, asking.
Will Freeze Pops in his microwave show up on the cover of the new Madden game? That's
the DVD wall make. I think it should just be a DVD wall on the cover.
Yeah, see, yeah, it's just the DVD wall.
Not even you, just the DVD wall with the bobbleheads. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Oh man, so we had fun. Not the most compelling sim.
No, not really. Washington would have had to show up for that to be the case.
Yeah. Let's see. Out of 140 entries, look at that. Our guy Meager looks like he's going to win this thing, barring any stat adjustments. Meager doesn't win anything.
The weather must be better today in San Diego.
Apparently.
That is
Mike Evans at captain, about 30 points. Brady, McKissick, Fournette, the Bucks, DST in serious consideration for the Krusty Koff Award, and Scotty Miller. Scotty did know.
He did know. He did, and very solid bargain play. But I think player of the game has to be Mike Evans. I mean, 2 touchdowns. Let's see. I'm looking at the numbers here. He's in the captain of the winning lineup on the larger free showdown as well. 19.8 fantasy points in the flex. But you know what? The more I'm looking at it, I think it's the Bucks DST.
Yeah, 20 points in the flex, man.
20 points in the flex and very low ownership, 21% ownership. That would give us back-to-back games with DSTs as our players of the game, which I don't think has happened before. So let's just do it. Bucks DST, Krusty Koff player of the game in this one. What about the Not My Kid award? Who stood out for you on the negative side of things? I know for me, my lineup personally, LaShawn McCoy, who I thought was going to be a great play, was not. Only 11 rushing yards and didn't have a catch, at least not that's in the current stats.
No, I mean, the one that jumps out at me is J.D. McKissick. McKissick, he cracked 10 points in the flex. He's in 75% of lineups, 13% in the captain or smaller contest.
Godwin was pretty bad too, though. Godwin was under 6 fantasy points, and he cost even more.
But not as popular, not as popularly owned.
All right, yeah, McKissick it is. Yeah, as I'm looking around here at some lineups, we'll go with McKissick. He's not in any of the top lineups. Don't really have him because that's a lot to pay for 9.7 fantasy points,
right?
And not
that's
much
the irony
really going
of him
on.
Showing up in Meager's projected winning lineup.
Yeah, right. But Yeah, McKissick, not my kid award. It's official. Put it on the board.
All right, very good. Also, I want to tell the people, it's bad news for producer Drew right here, but Glash has texted me, and he has purchased, I'll pay him back, but he has purchased tickets for the two of us to go see the new Fast and Furious movie.
Nice.
And Drew, that's going to impact our availability here in Sim.
Oh, I see. I was like, what does that have to do with Drew? Drew, you bummed you can't go with him? Like, I'm confused. Yeah. Oh, now I got it.
Yeah,
he probably will go with you because that way he doesn't have to mess with it.
Exactly. That's you're gonna get more Freeze Pops and Kenny coming your way while Glash and I are at the movies on Friday. It's coming up. Friday, a week from tomorrow. Looking forward to it. All right. So Sims throughout the rest of the day. The Queens Falcons, and Cowboys. I will be here with Christian DeAndrea and Taryn Asak. That is 1 hour from now, almost on the dot. And then got the slate. I will be with Reed doing a little catch-all sports program, roughly 5:15 Eastern time. And then
catch-all sports. It's Reed. The U.S. Open is going on. Like, what do you think you're going to talk about?
Well, we're going to do a lot of U.S. Open, and then we'll talk about how overrated Doc Rivers is. And then,
there you go.
6 o'clock, Saints Titans. Me and Brandon Cristal. Mike Bizzle. Fun Sim minus the Loki talk. At 8, Jaguars, Colts. Oh my goodness. Glash will be here at 8 and 10. He's with Rossi at 8. Prime time. Madden After Dark. Lions, Steelers with Moose, Jeff Ulrich. A lot of U.S. Open talk there as well, I imagine.
I would imagine.
This is still Friday night. There's no Sim. Believe it or not, Drew, I pitched that. He couldn't do it. So we had to bump it up earlier in the day. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, go have some tea. Go have some tea and or something. I don't know. Yeah.
When do you return? Next week?
Next week. Yep. I'm off for the weekend. We will see everyone next week. Enjoy it. Get outside. Enjoy the nice weather.
I look forward to us next working together because inevitably your next shift will be with me, and we will review all things
episode 3.
Loki episode 3. Thanks to Drew, Undercover Boss, Tom, Bert, Bobo, everybody in the Sim fam. See you in a bit.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. It is Thursday, June 17th. We are in the midst of NBA playoffs. We have quite a bit of MLB news going on. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you can see that we have a full booth here. My co-host, Steve Buchanan, as usual. I'm Julian Edlow. And we have a guest, Sam Panayotovich, from sports betting analyst at Nesson Fox Sports and the host of the Chicken Dinner podcast, and a guy that you can see on Nesson from time to time with our very own lovable host, Emerson Latzia. Welcome to the podcast, man.
Thanks for the invite. I appreciate the offer, and I'm ready to talk gambling per usual. You'd be amazed at how many people, like I'm in the conference room next to the newsroom, people have takes, and when I say takes, they have bets every day. It's like the lady in accounting is like, hey, I like the over. It's like, holy, like I can't believe it.
I mean, people want to bet on sports, and we're working on getting that going in as much of the country as possible. So that kind of ties in nicely. You, as one of our new guests here, Sam, we want to get to know you better. So we're going to run through a few quick questions here. Just have fun with it. We've had some pretty interesting answers from guests before, so I've reworked some of these questions without telling anybody, without telling Steve, without telling our producers. So our first question has always been kind of what is your biggest win? And I don't want you to use dollar amounts, but like I reworked it a little bit because I want it to be everyone's favorite win. So that could mean your highest odds win, for example, as I tell all our guests, Steve Pierce plus 3,000, 2018 World Series MVP. Or it could be your biggest money win, or it could just be one that you like personally, your favorite win in your gambling career.
I wish I could sit here and tell you it was when Gonzaga beat North Carolina in the national championship in 2017. We had 70 to 1. We had 70 to 1 on Gonzaga, and they had a 2-point lead with like a minute 40 to go against Carolina. And we were already spending that money. You know what I mean? Now, we did hedge a little bit in Carolina because when you have $100 at 70 to 1, I know you said don't use dollar amounts, but when you have a dollar amount like that, you have to hedge. So we put a nice chunk on Carolina money line. So we would have still won, about $55,000 or $5,500 rather if Gonzaga wins the championship. But that was close. My favorite cash though of all time was when Braxton Miller got hurt at Ohio State. And Ohio State went to about 25 to 1 to win the national championship. And I had a buddy in Columbus who said, look out for this kid, JT Barrett. He's even better than Braxton Miller. Barrett takes them all the way into late November, and he gets hurt. And they roll in Cardell Jones as a starting quarterback. And I'll never forget him running over linebackers at Alabama and Zeke Elliott running over Oregon in the national championship. It's a pretty nice pop on the Buckeyes at 25 to 1. But the thing is, they were like 7 or 8 to 1, I think, before Miller went down. And they still had NFL talent on both sides of the ball, multiple guys. So we thought 25 to 1 was a good pop, and it turned out to be true. But I did not have Cardell Jones saving the day. That's for sure.
All right. It worked. It was that almost could have turned into a bad beat with the second injury, but it worked out in the end. All right. So without using Gonzaga being up 2, what is your worst beat in your gambling career?
Oh, geez. I mean, I don't think there's anything on a future basis. Like, I still think the worst beats are the ones when you're going under 7.5 in a baseball game and it's 1-1 after 8. And then it's 2-2 after 9, and somebody hits a grand slam. Those are the worst. Like
that happened the other day, an Altuve walk-off, right?
Right. Yep.
Those are the worst because it's you're not a loser, but you are. After 9 innings, there's 4 runs. They have to double it. Like the only way you could get a couple runs in the top and then a couple in the bottom. We can go on forever, but a bottom of the 10th, bottom of the 11th grand slam with the score 2-2 with a total of 7.5. I've had multiple beats like that. I don't think this is a bad beat because the game could have gone either way. I was on the wrong side of the kick 6 and the Iron Bowl. I think I had Alabama futures that year, and they went for a field goal rather than punt. And of course, Chris Davis takes it 100 and 7 yards or whatever. So I had Alabama futures. That wasn't really a bad beat because it was a tie game. I think I don't have a specific example, but losing on a walk-off grand slam to go over the total when you've got the under, nothing's worse in my opinion.
Steve bets more baseball than me. He can probably relate to more of those.
Well, so the over in extra inning games is hitting at 60% because obviously with the man on second. So like that totally makes sense too if you have an under 2 with the rate that it's been hitting this season.
I mean, overtime is where unders go to die.
Oh,
everybody knows that.
Yeah, I mean, I've even had basketball games when you go under a total like 225 or 230 because with a total like that you need one bad stretch for about 6 minutes in regulation, and the game's not going over. But I've had games where you're under 225 and it's 85 to 85 after overtime, and it's like triple overtime, and the Sixers won 140 to 130. Come on, like overtime, extra innings. Nightmare.
All right. What is one of your favorite spots to target? Like when you're breaking games down and like, you can find something to bet on every day, but what's one of those spots that like a week out or like you see it coming and you just circle it and say like, this is one of the spots that I'm really looking to make like, a multi-unit play?
I love going back on good teams in college football that just got upset. Like if, a couple years ago, let's say Alabama goes to Ole Miss and they, Ole Miss pulls the upset as like a 6-point home dog. Whoever Alabama plays the next week, I don't care if it's LSU. I don't care if it's, Coastal Carolina didn't used to be good. They used to be, you could railroad them if it's, the Citadel. I don't care what the number is. Like whatever that number is for a really good team off a bad loss, I like to lay it. But situationally in the NFL, there's something that I call the accordion. And a really highly perceptional team wins by 4 touchdowns. And then the team they're playing the next week loses by, 10 or 14. So I have all this extra perception. Like say the Packers beat the Bears 42 to 10. The Packers next week play the Lions, and the look ahead number was Packers minus 7.5. Now it's 10.5. And the Lions, oh, by the way, they lost by 2 touchdowns. So we get 3 extra points off a key number with a team that nobody wants to bet on against a team that everybody's going to bet on because they just won by 4 touchdowns. So you're building in to the accordion being pulled all the way to the right on the Packers and all the way to the left on the Lions. They have to over adjust, the books do, because they know everybody A, loves to bet the Packers, and B, just watch the Packers wax whoever. So they're moving that up, expecting the right. Like they expect the money to come in. And the Packers are going to be on every money line parlay. They're going to be in every teaser. So they're trying to get ahead of it. And if they move it from 7.5 to 10, 10.5, 11, I'll take the 11 any day. So I love to fade the overreaction and expect the correction in the market. But most people don't bet that way. They bet off what they've last seen. And I think that's why a lot of people get in trouble.
Recency bias, taking advantage of recency bias. That's what it is. All right. In the opposite direction, you could almost use the same answer for this, but like one of your biggest red flags when it comes to sports betting, like what is a spot that you will not bet?
Usually when players are banged up from an injury standpoint and they like come back into the fold, there was a very strong part of gambling media that was still thinking the Lakers were going to win, the game 6 against Phoenix. And it's like, look, we just watched game 5. Davis wasn't on the floor. They're going to clear him for game 6, but it's like, okay, he's in, but is he really in? Is he effective? Is he valuable? He was a non-factor in that game. And even though I think in lights we all see Anthony Davis is in, you're not even handicapping him playing. You're handicapping how effective he is. So I always get nervous. I don't want to say that I stay away entirely, but it certainly like makes me think extra long and hard about it. Like I had the Nets the other night at 3.5, but people are like, well, what do you know about James Harden? I don't know anything. Like he could be awful. And he wasn't really that good. They won because Jeff Green played like Jeff Green from 2009 and Kevin Durant had 49, 17, and 10. They didn't win because of James Harden. So I think it's always important to be cautious about players that are hurt or have been hurt coming back into the fold. Usually they're not near 100%, and usually we overreact and over-adjust their addition to the team. It's usually a situation where they're not as good as they should be, but because they're in, the market tends to overreact that way.
Agree. I had some Lakers futures that went up in flames. I have some Nets futures that even I will say I'm happy with the 46 minutes we got from Harden the other night instead of a Mike James getting those minutes. The Bucks maybe could have gone after him a little more defensively, but he gutted it out there. But we'll talk about that.
The Bucks should have won that game by 30 for the right. Like the Bucks should have killed them. The fact that they didn't make any adjustments, and you're talking about somebody who had Brooklyn 3.5.
Me too. Me too.
I mean, they were down 16 at half. They should have blown Brooklyn off the floor. Somebody actually texted me after the game. They were doing the press conference, with the coaches. Somebody said Coach Bud looks like he picks up bet slips at the casino. And I thought it was a perfect way.
He had the look.
Oh, awful.
All right, we're gonna roll over to NBA after this one, and this is a quick one, easy one. Best advice you have for new sports bettors?
I would say it's always get the right number. There are so many people. Let's use the NFL for example. These lines come out. People don't realize that they don't come out game day. They come out the week before. Some sports books put them up Sunday. I know DK's got them up sometimes on Sunday or Monday morning. So you have the whole week to bet on them. And, like an underdog. I love underdogs in the NFL. But people will, they won't bet the +7 on Sunday night, Monday morning, going into that week. They'll wait until kickoff, and that 7-point dog is now 5.5. And it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. What? Of course it matters.
5.5, the worst number in football.
You would be amazed at how many people tell me, well, it's just a half a point. And then they're the same ones that get upset at me when I say, hey, on Monday, I like Team X +7 or +6.5, and they take 5.5 or 5. Because a lot of the Sharpies, they'll let the market settle. They'll wait, and then they'll attack, and there's dummying going on. They'll bet the other side to get a bigger number. But if the number on the team is prime 6 days out, there's no reason to wait. You have to get the best number. That's more than half the battle, I think, for a lot of us.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
All right, so let's talk about the NBA. Obviously, yesterday, we're recording this on June 17th. I think June 16th will be a day that lives in infamy with the amount of news, the number one seeds, both number one seeds losing, just absolutely rocked the market for the NBA playoffs here. Obviously, we know the news about Kawhi Leonard suffering the ACL injury, even though after that prior game on Sunday, he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm just, hiding this massive ACL injury. Obviously, Chris Paul contracting COVID-19. We have that to deal with. And now the ramifications, we saw them from last night and the prior, but now tonight we have Nets at Bucks. In this one, the Bucks are 6-point favorites as we record this Thursday morning. Now, the home team has won every game so far in this series. And we also look at Brooklyn, who have been one of the best underdog teams or underdogs in this one. They're 13-11, but 6-8 straight up on the road as underdogs here. Sam, what are your thoughts on this game specifically and for the rest of this series if it does move on after tonight?
Well, I'm sitting in a position right now where I've got Brooklyn to win the series at +130. I did that going into game 5 because my math in my head, the way I thought about it was, look, they're going to be a short underdog at home. If they're a 2 or a 3-point favorite, granted it closed 1 at some places, they can win this game. It's not like they're, they're the underdog, but barely. So my thought process was if they win 5, they'll be favored at home in game 7, assuming Harden can play. And I don't know if Irving's back by then. We're still sort of guessing as far as his future goes, his near future for that matter. But I have Brooklyn at +135. I'm asking myself out loud, should I come back and take some Bucks? Like you can get, +250 or so on Milwaukee. That's what I'm thinking about. But I always have these conversations like, do you like the team or do you like the price? Like, do I really like Milwaukee to win the series? I don't know, man. Like, that's a bad loss. And I worry about a team like that has never really been able to go and take that next step with Giannis. Like, they're a good team. They're a great team in the regular season. But they haven't won jack in the postseason. So can they bounce back mentally? Bud had circles ran around him by a rookie head coach, Steve Nash. as far as the game goes, like I don't agree with the move. Like, I don't think we can move Milwaukee from 3.5 to 5.5 just based on the fact that they should win and they should get calls. I think it's a little square to think Brooklyn here, but that's okay. It's about the number. And I think 5.5, some books are 6. I don't hate that bet on Brooklyn at all, because I don't know that Milwaukee is mentally tough enough to recover from that awful loss in Game 5. And I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment. That's a game they should have won. I would argue that, everybody outside of Durant and Green played poorly. So if the supporting cast plays better and Durant does what he does and Harden plays better, Brooklyn's the better team. And I think mentally they've been here. They've got guys that have won championships before. I think it's a mental game. And I don't know if Milwaukee's good enough. I have my concerns.
Milwaukee mentally is a mess. And that goes to Giannis and Giannis after the game. Sometimes you have to go, I'm not a huge narrative guy, but like, you got to look into some things in these press conferences, especially when you're playing the same team 6-7 times in a row and looking at kind of the roller coaster ride of this. Giannis after the game saying that Durant is better than him as the 2-time defending MVP, that means something. Brooklyn has some real estate in Milwaukee's head. And like you said, Bud getting out coached by a rookie head coach. What I liked about what Steve Nash did is he just didn't get in the way, and he gave himself what I consider to be one of the best coaching advantages in the NBA. Playing your best players big minutes. The best way to give yourself an advantage is playing Kevin Durant the entire game and not taking him off the floor. You take Durant off the floor for 4 minutes and play him 44 minutes, you don't win that game. So just playing your guys and not getting in the way. Like Bud plays his guys, his stars. Giannis famously plays less minutes. Like he played 28 minutes per game and won MVP one year. Just kind of gets in his own way and doesn't make the adjustments. So the shift here, I'm with you. I'm already heavy on Brooklyn, so like I don't want to get in my way too much for the series and the East, but the 6 points for a team going against Milwaukee that we almost expect to collapse in the second half, I'll take the 6 points. And really quick, talking about Harden, like we expect him to be better. This one's already taken some money on the over and the juice is going up. Harden's points, rebounds, assists. It's a prop that people love to bet. It's generally 44.5, 45.5. It's 30.5 on DK Sportsbook tonight. That you're getting 66%. You need 66% of Harden's production to cash the over there. He shot miserably, 1 of 10 in that first game. Maybe some rust knocks off. Maybe he's probably going to take more than 10 shots also in the 46 minutes he played last game. So if Harden's going to play 40 minutes in this game, taking him to have 2/3 of his usual production is pretty attractive to me.
So you're combining points, rebounds, and assists, right? That's what you're saying?
30.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Harden.
I personally, I think it's tougher when you combine all the stats. Like I like to break them up individually. Like let's put points on an island, put rebounds on an island, put assists on an island. Because like you could have a game where what's the Harden number? 30.5.
Yep.
Yeah, he scores 10 points and has 15 assists and 4 rebounds. You're going to be so upset, So I try and centralize. That's me. If you have success with it, hey man, do your thing. But do you have one of the 3 that you like more, or do you actually like them collectively the most?
It depends on the player for me, basically, if I'm going to go that way. Harden, I kind of generally go with the 3 ways. But so the points are really low, 15.5. And the over is.
I know. It just, you wonder about his ability to attack the rim.
Yeah, that's what he looked like he couldn't do in the last game. So it's minus 139 juiced also on the points over.
I'm curious to know if they have a free throw number too, because there could be some correlation here with points and free throws. He's at his best, as we know, when he's able to burst to the rim and get slapped on the arm and go to the free throw line. But if he can't, push and can't cut, again, we're not handicapping the player, we're handicapping an injured player. So we're trying to understand and try and compute with no data on how well his body feels and how bad the injury is. We don't know. Are they shooting him up before the game? Maybe. There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot we don't know.
So Harden had 6 rebounds in 46 minutes in the last game. His rebounds are set at 6.5 for this one. I lean over there, obviously, if I like the over on the depressed number. The assists, it's really just all the points that are making the difference here, because the assists are 8.5. It's usually 9.5 or 10.5. You do get plus 120 on over 8.5 assists. He had 8 last game. So if there was one, aspect of his game that was the least affected, it was his passing. He hit Durant, he hit Joe Harris on some nice back cuts at the rim where he was kind of playing quarterback in that offense. Injured quarterback, but quarterback from the top of the key. So given the other two are juiced up, and yet you can get the plus 120 on the 8.5 assists, I think if I was narrowing it to one, I would take over 8.5 assists at plus 120 if I'm not playing the 3-way.
I love.
But you got to rely on the one about that is you got to rely on teammates to make shots too.
Right. I love how we finally got there to where we were trying to go. The Nets, by the way, looking at DraftKings now, still the favorite to win the championship. And right. I talked to bookmakers from all over the place, and they tell you it's because of the liability, right? Because when Harden got dealt there, the Nets were 10, 12 to 1 to win the title. And there was an avalanche then. Even though they couldn't really stay healthy and stay on the floor, people still bet them and expected them to be healthy by the time the playoffs rolled around. But you had a situation before Game 5 where the Nets were underdogs to win the series against Milwaukee, but they had shorter odds than Milwaukee to win the East and to win the title. What? How is that possible? Well, because of all the liability. So I think it's important to remember that when it comes to the future book, every market is different. Division is different than conference. Conference is different than championship. In this situation, the Brooklyn Nets were an underdog in their series, but had better odds than the team that was favored over them.
I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, everybody's on the Nets to win it. So yeah, folks don't want to take more money.
Let's shift over to the Friday games. Obviously, that's the 2 games on that one. Sixers at Hawks and then Jazz at Clippers. Obviously, I think the news here is that the unbelievable collapse by the Sixers the other night. They, at one point, according to ESPN, had a 99.5% chance of winning that game until they just absolutely collapsed. What was it, a 21-point lead they ended up blowing there, Julian?
26 last
26,
night. 26, just
remarkable there. They are road favorites in this next one here, minus 159 over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. The spread has pretty much stayed as is, currently -3 for the Sixers. Sam, what are your feelings on this one? And quite frankly, how can you feel good? How can the Sixers feel good about their position in this series after blowing a lead like that?
Talk about mental toughness. You have to figure that out, right? With not only Milwaukee, but with Philadelphia as well. I also saw this meme last night. Guess which game Atlanta won? Falcons 28, Patriots 3, or Sixers 72, Hawks 46. How? I have no idea how that happened. To get back to your question, though, Steve, the Friday games and what do you like and all that, I have played the same thing in 3 straight games. Trae Young to be the leading scorer in the game. In Game 3, he was plus 230, and he was a leading scorer thanks to a meaningless 3 with a minute to go when they were down 15. I was like, yes! So hit that one. Game 4, he's plus 190 because Embiid has been the favorite in every game, but the market has already corrected itself. So we hit him for 230 in Game 3, for 190 in Game 4, and it didn't look like he was going to be the leading scorer last night, but he did it again. For the 3rd straight game, Trae Young was the leading scorer at plus money, 230, 190, and 160. We don't have the numbers up yet, I don't believe. I'm going to guess at home, knowing that the books have to, as we've talked about, over-adjust and overcorrect, I'm going to guess Trae Young to be the leading scorer is going to be about plus a quarter, plus 125. He didn't take a lot of threes in the last game. I think he only took 6 or 7, but he got to the line. The floater was on, and he was aggressive. I mean, he gets volume. It's not like Trae Young's going to miss his first 8 shots and stop shooting. He's going to take 15, 20 shots a game. I think at home, there's pressure on them to finish this. And if they do finish it, it'll be behind Trae Young. I'm curious to see the number on him to be the leading scorer. Also, his over has hit in, I think, 4 of 5 games. And I do like Atlanta plus the 3 points. I think they're a better team. And I think it comes down to, Embiid turning into a pumpkin late in games. He dominated the first quarter, but he was a pumpkin in the fourth. And Ben Simmons, man, like that guy can't hit a free throw. He can't hit a jump shot. So they become much more guardable in the fourth quarter when they can shift and they can double Embiid and they dare Simmons to shoot. They're like, go ahead, dude. If you make it, we'll take it. Like, if you make it, we'll tip our cap. He hasn't been able to make free throws or jump shots. I think Philly's easier to guard. And that's why I like the home team getting points.
Yeah, I mean, Philly's got problems, big problems. I jumped on them minus 130 to win the series after the game one loss. I brought it back with some Hawks recently when, they were dead in the water. For me, yeah, I'm with you. I'll probably take some Hawks in this game because they probably deserve to be favored at home, especially with like what is the mindset for the Sixers right now? First team in 25 years in the NBA to blow back-to-back 18-point leads, to lose playoff games. They can't close. Embiid gasses himself out early in games and can't finish. Simmons Simmons took 4 shots in 38 minutes on Wednesday night. Like, he's not going to be your guy or ever be your guy. So that leaves you with Tobias Harris, who's a mediocre guy, not good enough to be an all-star, to be like a late game scorer. He had 4 points in game 5. It's just not there. The Sixers, once they lose this series, famous last words, now they probably win it in 7, but got everything. Rivers needs to be gone. Trade Simmons. Find somebody that's going to coach Embiid into a guy that can, not go pedal to the metal to start games and like be able to finish. I wouldn't hate if you wanted to bet Sixers first quarter in this game and still bet the Hawks for the game.
Yeah, that's
Philly's going to come out hot again. Like, they're more talented and they play better early in games. Like, I would be surprised if Philly isn't leading this one early. Then maybe you want to go small on the Hawks so that you can get an in-game position on the Hawks, because we've seen this story before. I'm going to rip through this real quick. I did it on the Sweat this morning. This is Doc Rivers since winning the 2008 title with the Celtics. Without Kevin Garnett, Celtics up 3-2 to Orlando in 2009, lose the series. 2010 Celtics up 3-2 on the Lakers in the NBA Finals, lose the series, blow a double-digit lead in Game 7. 2012 Celtics up 3-2 on the Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals, lose the series. That was the Game 6 LeBron game in Boston. I was there. I was devastated. 2013 Clippers up 3-2 on the Grizzlies, lose the series, including Game 7 at home. 2014 Clippers blow a 15-point lead to lose Game 5 against OKC, lose the series in 6. 2015 the Clippers blow a 3-1 lead to the Rockets. 2016, did I say that again? 2015 was the 3-1 lead to the Rockets. 2016, Clippers up 2 on the Blazers, lose 4 in a row, losing 6. 2017, they lose Game 7 at home to the Jazz. 2020, the Clippers blow the famous 3-1 lead to the Nuggets in the bubble, losing double-digit leads in each of the last 3 games. And then 2021, here we sit.
That's a long list.
That's a list.
From what I can gather there, don't trust Doc Rivers late in a playoff series.
So I asked you the question, the Know You Better question, biggest red flag. I now have a spot. Don't bet Doc Rivers late in playoff series.
I didn't actually see. I'm curious. I'm going to guess here what the price is, because knowing that the Sixers are favored in Game 6 and they'd be about a 7-point favorite in Game 7.
Yep.
I'm going to guess it's close to a pick 'em for the series right now. Like Philly, even though Philly's trailing, I don't have the number in front of me, but I'm going to guess it's close to -10.
Yeah. So I'm with you, and I was getting ready to maybe bet some Hawks. DraftKings has it at Atlanta -162, Philly +130.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
So they know that the Sixers are gutless frauds.
But when you do the math and you extrapolate it out, when you take a team that's, a 3-point favorite and then a 7-point favorite, like I know they're down a game, but you would think the math would be a little lower. So I think.
Oh, so there's value on the Sixers.
Clearly, they're trying to write money on the Sixers. I mean, that's what the number tells you, because I think that's a little too steep. Like, I'm in no rush to lay 160 on Atlanta to win the series, when you could have had. I mean, yesterday they were plus money, definitely. So. It's that mental arithmetic. It's like, all right, well, what should the number be and what is it? I think it's clear the book is trying to write Sixer money, but that's a pass. But like, I'm not laying it, that's for sure. And I want a bigger number on They got, no, I don't know. I want a bigger number. I don't know that I trust Philly. So it's a pass, but it's an interesting number, right? All these numbers tell a story. They always do.
All right, real quick before we go to baseball, any Clippers Jazz series thoughts? I scooped up Utah -3 and money line as soon as the Kawhi news hit. Hedged out a little bit, but I got such great value and believed in Utah so much at home that I wanted to risk a little bit of that and leave it. Let me down. Clippers now -167 in the series. Jazz +137. The Jazz are 2-point favorites in LA for Game 6. Both number one seeds that choked Game 5s away at home in a 2-2 series are favored on the road on Friday night in Game 6. Anything on Game 6? Anything on the series here for you?
This series is drunk. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. The Clippers also have been, I would argue, they've been better on the road over the postseason, right? Especially against Dallas. Home court meant nothing to them. And this is another fascinating, development in the sports betting world. Some teams have full boats, others don't. Like that Suns and Lakers series. The Suns were at 90% capacity. The Lakers were at 28. How is that fair? Even in hockey with the Vegas and the Montreal series. Vegas has 100%. Montreal has 3,000 fans. So we're also weighing that into our equation. I don't think home court is as important for the Clippers, who don't have the capacity and don't really play well at home, or they haven't for that matter. I would think Utah,
except for the two blowouts over Utah.
Yeah, right. They've been better this series, but as a whole, I think they've been about 50-50 as far as ATS with home court. So the number tells you the books are going to expect some Utah, right? Maybe some desperation here. I don't think Utah's cooked. I think they didn't take the Clippers seriously. That's for sure. They weren't mentally prepared to take on a Clippers team without Kawhi. I think they already had collected $200 for passing go, and they got slapped right away and they couldn't recover. I think you get a more focused Utah team, and I don't hate that number, -2. I think this one goes 7. I think it does. If you were to tell me before the series, how long does the series go, or ask me how long, I probably would have said 7. So I could see it going back to Utah for Game 7, and at that point, who knows? I feel like I have a pretty good pulse, or at least a good idea in a lot of these games, or right or wrong. I'm pulled one way. I'm not pulled anywhere in this series. This series is I feel like I'm blindfolded playing, pin the tail on the donkey. I have no idea.
I kind of lean to the Jazz. Last night was supposed to be Wednesday night was supposed to be Utah's game, and the series was supposed to be over without Kawhi. The Clippers have a completely out of character performance for their franchise, for Ty Lue, for Paul George, who gets all the knocks, and they grind it out. Now everybody is, in favor of the Clippers. I think this is where it switches, and that the Clippers curse is real. And after they bait everybody into believing in them, this is where it goes the other way. I think Utah bounces back really strong in a road environment, like you said, that is not hostile at all, to get that Game 6. And then the Game 7 will be hostile in Utah for the Clippers. And I think Paul George becomes the Paul George in the playoffs that we kind of always have grown to know, rather than the guy in Game 5 that had kind of a mini KD type of performance to put his team on his back and gut that game out shorthanded. So that's where I'm leaning, going. Is that against the grain? I don't know, maybe, but that's where I'm at with it. All right, let's do a little bit of baseball before we get out of here. I have recently gotten back into betting baseball. If you've been following along on Twitter, doing decently with it. But here's what really fascinates me is all this pitcher stuff going on, obviously. All the pitchers are getting hurt. All the pitchers are complaining about it. Maybe we need to find middle ground. Maybe we don't. But, starting soon, pitchers have to just completely abandon everything. This has me, I don't know baseball as well as you guys, but this has me thinking overs. This has me thinking unders on K props. Steve, you can start us off. What does this mean? Because I want to take advantage in the betting market somehow.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the short term, what we've seen already, and obviously this whole substance thing is going to be the story probably for the rest of the year. But over the past week, The overs on these game totals are up almost 6%. And while that doesn't feel like a big number, the over-unders overall for the season were almost deadlocked at 50-50. So now we see all this news coming in, and now these overs are hitting at a high rate. Yesterday alone, the over was 10-5 for all the games that happened. Now, that's not out of the ordinary, but in this particular time frame, that looks kind of glaring. So, and then we see someone like Garrett Cole go out last night, going against a tough Blue Jays team, only struck out 4. That's very unlike Garrett Cole to only strike out 4. And then he went to his press conference. He was whining and crying the entire time. Everybody's already quoting his "for Pete's sake" that he said during that press conference. Very upset. If you drop it "for Pete's sake," you're upset. At least that's what it feels like in my mind. But right now, overs feels like the play. Even first half overs, like the first half over yesterday for the Mets and Cubs was 3. It was Jacob deGrom against Robert Stock. Robert Stock, obviously not a household name, but it ended up at 6. Like, there is going to be, I think, a lot of overs, and the market's going to have to adjust at some point, but I don't feel like we've seen that as of yet. So, and, Sam, I want to kind of get your opinion on that. I think the overs are going to be the play here, and first half overs too, especially if pitchers are not able to grip the ball like they like. So now they're trying to overcompensate. And that, to me, means that there's going to be a lot more mistakes or balls left over the heart of the plate for batters to take advantage of. So we definitely saw a pitcher's market to begin the year. I think we're going to see a massive 180, at least through the rest of the year.
Well, I mean, you already gave the data to back it up. A 6-point or a 6% hike up is massive. People go, well, that's not a lot. You're telling me 50-50 to 56-44 isn't a lot in sports betting? Holy cow, 6% takes me from 53% to 59%. And all of a sudden, I'm a lot richer than I would be if I was hitting 53%. You know what I mean? So 6% is massive. I think I think you said it best. In the short term, until the books do adjust, I think, I don't know that you could blind bet every over. I think eventually that you could have that day where you go 0-15. I've seen that happen before. But I think generally speaking, the right team and the right situation, I would be looking over. Thing is, the books are going to adjust though. Like in the NFL last season, when, through week 4, the overs were like 68%. Well, what happened in week 5? The under went, 11-5 because the totals, instead of opening a total in football at 47, they opened it at 50. Instead of 51, it's 54. Now, it's tougher in baseball because I can't exactly say, all right, Steve, I'm going to move this total as a bookmaker. It should be 8. I'm going to move it to 9 because then you're going to have sharp guys hit you under 9. You can't really move the market that much. But I do think I would argue that a half run is extremely expensive. And rather than 7.5, maybe it's 8. Rather than 8.5, maybe it's 9. Because it's all math and it's all kind of crunching the numbers and then baking in the perception. I think in the short term, sure, maybe another 5 days, 7 days, you can hit the overs, but there will come a time when eventually that 6% is going to come back the other way because the books over the course of the season, they're going to make their adjustments, and the people that are late to the party, like that are listening to this podcast right now, and you just said the overs have been the move for 5 days or whatever, they're gonna catch on, but in 5 days from now, it might be too late. So there's always that overcorrection and over adjustment. I've said those words a couple times now, but it's real because the bookmakers, trust me, they're aware of the trends and they see all the bets and they see the patterns and they make their moves off those. So short term is a good way, but it's not gonna build up your 401k or your retirement plan betting on overs through October. Like that's not the move.
And so these new rules go into effect on Monday, the 21st. Am I right?
Right. Yep.
Okay. So that's maybe when we start to see the biggest impact. And
so the idea is that's when the like suspensions and the punishments start getting, implemented. Clubs are already telling their pitchers, hey, do this now because we need you to start adjusting now. So that's why you're already hearing the complaints. That's why you're already hearing pitchers, moan about this, and rightfully so, because, up until this point, it was not illegal. Now you're basically telling them to change everything that they've been doing throughout their career.
Yeah, no, I like even listening to like Tyler Glasnow whine and complain. I mean, that's like unbearable, but I don't disagree with the fact that he's like, oh, I feel like this is why I got hurt. Sure, maybe baseball could have handled this better and maybe not done it in the middle of the season, let it get out of control to this point you should have been doing this before this season. So like everybody's at fault, but it's a bad look to be whining about just not being able to cheat. But like you said, Garrett Cole had 4 strikeouts the other night. Like, I'm surprised that you guys are not more interested in strikeout unders for some of the big names that we see. Cole can be around like 10 strikeouts, and you're telling me you got 4 last game. Like, I'm very interested, especially if it's somebody that's been up there, complaining about this. I'm interested in these strikeout unders. Maybe I'm just a square that doesn't know about baseball, but
at least for me, I need more of a sample for the strikeout unders before they start calling that a trend. It's not as if Garrett,
then it's going to be gone.
Which is
like Sam said. So I gotta I'm just gonna blind myself and go in there on the strikeout unders.
I think that's a fair assessment. But when you look at like over unders for the whole league, like that took a significant jump. I don't know if I want to base one game where Garrett Cole had 4 strikeouts and go, okay, I'm going to start blindly betting these unders for strikeout totals, because strikeout totals, I think, are a lot tougher to figure out than some of these over-unders, because over-unders obviously have so much that you have to take into account. Bullpen, starting pitching, opposing offenses, where strikeouts is more matchup based. So I'm not crazy about the strikeouts yet. I think it's definitely something to take a look at moving forward, but at least in the short term, and I'm kind of interested to see what you have to say about this. That's not something I'm looking to attack right now.
I think it all depends on who they face. I mean, with strikeout props, I look at the team they're facing. A lot of people don't. Garrett Cole's numbers 7.5. I like the over. Well, why is it 7.5? Is he facing a team that doesn't strike out? I mean, is he facing the Astros? The Astros have a league low 483 strikeouts. When you compare that to the team at the top, Tampa Bay has struck out 724 times. So they've almost struck out 300 more times. The Rays, the Tigers, the Mariners, the Cubs, they whiff, and they whiff a lot. I think it's case in point by situation. If Garrett Cole's facing the Rays, I'll probably lean to the over.
Yeah.
If he's facing the Astros, I'd probably lean under. Like, I think exotic props like that are more paramount when you compare the teams they're facing compared to the teams that they've. Who did he just strike out 4 guys against? Remind me, Cole?
Blue Jays.
Toronto.
Toronto's in the bottom. Yeah, they're like 25th in strikeouts. So is it more of the, the spider tack, or is it more that Toronto doesn't strike out? Like, it could be both.
Nope, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, all right. I guess I got to think about it more.
All Julian wants is his own system. You can tell.
Right.
This is why, I mean.
Well, hello, Dream Streamers. Thank you for being here with us. We have got 4 more Madden Sims coming your way on a Thursday. You can't beat it. The only thing that we can do better right now than we've been able to do for the first 2 today is give you more people. 3-person bob and weave. Christian DeAndrea, Taryn Asak. I'm Adam Kaufman. Hey, crew. TL, how are you?
What's up? I'm great. Beautiful weather here in Mass. Yeah, I'm excited to be on the 3-man booth with you guys.
No. 3-person booth.
Yeah. 3-person booth. Exactly. What am I doing? 3-person.
CDA, what's up, man?
It's good. Things are good. I somehow feel like Terrelyn is maybe lying to us, exaggerating a little bit about her excitedness, because I'm pretty sure she's called us bozos many a time over the past.
I'm still excited to hang with my bozos. Don't get me wrong.
I did it for her, actually, because I created the early bird special. Pardon me. It's called the TL has to put up with 2 bozos today free roll.
Yeah.
So I do hope everybody at least jumped into it. Do you both have lineups?
I mean, I know that I do. The question is whether or not Terrelyn does and how many backup quarterbacks.
Yeah, TL, who is the backup QB du jour today?
Oh my goodness, me, my backup QBs. Again, I filled one out. I don't think it went through because I don't know if I'm just doing it wrong or what's up here. It's always asking for my credit card information.
You got a DK_assist that issue because I do not know what's happening right now.
I know. I was talking to, was it Rossi that he said he had that issue for a bit and then like you have to refresh, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I was more dealing with finding my little like USB thing with DK Assist for my keyboard. They were supposed to be a USB thing that they sent me, but they didn't, and I wanted it for like producer Taryn just to be more important. But I should shoot over to DK Assist now about my my lineup issue.
So we got Dallas and Atlanta. Christian and I will give you our lineups, but
let's hear it. Yeah, you guys go.
Well, I need you to finish that for me. Tell me what makes producer Taryn more important through the use of a USB? I'm confused.
I just feel like me typing on this keyboard. Like I really like the sound of it, and I feel like it just elevates me to the next level. I have more command, you know.
So you just want to type loudly.
Yeah, I'm just like, hey, Kaufman. Or no, like I went to yell at Glash yesterday because Tom was with me. Pretty funny. He wore moose ears to, over promote the extravaganza. He wanted to beat you. I like to call it extravaganza. We'll give it a little more, like zhuzh to it. And then I wish that I had my keyboard because I was like, Glash, I am the producer, because he goes, all right, Tom, let's take the full screen. We're going to go full. We're going to keep it on me for a few more minutes here because I got something to say. And I was like, dude, what? Like, I'm the producer. So I really wanted the keyboard yesterday just to be like, what do you think you're doing? Just to have the extra effect.
We need to get you a typewriter.
Yeah, I want a typewriter, actually.
Oh, you need a typewriter for the full on. I mean, I can't do it, but the like effect, like it kicks out, scrolling it back, putting the paper in, start again. That'll just.
Well, and that way you could write him a sternly worded letter instead of just going out and keying his car.
You know what? Yeah, he was like, oh, did you key my car? Because I decided to tell Tom what to do yesterday over you. And I was like, yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
But then he was like, people really suck. And I was like, no, they do. I feel bad for your car. So.
I didn't know Taryn was such an old soul. I'm learning this.
Yeah, I kind of am.
That you come from the typewriter age.
I come from, I like to just slam on a typewriter. If somebody's going to go take the reins over me and say, Tom, take the full screen, I want to slam on the typewriter.
For older
Spiritually, you were answering calls at Sterling Cooper Draper Price.
Exactly.
You know what, Christian? Yeah.
For those of us, and I mean, I am absolutely in this category. I don't know about, our production crew, ops. Certainly, I know some people who are listening would fall into this category. I am old enough. I am an old I am old enough to remember what it's like using a typewriter. You know, I was not of the typewriter generation. Like, obviously, I grew up with computers. I'm not that old. But I was old enough that typewriters were still around. Like, I have used them. And I always made me really uncomfortable, the idea of screwing up. You don't have you don't have that backspace same way on a typewriter. Like, you can do it, at least the sort of the, I mean, they're not new, but like before they were totally obsolete, the newer generation typewriters versus the old original, everyone using typewriters, you had a backspace, but it didn't really rip up the ink. It can't. So then you're just typing on top of bad ink. It was ugly situation. I don't envy the typewriter community.
I mean, that's why we got whiteout, Koff. It's how it happened.
But now that's basically gone. No one uses whiteout.
People started huffing it.
Who has whiteout in their homes anymore?
Huffers going to Tara Lynn. I mean, sometimes you need a quick pick-me-up. The whiteout's right there. Bang. You're taken to a world of magic. Speaking of worlds of magic, Todd Gurley returning to his world of magic. He's been on fire this drive. A couple catches, bunch of nice carries. Been all him leading the Falcons into the red zone. But with like a typewriter, you have to go back and like you just did like big X's over everything, and then you just keep going. It was my family had a typewriter in the home, and I remember playing with it when I was a little kid, but like not to actually type things, just to mash all the buttons together and see what happened. All the keys would then get stuck, and then we wouldn't have a typewriter for a while.
Well, Brian says in the chat, Koff, I have a typewriter in my house right now, and I used it yesterday just for the hell of it. Lindenbaum says, yeah, what would you do if you had to delete something? You just start over? And Brian goes, yup.
A mess.
Can you imagine getting to the end of a page? Like, how many times, like we've been through school, we've had assignments, papers, reports, whatever that essays you've had to write. Like, I mean, I'm one of those, like, I'm never happy with a sentence ever that not a single, I mean, Christian's a professional writer. I'm never happy with a sentence that I write. There's always tweaks. There are always drafts. Imagine you just had to keep starting over. I was going to have to do that over again. It would take forever. No way.
I'm thinking about it.
Seriously.
Hey, do you guys have Gurley in your lineups? I hope you do.
What's your lineup look like, Christian?
I do. I have the man who just made that catch there, Calvin Ridley, in my captain spot. The price was right on him. I was going back between him and Gallup. I got them both in there. As my internet slows to a crawl. Let's see if that holds up. I'm dealing with some Emmernet right now. Matt Ryan sacked there. No, I got Ridley in the captain spot. Todd Gurley in the flex along with Zeke. CeeDee Lamb, my punt play, because he was only 4K today. Julio, Gallup, Gurley, Elliott, Calvin, CD. That is my lineup there. And they're going to go without a touchdown as this Falcons drive peters out inside the 10. Koff, what does your lineup look like?
I'm going to give you mine, and then I'm going to give you some breaking news that we have, which has nothing to do with this sim, admittedly, but it is interesting nonetheless. My lineup, Ezekiel Elliott in the captain spot. He is in about 3/4 of lineups in our 138 entry smaller contest, 23% captain. I do, TL, have Todd Gurley. I wish he had scored a touchdown there. I have Julio Jones, who is a new Tennessee Titan. Titans coming up in the next sim, by the way. Calvin Ridley, Blake Jarwin, something of a lower-owned, not punt play, but a lower-owned guy anyway. And Russell Gage to round out my lineup as well. But here's the breaking news. Man. All right, so one day after Donnie Nelson, who had been with the Dallas Mavericks, parted ways with the organization after 24 years. Bit of clashing with the stat heads internally. Adrian Wojnarowski, ESPN, moments ago. Rick Carlisle, who led Dallas to the 2011 championship, informed Mavericks owner Mark Cuban today he will not be returning as coach next season. Carlisle had 2 years left in his contract, spent 13 years as Mavericks coach. That is now, folks. And no one saw that one coming. Like, people weren't shocked by Scott Brooks in Washington yesterday. I think a lot of people were surprised by Stan Van Gundy in New Orleans. This is now 7 teams in the NBA suddenly that need new head coaches next season. It is, of course, the Mavs, the Wizards, the Magic, the Pacers, the Celtics, the Trailblazers, and the Pelicans. And on top of that, we don't know for certain that Mike Budenholzer's keeping his job in Milwaukee after this playoff ends, seemingly this round. He could be on the outs. Bucks could be looking. Nate McMillan has not been offered the gig in Atlanta just yet. Hawks could be looking. We could have a third of the league turning over this offseason with regard to head coaches. This is staggering. This is really interesting. And you have got now some really interesting destinations. I mean, you got the Celtics, who are absolutely, I'm not going to say the job, but they are a prime job with a couple of young all-stars in their 20s and Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Now Dallas, Luka, hello, maybe the top player in the NBA. And certainly if you're, looking to be head coach of a team that has the potential and ability to go somewhere and an owner that's willing to spend, significant. Dame, McCollum in Portland, Zion, at least for now, in New Orleans. Apparently his family's not all that happy. You still got Beal in Washington. List goes on. This is interesting.
Yeah, how do you feel about future Celtics head coach Rick Carlisle, Koff? I mean, I feel like that's right in your world, right up your field of view. And
I'll tell you what, I mean, and don't forget he played for the Celtics once upon a time.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, please. If that's, I mean, there are not a lot of, when a guy is bounced around, when a guy has had multiple opportunities in any sport, we commonly will refer to them as retread head coaches, right? Rick Carlisle is not that. Rick Carlisle coached Dallas with lots of success for 13 years, as noted. This guy has been a very, very good NBA head coach. He has been viewed as one of the best, not only longest tenured, but one of the best head coaches across the NBA. He wound up in Boston, and I'm sure he will be interviewed if he wishes to be. And yes, like, he has bounced around. Like, he's been in Detroit, had success there for a couple years. Indiana had success there. Dallas. This guy, lifetime, 836 and 689, champ again back in the 10-11 season.
You got Dirk his ring.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't had a great year, let's say, a 50-win season since 14-15. But, man, he's still a very good head coach.
Yeah, and I mean, if you take last year's record and extend it, no, it wouldn't be enough. No, never mind. Carlisle would be a fit in Boston unless they want to go off the beaten path again, like they did with Brad Stevens, luring him out of Butler. And I mean, obviously that worked out for the Celtics, not as well as they would want, but Stevens had a pretty solid record as a head coach, overachieved sometimes, underachieved sometimes. So maybe they will, it's two paths for them. Will they go the Brad Stevens route again and go kind of get someone a little bit off the beaten path, or will they go the Doc Rivers route and get kind of a retread like Rick Carlisle? Koff, you are the biggest Celtics fan here. I'm assuming, Carolyn, I know you. Yeah,
Is he really? Way.
I'm assuming because I've never heard.
By the way, this is from Woj as well. As stats are updated through 1, 3-0. You haven't missed much here, Atlanta and Dallas in virtual AT&T. This is from Rick Carlisle, a statement to ESPN tweeted out by Woj. After a number of in-person conversations with Mark Cuban over the last week, today I informed him I will not be returning as head coach of the Mavericks. This was solely my decision. My family and I have had an amazing 13-year experience working with great people in a great city. It's been an honor to work alongside Mark, Clint, Donnie, Finn, Keith, Dirk, J. Kidd, and every player and assistant coach I've had here. Dallas will always be home, but I am excited about the next chapter of my coaching career. I wanted to read that just in case there were, any questions as to whether in his early 60s he was interested in continuing to coach. He is.
Yeah.
Did you see the billboard Koff on Twitter? And it said, "Hey Brad, it's time to shake it up. Hire Kara or Becky." It's right near the Boston Celtics practice facility.
Yep. Oh, okay. I'm into it. Yeah,
so the people are speaking. Yep.
Yeah, big time
talking
coach
about a shake up.
Yeah, I'm into
So,
it. I like it.
I want to make sure I'm phrasing this the right way.
Okay.
Because I saw that billboard.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I didn't like it.
Oh.
But I want to be very clear as to why I didn't like it before anyone misinterprets this.
Hates women.
All right.
Yeah. Hates women.
Oh God.
I am excuse me. I've been
There you
dealing with
go.
this cough all day.
Milk in the
I am all for the Celtics hiring Carol Lawson or Becky Hammond or any other qualified female if in fact they deem them to be the most qualified person for the job. And there are a lot of people, me included, by the way, who believe Carol Lawson in particular could and should be that person. Absolutely believe Carol Lawson should be in the running for that job. Established, terrific player in the WNBA, has been on the Celtics coaching staff as an assistant under Brad Stevens. 53-yard pickup there for Ridley. One-handed grab, nice catch, obviously. She has very limited head coaching experience, really only at Duke for the 4 games before the women's team that this year, opted out of the season because of COVID. She coached 4 games and then they scrapped the year. But great relationships with the Celtics players. Tatum in particular is heavily respected within the organization by those players. I think she would do a great job if and when she gets a head coaching opportunity in the NBA, be it with the Celtics or another team. Here's what I didn't like about the billboard.
Okay.
I didn't like that it simply said, and maybe I'm wrong about this, Tara Lynn, anyone, feel free to correct me, but because I don't have the picture up in front of me, but what I remember is it said something to the effect of, hey, like, dear Brad, it's time to shake things up, hire, Kara or Becky. Something like that was what the billboard said.
Exactly. With an exclamation.
Right. What I don't like about that is you don't hire a woman to be your head coach just because it's time to shake things up. Like, you don't hire a woman to hire a woman. You don't do it because, it's time to make a statement. We need, let's be the first team to ever do this. Let's hire a woman. No, that's ridiculous. You hire a woman because she is the most qualified person for the job. That makes all the sense in the world, be it Carol Lawson, Becky Hammond, or anybody else. You don't do it just to do it. It's the same thing as we need a woman president. No, we need the most qualified president. And if that's a woman, terrific. It's not a gender thing. You don't shake it up just to shake it up in that sense. I don't want the Celtics or any other team to have let's shake it up in their minds at all when it comes to hiring a coach. You shouldn't hire a woman coach because that's viewed as shaking it up. You should do it because they're the right fit. They're the right person. And then, terrific. Let's make it happen. So I'm really curious to see what, how did I explain that properly?
Yeah.
I have to say, I couldn't agree with you more.
No.
I didn't deeply read into the sign like you did. I kind of just thought it was eye-catching and it was exciting and kind of just putting it out there for people, because even on Twitter, when it was brought, hey, let's get Kara or Becky here, the comments that came down saying, seriously, we're going to get a woman in here and blah, blah. Everybody has their views, right? But I don't think it should have worded actually shake it up. Yes, let's just go for who is more qualified. I'm a big First Take watcher on ESPN. Stephen A. Smith has his views and everything like that. And he's very on that too, being like, oh, let's shake it up and this and that. No, it should be who is most qualified. So I think the sign should have read, hey, let's get Karen here. She's the most qualified, Brad, or something like that, rather than why are we going to shake things up? That's just kind of one of those taglines that you read in an article that kind of gets you maybe to read the article more, gets you more involved into the story.
Well, it's
So
like,
you're saying this is a
yeah, it's like,
clickbait
I mean, a
billboard.
billboard by design, I guess, is supposed to like do this,
Eye-catching.
but like it really, it felt like a clickbait billboard.
Yep.
You know, like that's not the point. Like we've talked about this, I guess, more so off air than on air. But look, I'm in Boston. I listen to Boston radio, and when Brad Stevens was promoted, and it was the Celtics need a new head coach, like. I mean, the idiots, the chauvinists, the sexists, the people that would like calling it, and I mean, like the first thing that you'd hear, you turn on the radio, not from a host, from a caller, saying, like, I don't care who they hire, just don't hire a woman. That's dumb. It's ignorant. It's stupid. It's short-sighted. It's so many different other things we could use to describe that. But I feel like billboards like that sort of bring you into a similar headspace from the opposite side. Like you don't hire a woman for any, like, just because, any more than you don't hire a woman just because.
Yeah.
Right
So,
there.
I mean, the moral of the story here is, hey, Christian, don't go put up that same exact sign outside of the Bucks facility. Please use your words maybe a little differently.
Sure. I'll see what I can do. No promises. Sometimes you got to get a real clickbaity billboard, though. People won't
I'll
pay
be
attention.
looking for your clickbait billboard outside of the Bucks.
Yeah.
And there are, I just like that it's growing across sports. Like we saw, was it this year or last year? Christian, you would remember better than I would. Obviously the addition of having women on NFL coaching staffs as assistant coaches. We're, like now we're starting to break that plane, which is obviously a good thing. Was this year the first year of that, or was it 2 years ago?
That's a good question. I don't think this was the first year, but I'm not certain. Don't quote me on that.
Drew says the San Fran Super Bowl. So that goes back many years.
Well, no, it was only 2
Well, no.
years.
Oh, no, that's right. Garoppolo. Yeah, no, 2 years. Yeah. That's right. No, is it so bad that I like?
Oh my!
Zeke, see you later.
Oof.
No, all I was
45
gonna
yards.
say there is like, how bad is it that like there's a part of my brain evidently that just like the Jimmy Garoppolo Super Bowl never even happened. Like I think back to San Fran, I'm like, yeah, when Kaepernick was in the Super Bowl against the Ravens, the Harbaugh Bowl, and the power went out. Like that's the last San Fran Super Bowl that immediately comes to my mind. Zeke, popular play.
Oh yeah.
Good for all who rostered him.
Dude, I have Zeke in our free roll, and I dropped 10 spots with that touchdown run right there. So clearly a lot of you in the DK Sim fam threw him in the captain spot and are now prospering. 15 points in the flex already. We're not even to the 2-minute warning in the first half.
I am very curious, bigger picture though, to see what kind of head coaching movement, like who goes where in the NBA this year. Like once upon a time, a week or so ago, there were like 2 openings. It was like the Celtics and the Magic. Like, Boston can have whoever it wants. And now all of a sudden, a third of the league is going to be looking for new head coaches. It's crazy. $10-7 game here. Remember, folks, by the way, the catch-all program, the Slate Sports. Got a lot of U.S. Open talk with Reed T. Fowler. I will be with him coming up after this sim. I don't know if he will be doing the show live from the beach or not. We've talked about it.
I want him to. We don't want to see these hotel rooms or wherever he is.
No, he's at home.
I want the beach.
Fowler family.
Wouldn't it be great to be? I mean, it's got to be a pain in the bottom in terms of travel and whatnot. But not to mention like missing your family and being what feels like halfway around the world from them. It's not. That's an exaggeration, but imagine like, I'm gonna go home to Hawaii. Like, most people like Hawaii is like, I'm gonna go to on my honeymoon. Like Hawaii is like a big deal. It's a special. Like, I'm going home. I'm gonna go home to Hawaii for however long.
I
Sounds
have
pretty good to me.
Multiple non-Reed friends who were born and raised in Hawaii, and they are the whitest dudes I have ever met.
Yeah.
Like they are Howley to the maximum, and like it would be like in college, like all right, I'm going home for Christmas to Hawaii for 3 weeks while the rest of you languish in the snow and slush of Rhode Island. Cool, man, thanks. Like he comes back from Christmas break with a tan, well not a tan, but a real bad sunburn. Still jealous, terrible.
Tan sounds pretty good.
The other thing is, because of that though, like we have like family friends to stay with if we ever go to Hawaii now. We just got to hang out with some, sexagenarians and party until like 10 p.m. when we all go to bed, which honestly doesn't sound that bad now that I'm in my 30s. Definitely go hang out on the beach and get a nice 9:30 p.m. call time.
Killa says, Koff, what's up with the NBA watch along that we have been doing on Fridays or Thursdays? With regard to following along with the one NBA game tonight. Of course, Nets back in action. Killa, to be perfectly frank with you, and I have efforted to find out, I'm not sure if that show is happening tonight or not, given the start time and the time that it will be coming during the sim and no late game tonight and whatnot. But if I hear otherwise on that, I will definitely let you know. I know that I won't be doing it because I've not been asked to. So, that much I can tell you with certainty. Glash, however, is doing the Sims at 8 and 10, and it's possible that he will be doing it right there between Sims. I'm just not sure.
Have to wait and see.
Yeah, that would really be eating into his TikTok time, but I feel like he would make that sacrifice for us simply. Oh, this is a potential vulture setup with a fullback and 3 tight ends, and instead it goes to Gurley and... wow, does not break the plane. 2nd and goal coming up. Might actually be a positive there for the Falcons. They get to burn a little more time off the clock here before handing the ball back to the Falcons, or to the Cowboys, rather. And we had a big Calvin Ridley reception beforehand. You see him there at the bottom of the screen. Is he going to get the call once again? No, it's Gurley, and yes, it's a touchdown. Falcons clicking. No defense being played here in Arlington. 17-7 extra point pending. Falcons ahead.
I am getting flooded, by the way, the both of you, with texts from friends saying the Celtics had bleeping better hire Rick Carlisle. Big news, big news.
Terrellin, do you have a favorite in the Celtics coaching search right now? I can honestly say I do not, but I asked Carl.
Oh, yeah, I don't. Yeah. I wouldn't say I have a favorite. I am not as knowledgeable. I'll be the first to admit when it comes to all of the coaches, but definitely I've been like reading more into it. But yeah, I don't have a favorite just yet. And that's my best pageant answer for you.
Yeah.
That's
Ed.
Can you tell?
Yeah.
Final plays coming up of this opening half. 17-7 Atlanta. And let's take a little look-see at our standings, by the way. Oh, would you look at that? I'm in first in our free roll right now.
Wow.
Believe me, I view it as temporary, but I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts.
Sure. You got that solid 0.6 lead over Rimrods.
Oh, it's very close.
It's a tough one up there. You gotta battle it out.
Let's see.
Bert
I'm
in 11.
Scrolling down, I'm looking for our next representative from our crew. Yeah, Bird's down in 111. It's not ideal. Where's Train Island hanging out?
18th for me because I got all the touchdowns so far, but I also have 0 quarterbacks, which is possibly going to hurt me here. Also, that Gallup and CeeDee Lamb stack not quite paying off for me yet.
Dean Murray. Hey, Koff, not to interrupt the NBA talk, but I think you're currently winning the free showdown.
No,
I wasn't even looking.
NBA talk for that.
Love that. Hey, TL, you'll appreciate this in particular. You brought up Flash before. He and I have a little date planned.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Are you
Are
gonna
you
let him in
making
your
him
house?
sit outside again, or what's up?
Oh, we are going indoors. We are going indoors to a very specific location.
Is it
The office?
indoor trampoline park?
That sounds arguably like just as much fun, but no. Glash and I have
Six Flags.
purchased our tickets to go see the new Fast and Furious movie together.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
What? Did someone lose a bet?
No, we love those movies. We bond over those movies.
Have you guys ever gone to the movies before together?
I don't think so, and I can't wait to see him eat floor candy.
Yeah,
So, basically, all I can sum up from that is that The Sims did something great here. It brought Kaufman and Glash so close that they're going on movie dates together.
Yeah, movie dates.
I'm
Are you
questioning
gonna
everything.
hold his hand when he gets scared? Because you know that's gonna happen, right? Flash is like a frightened baby deer. As a Legatron kick up and good, 50 plus. So we got ourselves a 7-point ball game going into halftime. What? Yeah. So
what's
is there like
here's my question. What's the move here? So we're going. This is so.
Well, I think around halfway through the movie, that's when you try to hold his hand. That would be my move, but
one of those. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
So we're going to see that. This is how it had to happen with our schedules. We're going to see an 11 a.m. show, the first show of the day.
You guys are such old men. Okay.
And I'm assuming at that time there's not going to be a lot of people in the theater, but it is also opening day. So, we wanted to be prepared. So Glash bought the tickets online, and obviously we had to pick, he's sending me the map. We had to pick our seats. And it's not like we got the seats like one in between us, we got 2 seats together. If it's a mostly empty theater, do we spread out or do we still sit in our reserved seats next to one another?
You spread out. You leave the Holy Ghost off. Come on.
I think I want to sit right next to him.
I mean, again, once he gets scared, he's going to turn to you. He's going to, woo! And that's good. That's going to be into your shoulder right there. He's going to need someone to hold him because I think we all know what Glash stands for, and it's cowardice.
Mike Bizzle says, this is epic programming. Movie dates, floor candy. All we need is a camcorder bootleg of the whole experience.
Ooh, just live stream it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should actually. Maybe you guys will make a TikTok.
Yeah. So what's the? I mean, how you got? If you are sitting next to each other, you do come into the armrest problem where 2 guys, 1 armrest, and I feel like that's the one that ends with you 2 holding hands. So up to you. It depends.
Have to arm wrestle for it.
Yeah,
Arm wrestle
I mean, it
for
really
armrest.
depends on whether or not Glash has moisturized those workers' hands beforehand. If you want to get them softer, or maybe you like a rough knuckle. I don't know. It's a lot for you to consider, Carl. No,
I know that's just an expression that I
never
never thought I'd hear.
Yeah.
Although I've never been to this theater, but aren't they the way they do those seats now for the most part? I think they're so wide, they're so big, like they're even in some cases they're next to each other, but they're individual to the point where like I think you might have both armrests.
Yeah, they're like baby couches now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The real question is, do we share candy?
I think you both sneak in your own candy and then you trade. That's what a pro would do.
Wow, fun.
I mean, from the dollar store, you get those 99-cent boxes, and then you trade. You're swapping your lemon heads for your hot tamales.
100%. You bring in your own candy. That's the only option here.
Yeah. Sorry, Tara, throw around cash like that, but even if
that's an experience.
Unless
That's
it's like a
vet
date
move.
situation.
That's a vet move.
I feel like a date situation. I'm probably buying candy, but I'm also sneaking in my own mini bottles to make the movie a little bit more interesting. Show off my bad side,
Yeah. I have a question though. Like, how does Koff go to the movies? Because
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand how you sit in a movie theater when you're constantly on Twitter. So are you like just pissing everyone off around you, like checking your timeline? Like what if like
No.
Woj has an update and you're just tweeting in the movie theater? Like, or do you just put your phone on do not disturb for the amount of time that you're at the movie? Like, I don't understand how you go to the movies.
No, I'm very much a no screen during the movie. Like the light bothers me. You know, I might even leave my phone in my car, to be perfectly honest with you.
You're telling me.
I don't even have the temptation.
No.
Yeah.
So you would miss the Celtics announcing their new head coach while you were watching Fast and the Furious while sharing candy with Glash in the movie theater.
TL, they'd never do that to me. They'd wait until I'm
So you just send that message
like
out
that.
to Brad Stevens, like, hey bud, can you hold off for 90 minutes?
I will text members of the front office, have them send it up the ladder. Koff needs 2 hours. Well, 2.5, maybe 2:45, depending on trailers and whatnot. And of course the end credit scene. Give him 3 hours. Give him a 3-hour buffer. And then put out your new, like, it's at 11 o'clock, you know, just don't put anything out until like 3 and we're in good shape.
And people are going to listen to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
The pull that I'll probably bring my phone, but I will not check it after. I'll peer at it occasionally, maybe during the trailers, but then yeah, it's gone during the movie. You can't let that interrupt the viewing experience.
All right, I'm impressed.
Dean says, Koff, you bring in yours and then buy some for Glash and dump it on the floor. I was talking to our crew about this, guys, earlier. I am 100% going to bring in some candy, some M&Ms or Skittles or Sour Patch Kids or whatever. I'll ask Glash what he wants. I don't care. His choice. I will bring in some candy. And he's doing a couple sims later. Don't you tell him this. Don't ruin the fun. I'm going to bring in some candy. And I am absolutely going to put some, I'm just going to, take out a few Sour Patch Kids. I'm going to throw them right on the floor. I'm going to throw it right in front of them. I'm going to throw them right in the floor. And I'm going to say, you put your money where your dirty mouth is and you eat that floor candy. Let's find out if you really do this or if you're all talk.
Did that unhealthy bozo say he eats candy off of floors?
In movie theaters. Specifically in movie theaters.
This.
That's where the whole floor candy thing came from.
Did he say, just kidding after?
Nope.
Yeah.
He stood by it.
Why Glash never takes time off because he's sick, it's because he's built up his immune system by eating and breathing garbage for his entire life, apparently.
He disgusts me, seriously. Him and that string cheese of his, gross.
Wait, what's wrong? What's wrong with string cheese? Because I ate a string cheese
I don't know if you ever watched Glash like I did in the office, but because he's just, it's like being at a zoo and wondering what the hell this animal is going to do. That's what it's like having your cubicle next to Glash. So I would just be like, what is he going to do today? And we would get in there together around 9:30, and within 10 minutes, already at the snack section in the fridge, grabbing a string cheese. And over the period of time where we were writing scripts, recording, checking in with producers, he would inhale, because I would look and it's gone. And then he leaves his cheese wrappers everywhere. Inhale the string cheese, about 7 of them, during the time, crushing it at 9:45. I'm like, enough with the damn cheese. I cannot, but he's
bizarre. At what point do you just break down and buy yourself a wedge?
No, I would even see him take one home too. I'm like, what are you having, a cheese snack too later? Haven't we had enough?
Bobo and Op says, do you guys take a bite out of it like an animal, or do you actually peel the cheese? So you know how Bert feels about it, and I couldn't agree more. And is that I haven't observed this? TL is Glash a string cheese biter? Because that is just not okay. You gotta peel. You gotta peel thin, so that you really make the thing last too. So you get a whole bunch of opportunity out of that singular string cheese.
What was that quote from The Office? Ryan, he was like, by around the age 10, I just decided to go for it. And he just bites it.
Nope.
No, he peeled it, so I'll give him that. Not totally animalistic.
Well, that's good. You got to.
Wow.
I mean, you make it sound like you just ripped up two at a time and Joey chestnutting his way through them.
No, he did. It was bizarre. The amount of string cheese. Like, I feel like we even had like a shortage at one point, and I was like, it's him. This man over here cannot, like, on the way to record, grab a string cheese. On the way back, grab one. I'm like, what is happening?
Even Lindenbaum, and I mean, we agree on so little. He writes, you have to peel. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
Agreed. Hey, everyone, smash that like button. Appreciate you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Hundreds of people watching on YouTube, thousands across all our platforms. Let's get to 200 likes. Shouldn't be hard. We're like, I don't know, 75 away, ballpark. Let's get there. Smash that like. And I want to mention, I hope everybody's doing well in the Moose Open Classic Bonanza situation. I'm glad to see that thing filled. Hope everybody is doing great and that your lineups are doing great. Day one of the U.S. Open. A lot of U.S. Open talk on the way with Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler after this sim. 17-13 game. Hotlanta in front after a couple of 50-plus yard booms out of Greg the Leg Zerline. The Koff Classic MLB, we've upped the ante today. Not the ante. We've upped the stakes because there's more people. The price is the same. Still $1 buy-in. 75 people. 46 are in so far. You have 2.5 hours to fill it. So let's go. Everybody jump in. $1 payout to the top 15. Same as our Koff Classic NBA rules. But because we don't have a classic slate today in the NBA, we have, for baseball, we've turned to the diamond and upped the number to 75. So everybody jump in.
How do you know?
Ryan just barely gets it away.
Probably not going to get a Young Wei Koo 57-yarder from here, but that would fit the theme of the day as Greg the Leg already has a pair of 50-plus yard. Not even like 50 or 51. I think they were both from like 55, and he drilled both of them. So Falcons going to pump this one away here. Dallas maybe coming back. Yeah, Burt points out a 55-yarder and a 56-yarder. I feel like if it's 55-plus, they should be 6-point field goals, but I digress. At any rate, Legatron having himself quite a day.
So, while Anna says you guys should psychologically ward jacket on Glash during Sims and really taper how he is allowed to eat his string cheese, put some control on him, Varder says TL might be watching him a little too closely.
Yeah, that could be it too.
You might be paying him too much attention.
Yep, that could be it. I do like to see like when he's gonna mess up or not. So maybe I watch him too much.
I mean, I feel like at this point, it's like you're just observing the animals in the zoo.
Yeah.
And runs into it. Oof.
Dean, this conversation is very appealing.
Wow, I like that.
I'm up for a good dad joke anytime.
Same.
Bounce. Sadly, I very rarely get to New York City. New York City is just a place that I don't know. I don't love big cities like that. The traffic, the people. So I don't get to New York too often, even though we got friends out there. So unfortunately, it seems unlikely I would get out to Manhattan or Brooklyn or any of the 5 boroughs. But if you're ever in Wisconsin, by all means, shoot me a message. Very nearly got to hang out with the Mac Lion on Sunday, but could not make it work at last week's Brewers game.
Ryan says, Koff, I need a Jarwin TD, excuse me, speaking into existence, my friend. Yes, please. I have him as well, so let's do it.
We're going to have to wait as that drive ends in tears for the Cowboys. A sack and then a overthrow on 3rd down, which would have been wiped out by a hold anyway. Falcons get the ball back and a chance to maybe kind of sort of seal this one up. Got to imagine we're going to see a lot more Todd Gurley because that's been the Falcons' MO today.
Yeah.
Speaking of dad jokes, by the way, so my son at bedtime last night, he's got this book. It's not a joke book. It's really more of a like kid's geology book, quite frankly. He's really into nature. And they had some rock themed jokes in there. So he's reading me some, and I don't remember any of them. But I just figured and I didn't invent this. I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure I've heard it somewhere. But in the theme of what he was doing, I was like, I'll give you a job. I'll make one up on the spot for you. What's a rock's favorite kind of ice cream? I was like, I don't know. Rocky Road. And he goes, that's an ice cream flavor? I don't even.
No, he was right to mock you. Yeah, he's ahead of the curve. I feel like you'd been in worse situation as a parent had he laughed at that, because you would be raising an underwhelming child. But the fact that was garbage suggests he's got his head on straight and he's got years and years of embarrassment ahead of him. So, I mean, good on both of you there. Good parenting.
How about this from Drew? Drew says, why is a moon rock better than an earth rock?
Oh, boy.
It's a little meteor.
Ha!
Nah.
Bad joke.
Pepe, no, but I respect it. Says cough. Is this new cough a gimmick to go with your last name? No, it's because I've had this stupid cold for 2 weeks that won't go away.
Lingering.
Yes. And I can't even call it like this nagging cough, this dry cough, because while it is that, then I just feel like I'm like trying to have a pun or a quip or say something witty, or I'm setting myself up for a bad joke.
Yeah.
It is involuntary, though. It's annoying. Hard to imagine, between the two, like I did the 2 sims, so it ended at, 3:15, whatever it was. Drew said, he's like, don't talk to anyone until the next sim.
Yes,
like you're talking so much that you're coughing your head off. Just don't talk to anyone. So I didn't say a word between sims. I spoke to no one.
Thank you for listening to the producer. Something that Glash needs to learn how to do.
I will say I don't know, Drew, what do we think? It's a little better than it was during the 2.
Well, I can't imagine then how bad it was during the 2.
Oh, it was out of control. Awful.
Yeah. What are we doing here? Like hot tea with lemon in between too? Or are you taking care of those pipes?
Yeah, you got some honey?
I'm drinking a Coca-Cola.
What?
I needed some caffeine.
I don't blame you.
You know what it was? I was telling the crew this yesterday. We the last 2 days we had a couple parties at our house. Not big extravagant like Christian, you're not local, but for Tara Lynn to be a party and you didn't not cool cough, not that kind of party, not adult party.
Don't invite me.
Adults were here, but it was celebrate. It was this last week of school.
Was there a bounce house?
There was no bounce.
So it wasn't really a party.
I didn't say.
It sounds like it stinks.
I didn't say it was fun. I just said we had a party.
You guys just all sit around and watch some Netflix instead. Is that
right.
The idea over there?
No, it's
gather around, kids. It's time for the marvelous Mrs.
Say,
so we had a whole bunch of kids and their parents over, the last 2 days, because we did one for each of the grades and groups of friends. And but yeah, you never know when you just kind of invite people over in the middle, and no one. It was fun. I want to make this clear in case any of them are out there listening. It was fun. There was no overstaying your welcome or anything like that. We had a good time, but each party lasted 7 or 8 hours.
Oh, geez.
So by the end of it, it's I've been talking all day. Touchdown.
No, you have to put an end time.
Ridley. But it was fun. We didn't want people to leave. We had a good time.
Big time tutty there. That's going to put Ridley pretty close to that bonus. He was 12 away before that pass. He still might need one more catch to get there. I'm not sure how far away he was on that one.
That's going to lift me back into the top 5, folks.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. That is what I strive for.
Oh, golly.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow there. Honestly, I have been congested now for 2 weeks and I gave up. I'm like,
unpleasant, isn't it?
I guess this is just how I'm living. And thank God I don't need like a new reel or I need to update anything anytime soon, because
This is the new norm.
this is annoying. And I have bought everything to try to shake this. Nothing works. It's all literally a gimmick. Dayquil can suck it, and so can NyQuil. Does nothing. It does nothing for
Do not
me.
throw Dayquil under the bus like that. That is a miracle.
Guys, it does nothing for me. I don't know why. Like, I moved on to Zyrtec in Mucinex DM or whatever the heck it is, and like that's kind of working. Not really. I don't know what else to do. My dad said enough with all of it and just chug whiskey. So I don't know.
I don't think that's an option either.
Dad, I gotta work.
Let's not throw a baby out with the bathwater, Cough. The man has experience.
Yeah, Mike Bizzle has a great point. Says you guys are just giving each other illnesses via Zoom. It's true. This is we do really have a you know what? Like here's this is the problem with the world reopening. Believe what you want to believe about, viruses and vaccines. Like, I'm not going to tell you what to think. Like, that's all your world. That's not where I'm going with this. But there is no arguing with the fact that all of a sudden life gets back to normal and people are getting sick again. And I don't mean seriously sick, like head colds like Tara Lynn and me. I just mean like now the germs are out there again. Like we were germ free for like a year and a half in this house. And I don't think I got sick once. It was glorious. It was awesome. And now, cesspool all over again.
I saw a meme the other day that said, I survived a global pandemic, yet the pollen is slowly killing me.
Right?
And I was like, yes, that's
Exactly.
me.
That
Literally, it's slowly killing me.
Oh, pollen, and we're pretty much out of that, right? That's usually to mid-June, and then it's so.
think it's
I feel
out
like the
now.
pollen is gone, but the pollen for a solid month or month and a half, like pollen here in New England anyway. I can't speak to anywhere else, but here it was a nightmare.
Brutal.
I'm not even a guy that has a pollen allergy, and this year I could not take it.
Yeah, we got lucky up here. It's been pretty tame. And also, since the weather was all over the place, we didn't have to deal with mosquitoes until like last night, which is real nice. A big old third down coming here for the Cowboys. Got to figure, even in this bad situation, it's 4-down territory. Oh, and that bad situation didn't get much better there. 4th and 20 coming up. But hey, good news for Blake Jarwin owners. 3 straight catches for him. So he's off the schneid, out of the bagel. Now outperforming poor Michael Gallup. And this could be the ball game here. It's a 4th and 20. Not ideal for the home team. Do not check down, Dak. Thank you. It's a deep ball. It was looking for Gallup, but comes up empty. Rough day to be Germ, who is captain to Gallup for something like the 50th straight game. But a good day to have Todd Gurley in the lineup. He's probably going to get a bunch of carries here. Up by 11 late in this game.
Jordan Lindenbaum, the pollen count is mad high this season. A lot of people are feeling it this year. If I could, so thanks to both of you, because that's where I was going. Jordan, this is not even an attack on you. You're one of many who like this. You're not unique in this way, so I'm not attacking you. I'm singling you out because you wrote what you wrote. In the same way that I say wicked, it's regional. Like I just grew up with it, whatever. I've never done the it's mad something, it's hella something. Again, it's where you're from, obviously. It's like people in California. It's hella hot today, or it's mad, whatever. But I don't know why. Like do mad and hella sound like those sound so dumb to me. Does wicked sound that dumb to everybody else? Is that just how it works?
Oh, it does. People always trash on wicked.
Yeah. And also, you're not even saying mad right as an adjective. It's mad, kid. You're not even doing it.
Mad, cool.
Mad. It's like you're saying mad like it only has
hot
one.
today.
3 if you're using it as the proper adjective.
Drew says yes. That's how it works.
That's how it works. True.
Bizzle, wicked is the worst.
Wicked.
And
Wicked.
Bon says, I grew up with Mad.
It's wicked hot today.
Oh boy, Gurley with a big breakout there. Not going to get the bonus unless something wacky happens, but having a nice day nevertheless. Big pickup. Cowboys back against the wall. We're going to get down to the 2-minute warning here. The timeouts are about to come out. Producer Tom, so Bubbler is kind of wild because, like, we use Bubbler in Rhode Island. We use it in Massachusetts. And, like, randomly enough, they use it in Madison, Wisconsin. And the reason why is...
Wait, you're going to make Robbie Noble freak out. Madison? Madison where? Where's Madison?
Sorry, Robbie. Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, all right.
The governmental seat of the state of Wisconsin. Yeah, no. So there is a company who made water fountains. The name of the water fountain was the Bubbler, and they only distributed in like central Wisconsin, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, which is why we all have these very specific names for water fountain that makes us sound like absolute lunatics. The Bubbler.
People in Wisconsin are truly sickened by the Boston accent. Because I was ripped. Like, I remember I was like, oh, I got to go move my car. And I just said it.
The
like
car.
that. And they were like, excuse you? And I was like, hey, I don't like your little twang either, people.
Get there. Second of the day for Todd Gurley, rushing score. That's true. You guys have that Wisconsin bond between you. Speaking of Madison, by the way, Robbie Noble, I was in touch with her earlier today to wish her a happy birthday.
Oh, I need to wish you
Yeah, old Mads.
Mads.
We miss her here on the Dream Stream. Mike Bissell, producer Madison's the GOAT. A couple of GOATs in Madden. We were talking about that on the last sim. Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes donning the cover of Madden 22.
Yeah, I get it. I kind of agreed with Emerson's take, though. Like, how can you have two GOATs? Like, there's only one greatest of all time. By definition, there's only the one. So, like, I would have been down with, like, old, handsome Tom Brady and young, square-jawed, pre-surgery Tom Brady. I feel like that would have been even better. Where, like, one Tom Brady's holding a Lombardi trophy from last year, and one Tom Brady's the shirtless pick from the NFL Combine, where he's like the most in the world. Like, give us something to feel good about ourselves. You know, we don't have 8 Super Bowl rings, but at the very least, we can all make ourselves look like pre-NFL Tom Brady.
Yeah, he is proof that with the right resources, one can age extraordinarily well.
Yeah, man, you just need a very questionable personal physician, and you need to cut strawberries and tomatoes out of your diet entirely.
Yeah, and fun.
Yeah, but you can have all the avocado ice cream you can eat.
To
once
what
a month.
degree, we have a couple minutes left, we'll get to the awards in a second, and then again, immediately to Reti Fowler and I for the slate, getting to some U.S. Open, a whole lot more, obviously, that is coming your way here on the Dream Stream. Some of this NBA news, which has just been crazy in the last couple days. I'm sure we can touch on some of that as well. But I don't know. It's a really, you ever think about it? Like the things that Tom Brady has done within his life, dietary wise, nutrition wise, health wise, all that stuff. I'm not talking about professionally. Like the things that he has done to obviously maintain what he's been able to do professionally, like the avocado ice cream and the specialty water that he's marketed and all that stuff. Like, to what degree would you put yourself through that to achieve greatness in your own individual field, whatever it would be? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I could ever, even if you told me you could reach peak whatever, I don't think I could ever have Tom Brady's diet.
I feel like if you get to that point, you have a dietitian and like a personal chef, then it's way easier. I think for me, it's more just a case of, if I know it's going to make me increase my longevity, that's going to be a plus for it. But also, if I don't have to worry about going to the grocery store, buying things, I don't have temptation at home. Some dude is just whipping me up meals, and even though they're mostly chicken and brown rice, he finds a way to make them delicious. Like, not an issue.
And if I was loaded like Tom Brady and I was going home into my mansion for my chef to cook my meals, and then I have like, I don't know, like the Brad Pitt of all Brad Pitts is my husband, I'm literally eating avocado everything to get to the peakness. And Koff, I feel like you would too, to be like absolute like king of the Celtics, even though you already think you are.
King of the Celtics.
But like, I feel like you would be like, oh yes, like give me the avocado. And like producer Drew mentioned, you don't even eat pizza. So I think you'd be okay.
My diet is highly questionable. I'm not disputing that.
It really is.
But,
and now Flash's is too, since I just found out today that he eats candy off the floor.
Candy off the floor in movie theaters. That is a whole different level of disgusting, Tara Lynn. I mean, can you remember?
Disgusted by a lot of things today.
Can you remember the last time you were in a movie theater? Though I'm sure it was a while back. But just, like, I want you, like, close your eyes, visualize, and hear it. Okay, hear it, because we can all imagine it. It takes you back to a place, childhood or more recent. You can remember. If you truly sit there for a moment and close your eyes, you can hear, you can feel on the bottom of your foot the sensation of stickiness walking around a movie theater that has not been cleaned up quite enough.
What a description. I feel it.
And now, imagine eating a little Sour Patch Kid off that floor.
I feel like Christian would.
Sour Patch Kid? Absolutely not. Nothing gummy at the very least. Or it would have. No, I don't even know what it would have to be.
I feel like you would eat like an M&M.
Like stepping around that sound on the bottom of your sneaker.
Yeah, that's not. That's
now eat some candy off that floor. Glash. He won't do it, but you know what? I hope he does, and I'll take video of it too. I'll take video of it.
I feel like I'm still more disturbed by the image of Glash double fisting string cheeses, though. It's still
think about it. Think about it. Yeah. It's a really gross visual to have. It haunts me a lot.
All right, award time. Who stands out to you folks?
Gurley.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be old Todd. Maybe Zeke making a late push here. Only can help Kaufman.
That could cement things for my captain right there.
That's what's. I'm in 12th now. I have Zeke in my lineup, and I'm sure I am going to lose ground in this. Very, very sad for me, and great news for Koff, who could not have gotten more points out of the end of that drive. I'm pretty sure.
No, that worked out swimmingly. Yeah, Todd Gurley about 30 points in the flex, I think, is well deserving. At 50% ownership as well of the Krusty Koff player of the game. How about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award?
Well, Michael Gallup, 40% owned, a guy who had been on fire lately, and yet 3 catches for 22 yards, the missing piece in my lineup, the guy who killed me. So, I am sorry to say, but Michael Gallup, you are the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award winner in this one.
Oozer.
Looking at you guys in the chat. Freak of nature, glass eating goobers and raisinets off the movie theater floor. Well, high scoring sim, 31-20. Onside kick here, but this thing for all intents and purposes is over. I'm looking for a 4 or 5 point victory here. If everything cooperates.
All intents and purposes, not golf.
Drew is our producer, undercover boss Tom, T Pike. Our technical director, of course, Bert, Bobo, and Ops. Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler, coming up in a matter of moments with me for the slate. We will get into the U.S. Open, changes in the NBA. There's no way we're going to hang out with Reed and not talk about the World Surf League. I can promise you that.
Has a nice golden glow going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he just got in off the beach, which
the
is
man
his backyard.
The man is living the life.
Vitamin D all over the screen right now.
I said to Reed the other day, maybe I should have asked him off air as opposed to on air, but I asked him the other day, so how long are you going home for? He goes, one-way ticket.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess the only logical question really should have been, why didn't you do that like a year ago?
So long, suckers.
There it is. But it's true. Like TL, you were, where were you, in Florida for like a month at a time at points during the pandemic? Like that's what it was all about, man.
Crashed on my sister's couch. It was great.
Nice.
Played fake mom. I helped her with her 1,000 kids, and I was like, wow, this is brutal. But the sun and her pool really helped me, so that was great.
1,000 kids seems like
I took advantage of it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. 3T here. Might have been a little late. Should have gone earlier. 256, couple of touchdowns. Matt Ryan. Dak, 189, not as impressive.
Yeah, you know what? Dak
Todd
had
Gurley just missed out on the bonus. 19 for
underwhelming
94.
day too. We might have to adjust that.
What's that?
We got to award the babysitter Billy to Dak Prescott. He had fewer than 8 points. You know what? You're off the hook, Mike Gallup.
Wow,
Okay.
Man. Terrible.
I mean, not highly owned, but that's fine.
Remember
when you get
Dak
8 points, I get it.
Used to be the guy you needed. Now just a guy.
No, I get it. Well below his
third
average,
of the
obviously.
Trubisky.
All right. Well, Drew, you heard him. Is it too late to change the spreadsheet?
Has it been inked?
Has it been inked?
Sharpies
Has it
in
been
there?
finalized?
Yeah.
Sent off to the printers? All right. Very good. He's like, nope, it's not too late. We can correct it. He's changing it. All right. Very good. So here's the deal. We're going to say goodbye to these two. As much as I do enjoy hanging out with them, the good news is they will be together again, albeit without me. They will be with Emerson tomorrow for the Nooner. Make sure you check that out. Browns, Patriots. And till then, we bid you both adieu. Thank you for hanging out with us. It was fun. And TL, get well. Find whatever medication you need to find.
I'm on a hunt in 2 weeks. We'll figure it out.
All right, very good. So with that, we're going to transition our way into the slate. The slate, folks, our catch-all program. We're going to do a whole lot of good stuff, beginning, of course, in a matter of moments with the U.S. Open. But the man who already hopped on the mic before the sim was even over because he just couldn't wait to be part of the conversation, and I'm here for it. Reed T. Fowler, how are you, my friend?
What's up, bud? How's it going?
It's good to see you. It's going great. You doing well at home? I saw you were putting out some pictures that DraftKings, or at least the DraftKings, Yeti was traveling to the beach.
Yeah. Again, I got to keep up. Like, my whole life is predicated on keeping up with TA. Like, Carolyn's got the greatest social media game. She's got the greatest complexion. She's got the greatest smile. Maybe Cofield. Maybe Cofield and ASAC. It's tough. It's not us, buddy. It ain't us.
I've never pretended it is.
So I'm just trying to keep up with TA. And if that means I got to post some stuff on the beach, get some of those cheap likes, not because I'm on it. That's what I'll do, man. But
are you accusing TA or TA? TL?
No.
I call her TL. You call her T. Are you accusing her of going for cheap likes?
No, I'm saying I got to get the cheap likes. She's getting like the genuine likes because she's like, she's in the picture. I got to do it with like a beach in the background to get likes. So no, it's good, man. It's watching the U.S. Open when you wake up in the morning is great. So
what time? So today, everything teed off at all the last couple of days, like an idiot, and no one has corrected me. So I guess either no one knew or everyone was being polite. But I've been saying, lineups lock at 6 a.m. and the thing's going to get started and all that. Lineups didn't lock today until what, 9:45 Eastern time? I believe
we had a fog delay. Yeah, there was a fog delay in the beginning.
That's what it was. So I was right at the start, and then it evolved to me being wrong.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay. Just like everything in life, it evolves to eventually you being incorrect.
That is correct.
But yeah, there was a little fog delay, and so you had a little bit extra time. And if you wanted to tinker and get some of these guys like a Webb Simpson out of your lineup, like I should have done, because he's not doing so hot right now, you could have. But there was a little bit of that delay.
Well, we will do live odds from the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines, obviously, and we'll begin with the U.S. Open in a matter of moments. Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow getting ready for week one, some of the NFL minicamp talk and things like that. Excuse me. NFL minicamp news from around the league in general. Of course, World Surf League with free pool locking on Sunday as well. So there is a lot happening. Let's drill down, though, on the U.S. Open to begin with, because you do have some guys that are done in the clubhouse, some that are obviously winding down, some that are going to be out there for quite a while. And so we are far from complete with round one, especially with that fog delay. But Russell Henley, he is in the clubhouse. He is 4 under. Wouldn't feel overly confident because you got Rafa Cabrera Bello, who is, right there, 1 stroke back, still with a handful of holes to go. And, many guys that are right there in contention. You have Francesco Molinari, you got Brooks Koepka, Matt Fitzpatrick, Xander Schauffele, list goes on. And for anyone wondering, we were talking about it with Moose yesterday. Maybe you already know. I know you know, Reed. Top 60 and ties make the cut. We're a long ways off from that point. But at this stage, I mean, that equates to 68 guys and 5 over. So, we'll see what ends up happening in, obviously over the course of the next 24, 30 hours, whatever it is. But as you've watched this unfold so far, day one, surprises, good or bad, what has stood out to you?
Nothing much. I mean, I think this is all what we anticipated, right? I mean, there's guys that are going out there right now. Brooks just finished up. He's at 2 under par. And you see him right now plus 650 to win the U.S. Open. Not surprising. Xander Schauffele has been playing well. He's right there, 2 at -2, or 2 under. He's got a couple more holes to play. So nothing is really surprising. I think when you take a look at some of the guys that you anticipated doing well, like for me, for instance, Max Homa, Webb Simpson, Tony Finau, they're at +4, +5, +7. So 4 over, 5 over, 7 over, respectively. And Colin Morikawa's got a nice little tester here in the last hole for par. And if he doesn't make it, he goes to 4 over par. So when you start to take a look, like you can't necessarily, and of course he misses, so he's now at 4 over par. You can't necessarily win the tournament, but these guys right now, like Morikawa is not putting himself in a great position to win the tournament, right? Like you can't win it in day one, but you can definitely lose it. And like, you got to really, really put yourself, you really got to play well day 2 to make the cut. Shooting 75 on day 1 for Morikawa is not necessarily a bad thing. We know, like Tiger, he double bogeyed the first hole every single round he played when he won in 2008. But, you really start to, like, if Brooks is in the lead at -2, -3, or whatever it is, -5 tomorrow, like the guys at +4 right now, even if they get back to even par, shooting 4 under par on a Friday at Torrey, it's going to be, a tough test. So, you kind of like, okay, these guys didn't play so hot, but it's a U.S. Open that the leaders can come back a bit. Brooks Koepka isn't coming back that much. So if he's in the lead and he's close to it, he's not coming back that much.
So to your point about you can't win it on day 1, you can certainly lose it. Looking at my individual lineup, and I made one and put it in a bunch of different places. I have Xander Schauffele. He's performed well. I have Matt Fitzpatrick. He has performed well. But let me tell you who hasn't, and that is Webb Simpson. Webb Simpson is T75 right now. He is +7 through 16 holes today. So he's not done. He's got you just one. You see what I'm doing? 1 fantasy point. That is it right now. He's been just putrid, Webb Simpson today. And I mean, I don't know about the larger tournaments and how widespread he is owned, but this has to catch you a bit off guard.
Yeah, a little bit. Because like if you take a look at what there's all pars and bogeys, right? I mean, there's just not Webb Simpson. That's not the Webb Simpson that we know. So like, we see here some guys in the chat saying that they don't have any players yet that teed off. So they really went afternoon heavy, either by default or they actually chose all the afternoon guys, which would have been tough, right? Because you had the Morikawas, the Brookses, these guys in the beginning and the teeing off in the morning. But yeah, I mean, the one thing that you'll see about the conditions, though, which is, again, tough to see these guys that went out early in the morning play this bad, or not play well, I should say, because +4 at the U.S. Open is not great, but it's not terrible, or +3. But like, the later tee times, they're going to have to face with tougher conditions. That's firmer, it's faster on the greens. So when that's the case, if you're seeing these numbers out there now, it doesn't necessarily mean the afternoon wave is going to be better. It just means that this course might be hard already, and it's going to get tougher.
So just taking a look at some of the guys that obviously will tee off this afternoon, and some of the bigger names. There's Hideki Matsuyama, Bryson DeChambeau, DraftKings own, obviously. Paul Casey, Adam Scott, Sergio Garcia, Bubba Watson, Will Zalatoris, Jordan Spieth, Dustin Johnson, Rory McIlroy, Justin Rose, John Rahm, Patrick Reed. I mean, there's some really big names, obviously, that we have, Zach Johnson, Patrick Cantlay, and so on. Really big names that have not yet teed off. So yeah, like Mike Bizzle, anyone else in the chat who's got the goose egg right now, it's I wouldn't feel alarmed by it. What are your expectations for these afternoon guys? Anyone that really jumps out to you in terms of what you've seen so far, what you expect from these guys, and just general thoughts going into the tournament about how some of these bigger names would perform?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you take a look at what's happening right now is that it's playing tough, right? We can talk. I mean, yeah, Russell Henley, of course, shooting 4 under par is great, but at the same time, I just think this course is going to show its teeth if it's not already. And you see these guys missing these putts, these 8-foot putts, because the greens are extremely tough. They're hard, they're fast, they undulate. You don't get an even putting ground at all unless you're playing below the hole. But even then, if you're playing out of the rough, it's really, really hard to stop the ball on these hard greens. So like I just hope that we get someone the 4 under. If you have Russell Henley first round leader right now, that's looking pretty good. Just based off of how the conditions are going right now, that's looking pretty good. You might see a guy sneak in there and maybe tie him at 4 under, but I don't see anybody absolutely going ham and shooting like an 8 under par here. Like maybe 5 under, maybe we see DJ, maybe we see one of these guys go at 5 under, but I doubt it. And I think if you have that Russell Henley first round leader, you're feeling pretty good right now, just based on how it's panning out. Look, RCB and these guys can come up and tie him, but it looks like this course and the back 9, depending on how these guys are going, it's looking like the back 9 is playing a little bit tougher, I want to say, than the front, at least based off of what I've seen so far. There's still a lot of golf being played, but you take a look at the back 9, it's a brute. That par 5, that last hole, is nothing easy. And even like the par 5 coming in on number 9, or excuse me, going out number 9, it's 623 yards. Like guys aren't getting there in 2 unless they're hitting their 3 with 300 plus yards, which is wild. So again, tough test. Bryson's fist pounding some of his fans over there, some of his boys, I guess, that come to see him play. But yeah, it should be exciting because a lot of marquee names still yet to play.
What excites you most just about the major in general, and knowing that we still have 3.5 days of this thing?
Yeah, I mean, if anything was like the PGA Championship, we're in for a treat, right? If the storyline similar to what happened with Phil Mickelson starts to come to fruition, like if Xander, is in contention and he's doing it in his backyard, if Bryson and Brooks get into the final group, that's the kind of stuff that you love, because a major, just more eyes are on it, right? More eyes are on a major. It brings golf to the forefront. I know we're still have the NBA playoffs. I know we're still in the Stanley Cup, and I know all of that, but this is a great weekend for golf and a great weekend for sports. And if you get something like that, especially Brooks and Bryson, you're going to see a lot of eyeballs on the U.S. Open, which is only good for us and only good for the game.
You may have said this, but I don't recall. Who was your pick going into the week? As far as winning this thing ultimately.
Yeah, I thought Colin Morikawa was in a great spot coming into the tournament. And look, I still think like he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bogeys and a double bogey. Like that ain't going to cut it, right? But that's not what he does, right? For leading into this tournament, you didn't see him do this that often. And this is why when you look at the U.S. Open and you look at Torrey Pines, it can make someone like Morikawa look like a terrible golfer. I almost just cursed there. Look like a bad golfer. Yeah, and that's the case, right? Look, he had an eagle and 2 birdies, and he still shot 4 over. So, and that's the thing about this tournament, right? That it can make the best players. And Jeff and I mentioned it on our show on Tuesday, is that choosing these top players to miss the cut. Maybe it was the Morikawas now looking at it. Maybe it's the Webb Simpsons of the world that just weren't going to play well because this is what the U.S. Open does. Then there's some value in that. You don't necessarily see that at like last week at Congress. I know Brooks missed the cut, but you don't necessarily see that obviously on easier courses. U.S. Open really It really is a tournament that can make the best players, even coming in with great form like Colin Morikawa, make him scratch his head, take his hat off every other hole, being like, what the hell is going on?
Bizzle said he's got DJ, Westwood, Rose, Watson, Rahm, Schwartzel. Says 2 players at 1 over with 4 to tee off. How should I feel about my lineup?
Hold your breath, or excuse me, don't hold your breath. Yeah, hold your breath. You're not going to be able to. You're going to be a little blue in the face. Like don't hold your breath, because, and if you're looking at, and don't look at your lineup. I would just do not look at your lineup until all of your golfers end, because you're just going to make yourself, you're going to put yourself into a tizzy. And you watch these guys make bogey, back-to-back holes. And then all of a sudden, like, just as much as you can. Yeah. Just don't look at it, because like I mentioned, nothing is going to come of today feeling confident about your lineup, because there's still a lot of golf left. In the same vein, if your guy is like, for me, for instance, with Morikawa, yeah, I shot 4 over, but there's still tomorrow to go. Mm-hmm. And we have no idea how this stuff is going to play out. If he makes the weekend, we know what he can do in 4 rounds. We've seen it before. So even if your guy hasn't played well, there's a lot of guys still left on the course, still left to tee off. That can also not play well. So it's not over yet. This is still way early.
Well, to your point, it's way too early to say like, oh, projected cut line's 5 over. I mean, like half the guys haven't teed off for round 1. That being said, with what you've
what's
seen
the projected
today,
got line?
What's that?
I said, what's the projected cut line? Is that going to be?
Yeah, that being said, what's the projected cut line and how many? No,
yeah,
no. What I was going to say is, that being said, with what you've seen so far and what the weather, tracks to be in the second half of today and all of that,
right?
Where, if you're anybody, like big name or otherwise, if just in general, where would you say a guy should be feeling good? Not feeling good, feel like okay, feel satisfied at the end of the day. Like you brought up Morikawa at 4 over, like not great, not terrible. You're right there. Is that like kind of 3 over, 4 over, an okay place to be at the conclusion of round 1?
Yeah, I mean, like 2 over par, right? Like, if you're around even par, you're feeling really good about yourself, obviously. But I'd say 2, 3 over is fine. And that's where Morikawa would have been if he didn't bogey a couple of holes coming in. He didn't bogey the last and miss like a 5-foot putt, maybe even less than that. That's where he would have been. But that's the thing about the U.S. Open and Torrey Pines is, you can have a 5-foot putt and it can be just as difficult, depending on where you are, as an 80-foot putt. And a 25-foot putt going uphill into the grain at this course in the right spot can be as easy as a 3-foot putt for these guys. So, on a regular course. So, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. And again, like Russell Henley is a prime example. Like Russell Henley is a great ball striker, but his finishes so far this season have been god awful because he cannot putt. Like he just hasn't been able to put together a good putting round. Look what he does today. He shoots 4 under par. And you're like, oh yeah, Russell Henley's a great ball striker. Tomorrow he could shoot 6 over, right? And he's at +2, right? Like that's what this course does. And so in the same vein, right? It goes the opposite way. That if you put yourself in the right position and you start making those putts tomorrow, like Morikawa or even Finau or any one of these guys, they could shoot 4 under and go back to even par. I don't see the top guy tomorrow being very far off from where we are now. Like 5, 6 under by tomorrow is probably going to be something that you're going to see from the leader, right? And that's just based off of my experience watching U.S. Opens, how it's playing right now. Could it be higher? Yeah, but that means like someone like a Brooks or one of these guys has to have 2 great rounds under their belt, and that's tough to do at a U.S. Open.
Where would you like to go from here, my friend? Unless there are other U.S. Open topics you'd like to get into.
No, man. I just like it's exciting. It's fun when you, especially Augusta, not so much because the carnage is rare at Augusta unless you get like a pretty cold and rainy, windy Zach Johnson win type of week. It's so much fun at the U.S. Open to see like everyone saying, "Oh, I'm done. Like screw this guy. He's over. Like he couldn't handle it." Right? Like he's at 4 over par. He's done. It's like. This is what we do every single year at the U.S. Open. Every single year we go through this, and people are so bent out of shape because their guys suck on day 1 or the front 9. And it happens every single year, so it's just fun to watch. But we can go anywhere. Should we go? Kawhi's done, right?
Well, we can do NBA in a sec. What I do want to mix in, what you guys should know about Reed, having watched this show, is he is not only has his expertise on land, golf, football, and the like.
Look at that. Look at that
I
segue.
mean, the man has some knowledge of what happens on the water as well. And we have obviously got the World Surf League free pool coming up Sunday. So what can you tell the people about that?
Yeah, producer Drew says we can go anywhere, but not. We're going somewhere else.
But not there.
But not there. Yeah. So I read the nice little write up on the DK Nation, as the kids call it these days. Cough about the
kids call it.
That's what the kids call it. No, it's the web, as our friend Kawhi Leonard has called it. I don't know what happens on the web. Neither do I, Kawhi, because no one knows what happens on the web. It's not called that.
Yeah. Anyone know what happens in the cloud? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Things.
So yeah, the free $1,000 World Surf League. It's at the Surf Ranch in California, Lemoore, California, actually. And what's so interesting about this event, Koff, is that it's not in the ocean, which is, you're saying, oh, expert on land and sea. Well, in actuality, this is on land. And 2016 or 17, I want to say, this was finalized. It's a wave machine. So Lemoore, California, it's about 100 miles east of the California coastline. So it's still in California. And it's a wave machine. The wave technology is groundswell. And so if you just watch stuff on YouTube, you'll see it. You just type in Surf Ranch. And essentially it looks like a train. Like this mechanism looks like, a 2 or 3 car train. Mm-hmm. And it's going, at a certain speed, and you see the wave break in the water. And what it essentially equates to, right, is a 45-second wave where the best surfers in the world have the entire wave to themselves, and they're doing like 8, 9, 10, 11 moves on this one wave. It's very similar to what we see. No. It's very similar to what you see like in figure skating, in snowboarding, skiing, the X Games or in the Olympics, where you have, right, like you have the whole course ahead of you. You know where things are. You know where the rails are, you know where the jumps are. You can kind of plan out your run before that. That's kind of what this is like, because the wave, it breaks the same time every single time. And so you can kind of plan out what you can do. And so what happens is the surfers have 3 waves for that, in the contest. And it's the competition itself, when you're going head to head against someone, it's your best wave of the 3 against their best wave of the 3. No, excuse me, 6. So what's interesting again about this event is that you see the progression of moves being unbelievable, because these guys have the wave to themselves, and it's like, it's like the best golfers playing on like the easiest course with no hazards, and just attacking the pin. It's like, and I wrote this in my article. It's like seeing the Brooklyn Nets or seeing these NBA teams play against JV. Like, no disrespect to JV, but you would see highlight after highlight after highlight. So that's kind of what we have this week at the Surf Ranch, is because these guys are the best surfers in the world. And you're seeing these guys go, super high in the air, going to barrels, going to complete unbelievable turns. I suggest everyone watch it just to see what surfing is like, and seeing what it can be. And you're going to see some pretty awesome moves. Not the same, right, as if you're in the ocean. If you're in the ocean, much more variables. Like there's more wind conditions. There's still wind there, but there's wind conditions. You have to the wave selection in the ocean is probably the most important, right? Which wave you choose and how then that wave breaks can make or break anything in a contest. So the best surfers can lose to the not so good surfers because of the wave selection. But this time it's going to be, they have the whole wave to themselves, and we're going to see all the best surfers in the world do what they do.
I'm completely stereotyping where you're from now with this question, but do you surf at all?
Yes, I do, Koff. Yes, I do.
Do you surf?
I haven't got out yet since I've been back. It's U.S. Open week's always a little bit more,
a little focused.
Well, you gotta get a focus. It's a major week. You gotta focus. Do I surf well? Well, in my mind, I like to think I'm not terrible, but that is for other people. Yeah, that's for other people to decide what I do well or what I don't do well. That's not for me to decide. But I love it. I mean, I surf as much as I can when I'm back, but I do not surf in New England. I am spoiled, and I also don't like to be cold, as most of you guys know.
Surf snob is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I mean, if you grew up here and you surfed in where surfing was created, then you would also be a surf snob, and you're like, nah.
Well, how young were you when you started surfing?
I started late. My parents didn't want me to just be a beach bum, so I started late, and they sort of said like, hey, you can't do that. You can't go to the beach and surf as much. So I started probably when I was a teenager. I actually knew how to snowboard. That's like one of those icebreakers that I have. Like I learned how to snowboard before I really learned how to surf.
Huh.
So I didn't pick up a board till I was probably like 13, 12. It's like maybe like 12, right before I became a teenager. But yeah, I started snowboarding when I was like 8 or 9, maybe earlier.
Pick it up pretty quickly though, all things considered.
Yeah, like I mean, the biggest thing about surfing is it's less about trying to emulate what the guys on tour obviously do. It's all about stamina. Like paddling is everything in surfing. Like if you don't know how to paddle well and you get tired, because it's tiring, it's extremely exhausting to paddle, because you're paddling in the ocean, you're dealing with currents, you're dealing with waves, you're dealing with other people. That's the one thing that whenever someone asks me, is it hard? I'm like, well, do you swim well? Okay, even if you swim well, like it doesn't matter, because like paddling is the hardest thing. And so when you get that down, then all the other stuff kind of comes naturally.
So we can make the move to basketball. I want to remind some people as well that as we've branded it, the Koff Classic MLB. If anyone would like to jump on in and play and have some fun, 25 spots to fill. Lineups lock in an hour and a half. Hopefully everybody is doing well with your Moose Open, U.S. Open Classic Bonanza, whatever he called the thing for golf today, that, got the 200 people plus in there. Good for you. Hopefully everybody's lineups are doing well, but fear what happens in the second half of the day. Like Reed said, don't fall in love with checking those lineups, because we got a long way to go here in round one. But fill up baseball. It's available to you in the DK Simfam Friends League lobby. But yes, NBA, it has just been a crazy couple of days, Reed. And,
yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, you had Kawhi Leonard obviously go down with what is viewed as a serious knee injury. No reports as to whether it's the ACL or not, or a tear or not, whatever. We just know he's out indefinitely. And didn't matter. Playoff P, Paul George, he stepped up last night, was big. Clippers obviously able to prevail and take a 3-2 lead on the Jazz. You had for Utah, Mike Conley, ruled out for that, most recent game. So not ideal, not top star over there, but not great. Chris Paul for the Suns, very notable in COVID protocol now. He is out indefinitely. That could be, a real blow for Phoenix, but we'll see. Yeah. We'll see how long he is sidelined as a result. With the Nets are back at it tonight. 3 hours from now, as a matter of fact, in Milwaukee, trying to close out this series. And honestly, I'm not a Nets guy. Everybody knows that who's heard me on the Dream Stream. Not a Nets guy, but I am at a point where I'm so detested and disgusted with how the Bucks have played in this series that I almost just spitefully want them to lose, and for the Nets to, ideally fall to, whether it's Philly or Atlanta in the next round, because it has just been gross, the number of opportunities that have been thrown away for Milwaukee. They'll have another one tonight to try and even this thing up. Kevin Durant obviously is going to be out there. James Harden presumably is going to be out there. He hasn't been ruled out. He's not even questionable as far as I can see here. Kyrie Irving is not going to play. We don't know how serious his reported ankle injury is, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. And then you have had coaching moves or openings created anyway, because just in the last, whatever it's been, 30 hours, we've had 3 spots open up. Scott Brooks out with the Wizards, new opening there with Washington. Stan Van Gundy, after 1 year, gone in New Orleans. And now Zion Williamson reportedly may want out, or at least his family wants him playing somewhere else. So that is interesting. That's a whole topic in and of itself. And then the big one came a couple hours ago here.
Rick
Carlisle, after 13 years in Dallas. And apparently was just, pardon me, reading a little bit from the Adrian Wojnarowski story on ESPN. It's been the reported sort of drama and disconnect, to say the very least, with Luka Doncic. Well, looks like Luka's gotten his way. Carlisle's walking away after 13 years, stops previously Detroit, Indiana. I mean, he's well seasoned, a former NBA champion, not only as a player, but as a coach. He's looking for a new home. You have what is now 7 openings in the NBA for head coaches, Reed, many of them that have come to be in just the last week or so, and potentially Mike Budenholzer could be out in Milwaukee. Nate McMillan has not been yet re-signed
Yeah.
or extended in Atlanta. Like, we could have a third of the league head coach wise turnover this offseason, which is outrageous.
Is it like the NFL, Coffin? You would know better than I would with NBA, where these coaches, I mean, look, Rick Carlisle, the most winningest coach in Mavericks history, right? He won a championship with these guys. Is it like in the NFL where you kind of just, it's a carousel and the same coaches end up any which way? Like Chauncey, I know Chauncey's been, is Chauncey going for a head coaching job or a front office job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's interesting.
And Mark Jackson too, right?
Excuse me. Mark Jackson, obviously he did coach the Warriors a while ago. He's been in the broadcast booth since with Breen and Van Gundy, Jeff, not Stan. And there have always been reports that he's been interested in getting back into coaching.
Yeah.
His name really hasn't been bandied about much early on here in this coaching cycle. I don't know if it will be. Quite frankly, I didn't think he was a very good head coach. I think he should stay right where he is. I don't know that teams would be lining up to hire him. I think there are worlds other better, options. Chauncey Billups,
right,
you mentioned among them, who's of course the Clippers assistant right now. What makes him interesting is, he's sort of been a hot commodity in the last couple of years where he was interviewing for GM jobs, much the same as he was interviewing for head coaching jobs. We already know he's going to interview with Boston. We know he's going to interview with Portland. There are a lot of people that believe he is the favorite to wind up with the Trailblazers, and we will find out, obviously. But it's just, there are, to your central question, there are absolutely in the NBA, like the NFL, a lot of retreads, a lot of even you talked about it, like Rick Carlisle's success. Rick Carlisle just finished up with his third team. He's going to have a fourth job. Like Doc Rivers with another epic collapse last night for Philadelphia. Orlando, Boston, LA, Philly. And if he left Philly tomorrow, he'd have a new job. So no doubt there's not a lot of fresh blood. Guys move around. Tom Thibodeau, who's the coach of the year with the Knicks, his third team. He had been with Chicago and Minnesota. So that makes it more difficult for the Chauncey Billups, for the Sam Cassels, for the Ime Udoka, for the Kara Lawsons, for the Becky Hammonds, for the, you name it, for them to get that first opportunity, no doubt. Especially, this is very true in the NBA. Seems to me you get a lot more run, a lot more opportunity than you do in the NFL. And quite frankly, I think to some degree, this is, my words. I don't think a player would ever say this. I don't think someone in the NBA would say this.
Yeah.
I think the coaches are just more well respected in the NFL than they are in the NBA. They're viewed as more of difference makers. Obviously, it's a different kind of program that you need to implement because, tell me if I'm wrong. For the most part,
I agree.
For the most part in the NFL, you get two cracks. You get the first job. If it doesn't go well, you get another if you're still viewed as a good candidate. And if that doesn't go well, that's when you get like a stigma attached to your name. And it's, well, I don't know that we want to give this guy that third opportunity. And very rarely do guys get third opportunities. Like Rex Ryan hasn't, Josh McDaniels hasn't, there are a whole bunch of other people that haven't to this point. But that second opportunity, kind of a gimme if you showed some level of promise in that first job. In the NBA, you can get 3, 4, 5 chances.
Yeah. And to your point, to your player point, right? The NBA is more player centric than the NFL, and it's more player run. You take a look at the contracts, you take a look at what they do, how they move. And this is true. Look, Steve Nash, I'm sure he's great, but Steve Nash is not telling Durant and these guys what to do, right? He's kind of giving them a general idea and is more facilitating. But let's get one thing straight. Kyrie, Harden, and Durant run that team, right? And the same way LeBron did. And
Kyrie Irving said right when Nash got there,
exactly.
I don't view us as having a head coach.
Right, exactly. And you would never hear that in the NFL, right? Never in a second. I would say that the one guy that really proved a lot, right, was Spoelstra.
Yeah.
Is that everyone viewed Spoelstra as a guy who, right, it was like, oh, it's LeBron, it's D Wade, it's not hey,
1000%.
Spoelstra. Whatever when you heard LeBron talk about Spoelstra, he said that he was everyone's underestimating the genius of this guy. And then when he left, LeBron, look at what Miami did with essentially a skeleton of a team.
Yep.
A couple years later, after the whole dust settled after LeBron left, that would be my point, is that coaches in the NBA, they take the really, really, and this is not rocket science. Like the really good ones take those Miami teams that have a ton of talent, right, and then push them and excel them to reach the highest expectation. But the other ones, like you mentioned, the Steve Nashes of the world, you see it all the time. Jason Kidd, I think, is a prime example as well. I mean, you got Giannis. Like, you could mask that a lot. And to your point about the NFL, you can't really, right? You can't. There's so many moving parts in the NFL. Yes, a Tom Brady can excel and can push his team to win 8, 9, 10 games potentially. But at the very end, it's going to exploit like the bad teams that aren't run well coaching wise. They're going to be exploited by the guys who can scheme, like the Belichicks of the world, the Shanahans. You see it, and you just see it. And for us who watch football quite a bit, and even for the people who don't, you just see how well a coach, especially towards the end, like Cliff Kingsbury within the 4-minute drill, and Belichick, right? Like it's night and day. It is night and day, and you see it. I think more in the NFL, less in the NBA, because a player, right? LeBron can just take over, a KD can just take over, and everything is great. Nash is hugging him like a little kid is hugging his favorite basketball player. You just see Nash. I love that picture of Nash just hugging Durant. But yeah, you're right.
A lot of it too is there's less interchangeability. Your roster in the NBA, is 12 to 15 guys,
right?
In the NFL, you whittle down, you start at like 90 and you're getting down to 75, and then you're getting to 53, 54, and then you're getting obviously down to your 45 or 46, whatever it is, your game day roster. It's, guys are going to get hurt, guys are coming in and out, you're constantly working out other guys, and often on the practice squad. There's only so much, an elite talent in the in the NFL can do. And we know obviously how good like the Tom Brady's I'm getting choked up just thinking about Brady in another uniform still. We know how good the Tom Brady's of the world and like you name it, right? Like Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and so Josh Allen, so many of this younger generation, Lamar Jackson, list goes on and on. Like what they can do, what a quarterback can do, how a quarterback can impact your team, but not to the same way an elite player or two can in the NBA if you have nothing around the quarterback. Like Zach Thompson and I, we did the sim back at 2 and we were talking about this. This is even before the Carlisle news. Like in the NBA, our view, pardon me, was, it's a really good head coach, a great head coach. 5 more wins than you'd have with an average head coach. A bad head coach, sure, that can destroy things.
Yeah.
But in the NFL, a great head coach versus a terrible head coach, a Bill Belichick versus a Freddie Kitchens, that can make or break your program within a singular year. In large part, not only because of the quality of the coach and the system and the program that are put in place, but because you only have 16 games.
Well, that too,
you fall behind the 8 ball early. There's just no coming back.
Well, and usually the head coach brings the assistants right with them. And the head coach itself, like if Freddie Kitchens brings his crew with him, so much is how do you navigate through that, right? It's not just about the head coach that can make or break it. It's like their whole team. And I would say, and again, you can see that in NBA, you can see that in baseball, right? The pitch coach, hitting coach, it all matters, but it's just exploited, like you mentioned, because you have 17 games. Right. And you don't really have much wiggle room. It's not like you have an 82 game season or 100, what is it? Like 156, whatever it is in the MLB.
162. Yeah.
162. Yeah. Like, it's just, you don't have the chance to, this is not working for, a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months. Like, that's all you got. And I would argue too, even like Stefanski, look what Stefanski did over Freddie Kitchens. And Stefanski came over and he completely overhauled that team. And now you look at Cleveland as being one of a team, in OTAs and all. Like, for the last 2 or 3 years, they've been the talk of the preseason. Man, look at the moves that they made. Look at this, look at that. And then haven't exceeded or haven't even met our expectation. I would argue this year and the moves that they made, now Stefanski with 1 more year, an actual preseason, offseason. Like, this is a team now that got better on defense as well. They brought on a lot of good guys on defense, especially in that secondary. And Baker looks like a guy who can just make sure that this team kind of keeps on motoring on this offense. Best running back tandem in the NFL. And again, like I mentioned, I can't get over that defense and what they did in the offseason, especially on a D-line.
Any big takeaways from mandatory minicamp this week?
Not really. I'm interested to see, I think we all are interested to see where Aaron Rodgers, that whole saga, what happens there.
Of course.
Because I do think if I'm taking just a look at some of the news that we see from minicamps, like Denver has a nice little QB battle going between Theodore Bridgewater and Andrew Luck.
Yes.
You notice, right? All of these reports are coming out and saying that Teddy doesn't have any pop on his pass, and we know that already. We know that. And Drew Lock is a guy who throws into, Kenny Ducey likes Drew Lock. That's just enough said right there.
It tells you everything you need to know.
Right, exactly. Drew Lock is one of the worst quarterbacks to throw into coverage. Right, these two quarterbacks couldn't be worlds apart. So if you're the offensive coordinator, most of these guys want to get a backup quarterback that closely resembles their starter, so they don't have to change the whole package. I mean, these two guys could not be more different in Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. One guy is extremely safe, doesn't make mistakes, 5-8 yard slant. Teddy Bridgewater, perfect. Right. And I would like Jerry Jeudy, if we're talking fantasy, if Teddy is the quarterback, I think Jerry Jeudy's going to have a big year. If it's Drew Lock, I think it's Sutton, because Drew Lock just focuses on one guy and he peppers him 10, 12 times. And that's Sutton. That's who he is. So, if Aaron Rodgers goes there, it opens up everything. Right. So I'm just interested to see where he goes and to see how these other rookies start playing in the preseason. Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, what he's doing. Obviously, the Raiders trying to keep track if they even have a snowball's chance in hell to compete in the AFC West. But yeah, nothing really too alarming. It's just Aaron Rodgers is luring over all of us and what he's able to do, or what he's going to do. Excuse me.
There's an article, NFL.com, Greg Rosenthal. What matters, what doesn't from this week's OTAs? You brought up Denver. Let's talk Denver. He writes, Deshaun Watson apparently wants to play in Denver. Watson's serious legal troubles stemming from sexual assault and misconduct allegations have clouded if and when he will play football again. But the news this week via Broncos safety Kareem Jackson that Watson, who earlier requested a trade out of Houston, would like to play in Denver was the first football-related development involving the Texans quarterback in a while. The Broncos are in a unique spot. They have a Super Bowl-ready roster without the quarterback. This Watson news, if nothing else, was a reminder Aaron Rodgers might not be the only big-name quarterback available in 2022 if a deal does not happen this year. I guess to some degree, what I would add to what I just read is I'd like to remind Deshaun Watson, I'd like to remind Aaron Rodgers, they're not free agents. Right. They can't just go to Denver. Trades need to be worked out. Organizations have to approve. You have to be wanted. Your teams have to want to get rid of you, all that stuff. That being said, you talked about Bridgewater, you talked about Locke. Is there another QB, do you believe, that's going to be in the mix for Denver this year?
No. I mean, who else is left? Right? There's no one else left other than Rodgers and Watson. I think, with Watson's legal ramifications coming through, we kind of just don't want to project or to see, what happens, because whatever the case may be, he might not be playing it. Yeah. So, of course, Aaron Rodgers is the one guy. I could see him definitely in Denver. He's always been tied to Denver for a quick amount of time. And I don't know if it's so true with Las Vegas as well. But he just fits, right? He wants to go somewhere. And you kind of saw it with what he was saying and what Brady was saying to him about not going for it on fourth down, whatever it was, back in the playoffs when they were on the match. They were doing Bryson, right, Phil, and Brady were doing that presser and talking trash to each other. And you can kind of see it. You can see it on Rodgers' face. He's like, yeah, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be in Green Bay if I don't have to be. In the same vein, Koff, and this is true, not just with everyone, not just with football, but with everything. The grass ain't always greener, Rodgers. You got the best wide receiver in the NFL, arguably, and I would say that it may not be an argument. He is one of the best. Mm-hmm. In Adams, Devontae Adams. You have Aaron Jones re-signing, and you have a defense that can use some help, but a solid front seven right now as it stands. Secondary, which Alexander obviously can play better, but you got it pretty good in Green Bay. It is, again, here comes the coaching argument. Like, how much did Matt LaFleur factor into that decision? How much is Rodgers saying, look, I've been doing this for longer than essentially longer than you've been a head coach, twice as long as you've been a head coach.
Much, yeah.
Give me some leeway here. That's where Rodgers is going to want to go. Is where does he have control? He saw what Brady did and is doing. That's what he wants to do. And I don't think right now that's in Green Bay, but the grass isn't always greener. Like Denver, fine. Like Denver's a solid team, but who knows, right? They're a young team. They have a great defense, really great defense, great secondary. But who knows with Denver? Like, what you got with Green Bay. So I'm just excited to see where he goes. And then finally project project what's going to happen, what's he decide. So just hurry up and decide, Rodgers.
There is a difference too, though, between having control and having influence. Does Tom Brady, can he go to Bruce Arians and say, listen, like, we got to go for it here? And Bruce is going to say, you're my guy. Probably. Like, that's probably how it unfolds. And good. Yeah. But ultimately, Brady doesn't have that final call. That's Arians' confidence in Brady, obviously, and saying, you've done it a zillion times. Let's go.
Right.
Now, maybe it just more speaks to the relationship or lack thereof between Rodgers and LaFleur, because I'm sure, and we weren't in the huddle, we weren't on the sidelines, but I'm sure Rodgers, based on how everything that's come out since and the way he reacted to it at the time, seemingly, I'm sure he went to LaFleur in that moment and said, we're not going for it on fourth down right here. And LaFleur said, no, we're kicking. And, clearly there was a disconnect, but at the same time, it's not Rodgers' ability to say, we're going for it here. Like, that's why you have a head coach.
Yeah. And that's exactly it, right? It's relationships. Is that stuff should not have been decided in that moment. That should have been decided when you were watching film, when you were doing your 2-minute drill. That should have been decided already. And that goes back to how they practice. That goes back to how they prepare. Belichick is spraying water on these guys' hands, and they're kicking, for the placeholders who are, for the field goal kickers. Like, that's what he's doing. You're preparing every single scenario, not just on the field, but let's play out every single scenario of what could potentially happen. So in the moment, we're not making an emotional decision. Going and kicking it, I was making an emotional decision, in my opinion, because of who you are playing against and who you have under center. You were scared. You were scared that you needed to get those points you were playing not to lose instead of trying to win, right? And that's a scared move and a coaching move that, frankly, I don't think was prepared for.
Here's what I know: Reed and it never gets emotional.
Never.
So it's
never.
It's always just good.
Zero fun, sir.
No. I didn't say it's not fun. It doesn't get heated. It doesn't get contested. We are on the same page, and we are definitely united in saying this. The show's over. We're going to end this thing. You can tune into the slate, though. I mean, it comes your way multiple times a day and week, every single week. I mean, you don't want to miss it. But this show, the Sports Catch-All, that's every Thursday after the 4 o'clock sim, before the 6 o'clock sim, right around 5:15 Eastern time. Reed is a staple. Oftentimes I'm on it. A lot of the time Glash is on it. We have ourselves a time. It's always fun talking golf, talking football, talking World Surf League, talking basketball, talking about whatever's going on in the sports world. And Reed, it has been a pleasure, my friend.
Always, man. I'm now gonna go sit outside, catch some sun, get some vitamin C, SEA. See what I did there?
Maybe surf.
Maybe surf. This time, really, the waves aren't that big, though. It's just kind of ankle biters. You don't want to do that, Koff. Then it's just paddling, and you're just swimming. You don't want to do that. And you don't want to do that in the Pacific Ocean, right? You actually want to do some stuff and be active. So we'll see.
Just make sure when you head out there with the board for the first time while you're home that I get a picture. Send me a picture of you in that paddle suit and everything. I want to know that you're going to be safe. And that you're protected, and you got everything that you need to avoid those fighters.
Please warn me if you ever come to Hawaii to not be in the same place. Paddle suit. Who are you? Let's end this show.
I had a lovely honeymoon there. It was a decade ago. Probably won't be going back anytime soon, but I loved it, at least until you invite me to visit your childhood. Yeah. All right. For Reed, I'm Adam. For Drew, for Tom, for everybody here with us, thank you. The next sim comes your way. I'm pregame is going to be in about 3 minutes, so don't go far. Stay with us here on the Dream Stream. BK and I will be back. Saints, Titans. Talk to you in a bit. I hope you guys aren't sick of me yet. Boy, it has been hours on the Dream Stream, but one more. I got one more sim in me, and I got another partner. I'm all about it. Brandon Cristal, I'm Adam Kaufman. Thanks for being with us. We are kicking off the late classic here in Simland, and it should be a lot of fun. We got New Orleans and Tennessee coming your way. BK, how are you, bud?
Doing good. So I realized I saw that you had created the contest yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I filled out my lineup much earlier in the day.
Sure.
And I know you've named all 6 of the Sims, and you call this the early bird special.
I screwed up. Yeah.
Because early bird special should be at 4, right?
That's the 4. So
okay.
I did Sims at 2, 4, and 6.
Sure. All right. I lost
made,
track of all of them other than really Madden After Dark. So beyond that,
yeah. Well,
I don't really pay attention.
Yeah, and 8 prime time and whatnot. But yeah, so I did the 2, 4, 6, and in terms of creating the contest, and I made them all at once. And so the early bird special, I did it, and then I don't know if I got distracted, wasn't thinking, I'm dumb, could be any of these, or even a combination of the 3. But yeah, I still, after the early bird special, I labeled it correctly. I called it the let's see if AK and BK played a US Open head-to-head. We didn't. We never even talked about it. But it should have been called the Happy Hour Sim. And for that, Simland, I apologize. I do.
Everyone got it though, right? How many entries did we get?
Yeah,
I had the winning entry.
But it's consistent. The people figured it out. Brian says,
they're smarter than us.
Kaufman and BK on a Thursday. Where the bleep do I sign? With the like button. That's where you sign. What's your lineup look like since you did get in there?
It was a long time ago. Off the top of my head, I'm doing this totally off the top of my head. And I'm loving the
you could look it up if
throwback hybrid, whatever these uniforms are for the Oilers Titans. Well, no, I want to do off the top of my head first and see how close I am. I definitely captain Kamara because we were only like 12,300 to captain because I guess he's had a rough couple sims. So I captain Kamara, Derrick Henry, Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, and then I still had enough money to get, I want to say I got AJ Brown in. So no kickers, no defense, no quarterbacks, but.
Well, now we need the rest. You must have a real cheap punt play.
That wasn't 6?
I don't think, was it? You said Kamara, Henry, Thomas, Smith, Brown.
Let's find out.
Did I miss the other one, or did you say it?
Oh, no, I'm in 7th place in my golf lineup. Let's see. I'm in 13th place in our contest.
Our contest that hasn't kicked off yet?
Kamara. Oh, Will Lutz. One kicker.
Lutz.
Only one kicker. Yeah, Will Lutz. So, I don't know. It sounds like the winning one to me.
I'm actually marginally surprised you even had the money to do that as I think about it, because I don't doubt you. I know the lineup exists. I'm impressed. We actually have very similar builds. So I also have Alvin Kamara in the captain spot, who is 75% owned overall in our small contest, 3/4 of lineups, almost 30% in the captain slot. So you and I like-minded there. BK, AK, and another AK, that is Alvin Kamara. I also have Derrick Henry, who is very chalky as well, 85% owned, 27% in the captain spot. I also have Michael Thomas. I also have Traquan Smith. So you have, again, AJ Brown, Will Lutz. I have Jared Cook and Adam Humphries. Adam Humphries at $3,400. Too tough to ignore for me. I went with it.
There's a chance Will Lutz doubles his point production.
There's a real chance, and maybe even a likelihood.
Uh-oh, should have rostered the Titans D.
Yeah. Fired with the pick. First play. First play.
I don't have Tannehill. Not Tannehill, Drew Brees. He's washed. So before we get to anything else.
Yes.
Because this is what I was doing immediately before I came down.
So much to get to.
And you and I have obviously talked, I don't say ad nauseum, but at length, we'll say at length, about TV shows we watch. We haven't done it lately because there's been other stuff going on, and you were watching Suits for so long that I was just, or Psych for so long that I was just kind of over it. But then a show that I watched last year, March, April, May, June, I can't remember when it debuted.
Yes.
I don't know how we never talked about it. Maybe it's because it was only 8 or 10 episodes. And I hope you're watching it. I'm thinking you aren't, and I'm going to almost insist that you watch it the second we get done.
Okay.
There's a show on FX or FXX, one of those, called Dave, with Lil Dicky the rapper.
Can I cut you off and tell you this?
Yes. Or did we talk about it?
No, we've not. We have not talked about it. So we were talking during the first sim that I did today, Zach Thompson and I, we were talking all about Loki. I don't know if you've started watching.
No, the 14-year-old and I are going to bang out the first two in the next day or two before he goes back to his
really
desk.
Enjoyable. We were talking a lot about Loki, giving our spoiler-free review and all that stuff.
But the reviews are in that it's good, just like the other two Marvel TV shows that we've seen. And it's almost like the expectation. If any of them are bad, that will be the surprise.
Correct. And this one, to me, this is the one that has had the most hype personally, because I just love the Loki character. And so this is the one.
Well, and Tom Hiddleston's probably the best actor other than Mark Ruffalo in the whole MCU, or Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, so this is the one I've most looked forward to, and believe me, through 2 episodes, it has lived up to the hype. So you'll really enjoy it, you and your kiddo there. But we were talking about Loki as Tennessee. Can Derrick Henry get there? Not yet. And somebody, Jeffrey, if I remember right, said in the chat, Koff, have you ever seen Dave? Because season 2 dropped today, and Dave is awesome. And so Dave has been on my radar for quite a while, but for the for the longest time I didn't have Hulu.
Okay.
And so I couldn't watch it.
You were holding out for no real reason. You had some principled reason to, even though you had ESPN Plus and Disney Plus.
I don't even know why I didn't.
Is that Humphreys?
I could only wish, but it is definitely not. AJ Brown.
Hey, he's on my lineup.
So yeah, I didn't. So I didn't have Hulu for whatever reason, and then why did I? Oh,
Handmaid's Tale.
No, The League. When I went back to watch The League, that's on Hulu. So got Hulu, and so Dave has been on my radar, and I had to go through 7 seasons of The League. So I watched The League. So Jeff, I'd kind of forgotten about Dave along the way, and a lot of people have told me over the last, year or however long it's been, like, you got to watch Dave, you'll love it. You already like Lil Dicky music, you got to check out Dave.
We like Lil Dicky. You like Curb, and it's the executive producer from Curb that does it with Lil Dicky.
So I had like 20 minutes, let's say, between the 2 o'clock sim and the 4 o'clock sim. And I watched the first half of the first episode.
And you're in, right? You're going to finish the whole series tonight, probably.
So I have started watching Dave. That is I could have started there, but I wanted the build up. I wanted the story.
Good build up. Yeah.
Thank you. So I have started watching Dave.
You could have easily said, "Oh yeah, I started watching the first episode about 2 hours ago."
Yeah.
And then,
but where's the fun in that? I want to give you a story. We both like stories. So I look forward to, at the very least, finishing that episode later today, and probably watching a couple more.
Yeah, you'll bang through. There are some.
It's like 10 episodes in the first season.
Yeah, there are some scenes from the first season where I was like crying, laughing so hard.
Yeah, I mean, the first scene, I don't know how well you remember the very first scene of the first episode, but it's where he's in the doctor's office checking out a rash, and that's all I'll say about that. But it's a funny show. I mean, I knew I was going to like it. I do like it, and I'm eager to continue on with it. So you don't have to insist.
Okay,
Dave
good.
is on my radar.
Good to hear. So yesterday, my pal Brad was in town. He lives out in Cape Cod now, but you've been to his restaurants here in Denver.
Yeah.
Brad, when he moved to Cape Cod a few years ago, he owns a bunch of restaurants and used to own a really cool bar. They got out of the bar business, started a restaurant. Now they've got like 6 or 7, and he's just now a partner. He's done with being day to day, and he's out in Cape Cod where his mom and his dad had passed away a few years ago. So he had like a small car, like a Mini or something, Mini Cooper. So he's like, "Hey, come meet me in my storage unit. I got all this autograph stuff. I just want to give you. I don't want to deal with it." I'm like, "Okay." So I get there, and I open it up. I'm like, "You don't want any of this?" There's Tom Brady mini helmet. There's a mini helmet signed by the 05 Super Bowl, whatever the 3rd Super Bowl team in the first set of 3 was. Rodney Harrison and those guys.
Yep.
Belichick's on there. Didn't want it. Celtics championship ball with KG and Ray Allen. Didn't want it. I gave that to Jerry Azuma because he's from out by you and loves the Celtics. And then all these baseballs. And I've kind of handpicked the baseballs that I really wanted. I took one of the Pedro balls, gave another Pedro ball to a friend of ours. And I don't know if I pretty much gave him all the baseballs back. I'm jumping ahead. But as I was going through them, half the baseballs, if not more, say "To Brad, love spill," "To Brad, you're the best," or something derogatory. And then there was also a box of pictures, like just pictures from the bar forever that he had, like a full shoebox of pictures.
Yeah.
And so I was like, "Hey, dude, don't you want all this stuff?" He's like, "No, I don't want the stuff that says Brad on it." I'm like, "You sure?" Like, there's a ball autographed by Mickey Mantle on the A. He's like, "No, I don't need it. I don't have room for it. Whatever." It's like, okay. So then he's like, and then a couple times, because we text all the time, he's like, "Hey, if you want to send me those baseballs, I'll give you the money for whatever." I'm like, "Which ones?" He's like, "Just ones with my name on it." So then we go. I meet him yesterday because he's in town for a couple of days, just meeting with his partners, and meet him at a UPS store. And we start to open it, and almost all of them do say "To Brad," but as he's going, he's like, "What's," or names I can't read, or it's like Richie Sexton,
Yeah.
which is a funny talking point if that's the only baseball you have. But if you have all these other cool ones like Mike Trout and Mickey Mantle, Richie Sexton's silly. But as we're looking through it, there's one signed by the 07 World Series champion Red Sox as well.
No
and he was like,
kidding.
"Look," and he's like spinning it. He's like, "This is a whole team." He's like, and it's a World Series. But he's like, "This is the 07 championship team." I'm like, "Oh." I was like, "Who'd they beat in that one?" He's like, "The Rockies." I was like, "Oh yeah, I was there." And I was like, "Okay, well, at that point I can't take it back because they're his in the first place." And he was excited. He was prepared to now spend the $100 to ship all these baseballs back. But it was funny as we were going through that. Literally, almost all of them said Brad, and I definitely pulled out the best ones. Pedro, Todd Helton, Vinny Castilla. There was a couple really good ones that were in there.
That's awesome.
Poppy, I got a Poppy one.
Oh, sweet.
But the 2 Brad ones he took in the 07 World Series was like, oh, all right. I mean, it's pretty remarkable considering what a huge Boston sports fan you are, that within the last couple of years, probably, I guess like 3 years ago now, I've had a mini helmet signed by the championship Patriots team, a basketball signed by that Celtics team, and then a baseball signed by the 07 Red Sox. Not as,
And that you gave all of it away and none of it to me.
Yeah. Well, I told you I've got Bronson Arroyo's autographed CD for you.
You can keep that.
I don't think I have any Bronson Arroyo baseballs left because I think they were in that box.
You can hang on to the Bronson Arroyo.
I really should have at least gone through it one more time. But all the good ones I should pull out the good ones and see which ones I have, because I want to get one of those frames. You see those home plate frames? Yeah, so I want to get one of those. And the only 3 baseballs in the world that I want that I don't have, there's lots I would take, like Hank Aaron or whatever. Touchdown. Don't be Cook, be Traquan. It's not.
Evening up this thing. And
Hey, Michael Thomas, I got him.
Yeah, we both got him.
But mostly me.
Mostly me.
So Ken Griffey Jr., one of my favorite players as a kid. Ricky Henderson, my absolute favorite, and Derek Jeter, who I just love. I loved watching his whole career. And so the annoying thing about the Griffey one, and I could still probably get it. My buddy used to work for the Mariners. Like, got me the Mike Trout ball. Never asked him because I thought he'd work for the Mariners forever. Now he doesn't. I could ask Dave Sims, voice of the Mariners, at some point because Griffey always comes by the booth like once a quarter. It seems like. I guess it's once or twice a season. Is that Griffey and his dad, Ken Griffey Sr., who also played in the Bigs, FYI, they were at Super Bowl 50 doing like Radio Row for prostate cancer or something.
I remember,
And I had booked it as the guest booker for the show we were doing, So I knew he was coming. And I didn't have anywhere near the collection I have now, but Griffey was still one of my favorite players in 2015, 2016, from when I was a kid. Like, that didn't change. And so the fact that I didn't have the wherewithal to put a baseball in my pocket, or in my bag and bring it to have Ken Griffey Jr. sign it is, a regrettable moment, because it was so, how easy it is to get autographs on Radio Row for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. Did you at least get a picture with them or something?
I feel like I took a picture of him in someone. But I don't remember being in a picture with him. And then, like, after I took it, I was like, yeah, Griffey was one of my favorite players when I was a kid. And he wore 24. It was like Ricky, and I wore 24. I still wear 24.
Well, you've expanded your memorabilia conversation, my friend. Or collection, I should say.
No question. I kind of want to go through the baseballs and tell you all the good ones I have.
You should.
All right. You want me to grab them now, or do we want to? I guess we
You
can
need
stick
to
with
do
it.
it right this second.
Well, no, I mean, it's literally right
You
behind
might
these
not
TVs.
even be able to identify all the autographs.
No, I think I can, because I went through it with 2 of my autograph guys. Like, who is this? Oh, that's Big Poppy. That was like where I found out. Because I can show you some of these. You'd be like, all right.
David Ortiz has a very
Very poor.
If anyone, if you follow me on Twitter, if anybody noticed this, but it was month or two back, at least. A friend of mine who has a bunch of autographs, he sends me a picture of this autographed baseball. He's like, hey, I got this autographed baseball. Do you have any idea who signed this? And I'm looking at it, and I couldn't figure it out. And not that I spent more than all of 2 seconds on it, but I was like, no, I have no idea who signed it. But I'll tell you what I'll do. You know, there are enough people that follow me on Twitter that, like, somebody's bound to maybe know. And so I just posted a picture. I was like, anybody have any idea who signed this? And sure enough, you know, just like flooded with responses, you know, confirming, like, dude, that's David Ortiz. David Ortiz signed.
Especially in Boston. And I like to humble brag about how many Twitter followers you have.
David Ortiz has a very unrecognizable signature. Very difficult.
Well, now I want to grab him. I'll grab him as you're going through the quarter stats. And then if we have time, because it won't take that long, we can, because we'll be on camera. So it'll be a fun reveal.
There you go. The big old reveal. Well, while he's doing that, 7-7 game. Final seconds of this opening quarter. Pardon me, dealing with that still. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, and also my Fast and the Furious hero, June in Ops. Thank you all for being here with us. A reminder, folks, and BK, for you as well, if you're interested, my friend. The Koff Classic MLB. 75 spots needed to make this contest run, obviously. $1 to get in for tonight's slate. Payout to the top 15.
Do you have any of the Rockies, the hottest team in baseball? Won 3 in a row over the Padres?
Looks like we have... Excuse me. My goodness.
They're probably not the hottest team in baseball, by the way, but around these parts, after going 1-5 on a road trip and 5-27.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
Charlie Blackmon has hits in 14 of the last 15 games.
I'm proud of him. The contests in the TK Simfam Friends League lobby, obviously. 19 spots to fill. We have 56 out of 75. 19 to fill, $1 to enter. You guys have 49 minutes. 49 minutes to fill this thing up. So let's do it. Payout to the top 15. One big push. Let's get in there, fill this sucker up. Derrick Henry, 5 for 10. Not great. Calvin Kamara, worse. Or Alvin Kamara. I think I called him Calvin.
Calvin
Kamara.
Both of them, not good.
Yeah, neither one is performing. 3 for 7 for Kamara. Alvin, I don't know how Calvin's doing, but we can check out
About the
Calvin
same.
Ridley is doing.
Not good as my captain.
Or earlier in the last sim, he did well. A.J. Brown, 2 for 16, 2 for 21 for Thomas with a score. They each have touchdowns. Cook, 2 for 22. Traquan, 2 for 23. Also want to mention, as we take a look at our standings here for this contest, I am not doing well. I am in 83rd out of 132. But you know what, BK? Who cares? Because I took down the free roll for the 4 o'clock sim.
Congratulations. Oh, you did? Look at you.
I did. I was a big winner. Big winner.
That's Mickey Mantle's autograph.
Oh, that looks nice.
And a bunch of Yankees Yogi Bears on here, but this is definitely not a Major League Baseball, as it says.
A little sauce,
Special League.
Oh, interesting. Whatever that means.
We got this whole big sock of. This is very exciting. Let's see here. Who do we think that is?
Can't even make it out. I can't.
No,
even,
the light's not helping.
The lighting, yeah.
It's somebody of note. We'll go back to it.
Hard to tell.
It says Dave something. Oh, that's Roger. No, not Roger Clemens. Oh, it's Larry Walker. Larry Walker. He's in the Hall of Fame. That was Larry Walker. Here's Mike Trout. We'll compare Mike Trout's crappy signature to David Ortiz. That's Mike Trout. You just have to trust me.
I trust you. It looks good.
Does it?
It does. Yeah, it's a good looking signature.
It is not. The two best signatures in sports, I'll argue, Michael Jordan, John Elway.
I can picture Jordan's, and I agree. It's beautiful.
John Elway's is almost identical.
To Michael Jordan's? Did he write Michael Jordan?
No, but he writes nice and big and pretty, John Elway. And he does it super fast. This one has a bunch of people I don't know, but it also has Jim Edmonds. And I always like Jim Edmonds.
Yeah, who didn't like Jim Edmonds?
Well, he's always in town because he played in the NL West forever, except for those few years in St. Louis. And he always came to the same bar. So, well, here's Todd Helton.
Says, I'm going to hype my contest and ignore you in the chat. I haven't ignored you, must be. Be Don. I do not ask for your trust. I demand only your obedience. Join the contest.
Joe Torre, he's in the Hall of Fame. More
is.
so for his managerial work than I think. He was a good player.
Did you see that article that came out the other day? I think it was in the New York Post about how much David Wells hated Joe Torre when he played for him.
Nope, but I had a fun night with David Wells one time. With Chris Sims. Chris told a story when he had David Wells on his podcast last summer. Vinny Castilla, 2-time All-Star, most home runs for anyone born in Mexico. He is coaching the Futures game with LaTroy Hawkins.
That's fun.
Out here in a couple of weeks.
It's
I will not be
weird
at that game because I'm going to be at the Avett Brothers concert.
Nature of the beast, obviously.
So this
Like,
one
this
is
how this works, but I'll look at that in a sec. I'm only starting to really, it's been this way for years, but only starting to accept the whole guys that I grew up watching, them having kids who play professionally now. It's really
like the whole Blue Jays team.
Like the whole Blue Jays team and so many others. Like there was another one the other day that like Mike Cameron's kid. I can't think of what his first name is, but he just came
Cam
up.
Cameron? No, I'm kidding. That's the old football coach.
It's true. But there are just so many. And it's, man, like, I can't even fathom how cool that must be.
Good blitz.
In general. Like, just how cool that must be as, like, you're a professional athlete, which is so rare to begin with. It's so rare. I mean, you have truly got to be, like, even the guys we make fun of, oh, this guy sucks, whatever. You are one of the best in the world at doing something. And then they're kids, and, you know, genetics play into it, and being in that environment and training at a young age and exposure and all, like, for sure. But still, nothing is gifted to you. It's not automatic. Like, you got to be good enough. And so for the amount of guys whose kids go on to play professionally in those same sports or different sports for that matter, it never ceases to impress me.
You know who it reminds me of? Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr., who I was...
Who played together.
Yeah, that's wild. That is the wildest. And that's why I think
That's
LeBron's holding on,
insanity.
hoping Bronny gets there. LeBron's going to play till he's 41.
100% he will. 100%.
So this is just some Japanese writing, and I've looked up Ichiro's signature because I got it from my buddy who worked for the Mariners, I think, or maybe it was just in that box from Brad, and I just like to pretend that it's Ichiro's.
Yeah.
It's just Japanese until someone can prove otherwise.
Maybe it's
All right, let's
today.
see, I've got 4 or 5 left. It's very fun.
What are you gonna do with this sleeve of baseballs?
I told you I'm going to put them in like one of those home plate
Oh yeah. There
grain
you go.
things.
You gotta go on Amazon and buy that.
Yeah. This one.
Daz Cameron.
Oh, Pedro. Pedro signed it Cy Young 97, 99, 2000. So not Hall of Fame, but because it's before he got in the Hall of Fame.
I for sure have Pedro on a card. I vaguely remember getting him on a ball at spring training one year when I was a kid when he was with Montreal, but I honestly don't even know where the ball is. Fumble! And we got a turnover.
Trevor Hoffman, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. Elite reliever.
I wouldn't scoff at a Mariano baseball.
No, that'd be nice. There's a question in the chat from Must Be. Longer attention span, a 2-year-old or BK?
Depends on the 2-year-old. Here's another terrible signature.
It's a perfect answer.
Here's another signature from number 99 with the Dodgers, Manny Ramirez.
Oh, yeah.
Look how bad that signature is.
Ugly.
And then I'm guessing my last one's
I
going to be
can't tell
Poppy.
if it's the camera or if you have...
It's the lighting is kind of...
Because some of those look kind of faded.
Well, they're just old, especially the one with all the dead Yankees. And then Poppy. Look at Poppy's terrible signature. If the 34 wasn't legible...
Oh, so
In English-
the ball that my buddy sent me a picture of didn't have a number.
Yeah, so English
That
or
at least
Spanish...
helps a little bit.
English or Spanish, hard to read.
It's true.
I'm happy to show that one into the chat, and they can see Poppy's signature, which there's nothing about that other than the 2 looping letters kind of look like they could be P's for Poppy, but that's definitely not what he wrote.
Michael says BK gets bored with his own sentences, which is why his voice trails off.
Got a lot going on. A lot going on up there. So here, how many baseballs do I have? 2, 4. So I've got 12 here. plus a cargo baseball and Nolan Ryan one that's over there. So that's 14. So I probably need 4 more because the Avs aren't going to make one of those things that has like 17 slots.
Speaking of slots, let's see how many slots we have to fill with the Conf Classic MLB. Let me see. Update.
You know, with the All-Star game coming here, I might as well.
19. I'm getting. You know what?
How much is it to play?
To make me nervous. I'm starting to think this thing might not fill. 19 slots needed.
Do you want me to make a lineup?
I'll pressure you into it, but if you want to, go ahead. But we need 19 people in the next 40 minutes.
Get these baseballs back in their socks.
Huge sock. 1st and 10 from the 11. Derrick Henry muscles his way to the 7.
So I'm going to be around All-Star weekend, right? Covering the All-Star game. It's coming here to Colorado in a couple weeks. I probably do need to hit up my man Tiny that runs the Rockies clubhouse, get a couple baseballs, and then just keep them in my pocket or my bag. Because while I don't want to be getting autographs from current players, if I bump into Ken Griffey on the street or in the press box, I have no qualms about asking people like that, you know, heroes from my youth.
Whatever, but isn't that frowned upon in the press box?
I think it's frowned upon if he's there in an official capacity, like working for a team, but he's just kind of there, you know? I think in this day and age of selfies and cell phone cameras, you know, I don't think that, like, it's frowned upon if I go up to an active player or an active manager, you know, but I don't think it's frowned upon. There's Derrick Henry. Got him. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it just depends on the person, you know. Like if I went to John Smoltz, who'll be calling the game with Joe Buck, I don't think anybody's going to care if I see John Smoltz up on the broadcast level and say, hey, Smoltz, will you sign this?
Yeah, that feels different because he's there as a broadcaster.
But what would Ken Griffey be there as? Like an ambassador of baseball, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't have an official capacity. He's not like he's the commissioner.
No, you're definitely right about that.
At the All-Star game in Anaheim, the only All-Star game I've been to in Major League Baseball, Will Ferrell came and talked for like 10 minutes.
Did you get his autograph?
I did not, but had I have asked for it, I don't think it would have been that out of school. I'm sure some people did. It was really weird where they did it. They did literally like right in the press box, right behind where all the press seating is. Very
I would
odd.
have had trouble not asking for, wouldn't care about Will Ferrell's autograph, but I would have had trouble not asking for a picture with him.
I think you're just having someone do it unless you want to take selfies. I'm never a fan of taking selfies because I don't have long arms, and I'd rather have someone take an actual picture.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm going to keep the Manny base. Oh, I put the Manny baseball away. We'll show the David Ortiz one. The Manny one's actually a worse autograph. But anybody Google Manny Ramirez autograph and you're like, are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
So the celebrity game and the futures game is on that Sunday. And like I mentioned, I'm going to see Avett Brothers at Red Rocks. Yeah. But I think it's probably for the best because knowing me, I would just be mad that I wasn't playing in the celebrity game, even though I'm not a celebrity. That, you know, that should show up in an ESPN celebrity game.
You should be able to. I think you're important enough out there.
You're going to believe me when I tell you this. The only reason I ever thought about being famous, we'll put that in quotes, was so I could play in like
celebrity games,
celebrity softball, rock and jock, basketball, flag football game on the beach at Super Bowl, all that stuff.
That big boy pass into traffic, knocked down. I'm
93rd.
right there with you. That, I'm sure people out there, if you're anywhere near our age, you can relate to this. I was obsessed with watching MTV rock and jock events, softball, football, basketball in particular. Like those were, like it's so vivid memories, like Bill Bellamy and Dean Cortez and
Dan Cortez
and Dean Cain and, like you name it. The best.
Step off, bro. If I saw Dan Cortez, that's the only thing I'd say to him. Step off, George.
I remember when I joined Twitter, which must have been
09?
Yeah, I mean, something like that, a long time ago. And, first getting that, that taste of interacting on social media with people who we're somebody, not like schlubs like us, but, people that are recognizable and that you've seen in places. All due respect to our popularity, across the dream stream and all. I say that very sarcastically, folks. I feel like one of the first people that, like pseudo famous people that followed me on Twitter and like had a back and forth with on Twitter in terms of not DMs, but just publicly, was Dan Cortez.
Really?
Yeah. And I thought it was like the coolest thing in the world.
That's awesome.
Like, yeah. And then Scott Baio was another one.
Really?
Yeah.
Newt 67.
Like, this is the best. I'm sitting here tweeting with Charles in charge. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no kidding.
Chachi's writing me back.
Chachi. Newt 67 says BK is a bigger win bag than Christian DeAndrea.
That's a real competition.
Must be says BK. I'm pretty sure your dogs are loose. My dogs ran away 2 days in a row, and now we were spending $2,000 on an electric fence.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun watching them get shocked.
It's only gonna happen once.
Guess we'll see. I got some pretty stupid dogs. They're beautiful. And they're sweethearts, but they're also idiots.
So like your 14-year-old, your dogs are not going to college?
Not anytime soon.
PGZ man needs 16 more, cough. All right, so here's the deal. DK SimFam Friends League lobby. If anyone wants to enter a baseball lineup, join in.
Oh, I'll do it. Okay. I'm playing the whole Rockies team.
Got about 35 minutes, ballpark, 30 minutes, whatever it is, pun intended, I guess, to fill it up. Let's get in. Otherwise, I'll shrink that sucker back down tomorrow. Take it off of 75 and go back down to 50 or something.
Cough Classic.
MLB.
Why didn't you spell class? Oh, you did spell classic. Okay.
Yeah. Sure did, because I'm clever.
Acuna's a good player, right?
Yeah, I like him.
I'm just kidding. He's on my fantasy team. Oh, Chris Bryant's back. I got to make sure he's in my lineup. My real lineup. There you go, Chris. You're going back in. See you later, Bohm. That guy's a Bohm. Is that how you say his name? The Phillies, first base, third base, Bohm?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
Sure.
There are a lot of guys. I'm really just kind of getting I'm a baseball fan, but in terms of DFS, I'm really just kind of getting my feet wet with baseball. There are a lot of players in Major League Baseball that I don't know. I feel like I'm playing catch up.
Yeah, that's kind of me all the time. If it wasn't for my buddy Mike just telling me, hey, pick up Jesus Sanchez, who promptly went 0 for 9 to start his big league career. Let's keep it.
How's your golf doing so far?
I thought you were asking me about my actual golf game. It was doing great when my man, other BK, Brooks Koepka, was 4 or 5 under. He finishes the day 2 under. I also picked John Rahm. And he's just getting going. Obviously.
Yeah, so you've got some guys that you got a way to go.
So I'm in 4th place. My lowest is definitely my man Max Homa at +5. Jimmy Walker, who fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Moose talked me into last night's at +3.
How many total points do you have?
150.
That's good.
No, I'm just kidding. 76.
Oh, what's your remaining though?
Rom's got 15 right out of the gate. Other BK finished with 33 on the day. And I've got Kokrak. He finished with 13.5 +2. Homa, 7.5. Jimmy Walker, 7.5. And then I got Charlie Hoffman, who's teeing off literally right now. He's on his first hole probably.
Any doozies bad takes. Don't Phil Koff's MLB for the disservice he did to Moose's PGA contest. The disservice of promoting it like crazy.
Oh, that's why that contest didn't make the second one, did it?
No, the first one filled though.
Yeah, well, I tried to get in the second one because I didn't even know about the first one.
Yeah, people didn't do Moose's dirty work for him with the second one, so it didn't fill.
But my lineup there was different than my one in this with
DJ. Appreciate you.
Friends of friends. All right, let me get this going here.
Bizzle says 200 feels easy, Cough. Learn your golf, fans. All right, we're going to find out, Bizzle. Moose is going to create one for next week. We're not all going to go nuts promoting it. and let's see if it fills. I hope it does. I want it to. But I'm suspect until I see it not tweeted out by multiple people. Not Moose, though. Moose is not guilty of that. Ross's Fat Cats, are we going to have Koff cut to a video of himself at halftime, only this time with a mustache? No, not this time, because I did not host the Sweat today.
How's Ohtani pitched lately?
I think pretty well.
Yeah. Find out.
Ready? 17-7, final 10 seconds of this opening half anyhow. Evans says, which major's next week? That's the thing. Next week's not a major. Fill up those 200. Joe, what's up, Koff? Been a minute. We'll hop in tomorrow's contest for sure. Love to see it, Joe. Love to see it. You guys got about a half hour. Let's see what you're down to here. 13 spots. I don't know. I'm not so sure that's going to fill. Ducey's fat bad takes or whatever his name is, he might be right. 17-7. Look at the numbers real quick.
Real quick.
Vikings in front here. Real quick. 135 a score for Tannehill. Breeze picked off. Also has a touchdown. 113 for him. We'll check out the rushing and receiving numbers for you as well, because we're nice. Henry, 10 for 20 with a score. Old Calvin Kamara, 5 for 13. That's it. Not great. No respect for Alvin just yet. As far as the pass catchers go, Kamara's still a non-factor. Brown, 5 for 63, a touchdown. Your guy. Thomas, 4 for 46. He has a score. Jonnu Smith, new Patriot, 3 for 30. 3 for 32 for another Smith by the name of Traquan. So earlier today on the Sweat, pardon me, we've been talking a lot of, NBA throughout the day. We'll do more of it in the second half because BK and I really haven't yet, and there's some big news affecting his childhood team. But earlier today in the NHL, the guys talked about a Game 3 matchup between the Lightning and the Islanders. 1-1 game or 1-1 series heading back to New York, Long Island. What's going to come about? Let's find out from the crew on the Sweat.
Grant Fuhr still in net for the Islanders?
So the Islanders as a whole, 4-2 at home during the playoffs. You got to think as well, one of those losses was in overtime. That was that Marchand miracle goal that they seem to certainly benefit from the atmosphere at the Coliseum, at the barn, and the odds really reflect that. They've been a big underdog in the series, but are only, plus 118 on the money line in Game 3. Should they be a bigger underdog here, Paul?
You know what? This is a big spot for the home side to show that they are really ready to share the stage with the defending champs. The money line gets it right, I think, because you can certainly make a case for both sides of this thing. But I think it's also a fair reflection to go either way then. So this will be a close one. I expect a 1-goal game. I'm sure we can each make a strong case for both teams, but I'm going to lean in favor of the Bolts championship pedigree to come out on top in this one.
Okay, AJ, which way are you leaning?
I'm going to go with the Islanders. I think the home ice advantage is huge for them, as you alluded to off the top, Emerson. I think they just know how to play in that building. They get fired up by the crowd. And look, it's just a nightmare for a lot of teams. They've got plenty of offense right now. It's been a little stymied the last couple of games. Vasilevsky will do that to you, but I think they break through tonight and come out on top in Game 3.
Yeah, Jeff, they're a passionate bunch. The fans are passionate. They're rowdy there. This is their last season in this building before they open up a new one. So you want to side with the Islanders here?
I mean, of course I want to side with the Islanders, but I'm going to have to apologize to AJ because it looks like Paul and I are definitely in lockstep tonight. I just don't want to bet against the Tampa Bay Lightning anymore. And I think Paul nailed this one. I think this line is very appropriately set. I don't think that the Islanders should be any bigger than this, but at the same time, you're getting a pretty good price here to take the Tampa Bay Lightning. So, in these type of situations, I tend to just side with the better team. And, Tampa, again, they made me look foolish against Carolina. I just don't want that to happen again. This line, you could easily just say, maybe just lay off it tonight. But if I'm choosing a money line target, it's probably going to be Tampa tonight. I kind of want to just see it from the Islanders. I want to see them be able to take it at home before I bet on them. Maybe game 4 is a better spot. I don't know, but I'll slightly side with the Lightning here. Excuse me.
All right, we are back. Thanks so much to our NHL crew. Just a wonderful group of people, and hopefully their advice helps you out when you build your lineups tonight, and enjoy that. Isles and Lightning. We'll see who's able to emerge there, obviously.
My Big Poppy baseball. There you go.
There it is. There's that 34.
You take that 34 up. Does anything about that say Big Poppy or David Ortiz?
Nope, not that I can see. Hey, a reminder, by the way, folks, the Sweat comes your way weekdays, 11 to noon, 11 a.m. Eastern time to noon, 1 hour, Monday through Friday. Occasionally I host, as you saw, Emerson, Jesse, a lot of people, Moose, and many others are part of the program. You want to check it out every single day. Get all sorts of advice, help you set those lineups and sports betting and the like. Tomorrow, however, is a company holiday, so there is no Sweat tomorrow. But generally speaking, Monday through Friday.
Company holiday, huh?
Juneteenth.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, company holiday.
Other than Juneteenth, the 19th?
18th.
Are you sure? He said it was 18. Yeah, you might be right.
I know I'm right.
I should know this. Growing up in Texas, where it was a much bigger deal because it obviously happened, or whatever, it originated in Texas.
Want to mention, by the way, we've been talking a lot about the DK SimFan Friends League lobby and where to find that baseball contest that I encourage.
June 19th. I'm right. June 19th.
Well, fine.
It's tomorrow's the closest day, like when you have the 4th on a Sunday and they give you the 5th off.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Okay. I was going crazy for like a split second.
Okay. You're smarter than me, BK.
Did somebody
knew and
clip
I
that?
didn't.
Smash Atlanta, you clip that?
That's a good point. 8 spots to fill the Koff Classic MLB. You guys have about 20 minutes to do it. Pardon me. So get after it. If anyone wants to join, I'm just going to stop talking. If anyone wants to join the DK Sim Fan Friends League and play in these contests, free or paid, Madden, Sims, or any other sport for that matter that people create, I feel like collecting some names. Let's get us to 2,400 members in the league. So I see one that just dropped their. This is what spearheaded this. So anyone that wants to be part of it, drop your DK username in the chat right now if you're not part of it. DK username in the chat, YouTube here, and I will send you personally. I will send you invites to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Happy to add you.
I have a friend who invites me to a bunch of bigger golf tournaments and all the majors with his buddies from back home. He lives
so you
out
can
here.
Go to the Masters just at will?
No. He sends me the invite for DK lineups.
Oh.
DK contests.
Well, that's a very different thing.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would
Kyle,
much rather,
congrats on the humanities test, bud. Very cool.
I'd much rather have
Bizzle, how dare you?
I'd much rather have a friend that invited me to all the actual majors. No, he just sends the contest over. I think it'd be both funny and sad if I sent your contest to him. Because these are, 50, 100, 20 for the
Send
Memorial,
him a
I think.
Contest.
So, yeah, be like, hey, we're eight spots short. You want in on this? You got
do it.
16 minutes.
Do it.
Good job, Kyle. I never took a humanities class, and it probably shows based on my broadcast style. Yeah, I can't believe I had that crisis of confidence for 2 seconds on the Juneteenth thing. It's really bothering me.
Crisis of confidence is rare for you.
Yeah, when it comes to random facts, and I'm not saying that that's random, but trust me, in Texas, because I have found, living all over the country, most states do not have this class. 7th grade history in Texas is called Texas history, and you spend the whole year talking about Texas.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That seems very, I mean, not to say a lot of, significant historical stuff hasn't involved or come out of the state of Texas, but
it's a very Texas thing to do, for sure, that's a class.
Nothing outside of Texas matters.
And yes, there are some significant things that happen there, but does it need a whole year? I don't know. I didn't know any better. I was in 7th grade. You show up and you go to the class, they tell you.
If anyone, last call for names, if anyone wants to join. I just added a handful, but.
There's Kamara. Nice, looking like Christian McCaffrey. Over 20 yards now, only 79 away from the bonus. Mike Bizzle has a buy stream trash. Who would you want to share a Diet Coke with?
Yeah, it's an odd one. Are we assuming germs, like fear of backwash and whatnot?
I think he means like, I think he's saying like have a beer. Like, I think instead of using beer, he said.
Oh, I thought he literally meant like, I'm going to take a sip out of your can of soda.
Oh, that I would love some clarification. Like, who do you think's germs or the? You probably want to stay away from.
There are a bunch of different ways, I guess, that you could go with that one.
You probably want to.
That's what I love about buy stream trash. They're always so open to interpretation.
You probably want to stay away from those of us with kids, just because inevitably more variables. Is that Jared Cook? Look like him. No, Thomas again.
There you go. That's both of us.
Yeah, that puts us much lower on the list.
Yeah, I don't have a clue where I stand in this contest, but I can look. I have that power.
Yeah, I guess I can look too.
91st. It's not good.
Not if you're trying to win. I'm in 25th.
I would like to win, so no, it's very bad.
I'm in 25th. Well, especially because you won the last one. You won. Maintain.
Big spots to fill Cough Classic MLB.
Do our folks behind the scenes, they filled out lineups? Michael, Daniel?
I don't know if they're into it. And again, there's no pressure. Like I'm calling it out to alert you guys.
Rossi's Fat Cat says history.
Individually pressure someone to join him.
Rossi's Fat Cat says history of Texas involves learning all the Southern barbecue tips. I wish. God, that would have been a much more beneficial class than learning. I want to say that Joseph Glidden, the guy who invented barbed wire, that happened in Texas. Because why would I know that?
Great
look
point.
it up. Now I have to look it up. And is it possible that Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in Texas too? I have to look both of these things up. Maybe Joseph Glidden, who invented barbed wire, American businessman from Charlestown, New Hampshire, died in DeKalb, Illinois.
About 5 minutes to go, third quarter. Producer Mike, Daniel, our TD, June in ops, all hanging out. Daniel, you'll be happy to know I've mentioned this on the stream today already, but
okay, this is the reason I know that.
Go ahead.
Ranching being so big in Texas in the 1880s, that's where barbed wire became very prominent. But he was in Chicago where he patented and invented it.
There you go.
So that's kind of a weird pull. Let's see where the cotton gin was invented by Eli Whitney.
I see the jokes in the chat. Michael Thomas does not have 1,600 points, folks.
That would be a hell of a day.
It would be. 271 touchdowns. That would be impressive. We got you covered. Not to worry.
Eli Whitney was born in Westboro, province of Massachusetts Bay, British America, and died in New Haven, Connecticut.
Daniel Glash and I we've purchased tickets for our Fast and Furious 9.
Yeah, Glash was talking about it the other day.
We've made a date, he and I, for Friday.
And y'all are going on Friday, but isn't it going to open Thursday the way they've sort of done movie openings in recent years?
I think so, but
I guess I have at the internet as well.
But we're going to go to the first show on Friday. It's an 11 a.m. show on Friday. So looking forward to it.
I need to find out if I'm still paying my $20 a month to AMC.
You don't know?
Well, I just don't check my bank and not, like if it comes out on a random day and it's not something I'm looking for.
Take your time, Tannehill. No rush.
Why wouldn't he set his feet? I mean,
Oh,
he
he
didn't
got
have
it.
to. Is that John Elway there? Geez, is that Humphreys?
I hope it's my guy Humphreys.
Yeah.
Hello, 34-yard pickup.
Should have captained him.
Kyle asking if Flash is in the chat. I don't see him, Kyle, but he is doing the Sims at 8 and 10, as well as the watch along between them for the big Brooklyn-Milwaukee game tonight.
Do you see Quiet Place Part 2 yet?
I have not, but I also haven't seen A Quiet Place.
Oh, you should see A Quiet Place. It's good. I don't like scary movies. It's certainly a thriller. I mean, there's some scary elements, but it's not like Saw.
Daniel says, Fast 9. I'm interested in some sort of Easter egg in that movie where one of the computer geek characters presses F9 button on their keyboard. We can insert a shot.
That would at least make it a better reason for the lame title. So, I think I'm going to end up seeing that while we're on vacation.
Well, that's the thing. So I'm going on vacation Saturday, like a week from, so the day after. And so I said to Clash, I was like, either we're going to have to do this day one, or we won't be able to go together, or you got to wait a week for me to get back. And he's like, well, let's go Friday. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'm trying to buy advance tickets. Because if it comes out Thursday, I could definitely... We fly out Friday morning like 8:30 to California, and we'll be there for a week. And it won't be hard for me and 14-year-old to sneak away to a theater at 10 o'clock at night. No problem.
I've been binging them all to...
Yeah, was it costing me a few bucks? Because you can't stream them as easily, right? You have to pay for them on Amazon and stuff, I think, for some of them.
Well, so a few of them I own, and then...
A couple are on HBO Max.
Yeah. And then a couple of the others, my guy Daniel has helped me out.
For a split second, I was about to ask, why do you own them? But then I looked behind you and reminded. The better question is, why do you own all of them?
Very fair.
What date is this for? Oh, Thursday, June 24th. Yeah, so here's what happened. They used to be super cool midnight showings that touched on Derrick Henry. That is indeed.
Another one.
There used to be midnight showings were definitely a thing. And I'm not going to try to bring everybody down. I'm just going to tell you the facts.
Yeah.
There was a theater shooting
Correct.
here in Colorado, in Aurora. My friend Jessie was one of the 12 people who died. She was an intern for us, the fan, and one of my favorite people. And her mom and dad are still around and great folks, and I love them, Sandy and Lon. But after that, the movie companies realized we don't need to put everyone in theater at midnight. These are our own arbitrary rules. So we'll just put it out on Thursday night at 7. So on Thursday, the 24th, I could go see it at 7 or 10:20. Or IMAX to the fullest at 11. That's probably what we're going to do. We'll be home by 2, get up super tired, go to the airport. And my wife maybe not going to go for that, actually. Let me just see what seats are available. Is this possible? Only 2 seats in the whole theater are reserved in the IMAX theater at the big theater by us on Thursday the 20th. 11 at night. It's summertime, dude. There's obviously plenty of teenage kids and college kids that can fit that into their schedule. Yeah, none of these seats are blocked, Daniel. He said that, they're trying to block out seats. Every seat is available except for one that's bought, and then there's 2 X's next to it. Dead middle.
Second and 8 final
This is wild.
of this third quarter, and
All right.
picks up a few.
I don't know if my wife will go for it or not, because 11 o'clock, 24 minutes worth of previews, 2.5 hour movie means we're home at 2:15. Get up at 6 to go to the airport. Oh, plus I have to do updates.
You mean you got to work too?
do some updates on my way out the door. Oh yeah, F9 is going to include a preview of Jurassic World, the next movie, and there's apparently a potential crossover of the two franchises. Have you heard that?
No, that's dumb. What?
It seems like it could be dumb, but
We're gonna have dinosaurs in the Fast and Furious movies now.
In a world where you can fly the cars through the air and do all the crazy stuff they've done,
You're gonna
throwing
tell
some
me they can't do
dinosaurs,
that?
throwing dinosaurs in the mix will not make this more or less believable.
You don't think you can drive cars between buildings?
I don't, and I don't think if my friend was holding, if we were holding on to each other out of a window, I don't think I could hold on to someone who weighs 180 pounds, 200 pounds, whatever. I don't think most people could.
No, you're not Vin Diesel.
Well, think about Sylvester Stallone and Cliffhanger. Still haunts him.
Still haunts him. What are we doing here? 24-14 through 3 quarters.
Man, I wanted to keep a straight face when I said that.
Daniel says, I think he gets over it by the end of the movie.
Yeah, that's true. You know what's not
CH has 3 spots left, Cough.
Do your stats. You got 4 minutes.
It's fine.
Do you know who got a raw deal? Who's a legend? And I think this isn't talked about enough.
1 spot to go. You guys got 10 minutes. 1 spot to go to fill it. Cough Classic MLB. I'm not worried. You'll get it done.
The great Kurt Russell, American Institution.
Sure. What about him?
I'm pretty sure, spoiler alert, in the movie Backdraft, he dies twice in that movie, right? Because he plays his dad of the main character, and then he dies again. Does that sound right?
I don't remember the movie Backdraft. I mean, I know
I'm
it.
sure you own it.
I just don't remember the movie at all.
Do you own it?
I don't think I do, but I can't tell you with certainty. But I don't think I do.
How many DVDs do you think you have? Let's take TVs out of it, TV shows out of it. How many do we think you have up there? We've done this before.
Removing TV, I mean, I would say it's still 1,000 plus.
1,000 plus. So of those 1,000 plus, if you were to pull them all out right now,
how many are still
sort
in
them?
shrink wrap?
No. I don't care about that. How many of you were to sort them alphabetically, and you could see them pretty easily and get through the 1,000? Just a quick eye test. Put that in quotes. Would you be completely flabbergasted that you owned? That you would have actually paid for? Because you work in radio and you get free stuff.
Sure.
Plenty, but were you like, I bought this movie? Or actively grabbed it at the radio station because I wanted to own it?
Yeah, I mean, there are more than a few that would fit that criteria, but to your point, more to the like actively grabbed it point, there are, I'm not going to say a high percentage or anything, but there are definitely a good number of DVDs that I obtained when one of the local video stores was going out of business, and they were, pre-owned, previewed DVDs that were like $1 a piece. So there are a bunch of movies that if you were to say to me, even for $1, like, would you take your money back in exchange for this DVD? Yeah, I would. But I don't think there are any that I would look at the wall and just be surprised by, because for the most part, I remember obtaining them, buying them. But there are definitely some that I don't need. Like, there are plenty that if you told me I could, that I would sell right back right now.
Well, hang on. Is that Michael Thomas again?
Touchdown. No, I think it's Traquan.
No.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Sandman.
Traquan Smith. Yeah, Traquan Smith.
That's Traquan on Emmanuel? No, it is Traquan. All right.
Yep. Bizzle says, I need to sell some of my junk DVDs. I own over 1,000 easily.
Well, here's the thing. We still have lots of DVDs, but with how little our kids are now and having the DVD players that came with the Suburban and going up to the mountains at camp, we have now acquired like 20 DVDs. So my wife was at the little kids like secondhand shop buying them like swim clothes and whatever those Keen shoes are.
Right.
And she comes out with 15 DVDs. And I'm like, what are you doing?
We got to be able to watch them on the road.
Right. But just Cars 2 would have been fine instead of the 9 other movies she bought.
Sure.
Keep Jingle All the Way Till Death, says Mike Bizzle. The funniest thing that you just said a second ago was how many of these that I actually need.
Well, there
Like
are
What do you need?
Well,
the only reason you could argue that you need something is because you want to show your kids movies down the road, and you don't want to pay for them on Amazon because they aren't on any of the streaming services you're paying for.
Or you yourself just know, like, these are movies that I will rewatch down the line that, you know, when that time comes, might not be streaming somewhere, and so it's just easier to own it. The Fast and Furious movies are a great example. This is not the last time I'm going to binge those movies.
If you're going to talk to me about franchises, Fast and Furious, Star Wars, they still have that like posterity feeling. I know, obviously, Disney Plus, you're pretty well covered on Star Wars now. But in general, like the movie This Is 40 came on the other day, and I wanted to, and I still think I want to show the 14-year-old Knocked Up in the coming years. Sooner, right?
Yeah, don't want to encourage anything.
No, of course not. But that's one where if I don't own it on DVD, which I don't think I do, and it's not streaming, I'm not going to buy it on Amazon for $3.99. I'll just wait till it comes on somewhere and record it.
Yeah.
You know, like very few things are holiday movies. I'll give you like Jingle All the Way or Love Actually or Bad Santa that you can't always find, or there's commercials because it's on FX or whatever. But beyond that, and anthologies, all the Harry Potter movies, all the whatever Oceans movies, all the Star Wars, all the MCU. Again, this is pretending you don't stream Disney Plus.
Right before Disney Plus came out, and I mean right before, I intended to purchase all of those movies, all the Marvel movies.
Sure.
Because I was gonna binge them all.
You got the kids.
I wanted to do a rewatch, and then like Disney Plus was announced, and it's like, and FYI, all the Marvel movies are going to be there. And I said, all right, well, don't need to own them now,
and kind of inexplicably every episode of The Simpsons.
Right, but that's another example. Like, I would happily own all those Marvel movies.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, part of it too, not that like Marvel or similar, just movie companies, distributors, like not like they need my money, like me personally, but I don't know, if I liked something enough, and we're not talking about big money, like you can get a DVD for $5, $10, if I like a movie that much, I don't mind supporting the cause, like giving a little money back to it, you know what I mean?
What about when movies you really like come out on Blu-ray and they're $29.99 at Target or Best Buy? Or
literally never once.
You guys over here calling me low-key cheap. I'm just sensible with what I buy most of the time. My wife would disagree. Must says BK loves free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? It's America.
Right?
Very few people are like, no, let me give you money for that thing you want to give me for free.
With you there.
There is a culture, though, when you work in the media, unfortunately,
that wants free stuff.
Well, not that you want free stuff, but like you go to a game, because you're there working, you expect that the team/league is providing a meal.
Yeah, you do. Right or wrong, you do.
But was I happy that I got 4 free tickets to the Rockies game for Father's Day from our company? Yes. But again, it's part of our multi-million-dollar contract with the team. We have 85 pairs of tickets.
Contest filled, by the way. Thanks, guys. You're great.
Oh, good. I'm probably in first place already.
Hasn't started yet.
So I'm in 15th. Oh, no, that's this one. I'm in 15th in this one.
I was going to play Anthony Rendon, but it looks like he hasn't been announced as playing yet. It's just projected.
How about that? Mike Biz will bring up something that I saw on Twitter as well. Derrick Henry again.
Another.
If Kamara could just get in the end zone, I'll probably win this thing. Arizona Diamondbacks have lost 23 games away from Chase Field because the Rockies are atrocious on the road, as I mentioned earlier. They're 5-27 on the road. I have to assume with 23 straight losses, Arizona is as bad, if not worse. Just use the internet.
Alana says Koff will have the last laugh when he's safe inside his bunker, built of jewel cases. Daniel says, and I've heard about this, as we get the extra point, 31-21, about 3 minutes left. AJ Brown, your guy in the bonus. Daniel says there are some companies that will digitize your DVDs and then recycle them for you, the actual ones. He had some digital copies cost less than the DVD physical copy, and they're better quality. I honestly, like, for me personally, I've talked about this. This will come as no surprise. I just like, visually speaking, like, never mind the practicality. I'm not going to sit here and argue like an idiot that DVDs are practical in 2021. But just visually, and I don't even mean like as a Zoom background, I just mean in my basement, I like the DVD wall. I like the way it looks.
I guess. It doesn't look bad. I'm certainly not saying it does look cool. But
like, I mean, what, like, otherwise, what am I going to use that wall for? I'd put up
you could
some
put
photos,
you could put
right?
4
I'd
TVs
put
behind it and stream 4 games at once,
It's true.
or 4 TV shows.
I could do that. Takes up no space. I mean, yes, it's like width. It covers
20 feet.
Well, but I mean, it doesn't, like, it's
There's not a lot of depth. It's
Yeah,
about we can tell that it's the depth of DVDs.
right. I mean,
So,
it's literally like less than a foot of depth off the wall.
yes, we can see that.
Right.
I don't know. Your kids are about to start having art projects in school. You can put those up all over the place.
Nope, don't see that happening. Not down here.
You going you going anywhere for vacation?
We're no, we're not like day trips, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy.
We still haven't even booked where we're staying by the beach in Southern California. We keep looking and kind of narrowing it down, and then do we want to be in San Diego? Do we want to be in Orange County? Do we want to be closer to LA?
TFS Queenie, have you guys seen the documentary The Last DVD Wall?
Arizona, by the way, 9-31 away from Chase Field, so that is actually significantly better than the Rockies. I guess maybe percentage-wise is close. The Rockies, who are 5-27 away from Coors Field, but the Rockies at home are 23-14, and just swept Tatis and the Fathers.
Germ says $5 for DVDs at my store in Pennsylvania. We sell 50-cent DVDs and Blu-rays for $1.99.
Oh, 50-cent dollar DVDs are definitely a thing.
But are they new or used?
No, of course they're not new. That's the crazy thing. If you walk into Target or Walmart or pick a store, Best Buy, whatever, they're still $29 if you want to buy whatever. When Fast Furious 9 comes out on DVD in 6 months,
right,
it'll still be $30 on Blu-ray.
That I don't understand. Like, who's buying that?
People like you that have a little more money and want to keep them forever and don't want to deal with streaming. The question is, who's buying it enough that they could do that at every Target and Walmart in America and Best Buy? Like, how is that a practical way to spend their marketing dollars and whatever to produce that many DVDs?
I really want to see if I backdraft. If I do, I know exactly where it would be.
In the movies about firemen section?
Yes, it gets a whole cubby.
Oh, picked off. Titans D. That is going to do it. So much for the comeback. Titans D with their second pick. Drew Brees should probably retire. Tannehill on the QB keeper.
I don't see backdraft. I do see ladder 49 though.
I do think it'd be funny if you organize everything by genre, essentially.
They are
cop movies.
I mean, not narrowed down to like these
stories.
are movies with firefighters, but there's comedy, there's superhero, there's action adventure, there's drama, there's like I know where to look on the wall if I'm trying to find something. Alana says, "That's the crusty cough. They'll give you a DVD instead of a coaster." Hey, here's something I haven't mentioned. Hit that like button, huh? How about 200? Can we get there? Smash that that cough. Smash that like. Hit the subscribe button. Hizzle says his are alphabetical. I could never.
Alphabetical seems like the probably the best way to do it. But then as you did it, you'd also want to. I guess you don't have to log it because you know where to go. Like, oh, do I own Backdraft? Let me go to the B's.
Worse because then you get. I don't know to what degree people still buy DVDs again, but like as you get more, then you got to move everything. Like, cool, I've got everything alphabetized and I have 1,000 DVDs and I just bought one in the C's. Great. Glad that I really had to have Clueless to now have to move 912.
Well, I think the smart way to do it is give yourself a little bit of leeway.
Sure.
But then it doesn't look as tight. Although, here's where I'm going to push back against that. If you have your superhero section and it's full, and then you buy Black Widow on DVD, you're going to have to move something around.
Yeah.
So I just got a text from one of my many bosses, but it's my program director. And luckily I'm doing a noon o'clock sim tomorrow Mountain Time, 2 o'clock Eastern.
2 o'clock.
I have to cancel. I think I have to cancel the 2-year-old swim lessons, but I'm now hosting the afternoon show, 3 to 6.
You better get ready. You got your work to do.
I'm mostly just going to talk about DVDs.
Well, in that case, it requires very little prep.
Yeah, I'm just going to recycle this conversation.
Real quick, and I mean real quick, because we got to do awards too, and we have 30 seconds left, and I meant to get to this earlier. Just your quick reaction to Rick Carlisle being out in Dallas.
What took so long?
Really?
I like Rick, but you can't not win a playoff series in a decade on the heels of winning a championship and having Dirk for a good part of that decade, and then Luka for the most recent part.
So you think he's an overrated head coach?
No, he's fine. I just, I think at some point it just kind of gets stale. And then Donnie Nelson got fired too. I'm okay with it. Cuban gave them more than enough time. I mean, Donnie Nelson's been there forever. He drafted Dirk.
Yeah.
The more interesting thing about Donnie Nelson is that he was able to keep his job after his dad was suing Cuban.
Well, we will. I want more thoughts on that from you when we actually have time. Obviously.
Are we working together tomorrow?
We might be. I haven't looked. Who are your awards for this one?
That's what I was checking out. I mean, it's got to be Michael Thomas in the captain spot, right? What did Traquan got 21 in the captain spot in the winning lineup?
Let me see. I would say, yeah, Michael Thomas is far and away. 36 in the flex.
Yeah, 36 in the flex, so 50 in the captain spot, right? If you got him.
I mean, AJ Brown has 26 in the flex as he's half his own. So you could make a case for him. I don't want to say far and away Michael Thomas, but it does seem like Michael Thomas.
You scored 3 touchdowns. Oh, 2 touchdowns. Sorry. 2. Oh, yeah, because Traquan had the other one.
Right.
AJ Brown did hit the bonus. No, I'm still going to give it to Michael Thomas.
Alvin Kamara probably is your babysitter Billy. Didn't even crack 10 points.
No, not in the flex. 75% owned in our contest. Almost 30% captain, including me. If I would have captained Traquan Smith instead and played Drew Brees, I'd be tied for first place. So there you go. The crusty Kaufman player of the game.
Man, we haven't done that in forever, Germ. Germ says, who in here remembers the Madden Sims broadcast where Kaufman was showing off a DVD off the shelf and what title was it? Yeah, we just held it up and then covered the name. You had to guess we should do that again.
Well, here's what has started happening. Lots and lots of sports.
Yeah, we got to bring back the DVD games. It's been a while.
And now movies to go see.
It's true. And I'm looking forward to it. My date with Glass. All right.
Whatever.
That's going to do it for my day in Simland. It's been a long one, but
mine too.
I'm out with all of you. That's right. You're one and done. You're fraud.
One and done.
So, Brendan Glass, and Jason Rossi coming your way for Jaguars Colts in about 45 minutes. And that is, of course, prime time. And then 10 o'clock, Madden after dark, pardon me. Lions Steelers, Glass and Moose, Jeff Ulrich. I'll be back with you for Sims at 4 and 10 tomorrow. Reminder, there are no Sims at 6 and 8 because we will have coverage of the American Ultimate Disc League. So
who am I with tomorrow then at 2 Eastern?
You are with Glash.
Oh,
so
okay.
You guys can talk about our Fast 9 date. But I will be on at 4 and 10 tomorrow. You and I, I'm sure, will be together again in the coming days. Look forward to it. Thanks
Absolutely.
to Mike, Daniel, June, everybody. Coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, folks, Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan discuss the fantasy football implications for a variety of Falcons and Titans players as a result of the Julio Jones trade. I'm going to not talk for the rest of the night. Bye.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
on the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eating Podcast presented by DraftKings, the best 30 minutes of on-demand audio and video, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Related to fantasy football, you will get each and every week. We're getting closer and closer to Joe's tiers, which are very popular, tiers of Dolan. Cannot wait in August when we go through that. We also, starting next week, will start to let you know about the best ball drafts against me and Joe. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman that greatly enjoys not only playing fantasy football, but fantasy analysts. They're psychos. They've got the disease. They've got the sickness. They live and breathe this thing all day, every day, like our guy, Joe Dolan, at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangster from fantasypoints.com. Just use the code 21Feast. There is not a single fantasy website I'm aware of that has more employees, more contributors than fantasypoints.com. When are you guys going to hire me, Joe, to be your O-line guy? Do you already have an O-line guy?
Actually, as a matter of fact, Ross, I was asked by somebody just this week about who's your O-line expert on the site. And I'm like, well, we kind of just, that's one of the things that we maybe we're missing something. Hey, Ross, talk to me after the show.
All right. Well, look,
talk to me after the show.
I can send you my rankings. We can do it that way. That'd be awesome. By the way, Joe, I love you.
Yeah.
You're not looking great. Now, number one, we're recording this earlier than we normally do.
Yeah.
And number two, I cannot believe, and we're going to get into Julio Jones trade from both the Titans' perspective, the Falcons' perspective for fantasy. We got to talk Jamison Crowder. We even got to talk about some of these mini camp reports on certain skill guys. I can't believe they choked again, Joe. I mean, knowing you're a Sixers fan, I just have to bring it up. I cannot believe they blew it again. The last 3 nights have been the worst 3 consecutive nights of basketball watching in my entire life.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting hurt in the NBA, and I'm getting hurt. Ross, I have a terrible hangover right now. The Evan Williams was pouring last night. I stick to the cheap stuff when I'm watching basketball because of the chances that I'm going to drink a lot of it. Ross, I didn't even have my first one until the second half, and I opened it as a celebratory drink. And Ross, I'm just so entirely sick of it. The series isn't over. I understand that, but when there's an NBA All-Star, and I'm not naming names here, who gets a standing ovation for performing basic basketball tasks, sometimes at some point I just get frustrated. I was not a particularly great basketball player, and my mom would tell me it was because I was way too timid, and I agree with that. When I was playing sports when I was growing up, I was super timid. If I could do it all over again, I would just be way more aggressive. But one thing I would never be is a good free throw shooter. I'm a terrible free throw shooter. And I remember in 8th grade, I was playing for St. James CYO, and we were playing at Holy Family Gym, and I got fouled late in the game, and I made 2 free throws. And the cheerleaders, the St. James cheerleaders did a Joe rocks the house, because the cheerleaders knew I was a bad free throw shooter. And this was me in 8th grade, and I have zero athleticism. And when a crowd of 18,000 people needs to give somebody standing ovation for making a couple of free throws, I mean, give me a break. Ross. The series isn't over. I might be fair weather the next couple of games. If things are looking good, maybe I'll flip the game on. But I can't put myself mentally through that. I can't put my liver through that. I'm feeling like crap today. So yeah, there we go.
It's so funny, Joe, because my favorite team is my high school, and I follow along, but they usually win, my high school football team. Other than that, college and the NFL, that's my profession, so I don't really cheer or get that into it. I would say the team that means the most next to that is the Sixers, probably. Like I when the Sixers are good, I like watching them, and it's painful. Like it is painful. And then I hate the Nets too. So the last 3 nights have been so painful for me. I hate everything about the Nets. I don't like their players. I don't like their fake fans. I don't like the super team aspect and how they put them together. It's been the 3 worst nights that I can remember in a long time, which is why I'm glad to talk fantasy football, Joe, with you here on the Fantasy Feast podcast. Major fantasy implications of the Julio Jones trade. We did not talk about it last week because we had recorded that show earlier because I was at the beach with my family. So let's dive into it. Let's start with the Titans, and let's start with Julio Jones.
Yeah.
Is this a good spot for him with run-heavy Derrick Henry, with A.J. Brown? What does this do for Julio first?
Well, first and foremost, Ross, he's going at around the 4th round right now, and I think that's overall fair for Julio Jones. I do. The volume is going to go down for Julio Jones. We know that, but you hope that he makes up for it with efficiency. And now he's never been a touchdown scorer, but you think he's going to maybe come in there and replicate what Corey Davis did last year. In their 15 games together last year, Corey Davis averaged 6.5 targets while A.J. Brown averaged 7.8. I think Julio Jones can do some damage on 6.5 to 7 targets per game. And you would think that getting Julio Jones, look, I understand Corey Davis had a breakout year. Julio Jones is now 32. But when you look at this trade from the Titans' perspective, I still have a hard time saying that Julio Jones isn't better than Corey Davis. You know, yes, the injuries have been a problem, but he still plays at a higher level than Corey Davis has. And our guy Graham Barfield came up with a really good article on fantasypoints.com, but he pointed out that according to Sports Info Solutions, in 2020, Julio ranked in 4th in yards gained per route run, and he was first, 2nd, and 5th in the 5 seasons prior to last year. So he is still playing at a very high level. Per Sports Info Solutions, he was 4th in expected points added per target when he saw throws of 15 or more yards downfield. The only guys better than that on deep throws last year were Curtis Samuel, Emmanuel Sanders, and Justin Jefferson. So Julio Jones is still an elite deep threat. And I kind of think that's what he's going to be for the Titans. You know, I know Calvin Ridley is there in Atlanta, and Calvin Ridley is kind of taken over as the number 1 from what that we look at from a fantasy perspective, but he's got a different kind of receiver opposite him now in A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is a true alpha dog X. It allows Julio to be moved around. I think they'll move him around. I think they'll move Brown around a little bit. Remains to be seen if they're going to go with a primary slot receiver, if they're going to play 12 personnel in Tennessee. But I just think they are looking at this as a trade that makes their offense more explosive. Julio's ADP is fair. Before the trade, it was 44th overall, which is late 4th round. I think he's probably going to stick in that range, go into the 5th round. I think there was a lot of consideration that he might be traded built into that. I'm in on Julio for best ball formats because while his volume is going to go hugely down. I mean, Atlanta in the Julio Jones, Matt Ryan era, especially in the recent half decade or so, has been one of the most pass-heavy teams in the entire NFL, if not the most pass-heavy. That's going down, but I think Julio provides a lot of best ball value at his current price, and especially since, you know, there's not the pressure on him to be the 10, 11, 12 target a game guy that he was in Atlanta.
What does it mean for A.J. Brown and Josh Reynolds in your mind?
Well, Josh Reynolds gets buried. I still think Josh Reynolds, by the way, can play the slot effectively, but you still wonder if Tennessee is going to be a predominant 12 personnel team. Think now Greg Cosell pointed this out to me. The new offensive coordinator there, Downing, he comes from an 11 personnel background. You know, Scott Linehan is a predominant 11 personnel. So I expect they're going to mix that in a little bit more, but they could still run kind of 11 personnel concepts by putting Anthony Ferkser, who's almost exclusively a receiver into the slot. So I wonder if they're going to have kind of a modified 11 personnel with Jeff Swaim as a blocking tight end, or are you going to use Josh Reynolds out of the slot? It's not like Josh Reynolds isn't going to play snaps, but he is now, he was one of my favorite values as kind of a 13th, 14th round pick if Tennessee didn't make this move. But unfortunately, I think if you were invested early in Josh Reynolds, I think you realized just as well as Tennessee did that Tennessee needed to make this move. It was a move Tennessee needed to do. You want to be a Super Bowl contender, going to the championship game a couple years ago. Derrick Henry is in his prime. Ryan Tannehill is in his prime. A.J. Brown is in his prime. You look at this offense as one that really needs to take the next step, and this was a trade that needed to be made. Josh Reynolds was not moving the needle for me as somebody to make that offense better. He's now more of a last round or two type of pick for me.
AJ Brown?
Yeah, he moved down just a couple of spots in my best ball rankings. I moved him behind Calvin Ridley. I think you can move him behind another guy or two, DeAndre Hopkins. I think I had him at wide receiver 4, maybe even wide receiver 3 prior to the trade. To me, he's still a top half wide receiver 1, one of the top 6 guys. He's a second round pick, but maybe if you were having trouble breaking the tie between him and a Stephon Diggs, or if you were having trouble breaking the tie between him and a DeAndre Hopkins, then maybe this breaks that tie for you because the volume isn't a whole lot in Tennessee. 7.8 targets per game for A.J. Brown in games he played with Corey Davis last year. You think he's probably going to take a little bit of an efficiency hit based on where he was, but I still view A.J. Brown as a firm second-round pick in best ball right now.
What about Tannehill? Well, let's start with there. What about Tannehill?
Yeah, I moved him up pretty high. And here's another aspect. Our guy Wes Huber does a really good job analyzing coverage shells and how they affect for fantasy. Ryan Tannehill over the past couple seasons has been arguably the single best quarterback against cover 3, which is the predominant coverage shell in the NFL. Julio Jones and A.J. Brown have also been 2 of the 3 best wide receivers at producing against cover 3. So this is a team that is going to absolutely slaughter against that kind of coverage shell. I think Tannehill's efficiency goes up. I moved him past Matthew Stafford in my rankings. If you're not getting one of those sexy running quarterbacks, even like going down to and including Jalen Hurts, Ryan Tannehill is firmly one of my favorite quarterback targets, but he's moving up in the world when it comes to draft position. He's firmly in my top 10 at the quarterback position right now.
Any impact on Derrick Henry, Joe?
Yeah. It's great for Derrick Henry. Now the volume might go down, but are you putting 8 in the box against A.J. Brown and Julio Jones? Because I'm not. So I think this is a really good development for Derrick Henry. Again, the volume is going to go down, but I think you might look at Derrick Henry and say, well, of course the volume is going to go down. You just can't keep feeding a guy 300 or more targets. I think it's good news for Derrick Henry. I just think the Titans are going to look a little bit different. I have him as my RB3. Maybe this even opens up some screen game action for him in the underneath area. I just think that the efficiency is going to be there for Derrick Henry. All in all, I think it's a really good move for the Titans from a fantasy perspective. I like it for fantasy. It improves Tannehill. I think it's fair for Julio because now I think he's getting drafted at a fair spot. If he got traded to San Francisco or New England, his ADP would have gotten boosted, in my opinion. His ADP might go down from where it is now as that kind of mid to late 4th round pick. In New England, that thing would have risen, and I would have been way out on Julio. I'm in on Julio at that price. A.J. Brown's going to dip a little bit, but I still think he can be efficient. This is once again, Ross, we use that term, a narrow fantasy team. This is a narrow team. There's going to be, you're going to have A.J. Brown and Julio sucking up most of the targets. Henry's going to get all the carries. Ryan Tannehill is going to be efficient. The guy who it hurts is a late round guy like Josh Reynolds. I think it hurts Anthony Ferkser a little bit, but people weren't really drafting Ferkser as anything more than a low end tight end 1, and in most instances tight end 2. I think he's still in that tight end 2 range somewhere. I'm willing to dabble, but all in all for Tennessee, I think it's a pretty good fantasy move, and it just raises the ceiling of the offense as a whole.
Let's get to Atlanta. What's the impact on this for Calvin Ridley?
Well, the impact for Calvin Ridley is to the moon. I mean, he's going late first, early second round. I can't argue with that. He's a guy he's one of the best route runners in football. He's going to continue to get open. Now maybe he sees fewer double coverage, but here's the thing about Calvin Ridley. People are like, oh, Julio, they're gonna focus on Ridley and they're gonna take him away. Well, listen to Calvin Ridley's game logs without Julio Jones over the last 2 seasons. 8 for 91 on 10 targets. 5 for 110 on 13 targets. 8 for 136 on 10 targets. 6 for 50 yards and a touchdown on 9 targets. 8 for 124 and a touchdown on 12 targets. 10 for 163 and a touchdown on 14 targets. 5 for 130 on 9 targets. 8 for 52 on 12 targets. The worst fantasy performance, the worst, for Calvin Ridley over the last 2 seasons without Julio Jones in the lineup is 13.2 fantasy points in a PPR. So Calvin Ridley has produced when Julio Jones is out of the lineup. So we're at fantasy points, we have Ridley at wide receiver 4. I think you can make an argument for as high as wide receiver 2. I mean, I know it's a new coaching staff with Arthur Smith, but you look at the defense, you look at the personnel that Atlanta has. Arthur Smith cannot run the same offense he ran in Tennessee. Mike Davis isn't handling that kind of workload in the backfield. Calvin Ridley is a solid bet to lead the NFL targets at this stage.
Who else is greatly impacted in Atlanta?
If you were thinking you could sneak Kyle Pitts into like the 7th round of your draft, forget about it. I mean, Ross, I've done drafts where I've seen him go in the 4th round now. I mean, Kyle Pitts is consistently going to be going off the board as a top 5 tight end. He's not going to slip past that in sharp drafts. I understand it. I mean, at this point, I would almost think you're foolish if you don't project him to have the best rookie season by a tight end of all time, given the talent and the available targets. I mean, the ceiling is through the moon. The problem is you have to pay for him to be an outlier. I would rather pay for him to be an outlier than say, oh, I think the guy is going to stink because I think the ladder is just flat stupid. The question is, how high are you willing to pay? And right now, it might be uncomfortable for people to take a guy like Kyle Pitts 2 rounds before somebody like Mark Andrews or Dallas Goedert is coming off the board. And I think that's a completely fair reason to be skeptical because there are really good tight end options, even in the back half of those tight end ones who are going at a much cheaper cost than Kyle Pitts. But if you want an impact player and you're like, this team's going to have to throw the football and you buy in on Kyle Pitts, I'm not going to blame you. I'm just telling you, you got to pay up because he is getting drafted as if he is going to have the best rookie season for a tight end of all time.
What about your boy Russell Gage?
Yeah, Russell Gage was really consistent last year. I moved him into my top 100 players overall. I just wonder if Russell Gage now at this point is somebody who is going to struggle to, make an impact when he's the clear number 2 receiver in the offense right now. I mean, look at that depth chart behind Calvin Ridley, Ross. It is not pretty. Russell Gage, you have Olamide Zaccheaus, who is kind of a deep threat. He's one of my favorite late round best ball guys now. They have Frank Darby from Arizona State, who was a 6th round rookie. You have Christian Blake, who sounds like a poet laureate from the 1830s. So you're looking at guys on this depth chart who really don't have a whole lot of pedigree. Russell Gage is in my top 100 overall players. I like him as a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5. You might view him as a boring option. Maybe, as a matter of fact, maybe somebody like Russell Gage is nice to pair in a wide receiver group in best ball with somebody like a Julio, who you feel is probably going to have a few blow-up games. I'm not sure Gage is going to have blow-up games, but I just expect him to be peppered with targets, much in the same way like somebody like Jamison Crowder was last year.
Let's get to the New York Jets. Before we do, by the way, how about the fact, I don't know if you can still get it, but right now, DraftKings Sportsbook, if you use the promo code Ross, they're giving you 100-1 odds on Bryson DeChambeau getting a birdie during the tournament this weekend. Like, they're kind of giving you $100. Like he's going to get at least one birdie. What are we doing here?
It is the U.S. Open, Ross, though. You know, they make those conditions tough.
He'll get at least one. I mean, come on. The way he hits the ball, he's going to look, he might get some bogeys too, but he's going to get a birdie. So put $1 on Bryson DeChambeau, watch him have a birdie, get $100, use the code Ross. That's how you do it. How do the Jets do it? When it comes to throwing the football, Joe, Crowder reworked his contract. I did not think this was going to happen. I thought with them drafting Elijah Moore, I thought Crowder was going to tell him to stick it. I thought Crowder was going to get cut and or traded with the Jets taking some of the money. I am a little surprised by this, and I'm curious where Crowder fits in now for you.
He's still a super late round pick for me. One thing that I have to point out is it's a new staff. So you have Robert Saleh coming in there. Obviously, you have LaFleur as the offensive coordinator. That's not to say Jamison Crowder can't contribute to this team, but you said it yourself. You said, I thought he was going to tell them to shove it and he was going to get cut. The fact that they told him to take a pay cut tells you, like, hey, dude, you know, thanks for your service, but new staff, kind of new regime. You're out there, you signed Keelan Cole and you signed Corey Davis and Denzel Mims is in his second season. And then you draft Elijah Moore, who I think can do more than be a slot receiver. But I think when you project him early in his career to be, that's where you probably line him up is in the slot. And I was reading an article from Connor Hughes of The Athletic, who does a nice job covering the Jets. And he said, like, Elijah Moore was, like, far and away the best player at Jets OTAs. Now, we always get these rookie hype pieces, but, you know, Elijah Moore was a guy I liked in the pre-draft process. I actually had him going in the first round mentally. I didn't do a full mock draft myself, but I had Elijah Moore going in the first round. I thought it was great value for the Jets in the second round. And I think ultimately that Elijah Moore is going to take that job from Jamison Crowder as the predominant slot receiver. And the best chance Jamison Crowder has to be that predominant slot receiver is if Elijah Moore, they decide he could do more and he plays outside. You know Corey Davis is going to be the number one. They paid him to be the number one, or at least he's going to get every shot to be that X. So he's locked in. I think it's going to be hard to keep Elijah Moore off the field. So Jamison Crowder has to hope Elijah Moore, in my opinion, takes the job from Keelan Cole or Denzel Mims, somebody on the perimeter, and they think that he's going to contribute in that regard. But then I look at the Jets receiving core, and you know they don't have a Calvin Ridley, but look at the Jets' depth vis-a-vis that of the Atlanta Falcons, and you're like, man, they've got some names here, Ross. Like, they got guys, you know, Bryson Berrios is still there. They've got guys who have contributed in the past. So you've got a decent a group of receivers for Zach Wilson, who, you know, in a lot of drafts is still going undrafted. As of right now, I think he's only one of two rookie quarterbacks guaranteed to start in week one. So maybe there's some value there because I think the Jets have more weapons than the conventional wisdom might suggest.
You mentioned something I think is important, and it's great because I wanted to ask you about it anyway. You talked about the Elijah Moore camp reports. Mm-hmm. So I remember we had one of your guys on, I think it was Scott Barrett, who said that he watches every post-draft press conference.
Yep.
So now that's different because that's the coaches talking. But what I want to know is, what do you do with minicamp OTA reports? What, like, is it means a lot, means a little, somewhere in the middle, or means a lot, means nothing, somewhere in the middle, depends on the source? Like, what are we doing with this?
Somewhere in the middle. Now, of course, when we analyze, and we've got guys in the pre-draft process we like. By the way, Scott Barrett, Elijah Moore was like his guy. So that's why I was turned on to Elijah Moore in the first place. But when it comes to these reports, I file them away. I'd surely like a guy to have positive reports more so than negative reports. If a guy doesn't have anything, you know, I don't really care about that. But then you want to confirm it. You want to confirm it into training camp when the whole team's there and they're starting to ramp up. And if Connor Hughes is saying in August, guys, I'm telling you, Elijah Moore is still out there kicking ass, I'm especially going to make note. If Elijah Moore looks good in the preseason, I'm especially going to make note. Oh my God, Ross, how nice is it to have a normal offseason this year? I'm excited that we're going to be able to look at some of these guys during the preseason, but I put it somewhere in between. I want to hear positive reports more so than negative reports. But for a guy like Elijah Moore, who was he was a premium pick. I know he wasn't a first rounder, but a top 40 pick's a premium pick. You look at the draft capital, the talent level, the fact that they asked Jamison Crowder to take a pay cut to even stay on the roster. That all spells good news for Elijah Moore for me.
Got it. I want to get to a question, Joe. We don't do this very often, but if our listeners ever take advantage of any of the sponsors, whether it's DraftKings or Fantasy Points using the code 21Feast, and you send me a question, I'm going to ask Joe. You take advantage of one of our sponsors and you have a question, you get to ask Joe or me the question. This comes to us, Joe, from Jan. I have a fantasy question for you. I apologize in advance for somewhat long-winded part of this, which is to give some background. I've been in 2 leagues for a long time. I have a theory I wanted to run by you. All the experts insist you draft running backs first and often. Because I was drafting 10th out of 12, I drafted heavy on wide receivers. I had 4 of the top 10 points producers due to my belief that there are only a few running backs that truly get heavy workloads. Most teams have running backs by committees. Long story short, I won the league with by far the best record and cleaned up in the playoffs due to my wide receivers just crushing it. My team was the only one that used this tactic. So, is this a reflection of the past proliferation in the NFL and a monumental change in fantasy football, or just an aberration?
It sounds like Jan accidentally discovered zero RB, like without explicitly going out and doing so. So no, Jan, to call it an aberration would be false, because that is a strategy that has worked out for a lot of people, like Sean Siegel in big money leagues when he came out writing that article all those years ago. It was especially effective last year, Ross, because of the number of bell cow running backs who missed action. Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey. Ezekiel Elliott was in an offense that was broken after Dak Prescott went down. So all these high draft picks ended up biting the dust because of injuries or other reasons. 2 years ago, it was a very bad year for zero running backs because all the big-time running backs stayed healthy and played well. It was a really great year for those first-round running backs. So if you average it out, and you're like, well, it's an aberration because all the running backs got hurt, that's not necessarily fair, because I think you can have zero RB success even in a year where there's teams when big-time running backs don't get injured. I think it's just a little bit harder, but I think you're playing the averages when you play zero RB. Oh, these guys are going to get hurt. We're artificially bumping some guys up because we think they're going to be a bell cow running back. For instance, I might look at to bring into Atlanta, Mike Davis is going in the 4th and 5th round. Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins is going in the 4th and 5th round because people think these guys are going to be bell cows. And every single year, there are guys drafted in the 1st and 2nd round who crap out at that price. This also brings me to another article that Scott Barrett wrote last year, which was bell cow or bust. He was looking at this and saying, I want a bell cow running back, but if I don't get a bell cow running back, I'm loading up on wide receivers. I think people take the zero RB and they're like, oh, that means you don't draft a running back until like the 12th round. Some people have done that. That's not really what it means. I think modified zero RB is something that I've employed in the past where, all right, I've got my first running back. I took my Derrick Henry at number 4 overall. I got Saquon Barkley at 6 this year because I think he's going to bounce back. But I'm not going to force the issue at the running back position elsewhere. I'm not going to take Miles Sanders in the second round if I don't feel good about his role. I'm not going to take Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the second round if I don't feel good about his role. Not to say I don't like those players, but I'm just making an example. And I'm just going to take the best player on the board. Like, dude, that is a very viable strategy. I don't think it's a reflection of the pass heaviness of the NFL, though that makes it a lot more viable. I just think it's a reflection that there are multiple ways to build a winning fantasy team, and loading up at wide receiver, maybe taking an elite tight end, maybe investing in somebody like a Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray, a quarterback who's going to run, and then supplementing them in later rounds with handcuff running backs or pass catching running backs who are going to get you just a handful of points every week. And maybe you end up lucking out on the waiver wire. I mean, that's an extremely viable way to build a fantasy team. And no, it's not something you got lucky with. You employed the right strategy. You had a sound reasoning behind it. The board didn't fall the way it needed to for you to get that bell cow running back. And if I can take a bell cow running back in the first round, I'm doing it. But there's not 12 of those guys. There's not 24 of those guys. So yeah, I like some of the second-round running backs. I like Joe Mixon this year quite a bit. I like that Gio Bernard is gone in Cincinnati. But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, man, there are some really damn good wide receivers and tight ends available in those first couple rounds, and you can employ zero RB again this year.
At FG_Dolan. Follow this man. Go to fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. He's an absolute stud. They all are over there. And I love questions like that. Go to rosstucker.com, the sponsor pet tab. See which code you want to use. Send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com, after you take advantage of it, and ask Joe a question. It's a great time of year to get Joe's answers to thoughts like that. That was awesome. Thank you very much, Jan. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9 with it. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Hey, hello, hi. Everything good, Rossi?
Yeah. I heard some people talk. I heard my wife talking outside, and I didn't know what was going on. Everything's good. Everything's great. Everything is wonderful, dude. I'm here with you. It's Thursday night, 8:00. This is about that time where everyone gets to chill out. West Coast to East Coast. Friday Eve. Let's get it going. Glash. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it a great night.
Yeah, it's been a tough day, to be quite honest. I'm not going to give you the old, yeah, I'm good. How are you? Good. No, I'm not really that good. I've been better.
Okay.
Better. I'm not sure if you know why.
I've read between some lines here. We're gonna break down fourth walls. We didn't talk anything about it before, but
no,
it'll all work out.
Yeah, your guy here is dog sitting for Sarah's aunt. We're at a part unknown and went out to the car this morning, and there's a big old key mark across the door.
Ugh.
I don't know. The Sim fam, the Twitch fam, has hypothesized that maybe Noah Moon got mad at me. So Noah Moon is suspect number one.
Oh, so yeah, like if my car was keyed, I'd be thinking like, where's Obi-Wan at? Do we have a location? So Noah Moon is your Obi.
No. I mean, oh, right. Yeah, Obi likes me. He hates you.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But Obi,
I see.
Noah's your Obi. Obi's my Noah.
Yes.
Either way, whoever it was, I just want to say, what a coward move. And I hope, for like legit hope's sake, like were you parked on a street or were you in like a? Where were you?
It's not a gated community, but it's an apartment complex parking lot.
So I've lived in you got to hope that maybe somebody just pulled in and made a mistake. It wasn't an actual, like, I'm just saying, I hope.
I hope you're right too. I tried to play that scenario in my head, but it looks too thin of a line and too obvious that it was keyed. So it's a real bummer. It was on the phone with insurance. It kind of like, I was like, oh, nice. I got the 8 o'clock and the 10 o'clock on Thursday. Can ease into the day here. And I'm like, nope. Wasted a couple hours of my morning. So. Pain in the neck.
It is. Pain in the old neck. Above neck, below neck, all the necks. Stinks.
Anywho, you're right. Let's have ourselves a fun night.
Turn it around.
Good.
Turn it around. We're turning this bus around.
It's not like we get a great matchup, of course. Highly rated players everywhere on the Jaguars and the Colts. So we should get like a 35-32 final.
As Free Piercy says, that sucks, Glash. Saw your post. But, buddy, we got you. He didn't write that. I'm adding that in.
Okay. Yeah, I see it now, too.
No, yeah. Here's the thing with this game. Like, I want to hear about your lineup and all that, and I want to tell you about my crappy lineup. But this was one of those games, like, the Colts have yet to win in this simulation season that we're going through. And the reason I kind of laugh about it is like going into, like, it's not like they have terrible numbers. It's not like this wasn't a good team. This is a playoff team and they have yet to win. And the Jaguars are 3-5, so they kind of stink out loud as well.
Yeah. Colts are 0-9 in our Madden 2021 NFL schedule simulated season. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 130 entries in the 1 day at a time, 1 hair at a time free roll.
We've all been there.
Absolutely. That was my motto when I shaved my eyebrows. So I now give this motto to you, Jason Rossi.
Appreciate you. And for everybody who keeps telling me I should shave the eyebrows, knock it off. Told you, it was one man's gimmick. Crushed it. Nailed it.
Jonathan Eliza, hey Rossi, I committed a huge sin today. In an earlier game, I ended up playing Blake Jarwin.
No.
He had 0 catches into the fourth quarter. Remove him from this game.
Jonathan, I appreciate that you started off. I'm very upset with you. I thought we were all on board. If we're not all on the don't roster Jarwin, I understand the free showdowns, but especially in the contest made by DK members, like you have to ban that guy. Well, I'm working on it right now. I have sent many messages to the CEO of Madden Simland, that is Zach Thompson, babysitter Billy. I've run it up the flagpole to people that always say no to me, but I'm still running this. I said we need to delete Blake Jarwin from Madden 21. And I don't want that son of a gun in Madden 22 either. All right. And I don't want to see any fake like covers with him on it. I don't want to see his face anywhere. I want him, if he could potentially retire today, it would make me a happy man. Even though it's not personal about him, it's sim version, but just get him out. Get him out of the game. Out of the game. So thank you, Jonathan.
Mike Bizzle, Rossi's Fat Cat, Jake Williams. What's up, D-Rod, Bruiser B. Minshew delivers a catch in traffic for Westbrook to the 38. D.D. Westbrook, 33.5% owned. Looking at some other ownerships. Chris Thompson, 62%. 17.6 in the captain. Dark, 48%. 9% in the captain. We've got producer Michael here. Daniel, our technical director, and June from the Game Ops team. What's up, June?
Good team.
At Chark, first down. Oh, wow, second and inches. My bad.
It's always close. You never know on those ones.
So the basketball starts in 20, 30 minutes, probably like 40 minutes, knowing how they tip off those games. 80 Poker 89. Hello. And Jeanette says, I was in a hurry to put my lineups in. What did my finger pick? Rivers. I didn't mean to.
Hey, this is, if you're going to go with Rivers in any of the matchups, this could be the one. Not much good shakes. This isn't the Jacksonville Jaguars of 2016, 2017.
True. There's no Ramsey to worry about in coverage.
What a complete, like, isn't it really kind of funny to look? What a change. And it's been 4 seasons since they were in the AFC title game with one of the best young defenses. And now they had the first overall pick. Crazy. Jacksonville.
So this, I would think this is a week number 10, probably a 1 o'clock game, right? And maybe they'll put it at 4:30. I think producer Michael did share that with us. So I apologize if I missed that.
This game right here, this is 1 o'clock game.
Definitely reeks of 1 o'clock.
And it reeks of that game. Like, obviously, we don't know what this NFL season is going to look like, but these are two teams that could honestly stink. Like, I know people are really high on the Colts, but they have a broken, guy right now at their quarterback. He could turn it around by this point, could be an MVP again in Carson Wentz, but this could be one of those games that you're looking at, like, both teams right around, 3 wins, 4 wins, but we'll see.
CJ71, Free Piercy, A. Wills, Wes on Twitch. What's up, fam?
Good crew over there.
Kyle got an 84 on his humanities test.
Shout out. Congrats, Kyle. Get it.
Mr. Nick, hey guys, hope you're all good. Keep up the good work. Love the energy. Good energy in the sim, and a touchdown for Chris Thompson.
Just walks it in. I saw DFS Queenie shouting for the vulture of Raquel Armstead, but no, didn't get it that time. So far we're vulture free. But there's my captain, by the way. That's the guy I went with in the captain spot, because this was a tough build. This was a tough build, but I went Chris Thompson, kind of the chalk of the chalk in that captain spot. So puts a little smile on my dumb face to start the sim.
Yep, I'd agree. I played the old Thompsonator.
Mr. Nick raised his hand, Splash. So I always tell him, I like that he raises his hand. He says, hey guys, hope you're all good. Keep up the good work. Now, Glash, if that doesn't put a little bit of a smile or a little bit of a twitch on the side of your lips to make you go upward on the smile category, I don't know what will.
Daniel, someone mark that tape. Someone get that? Rossi just pulled a Glasheen.
What? Oh, because I already said it. Listen, you don't call it out anymore. I was more just reiterating. What else did you say? And let me start saying hi to the people you already said hi to.
Now I know what that feels like. It's like Batman.
I've done it twice. It's the ball. It's the shaved head. It is messing with me.
Even Robbie Noble dropped an LOL. Fantastic.
Robbie. They're laughing with me, not at me.
Ken Freeman, who scored? Ken, I totally don't mind telling you. I always feel like it's you who is asking who scored.
Glash, here on YouTube, Ken Freeman asked who scored. I'm just...
That was well done. Chris Thompson, Ken. Free Piercy says, well done, Clash. Well done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's the pick me up before you go Glash game here. He's had a day, folks. He's had a day.
Yeah. Hey, so I played T.Y. Hilton. He's pretty highly owned in the $250 free contest, 11% in the captain spot, 46.8% owned overall.
Good shout.
Hope it goes well. Sometimes he does not show.
Oh!
Fumble! Burton fumbles after the catch.
Of course, I have Burton on my lineup. And there he goes. Fumbleation. It's not good. Not good.
Jordan Warren says, sup everyone, this is the first sim I'm watching all day. My friend's funeral was today. He had a nice send-off. Basically, the whole city was there. I made all my lineups in advance, and I'm doing okay. Sorry for your loss, Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan, sorry for the loss. If you don't mind, what's the name? I always like to... We had a very emotional few days here when we were talking about some of the stuff with my shaved head. So, yeah, let us know the friend's name. We'll give them a shout. And hope, their family's doing well, and we're thinking of them.
Cannot air this on the sim, but showed the Twitch fam the newest TikTok. At Brendan Glasheen on TikTok, if you're into that thing. Newest TikTok has been posted. The link is in Twitch.
Is this the Russell Wilson one, or is there a new one?
New one.
Ooh, gosh, you're back, baby. Content king. Firing at will.
Newest TikTok is posted.
Ooh, can you give us a tease? Can you give the kids a tease?
Madden 22 related.
Oh, I don't want to be negative. So I'm gonna.
Why? What's wrong? You have a problem with the cover, don't you?
We've seen these guys on the cover in the last 3 years. It's like Mahomes has already been on a cover. Brady's already been on a cover.
Oh boy!
Oh! Should have been intercepted. I get at the end of the day what they're trying to do is sell the game, like the hard copies. I think that's their ploy. And it's the smart move. Sell the games. Because people buy everything digital. When you have the two very marketable players, people are going to want to buy the cover. You're a Brady fan, you want to buy the cover. You're a Mahomes guy, you want to buy the cover. It could go down in history. But I don't. It's just not I'm just not down with that.
Well, you get it, right?
Oh yeah, and I also don't think there's a such thing as multiple goats. That's another thing that makes me laugh.
Well, it's 22, right? The two Super Bowl. Hold on a second. A combined total, 2 GOATs, 2 Super Bowl MVPs. There's another 2 in there. Something like, I don't know. That was the whole idea. Let's put the 2s together to make 22.
Trying to make a bunch of money 2 times over. I get it. I get it.
There's a lot of oh, look, this all relates. Woo.
I'll be honest. I get that.
It's a little too soon. I'm with you. Both of them.
If I really thought, and I think it was Emerson who even tweeted it, and I heard some rumors of this, and obviously this all leaked in the last 48 hours. But I thought the idea of doing a young Brady and an older Brady. I thought Emerson's tweet was great. I thought it was that would have been cool. But they're trying. Listen, I'm not really listening. It's gonna be fun. The game's gonna be great. I want to hear more about the gameplay than I care about the cover, but. There's just always been a thing with the cover. It kind of has a specialty or specialness to it. Especially now when they had Peyton Hillis there being they did it again. I'm what does that mean? You know what it means? Nothing. Yeah. Or it means they put 2 people on the cover again. I'm guessing that's what because it was Larry Fitz and Troy Polamalu back in the day.
That was 12 years ago.
Yeah, it would. Yes. Wow. Talk about feeling old. That's when I used to just sit home, listen to a lot of Stone Temple Pilots playing a lot of Madden.
Oh,
that was a very
yeah.
That's
sweet.
Jordan, R.I.P. Craig, we feel you. All right, Craig's in our thoughts. Appreciate you, Jordan. Thanks for being here, and hopefully we can bring a little light to your day.
I love Must Be. Please never leave. Should have had Bill and Cam sitting on a bench sharing a Subway sub.
Listen, this is...
Must Be is all in on the Cam Newton experience, Rossi. I'm not sure if you know.
No, he has. He said stuff because I think he thinks I don't like Cam. I'm absolutely on board with whoever makes the Patriots win, I'm in.
I love it. I really do. Must Be has the Patriots 12-5 in the divisional round with Cam Newton. That a boy. That a boy Must Be. Now that's a take. That's a hot take.
Could happen.
Yeah, woohoo, make the playoffs. Get into the divisional round. Give us a real take. Nice job. Nice job. That's good. I approve. I like a real meaty take. So, anyway.
Meaty. Yeah.
So, there is an NBA playoff game tonight, Rossi.
Yes.
The Nets and Bucks in Milwaukee at 6 o'clock. No, this is the 6 o'clock. Jesus, Brennan. 8:30. Probably going to tip at like 8:40, 8:45. Maybe at 9 for crying out loud. You know how that goes.
Sure do.
Earlier today on The Sweat, it was NBA Chase or Fade. And the topic was Jeff Green. I despise Jeff Green. Favorite value play for tonight's lone NBA playoff matchup. The Nets lead the series over the Bucks 3-2. Here's Jeff Green talk.
The big three, though, will be in action. So, it's KD, it's Harden, and it's Jeff Green who provided the value in Brooklyn's Game 5 win. So he had nearly 39 DK fantasy points and at just $4,000 in salary. Tonight, he's going to cost you $4,800, so a near $1,000 increase. Chase or fade that Jeff Green is your favorite value play this evening?
Chase. I'm not expecting him to go and replicate 7 of 8 from downtown, but he played 35 minutes off the bench, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jeff Green just straight up starts this game over Bruce Brown. So I expect to see a lot of Jeff Green. Steve Nash really shortened up the rotation. Obviously, Durant and Harden played all but 2 minutes. That fills up 2 spots. There's not much more left, and Jeff Green still played 35 minutes off the bench. So I think and played really well. So I think he's going to get a lot of minutes in this game, and at $4,800, he is well worth playing. A guy that I questioned to his face as a Celtics reporter back in the day. The consistency questions, like, hey, is there anything you can do to be more consistent? He proved that the other night. That's the player he can be, and he doesn't do it all the time. I hope he does it in Game 6, though.
Yeah, the 5th overall pick, 14 years ago, and he and KD are the only remaining Seattle Supersonics still in action, too. So that's pretty neat.
And Harden they went to OKC. Harden, Jeff Green, and it's basically everybody but Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Maybe bring Nick Collins or Perk around to play some center.
I think we're back now. Hi.
He won a title.
Does Jeff Green won a title?
I think no.
No, he's been to some finals, though. Anyway, watch The Sweat at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It's 1 hour before the first sim here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Nice, nifty, tight product with advice, takes. You might not agree with it, but you need it in your life. 1 hour.
Don't
what?
I was gonna say, don't set a lineup without watching it. That's what I think.
True.
Experts, they're all right there. You get the articles, you have all these things. I feel like too many people just think they know a lot more than they actually do, and they'll just start like throwing lineups and like big cash contests, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm good." It's like, balance it off. Some of these guys, balance off and trust it. This is what they do all day, every day. This is what they do. This is what they are paid to do.
Really, and at the end of the day, you don't have to take their advice. Just listen to it and then go out. Maybe you want to pivot off someone you absolutely hate listening to. Play the superstition game. So, if you're just hopping in, Chris Thompson has the touchdown. Lambeau hit a field goal from 50 plus. So you're getting 5 points in your lineup if you played the Lamborghini. Speaking of the NBA, we will have NBA follow along right after this sim. So when this sim ends around usually 9:10, 9:15, Shirag Hira from DK Live, DK Nation He will join me, and we're going to chat sportsbook, all things DFS. There's a big showdown contest available on DK. You've got about 8 minutes to get in there if you haven't done so already. It's a $20 entry, I think. Let me double check that. But anyway, we're going to follow the game along with you, the Sim fam. So stick around. Drop in your takes. Drop in your questions. Just drop in, really, any talking point you'd like to get into as it relates to the NBA playoffs. We'll talk futures. A lot of news, of course. No Kawhi Leonard. He's been ruled out for tomorrow. We only have one game tonight, the Nets and the Bucks. Down goes Rivers.
Big fella picks it up.
So, please, we're not going... Well, Rossi's going to leave, but Chirag's going to come in right when the Sim's over.
Are you staying with them?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
I like this. I really like this a lot, and I love our producer Michael's big backer behind some of this stuff. Always, he's got a little pep in his step whenever these ones come around, because I think this is what he really loves. And don't get me wrong, not that the man doesn't absolutely devour up like M&M's these Madden Sims, but it's a really fun thing. I like that we do, you never know when that content's coming, too. That's what I like about this. Like, sometimes we have these shows during the middle of the day, Glash. Sometimes we have the watch-alongs at night. I think it's cool, and hopefully you Sim fam, smash that like. This is why we ask for the likes, because we want to make sure you're into some of this and just like more content, because we're trying to give it to you.
Free Piercy helping the people on Twitch. The Nets are going to start Harden, Harris, Durant, Green, and Griffin. Phillip, come on. On 3rd and 14, you can't do that. They might kick this, Rossi. I don't know.
That's what I need. I got Blankenship. Go for the 50-yarders, or this would be like a 60-yarder. Come on. Phillip, if you could have lost maybe just 2 yards. Ugh. That was gracious of them to give him the 40-yard line. Come on.
Yeah, producer Michael, I was just going to say that. The $450K shoot-around NBA Showdown on DraftKings. $20 to enter. 26,470 entries. This thing filled. So if you're in it, good on you. $100,000 to first place. So there will be other contests available, but that's the big, juicy contest where you can win some serious cash.
Cash money.
So we'll follow along. Showdowns. Chirag will also, like I said, be here to break down some live betting aspects. So please, I don't mean to keep harping on it, but stick along. If you like the NBA, you want to talk some hoop, Chirag will be here. It doesn't have to be Q&A. Just stay like you normally do here in the chat during a sim. Fire off your takes, and we will bounce off of you. We will go where you would like to go.
Taco Bell?
Yeah. Must be says Kawhi is done for the year. Needs surgery. Might miss the start of next season. Yeah, I know. You're probably right. And look, there's probably a report out there that is the case. I'm just reading. I'm reading from the DK Live news alert that I'm getting about Kawhi.
It's going to be really hard to see him play again, but if he does, it's just going to show that how these injuries, now while they're catastrophic, if he can even gut his way, even kind of what we saw with James Harden the other day, it just shows we've seen so many guys injured this postseason, stars. Sometimes I hate to say this, and I'm not trying to question them, but even if there's an ounce that they can't play, they should play. It's the playoffs. This is it. This is what you play for. So if Kawhi, let's say they move on, right? And let's paint that picture. They go to the Western Conference Finals to take on the Suns. Even if he's at 30%, that is a very, even if he's just shooting the couple threes or can defend a little, I know he has, these injuries are much bigger. I'm not trying to pretend I'm downplaying it, but you sometimes got to gut it out. You read all these stories from early 90s, the 80s, these teams, they just played with broken ankles. It doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm. No, it doesn't. And this is a guy too, right? Who he really kind of started, I know some think LeBron did, but the load management wave. Kawhi Leonard really started that whole thing, right? Because it worked for a year in Toronto when they won the championship.
Well, he was doing it in San Antonio. Don't forget.
Yeah. Well, Well, actually, Pop was doing it. Pop would sit down Duncan, Parker, Ginobili on a. You know how I know that? I went to a Celtics Spurs game.
I was there.
And I'm like, what the hell? Like, these guys aren't playing? Like, what a waste of time. I mean, it was still fun. But
And like, it was Kawhi Leonard when he was young and he wasn't like a name. So you're like, I don't care about him.
Right.
So that Spurs team. And then that the load management the year, if you remember, Kawhi Leonard got hurt that first game of the first round a few years back. And that really, caused, him to then be like, okay, we need this guy to play. So we're going to not play him 82 games. And I see what DFS Queenie's saying. She's right. But like, I look at it still like, get out there. If you can help your team win even a little, you play.
Jake Williams, yeah, blame it on load management, not the schedule. I'm sensing sarcasm there. Yeah, there's issues with that too, the turnaround. And I know LeBron came out with that tweet, but someone said this in the chat, and I apologize, I don't remember who it was. It was yesterday or the day before. Here's the thing, though, and this isn't just LeBron. Would a player be willing to take less money or lose money from their contract if it meant playing less games? I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm going to just say it. I think this whole, like the schedule. Are you kidding me? Are we serious? Like, I'm not trying to say anything about baseball. Baseball players, and I know it's a different sport, but they play every day. And sometimes I see them complain about stuff. It's like, this is what you do. You are a sports player. This is your livelihood. Like, I don't want to hear that. I'm not a big fan of the schedule. They played 4 games in a week. Well, boo-hoo. You make millions of dollars to play a sport. That's the way it's set up. You want this sport to last 6 months? No.
Well, aren't we noticing, too, the GOATs across all sports, men's and women's sports?
Yeah.
I'll tell you firsthand in the WNBA. Sue Bird, 40 years old, playing some of her best basketball. He's not quite this age yet. Russell Wilson invests more than $1 million of his earnings in a trainer, his diet. LeBron, Brady, Serena Williams. I mean, go down the list, man. A lot of these athletes, the ones that invest in their bodies, in their physical training and diet. I'm not to say that these other guys don't work hard and don't take care of themselves, but maybe the ones like the Bradys and the LeBrons that are, and I know LeBron not this year, but for the most part, maybe that has something to do with it. You got to invest a little bit more in that department. I don't know. Maybe we just have to admit that this, talking NBA specifically, this is just the year, Rossi. Maybe this was the year we should have suspected more of this backlash coming from the bubble season, not the actual. Because remember, the bubble season, they basically had a 4-month All-Star break.
They did, and I personally, this is where I think when you talk about the schedule, I was going to bring this up first. The only person you're missing on that who probably needs to get into that training and needs to find out what their system is a Mike Trout for baseball, because that guy's always hurt. But with what you're saying is, I think you're right. I feel like they almost need to, like, I hate to say it, but they almost needed to crunch this season a little bit, and I think they wanted to, but they couldn't, because right now the season would be over. Like, this is usually the NBA Finals. This is usually the Stanley Cup, or Stanley Cup would be over. Like, we're going past, and guess what? The season starts again in September. Yeah. So, for these teams that aren't making it, this is the one thing about, like, not that this is conspiracy theory, but like going to like LeBron James, look at the Lakers. Extra rest now. Let all these guys go out there, and there's big injuries. Kawhi, just say he does miss time of next season. That's advantage LA Lakers. If some of these other injuries, I know Chris Paul's a COVID situation, but just, he's an older body. He might need rest. They may not maybe use him as much early in the season, depending on where he is, if he stays with the Suns or not. Mm-hmm. There's like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like players complaining about their quote unquote load management or the amount of times they play or the back-to-backs or whatever. It's like, this is your livelihood. This is what you chose to do. This is a dream. So stop looking at it like, I got to play 2 games in a row. Oh no. Like, your bank account's fine, bro. Just go and play. Or fake an injury like all the other ones do.
Must be. When has James Harden dealt with health issues prior to this past year? He plays every game, every night, and he deserves credit for that.
He doesn't ever miss time.
And yes, he was out of shape going into the season. Yes. Come on. He was out of shape going into the season.
Bro,
doesn't do yourself any favors with the hamstring. Sorry.
No. He put on the COVID-10. The pandemic pounds, baby. But guess what? That weight didn't do much.
On the I don't want to be in Houston anymore. Get me to Brooklyn pounds.
Whatever works.
I'm not playing a single minute for the Houston Rockets anymore.
What a situation. Like, I'm telling you, this NBA, like, the last 2 seasons could be so many, like, video documentaries on YouTube that I like to watch about them. Like, the Rockets should have been a good team this year. Like, they had 2 of the better players before, then they trade Russell Westbrook for John Wall. And you're like, okay, John Wall, maybe that'll work out better with Harden. Maybe it's not a guy who needs the ball as much. And Harden's like, nah, I'm just going to eat a bunch of cheeseburgers and throw deuces and I'm out.
So looking at Harden's 2020-2021 season, that's this year. Okay, so this year he played in 44 games. He played 8 for Houston, okay? Which I don't even remember. But yeah, he wasn't traded till later into the month of January, I think. Look at his games played. Last year, 68. Going down the list, going backwards. 68, 78, 72, 81, 82, 81, 73, 78. What are you talking about? Like, he's always been in there, and he deserves credit for that.
Yeah, it must be saying, he goes, James Harden never, before this missed time, foolish, Rossi, look it up before saying nonsense. I had it here, and then Glash just read it.
His lowest games played total since his first All-Star season, which was age 23, his first year in Houston, was 68 games. He missed 14, which that's still really good for the modern NBA star.
That's people that you would sit out that amount of games in most stars.
Yeah. Because maybe of a back-to-back or, hey, everyone's going to miss maybe 3 or 4 games consecutively, a concussion protocol, something of the like.
Yeah.
So,
Beat on Walk says, Rossi, I have to disagree. I have a lot of friends who are on disability because of the game they play, and guys that made millions but can barely get around or remember their name. I'm not disagreeing with that, Beat on. I'm not. But I'm assuming that people like that sounds like more concussion issues. That could be hockey or football. But again, this is the decision they made. And I don't think sitting out a game or 2 is going to stop potentially what happened to these people. Again, it's all decisions. You want to play a professional sport, there is a lot that comes with that. You're going to be in the public eye. You're going to be criticized for things that probably most people wouldn't be. You're going to be under a microscope for the way you play in big moments. And you have, at any point, could be possibly injured severely. And that's unfortunately what you sign up for. I'm not saying I want that stuff to happen, but I just don't like to say, we got to play less games. Like, no. That's not what I would say.
Hey, Lambo just nailed his second field goal. Way to be, Josh. Way to be. Good stuff.
Some people have talked about this Rick Carlisle thing. We can get a little bit into that in the third if you want, because second longest tenured coach in the league, no more.
Yeah, there were some rumblings, though, because the GM's out. Nelson's out as GM. I guess Luka wasn't into it. And that's what happens now in that league.
If that really is the case, Rick Carlisle has proved himself time and time again in this league. So whoever he lands with, and I have my fingers crossed it's the Celtics at this point. He used to play here, but they're going to get themselves a good coach. If he wants to remain coaching as well. Never know. They might take a little break.
Truly Poor makes a good point. They played only 72 games this year. Must be. Okay, hold on a second.
Very upset of us.
That'd be like me saying, hey, Must Be is here every day. But if you missed like 2 Thursdays ago, I'm going to say you're here every day. But wait a minute. He didn't show up on June 3rd. So therefore, he does not do Sims every day. We're going to hold James Harden accountable for missing 5 to 10 games in a given season. I think if you play in 65 or more every year, that's pretty damn good.
Just look at the percentages. He's never played less than he's a 70% at lowest. 70% at lowest. I barely show up to work every day. I may physically be there, but I'm not always mentally there.
Hilton has been the best receiver in the sim, 4 for 53. The lone touchdown belongs to Chris Thompson. And then 3 field goals. Lambo's been solid. I'm in 33rd. Who are you, Rossi?
I am chilling in 64th, just like my favorite video game system, Nintendo 64. Oh, it's moving though. I'm tied with Cena.
There was a fumble, correct? Someone fumbled.
Phillip Rivers fumbled, but it was picked up. Yeah, but it was picked up by the
Jags.
I thought the Colts picked it back up.
Well, the Jags have a fumble recovery. They have 9 points.
Oh, earlier. Yeah. Sorry. I just remember the one that just happened a few moments ago.
80 Poker 89. Carlisle was there, though, for 13 years. Something tells me, overall, I think your point's right about coaches not getting a good deal, but I think Mark Cuban I feel like Mark Cuban's a pretty straight shooter. I mean, hello, Shark Tank. He'll tell you if he thinks you're good or not at what you're doing. But I think Cuban, I like Mark Cuban a lot. So I think he's got a pretty good understanding of like, you know what? Hey, I think Carlisle probably is like, I'm good. If I can't get through the star player, then what am I doing here? And he will get another job. He won a title.
Without a doubt, there is a handful of coaches that like once they're gone from one team, you know, like they have enough respect in this league to automatically go. And it's not like, oh, the players want him. I think Rick Carlisle is that type of guy. The only problem is going to be is if the rumors are true and it is like a Luka thing and it's a star player thing, then it gets a little questionable because the league's turning into that. So if you're a young star, do you want Rick Carlisle to be your coach, or would you rather like a Tyronn Lue style just because you know he's just going to, I don't want to say the word wrong, but like he's just going to kind of listen to you, not worry about implementing a system.
Fidelis says Mac has 3 touchdowns too, Brendan. Oh yeah, June, you want to add those for just for Fidelis though?
Yeah,
just him. Yes, Burton fumbled. That's what I was going to mention.
Oh, that was first quarter.
So that is not yet in the stats.
We'll get there.
And I'm just bringing that up because I looked at my lineup and I see Burton. There it is. Boom, fumbles in there. Okay, there you go. So if you're looking for a fumble, if you hate Trey Burton, then the fumble's there.
Cheers.
80 Poker says, I heard Luka basically has a lot of issues with their situation. They got the second star wrong.
Well, Porzingis?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Was Porzingis there very briefly before they got Luka?
No,
he wasn't. He was still in New York.
Yeah, he came. He came over. They traded. Don't forget, he was like damaged goods on the trade. Like he was still injured. This whole thing's it's kind of got my head in a pretzel because originally it was Carlisle said he's not going to return as coach. Then everything started falling apart in the hour. So I don't know if is that really who Luka is? Is he that guy? Do you think he's that type of player? Is like this coach ain't it for me?
How do you not connect those dots? He's still such a young player. Why else would Carlisle be out?
I don't know. It makes sense. I guess it's like the Boston.
He's a fantastic player, but have you seen him play? He argues and barks at the refs constantly. Maybe behind the scenes, he's barking at his coach or he's barking at Mark Cuban about the operation. The GM and the coach are out, so he has to talk to someone about this, and it's got to be Cuban. Who else would it be?
What scares me about that is when all these things happen, what is the alternative though? Like, what are these players believe is out there, or who they think is the coach? Like, this is a scary sign if this is what's going to keep happening. Like, Luka to me is not that guy yet. I'm sorry, he's not. Like, you haven't gotten to that level. You're a great young budding star. You've been in the playoffs, great, but you haven't won rounds. It's not like you've become like this, like he's obviously a top 10 player. We can break down who we think, but I think inarguable top 10 player. But I don't like that. If the whole thing, obviously we're both in Boston. You help cover the sport when called upon, and you do a great job covering. And like, I don't want to hear that like a Jason Tatum or a Jaylen Brown are like calling the shots in Boston, which you didn't hear, but like that's kind of the vibe, right? And it's like, no, you got to win. And I know those guys have won a lot more in the playoffs than Luka. So that's why it frustrates me. Not that I think any player should ever really have this control, but at least I would understand if the Mavericks have been like knocking on the door for like 2 years. But no, they've been one and done. Losing first rounds here.
True. It's not like they've been on. A lot of folks thought Luka could carry them because of the Lakers being knocked out. Maybe Luka could be, and having a 2-0 lead on the Clippers, maybe he would carry them to like a LeBron 07, lead the team to the finals, not necessarily win it, but get there.
A lot of, I'm already seeing the big rumors, Jason Kidd, I guess, to be the Maverick. Because that's the other thing. But like Rick Carlisle was a former player. Yeah, but like that's the thing.
He's
It's
on
not
that championship team. Yep.
Yeah, Kidd. Oh, what a great team that was. This is one of my favorite teams of all time, just because they beat the Heat. But like, I don't know. It's just frustrating because for me, I just see this type of stuff, and I'm like, oh, you probably want like a player. Okay, well, Rick Carlisle was a player, championship winning player. Like people like Doc Rivers was not a great NBA player, by the way. He was a player. He just was like I think he was with the Sixers at times. I just know he's in the league and he wasn't great, but like he's known like to have that quality with people. That's why he's like a guard whisperer to some. And we'll see if he can hang on. He's on the ropes, man. What an embarrassment! I'm sorry, that would be I don't want to say the word embarrassment. That's wrong, but that would be a shock for them to lose to this Hawks team. Like, are we serious?
Williams in the chat. Yavir. No, Luka did not beat the Clippers. The Clippers advanced barely, and they lost to the Nuggets.
Yes.
Here's a question, football question, related to the two teams playing.
Football.
Eckebler, I think. Fellas, thoughts on the Jags' chances this season with Herb and T-Law? I would assume the chances are like, can they be like any good? Like be in it? When folks say that, their chances, I always look at it like, can they be in it by December? Like after Thanksgiving, are they like not looking at their draft pick? Are they looking at it and going, ooh, really a game or two out of a wild card spot? That to me feels like chances. Like that would be optimism. If you're in it after the after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that. No, stop at the one. Yeah, I think the Jags are going to be a very interesting team. And what I mean by that is I'm not a huge believer in this coaching staff. I think this could be a little bit of a dumpster fire personally. But Trevor Lawrence, I want him to be good. I want all these young, well, maybe not Zach Wilson, just because he's Jets. But fandom aside, like I want to see these young walk it in. And that Marlon Mack, return of the Mack?
Turn of the Mac, baby.
Yes, it is. I want these young players to be good. Free Piercy telling me not to sprout misinformation. I want to apologize to everyone across the world that Doc Rivers is the all-time assist leader for the Hawks. So I didn't even fact check that. I'm just going to take Free Piercy's word because everybody, when they think of Doc Rivers, they're like, oh, remember when he was in the NBA and he was the assist leaders all-time for the Hawks. I get it. I never said he wasn't a good player. I just said he's not like a gigantic, like he wasn't a huge name. That was my point. But back to this Jags thing. Yeah, like I never understood the Urban Meyer thing. I think it was such a weird grab. I think it was such a like localized sports market move. I just think there's more quality head coaches potentially that would help, especially with a young team. But hey, for the Jaguars' sake, I just hope they're fun. I hope they're fun to watch. We need more teams that are going to be fun and interesting to watch. And from a fantasy perspective, we want to see some more, is Trevor Lawrence a guy? Like, is he going to be somebody you're going to draft? They have good weapons there, Glash. They have, we'll see what comes out of James Robinson now that he's kind of a known-ish entity in the in the NFL.
See you guys in the chat as it relates to the Jags defense, missing some sacks. We got you. 80 Poker 89. Jags, entertaining storyline for sure. Hope they do well, but yeah, they're definitely going to have a not great D. Yeah. But more than ever, more than ever, it should be easier for, never mind a prodigy in Trevor Lawrence, but more than ever for a young quarterback to come into the league and succeed. Maybe they can get into some shootouts. So hit that like button for us. Only 7 away from 200 on the Dream Stream. It's Glash, Rossi. We have producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, June from the Game Ops team.
Love that. Shout out to June. Working it out. Going to get everything done for you. Listen, you pointed out to us. We pointed out to June. Everything works. There's a lot of effort that is put into that because like, our ops team, like that is not easy. I'm not envious.
Kyle is asking if 84 can be tonight's buzzword. Sure thing. We can do that. Jeff Ulrich, Moose.
Moose. Moose will
be here at 10 o'clock. So Shirag coming in after the sim. We're going to be here, me and Shirag, for about, hopefully it's probably an hour, 45 minutes. We'll be doing NBA follow along, looking at the live betting lines and also that big showdown between the Nets and Bucks game 6 in Milwaukee. So if you like the NBA, you want to spew stuff like me and Rossi and not speak facts according to Must Be, stay.
If you want to hear some dumb things, you only have another maybe quarter plus here, because then Shirag will come in and bring some knowledge. Spout
Chris
note.
Boyd says he faded Harden.
Yeah, probably. Do you think he's going to be any better? Like, how much more healthy can he be?
Question.
He looked bad the other day. He gutted it out, though. Love it. Tons of respect. But what was that? Gardner.
Yeah, he was $11,000 to roster tonight.
That's a little rich, but, depending on what your roster construction looks like.
Like, how is he going to return value there? He does rack up some assists. He got some rebounds the other night. He's got to shoot the ball better, no question. But then again, well, actually, this is an argument for why you shouldn't play him. Because the Bucks didn't let Harden do whatever. They actually guarded Harden in a way. Like, it's a little bit of both. The injury, but also the Bucks didn't adjust their defensive game plan. They guarded James Harden like he was still ready to go James Harden when he wasn't. Didn't make any sense. Why do you think Durant did so well?
That was the thing. They didn't make those, especially the fourth quarter. But I think at that point, Durant, once a great player gets in that zone, you can put all 5 guys on him. He was just in a place. And we've seen Harden do that. We've seen all the great ones. LeBron. It's just, oof.
Yeah, it's obviously it's a must-win for Milwaukee.
Oh, nice catch. Yeah, I just want to. It stinks. I was talking to people about this. For the NBA this year, obviously, what does the NBA want? If we're running the NBA PR department, they want to see Brooklyn and probably the Clippers, right? Obviously, with Kawhi being hurt, that changes. But they want big markets. They want the LA, the New York markets. That's what they want. But for me, it's you want to see the Milwaukee team get there because you had Giannis sign this big contract. You have a team that's been, Drew Holiday, I understand the trade. They have Brook Lopez, but it's kind of built from within. Middleton, the stars are their own guys. And even a Suns team, even though there's not a real lot of sex appeal to that team, they're fun to watch. Same thing with the Hawks, but you almost feel like both of those teams are a couple years away. But I just find it would be very fascinating how this is all going to shake out because I don't know. Philadelphia, you thought, okay, they're going to make it. You're going to see Philly and Nets or Philly versus the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, if it's Atlanta versus Brooklyn, I'm not counting Atlanta out. I'm just not going to do it now because at this point, I didn't even think they were getting out of the first round. I thought that Knicks team had some juice to them. A little engine that could.
We certainly have to. Fleek, we understand. We see you. Well, Fleek, you can clearly read the scoreboard says 13-10. Here. So, just a little glitch. All is well. End of the third quarter.
Mr. Nick, don't jinx him. Says Morton is perfect through 6. Glad I rostered him.
You think Atlanta's going to hang with? I think Kyrie's going to be back. And notice how the Nets. I think a lot of this does have to do with the incompetence of Milwaukee. Like Giannis, great regular season player, great fantasy player. Oh my God, Rossi, that fadeaway jumper he took on Harden, when Harden's like, "I got this. We don't need to double this guy." Like Harden knew what he was going to do. Harden knew he's going to take a jump shot over me. Like, what are you doing? Go at this guy.
Stay in his face.
Where's the instincts? So that doesn't take away. I think he's a great guy. I'm going to stay in Milwaukee. Want to win a championship here? It's like, dude, you're missing something.
But
he's like petrified to go to the free throw line and miss.
Well, there's something there. But if I may, like, this is the thing. I know he's not young. Like, people think he's younger than he actually. Well, he's only 26 years old, but he's been in the league. This is his 8th year, 9th year. The thing is, I want, like, if they do lose here, I think it's a good sign for their future. And I don't mean in the current NBA, like, oh, now they're going to go sign those guys. Maybe that does happen. But my point is, like, Michael Jordan had to lose a lot in the playoffs to get to the point where he became Michael Jordan that we know. Like, those late 80s Bulls were losing to the Pistons, we're losing to the Celtics. Then when those teams, I don't want to say cleared out, but when he was like, he got more motivation based on that. And if you watch those, obviously you saw The Last Dance, everybody did. It was one of the only things that was on during COVID. But like, you see that, and he talked about it. It's like, it made me I learned more by losing than I ever did from winning. And you need that a couple times. Like, not everybody's the Tom Brady's of the world that won early and almost forgot how to lose. Like, so I don't know. I want to see Giannis, like, maybe tonight's the night. Gosh, he could have a Durant type game. Because what you just said is what the world is saying, right? Something's missing. He doesn't have it. Well,
and if you're Milwaukee, they're like, in a weird way, they're in such a weird spot because you can't get rid of them.
Oh, you get rid of them.
No, I'm saying, like, but you can't ask for a better player, but you're like, oh my God, like, he's missing that thing you need to win. I'll tell you something right now, though, too, on the subject of Philadelphia and Atlanta, in a weird way. Say what you want about Doc and his coaching and how Doc is, like, melting down in these playoff series.
Doc's also the all-time assist leader for the Atlanta Hawks. Please keep that note.
That too.
Continue.
This might be you know that saying in life, you got to take 2 steps back to take a giant step forward. Maybe Daryl Morey and Doc are like, oh, this is what they meant about Embiid and Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
More so about Simmons, like 4 for 14 at the free throw line. Rossi, I heard this today on the radio and I couldn't believe this.
What do we got?
In the last 2 games, in the second half, Ben Simmons has taken 2 shots. 2.
Wait, did you say 2?
2. He's making $35 million a year. What are we doing here? Each year that goes by, his value just keeps getting worse.
2.
I mean, Rossi, I would trust you at the free throw line over Ben Simmons. You can make 6 free throws out of 14.
I appreciate that. Oh, that gives me a reminder, but I'll bring it up after.
It's unbelievable. So I think maybe with this new management of Morey and Doc, if Doc stays, I think he will. Say what you want about him. I think they'll give him another run for another run. They did give him a contract. I think the Sixers. I think Embiid was fantastic. And he's got the injury issues, of course, but they've got to move Ben Simmons. They could have moved Simmons for Harden.
Yep, they didn't want to. They chose not to. Yeah, it's just hard, and because this is the thing about, like, sports now. We're always so quick, like, we're gonna move stuff. We're gonna move people. It's like, hang in there. What about trust the process? What happened to trust the process? But we'll see. That's going to be their call. And I wouldn't be surprised if this thing falls apart to this Atlanta Hawks team. Like, this is as good of a chance as this 76ers team has had. Like, even with the Brooklyn Nets, whatever you think of them, if they don't get pushed to a game 7 and they're awaiting the winner of the Hawks. If the Hawks knock out this 76ers team, that is a tough look. And in all due respect to this Hawks team, all due respect, because they are absolutely gutting their way through these teams. They are what is right about the NBA.
Well, it just proves too, like all your flaws really shine through on the big stage. And Ben Simmons' flaws are standing out there. Think about this. You make $35 million, not last game, the game before. You have to take out your second best player on the final play. Down 3 with 6 seconds left. Nope, you got to take a seat.
Crazy.
And I've got friends from Philly, they are so committed to this guy. I'm like, wait a second. So we're in Boston. If Jaylen Brown was sat, we would be losing our minds.
Yeah, 1,000%.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, dude, work on your game. Or at this point, has someone gotten through to the guy? Like, you gotta learn how to take a jump shot.
No, well, that's the thing I still don't understand. And I've said this time and time again. I don't need every NBA player to be shooting the lights out and have every clutch shot. But how are you in the NBA? How are you that high? Like, I just don't understand the play. Like, he's a great defender. I'll give him that. But, like, man, where is that worth? He just can't shoot the ball. You're in the NBA. Like, we're going from polar opposites. Earlier, we're talking about guys shouldn't complain about their schedule. Now I'm talking about a guy who can't hit jump shots. Which, by the way, I did my sim with Emerson earlier in the week, Lash, and we talked about it again. It's time. I think I need to send the text message tomorrow. We got to get the basketball game going. The DK pickup game. Regulations, everything's, we're back, baby. We're back here in Boston, so do a nice court. We were trying to think of the names. I think at least we could start even small. We could do a few because this is like easy. We were saying like even early Saturday morning, if people had any Saturday sims, depending on vacations and whatnot, but like me, you, Emerson, maybe Zach Thompson, Koff. Who else is local?
Koff.
No, he probably won't, but at least we can ask.
Yep, it's true.
Oh, no.
I can't make it that day. Can we do this day?
Several soccer games that day. Several. No, we're doing it at 9 a.m. Yeah. Coaches never rest. Okay. But thank you. Samir, maybe?
Samir will ball.
I think Samir has a little FOMO, so we got to make sure he's involved.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Babysitter Billy, we can invite. He can play ref because he gets injured every time he does anything. Glass doll.
Yeah, we don't want to see Billy get hurt.
Nope, I've seen it too many times. He is Mr. Glass. What am I missing? Where's Zach Thompson? Is he far? Is he far from us?
No.
Okay, he's in. I'd invite everybody. Michael, fly across country for this.
Tom Cruise, Koff plays in sandals. That's great.
Go down.
Koff,
there you go.
I could see Koff in his driveway with his kids playing, and just dragging his feet along the pavement in flip flops, like
the flip over. He seems like the guy who would just stand in the corner and just wait for you to pass it out. Like Lamarca always says, he's like, I'll play with you guys, but I'm just gonna sit on one. He's like, I'm gonna stay on one end if we go. He's like, I was like, well, what if it's like full court? He's like, I'm gonna stay on one side and just stay there the whole time. So I apologize if it's like 4 on 5. He's like, I'm not going down. It's okay. Respect you.
If you have a like to give, please. We're only a couple away from 200. Smash that like. Shout out to Jay Soros. First place in the one day at a time, one hair at a time contest with Hilton and the captain. Rivers, Thompson, Chark, Paris, Campbell, Marlon Mack.
Lineup.
Nikki 3021 in the $250 free contest on DraftKings. 8,700 entries. Paris Campbell in the captain spot at 2.5%.
Just worked that one out. Nice job.
Don't forget, we've got less than 3 to go, fourth quarter. Be sure to join us. Shirag Hira will slide in for Jason Rossi, and we'll have NBA follow along. We'll talk some hoops, follow along the contest. I've got it pulled up right here. Let's see what the winning lineup looks like in NBA right now.
Is Shirag local?
Yes.
Is he a ball? He's got to have a little ball in him.
I don't know if he plays. But
nobody plays. It's kidding.
No, I mean, like, I don't know if he like horses around. I mean, anyone really can, right?
Yeah, that's what I'd look at. Like, I'm not necessarily in any way good, but I play.
Like, who can't horse around and play basketball?
That's my point. I think
okay.
I know. I have one friend who literally didn't know how to shoot a basketball. Like, I just don't think he ever like learned growing up. But I would still like he always still played with us.
Sorry.
Is that a horse? Are you in a stable?
No, I was putting on the Milwaukee Nets game.
Oh, I swear I heard a horse. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not kidding around? You're in a barn right now, aren't you?
Damn.
Old McGlash had a farm. What a great tune. Run out of animals too quick, though.
Yeah.
I get about 6 animals in, and then I don't know what to do.
I'm trying to find James Harden's ownership in this contest because I'm curious. If someone has it in the chat, please shout it out. Talking about the $450K shoot around.
Shoot around, baby.
Shoot around. Yeah, only one game tonight in the NBA, but we'll be taking a look, of course, and then we'll even look at some of the futures for the other playoff games that are on tomorrow. Hawks Nets. Tomorrow's Friday, right? They're actually...
Yes.
Are there 3 games tomorrow or just 2?
2 games. There's only 2. There's only 3 series left.
Right, exactly, right, because the Suns are already done with the Nuggets. Right.
Suns in 3.
Right. So yeah, that makes sense. 2 games.
Also,
Clippers and Jazz in LA. Game 6, and then Game 6 in Atlanta between the Hawks and the Sixers.
Yeah, and also shout out Juneteenth tomorrow as well. So people that celebrating, or some companies I know give the day, make sure you take a moment to recognize.
Oh, nice throw.
Play there. That's like the best Jags play we've seen in a long time. They have been very stagnant in the second half. They save it for the last minute, but barring anything insane, there shouldn't be overtime here. I said it. If I jinx us, I will just leave.
Mr. Nick, the leaderboard is changing as you type. Donkey Punch now in first in the $250 free. Minshew rolls out, throws on the run. That's a touchdown.
Oh, of course. I jinxed
Conley.
it. Oh, he's in my lineup. I'm jinxing it. I guarantee we get overtime now because I said that. Like an idiot. But Chris Conley, there he goes. This guy, like, he used to be a vulture. He was like a small-time vulture for a little bit. But now he's just like, he's so cheap. 5,200. You got to throw him in your lineup. If you
Gotta have him, dude.
I always start, what's the cheap plays? Oh, Chris Conley, give me him. Give me him all day. Well, I just saw you somewhere. You were in the 60s.
Who, me?
Yeah, I think I saw you in 69th.
Yeah, nice. Mm-hmm.
I am sitting... Oh, 97th. Even worse. Wonderful.
Who's having a good game so far? Giannis, 7 points, 4 boards. Durant has 6 and 4 boards. There you go. Giannis had the first made field goal tonight. I was not encouraging, but I was sharing with people that you could go with Durant, who had it yesterday. But it was Giannis with the first basket. I mean, they're at home. It makes some sense. So
the vibe and the energy is in the house, baby, as the freak would say. The energy is in the sim, the energy is in the commentary, the energy is in Milwaukee.
So who had, like, let's do some awards. Who has not showed up in this sim?
Everyone. No, I would say like Burton's up there because he's really been disappointing. He just had, he's worked it out.
6 for 67.
It's Hines. Hines is the Not My Kid award. 9,200, 62% in our contest. Good numbers everywhere. He's got 45 rushing yards. Now, he may have a catch or 2 here, but he's getting the babysitter bill. And then who showed out? It's got to be Chris Conley. Chris Conley's got to be the glossy, glamorous player of the game, because he comes in here grabbing 6 balls, 60 yards, and a tud. 18 points. DK. So, oh boy.
Here we go doing awards, and this is now happening.
I knew it was going to happen, you son of a gun. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Just trying to be efficient here and wrap up the sim. And now it's at the 49, and 2 timeouts remain, and the Blankenship is capable, of course.
Do you know what tonight's a nice night to light a fire outside? What if my wife would be doing? It's a crisp air. Crisp air in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Trying to change it to make sure that maybe, yep, tackle him there. Okay. This is right about the range. We see that they did not kick last time. It's out of the field goal range of Blankenship. 1 timeout remaining. So my guess is they're probably they're going to tease us. They're going to throw an incompletion here, and then they're going to throw like a 15-yard strike, and they're going to kick the field goal, and I'm going to throw my laptop out the window.
So I get why folks are also saying in the chat, as we say all the time, ops will get it right when the sim is over. Phillip Rivers with 6 receptions. Of course, that I don't know if he's done that, Rossi, unless we've missed that.
He is not. But I can tell you this, June's on it. Oh, see, look, there's the incompletion. June will take care of everything. We promise you. Patience is a virtue. And a song by Guns N' Roses.
Yeah,
and something I don't have.
And we only address that because we understand anytime we do these sims, we might have someone new. And they're like, what the heck? What's going on here? Scores are updated manually. James Harden, by the way, his ownership in the big contest, the big showdown, 31.3%. It's almost a third.
Whew. Oh, you
Hines.
You gotta be kidding me. Hines. Give me that sweet, sweet ketchup.
Well, what do you do now? You just kick it? I mean, this really could be a blessing. If we want to talk NBA sooner rather than later, we might get it now. If they run another play and stay in bounds, they're going to kick it.
They're not going to do that. Don't be foolish. Oh, the big freeze, though.
This is not 49. What do you think's going to happen?
Boot it right down the center. Not even a question. I'm on to you, Simland. I'm on to your games.
Yeah, Sherrod, get up. Go get a cup of water. I think
I just stormed off
this
set.
is Sherrod's way of jinxing the kick.
You know what? I need to know. Like somebody has to have their setup in their bathroom. All these guys with their fancy backdrops, Sherrod's on like an actual nice chair, so I'm guessing not. But like Bukes, is he just sitting on a toilet? Somebody has to be. I know somebody is.
It's a pretty awesome toilet. He's got them.
If that was a toilet that Sherrod's chilling on, then wait a minute.
Oh,
so good. So good. Get off the toilet, Sherrod. We need you.
Whoa, he missed it.
Poor Blankenship. He doesn't deserve that, but.
Oh, wow. The icing works.
Wow. Yeah, and he's just ticked. He doesn't even wear his glasses in this game. No respect for the specs there, which I'm getting tomorrow. Michael, tomorrow I'm getting glasses. Let it be known.
Wow.
Sherrod iced it, he said. That's it. All right. Get ready for the Toilet King.
And all the awards still work. That's what's good.
Yep.
Hines was still bad. And who'd we give the player of the game to?
That would be Chris Conley. Still good.
Right. Okay. All right. Good stuff.
It was great. Good times.
Jason Rossi, you are back in Simland.
Noon Saturday.
Noon on Saturday with me. Cool.
Oh, dude, 3 in a row with you. This is great. What a time. What a time.
Oh, the sim you worked yesterday was with me too. Gotcha.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, cool. So how does this work? You go and then Sherrod just slides in? Is that what we're doing here?
I'm just going to sit here until I'm gone. But everyone drink your water, be positive, and enjoy these two. Drop your questions, have some fun here, watch some NBA.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Rossi.
Love you.
All right. Well, let's do this thing. NBA follow along. We're talking game 6 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Nets, Bucks. It's game 6 in Milwaukee. Winner go home for the Bucks. Hello to DK Content Manager. Is that your fancy title, Sherrod?
Yeah, you can say that. Let's go with that title. I enjoy that one.
DK Live Content Manager.
Let's go.
DFS Sportsbook Analyst. I am reading from the Sherrod Hero Twitter account. What's up? How you been?
Not much, man. Just we got through this first quarter, and it's been an entertaining start. I mean, Milwaukee came out as expected for this game, and let's see if they can keep it up. Durant has been basically the only offense here for the Bucks. For the Nets, and somebody else is going to need to step it up. I mean, Jeff Green had that monster performance in game 5. Can he do it again? He already started tonight's game 0 for 3. Is it setting up for Harden to wake up? Did you get Harden into your lineup?
No, I did not. I actually didn't have time to make a lineup tonight, to be quite honest.
All right.
But I was of the mindset to not think about it. And some of the right when and correct me if I'm wrong, you can give me a number that you saw, but we could start Harden and kind of use him as a way to jump into this thing. But 15.5 points was his total. Are we missing something there? Does that feel too low? Is that too high?
What do you mean 15.5 points was his total?
Going in tonight's player prop for James Harden.
I mean, it's right there where it should be. I mean, he had a clunker of a game in game 5, so why expect him to do more than that? It's the KD show. But I do think it's a little bit low for them to now perform and get over the hump on the road. He's going to have to perform, and he's going to have to perform at a better level. In pregame warmups, he was jumping around and pretty hyped. So I think that maybe his hamstring has loosened up a little bit and he's in there,
Okay. All right. He's played 10 minutes, 3 points, 1 for 1 from deep, has a steal, has an assist.
And that's huge right there. Hitting that 3-pointer is huge for his confidence. I don't know if you saw that game, but that last game when they were kind of pushing up and Harden set up on the top corner, he did his little step back move and he hit the 3. He shot the 3 and he left it short. During the timeout, he actually was kind of angry at himself. I was watching the broadcast where it was just focused on the players, and all I saw was him so upset and at him missing these shots, and that's not like him.
Once again, we are here for NBA Follow Along. Shirag Hira is here, content manager at DK Live. We'll take your questions, even just your thoughts on this series, thoughts on this game, what you're expecting the rest of the way. Jordan Warren says, I avoided props for the most part tonight. Jeff Green was fantastic, huh? In that last game, 27 points.
He really was.
3, and he started tonight. He got the starting nod over Bruce Brown.
I mean, he got the starting nod in the second half, the way he was playing. So it just really set up where you need kind of this scenario where you need his length, you need his scoring, his rebounding, and now we have Giannis sitting at the line, wasting all the rest of our time.
So looking at some stuff here from producer Michael, the Nets have covered the spread in each of their last 4 games without Kyrie Irving, who remains out. It feels like we're not going to see Kyrie until the conference finals, if indeed we do see him, maybe in a game 7 scenario. 6 of the last 7 games between the Nets and the Bucks have gone under. Yeah, suddenly the Nets are playing defense.
Hey, man, you knew something had to change in the playoffs, and that was kind of the gear that they had to kick in. Are they going to be able to switch, lock down, and make the perimeter shooters have difficult shots, but not only that, but also be able to cover the interior? That's their biggest weakness and the reason why Giannis should be dominating this series. He dominated in the regular season, so I don't see why he wasn't able to do it now. I just think that we have a scenario where Giannis needs to play at an MVP caliber level to really win. Have the Bucks have a chance to win.
So looking at the big contest here, the NBA Showdown 450K shoot around, 100K to first place. That's what we've got up right now. The winning build has Brook Lopez in the captain spot, so a cheaper play. Got Durant in there, Giannis, Jeff Green at 61% owned. I mean, Durant and Giannis north of 85%. PJ Tucker is in there, 2,400 to roster. What do you make of this construction? A cheaper captain to get the 2 studs in.
That's how you have to do it. I mean, you have a player with a high floor in Brook Lopez. You saw that in that game, he played in crunch time. So that's what's really important in these games. When you're using a player that's cheaper, you want to think about an option that is going to be there in crunch time and have some usage. Yes, PJ Tucker can be there in crunch time. Is he going to be a high usage player? Probably not, but he's going to be there. So that's why you're seeing in this setup, 2,400 in the utility. Come on, man. It's too cheap. And then Brook Lopez only 8,400 in the captain. I really like it.
Getting some questions. Must be one of our favorite members of the Sim fam hanging out with us. He's wondering if there will be any value coming tonight out of Bobby Portis. He has yet to appear in this game.
That's the biggest question. I think that the Bucks, if they're unable to really garner any momentum, that's one of the guys that they can throw out there and get an offensive spark. But currently, just how this game has started, the Bucks got out to a really nice start, and now we're seeing Brooklyn kind of fighting back. So I think the only way that Bobby Portis really gets into this game, he's out of the rotation a little bit. The only way he gets into this game is if the Bucks go down now and they need a kind of spark.
Jeff Green at this stage has just the 3 points. He's made a 6.75 DraftKings points, 14 plus points in each of the Nets' last 3 games without Kyrie Irving. We're going to have a lot of sentences that end without Kyrie Irving. There was a game earlier in the regular season when these teams met. That's kind of moot at this point because they've played a couple of playoff games now with Irving out of the lineup. But the Bucks had success in the regular season, up 7 at the end of the first quarter. Let's see. Must be asking about Portis. We just addressed that on Twitch. Yep. Smash Lanta telling us that he captained Giannis, has Durant, Holiday, Lopez, Connaughton, and Tucker.
That's not a bad move.
Yeah, Connaughton is sort of popular for tonight as a non-starter to get in there. Do you think folks that did go with the stud, because you said that's the way you got to do it, but can a stud in the captain spot prevail?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You saw in that previous game, if you had Durant in the captain spot, you didn't want to miss a legendary performance from Durant. 49-point triple-double. Come on, man. You need those points, the bonuses and everything. So it just sets up where, yes, you can build around the stud, but it's where do you sacrifice? What are the options that you're giving up so that you can fit in those studs?
We can dive in DFS. That's what we're doing right now, monitoring the contest. We'll be here for the next 40 minutes.
Let's check out. I want to shout out to the NFT AIO fam right now. Squad up in the Twitch. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Also, let's then get into some of this live line. 7.5 just moved to 8.
Thoughts?
I'm not ready to pull the trigger just yet on a live line, just because I haven't seen anything from the Nets to show me that they have what it takes right now. Yes, the score is coming back, and the Bucks have pushed this now to a 9-point lead. Now we have it back to a 7-point lead with the Nets. I just think that the best way to get really, really strong upside is when you see Giannis or Middleton go out of the lineup. That's when you know you can attack the scenario. Right now, Durant's in the game, Harden's in the game, Middleton's in the game. You don't have a scenario where some of their weaker players that they can be attacked. So I'm going to wait to see how this line kind of develops before thinking about making a live line move.
So you have to go back to game 4, the last time Kevin Durant came out of a basketball game, because he's at 13 minutes played.
Well, no, the thing is, you're looking at in this scenario, if you bet the Bucks, you already were looking at 5.5. That's what the line closed at, the Bucks 5.5. So now they're at -9. So the value kind of transferred over to the net side, because now the Nets are kind of fighting the uphill. And if the spread was 5.5, that means you're getting kind of 4 points to play around with from the net side. And that's the reason why I'm leaning towards looking at some value on that side. I'm not saying that I'm going to go with the money line just yet, but I do believe that the value, if this number gets to double digits, that the Nets will fight back.
Plus 280 on the money line right now. DFS Queenie says KD is a captain, a must for tonight.
I honestly felt that coming off that monster performance, there was some consideration to look at somebody else, not KD. Yes, KD can go off for a nuclear game again, but this is on the road in Milwaukee. This is a spot where you expect one of the bigger guys from the Bucks to step up.
As far as guys who have stepped up to this point, Lopez has 6. Middleton's got 8, but he's more of a star. Jrue Holiday, 7 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals.
Yep. He's a huge, huge piece. I believe if the Bucks have a chance to really pull off this series, they need a monster performance from Drew Holiday. Yes, they can get it from Middleton and they can get it from Giannis, but why go and develop and wait on Giannis to do his little fadeaway shots, 3-pointers? There's nothing to gain here, whereas Drew Holiday has the whole repertoire.
We dove into that play quite specifically in the last sim. I still can't believe it. Can't believe that was the option for Giannis down the stretch. I mean, those are two separate things. The Giannis performances as a star at the end of these games and what kind of value he adds as a DFS player, two very separate conversations, as you know, because he's an excellent fantasy player. But man, makes you wonder, does he get it? Does he get it, like expose the injured, smaller James Harden in that scenario? Just still can't.
Seriously, when I saw that move taking place and he just did a turnaround fadeaway on the gimpy James Harden, like, you're the MVP. I know you're scared of contact because you can't hit your free throws, but you have to put the refs in the scenario there to make the call.
Kevin Durant, 10.6 rebounds, 12-point game. Milwaukee's leading. So,
wow, that was a horrible turnover. I cannot believe that just happened.
Who turned the ball over?
Ooh. So the Nets took the ball out of bounds and someone just rolled it. I didn't see who it was that rolled it to KD, and KD was just running up the court and he didn't even see the ball. And there was a turnover. Luckily, Bryn Forbes missed the 3, but wow, that was in a high intense playoff game. I did not expect. But at the same time, James Harden has been the point guard for this basically since he's been in this game. So it makes sense why KD is just trying to get down the court.
Free Piercy has a question as it relates to tomorrow. The Sixers, he says, how in the hell are the Sixers favored to win tomorrow?
Because they've been the team that's been up 26 points in back-to-back games. I mean, yes, the Hawks came back in both games. They only won one of those games, but still, the team with the overall better play in minus 2 quarters. In 6 of the 8 quarters, the Sixers were the better team.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's not how they count it in the final who wins the series, right? Yep. It's about who wins the game, but for most of those 48 minutes, they've been the better team. So
exactly.
I think the folks that are setting that line, they keep that in mind when they set that. Right now it's at minus 155.
But I mean, the thing is here, we have a scenario where road favorites are not especially great plays. I mean, this is a perfect scenario here where, again, attack the live line. You've seen that the Hawks have been able to do it on the live line, and State Farm, their home crowd has been bananas. Yeah. So they're going to feed off that crowd. And I believe that there's a scenario here where the Hawks can easily cover this 3-point spread. And if they go down again, it makes sense. I don't know if I would want to touch the money line again. That's kind of one of those risky scenarios where you're like, wow, they came back from 26 and they do it again. I'm not sure, but I would look at the Hawks on the spread going for this game.
Speaking of the money line, there was significant change for like a second, and it's going up ever so slightly again. Now the Nets are at plus 260 on the money line, now at 265. Yep. I saw 300 there a second ago. What's the number for you? What does it have to get to for you to be like, I got to jump on this?
It's the spread. I am not really feeling comfortable taking the money line. I don't feel comfortable that going with the Nets on the road after needing a performance. And the way that the game has started, it's been all Bucks. So there's nothing convincing me here to tell me that the Nets are going to be able to pull this game off. Every single time the Nets make a push, they've been going to Giannis or Drew Holiday so far in this game. So I'm just waiting for this to get to a double-digit spread, preferably at halftime, and look at potentially making a play there.
Your NFT crowd has began to file in on Twitch.
Yep. That's where we're at, man. NFTs are the new thing. It is the world right now. It is the best world right now.
Let's focus on Giannis here. There was a promotion on the DK Sportsbook, an odd boost special earlier today that was available to folks. Giannis at this point has 13 points. The odds boost special, Giannis to score 34 points and the Bucks win, boosted from plus 150 to plus 200. Of course, it's too late to try to convince folks one way or the other, but did you like the sound of that? Was that something that you felt folks should get on top of?
I think so, but in this scenario here, I'm not really confident in a lot of Giannis props. I think he has to play great, but it's a scenario where we need Drew Holiday, we need Chris Middleton to really show out and prove it. Because yes, we know what Giannis can do, but I think the value, the odds boost, sure, it's on the Giannis side and it makes sense, but I think there's value in looking at Drew Holiday or Chris Middleton.
Okay, right now.
Now we have Kevin Durant actually sitting out right now from this game.
Wow.
So KD is not in right now. And also it's looking like Giannis is also out of the game. Middleton is facilitating, but it looks like Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton are going to have to be the guys to step it up.
And Harden is on the floor too.
Yep. He's been playing de facto point guard the entire time. So just the way that he's been playing, he's setting up everybody. And without KD in the game right now, that's another reason why we wait for the live line. Can the Nets make a push without KD on the floor? I'm not as confident. But since Giannis is also off, there is a chance that they can make this push here.
So the Nets are shooting about 41% from the field, 33% from three-point range. I'm throwing out the field goal percentages because, and look, we're here, of course, talking to each other, looking at the chat, looking at our Slack. So it's hard for us to keep our eyes on the game the whole time. But from what you've been able to see, do you get the sense that the Bucks have maybe started to use the game plan they should have used in Game 5, which is, well, let's just let James Harden do whatever, and let's try to put a little more attention on Kevin Durant, because Durant's 5 of 11, which for his standards is fine.
Yeah, but the way that this game has played out so far, it's actually Durant's been the focal point of the offense. I've seen a couple of double teams come across at him, and he's had to pass out. It's going to be those role players to see if they can step up and hit the shot.
Lisa Robinson says Harden and Durant splitting. Chris Boyd has Middleton. It's early, he notes. Yep, that's good that you have the awareness to realize it's early in the contest.
Yep. Let's take a little refresher and see how the contest has been playing out here.
Yep. Once again, we're hanging here till we will be here until just shy of 10 o'clock. The last Madden sim of the night. I'll be here with Jeff Ulrich for the last sim. So
shout out to the NFT AIO gang again. I appreciate everyone hanging out in the chat. Much appreciated to the NFT AIO gang. We need some people hanging out, and I am very thankful that everybody's coming and kicking it.
Does the NFT folks do they chime in with some thoughts outside of the hashtag? We're getting some here from.
Let's go. Tell the people. Shoot some questions. We talk hoops all the time.
That's good.
So let's get some questions, answers, whatever you guys want to know. We will also hit these up.
Go nuts on Twitch. Are the Nets the most unlikable team of all time? Who's rooting for these guys? I hope someone takes them down.
What? How are the Nets the most unlikable team of all time? I don't know.
What do you think is? They're pretty unlikable.
I went to a Clippers Heat game back in the day when LeBron had just made that squad the first time. I think there's nothing the league has seen since then. I mean, you'd have to go back all the way to the Detroit Pistons days for unlikability. The way that the crowd and the league and everybody around the league hated that Heat team. I don't think that there's anybody that you can really compare and say, I believe that Heat team was the most unlikable.
Well, and you know how this world works now. It's like the Nets are the more shiny new toy. Like that's what everyone's got. Oh, well, they have to be the most unlikable because how could you say it was someone else? At least the one thing with that Miami team, LeBron, Wade, and Bosh were like they were like so friendly with each other.
Yeah.
Kind of like Durant, Harden, and Kyrie, but there were questions about Kyrie and Harden, if that was going to work. We know for sure. There was an article today in Fox Sports that Durant and Kyrie, this was in the works for a long time. And that was already really known going in. So that's fair. That's fair. At least though with LeBron, and you know this being a big Lakers fan, and now LeBron's a Laker, I think even though folks don't like LeBron, you can still a lot of folks do love LeBron. I don't know if a lot of people love, I love Kevin Durant, the basketball player, but they're three individuals that are hard to put your arms around and like them for their personalities. Harden's kind of cool with the beard thing. Like he had a little, there was a stretch of like the MVP Harden year with Houston where you're like, oh yeah, it's cool. The beard, the fear of the beard. He's likable. Kyrie Irving, has he ever really been likable? Great basketball player. Like his basketball game. Kevin Durant, maybe I don't know. Like they're not really.
I don't see how you can hate on Kevin Durant just because he went to the Warriors. He deserved the way that they say what?
Burner accounts, and he's got a bodyguard now at games. Just
I don't know, man. When you're that big, I mean, he's literally the supernova of the league.
I've got nothing against his game. I'm not sure.
Let's jump into some more questions. I'm seeing some more questions coming in on Twitch right now.
My last point is Kevin Durant should smile more. He should be a little more happy. He's really good at basketball. Go ahead. Sorry.
Why does he need to smile more?
He always looks so mad.
He's here to win championships. It's championships or bust with those level of players. There's nothing in between. The man came back from an Achilles tear that he suffered in the conference finals, and you saw him fight through it and still try to play in the finals. Like the championship is all that matters for these type of guys. And James Harden right there with another 3.
Yeah,
James Harden getting a little excited now.
Wow.
Now we got the spread back down to +6. We did have it plus double digits, as I mentioned. So that has been the best one so far. It's been +10. And that's what I said. If you're looking at taking this game, the best way is to attack when the spread is double digits, because this was a 5.5-point spread. So you knew the Nets were going to make a push.
So when lines locked for tip off, it was Bucks -5, and now it's 5.5.
Yep.
Money line +175. All right, Nets are back in this thing.
Yeah. Now they're making a push. Now we have a turnover, and let's go. All right.
Milwaukee is 2 for 11 from 3, but overall 55% from the field.
That's their strength. And the crazy part is that the Nets are doing this with KD off the floor. Giannis is back in.
17 minutes for Durant. He has taken a rest.
Finally. He deserves it, man.
So did you get to this question? I don't think you did yet, from Jam on Twitch. How do you think Chris Paul's absence is going to affect the Suns? Who's going to step up?
So this is how I've been trying to understand it. I've been following the beat reporters. This is a breakthrough COVID case. So there's a chance that he can test negative. He already was vaccinated, so he can test negative, and the next update is expected on Saturday. So if he misses game 1, I expect Cameron Payne to step up and start for him. I think that Booker and Ayton will be kind of that Shaq and Kobe play, where Booker will be more on ball and he'll be using Ayton as that screener. But it really sets up here what happens with the Jazz. Donovan Mitchell is hurt. Can the Jazz overcome their injury situation? Mike Conley has not played this entire series. Mm-hmm. If the Clippers can pull it off, there's some time here that if the Jazz can pull it off, that gives Phoenix and Chris Paul some more time. So I believe that we'll get an update on Saturday. And if this series goes to game 7 is scheduled on Saturday from my understanding, because it's right now, we're on Thursday. So game 7 will be on Saturday.
That makes sense.
Let's see. I'm pulling it up right now on the NBA site.
Just to be sure.
Nope. Game 7 will be on Sunday. So if necessary, Jazz and Clippers and Atlanta, Philly will be on Sunday. So we'll get an update about Chris Paul's scenario on Saturday. And if they push this to a game 7, the conference finals will not start until both sides are done. So that's kind of how the calendar works out for the NBA.
You want to take a look at the contest again here? Because right now, Chris Middleton as a captain is the first place lineup. The next spot in line, you'd find Holiday and Middleton just switch places. Holiday would be the captain. So the winning build has Middleton and the captain with Giannis, Holiday, Griffin, Lopez, and Tucker. No Kevin Durant, no James Harden to be found.
That's the fade play. That's the kind of, you knew that the Bucks were going to come out in their home court and be much better. So it's the fade play. You know that was the way. If you're going to get leverage on the field, Kevin Durant was going to be extremely popular. While he could play 48 minutes again, was he going to be able to do it on the road? I didn't believe so. So that makes sense as a fade play. I still think that KD will get there, and I still believe that there's a chance that he'll be in the winning lineup. But as we're seeing, spending down just a little bit opens up a lot more flexibility in the build.
TFS Queenie keeping eyes on us, but also the game. Makes sense. She says Harden is looking like his old self tonight. He's moving around better.
Yeah, he's had some really nice cuts to the basket and kind of done his little patented push shot. And, in that first game back, he didn't really drive to the basket. He was just kind of being the de facto point guard, bringing it up the court, and then handing the ball off to KD to go to work. But now KD's out of the game. He's had to step up. He's a little bit warmed up. Now let's see how the Bucks respond to this, because if KD comes back in and makes a push here now, we have a possible tie game going into halftime.
Yeah, Durant had, what was it? I think he had 10 points through the first quarter. He's made 1 3. It was 3-point prop tonight was 3.5 because he made 4 in game 4. Yep. Game 5, excuse me. You think we're in for maybe a big 40-point night for Durant, an explosion like the other night?
No. I the reason why is James Harden is starting to click. Why is the usage going to go? What they're going to do is they're going to force the Bucks to adjust. They say, hey, look, Harden is playing a little bit more aggressive, and then they'll adjust to Harden, which will give the opportunity to open up later for Durant. I just don't see a 40-point game in him again, especially now that he's been resting for a minute now,
which is significant when you play the whole game in game 5. Yep. James Harden, as we opened up the program, his point prop was 15.5 and he's sitting at 14. So if you were into it and had confidence in James Harden, which I don't really know how you did based on how he shot the ball the other night.
But that's the thing.
Another day of rest.
You can't have. That's when you asked me when I came on, I was like, it's too low. Like it makes too much sense for a guy that's his level is MVP level. He's not some guy that's like, oh, maybe he randomly scores 20 points here or there. It's a guy that can score 20 points at will. And yes, he was off in that first game, but it's just a scenario where shaking off the rust. He hasn't played a live game since the beginning of the series. He got injured in the first minute. So he's been off for a full week. Before that, he was off for a full month. So just shaking off the cobwebs for a person that's an elite scorer, one of the best the game has ever seen.
Mm-hmm. This is NBA Follow Along. We'll look at the live lines and also the contest. We have the bigger DraftKings contest up right now, the NBA Showdown 450K shoot around. Taking you for the next 10, 15 minutes before the final Madden sim of the night. Anything else that you jumped on before the game that you've monitored and have thoughts on that you'd like to get to from this particular game?
I think the prop was only the real one that I had circled, and then a live bet coming in when it got down to double digits.
You're talking the Harden prop.
Yeah. Okay. That was really the only the value that the other side of it is going on playing the under for the KD props.
Mhm.
The reason why I don't like playing unders, A, it's not fun. Who likes rooting for the guy to go under? And B, it's better to look for some value some other places. The only time I really looked for the under was the other night when James Harden was miraculously ruled in. That man hit for the status cycle from
What was the number?
Question to available. So the player that I attacked was actually Mike James. His player prop was 15.5 points, assists, and rebounds, I think, off the top of my head. And that's where I went. That's when you look for an under, is from a guy that's been artificially inflated because the news was as such, hey, Kyrie and Harden are out. So now somebody needs to step up. The guy that stepped up in the previous game, the books expect him to step up again. And that's where the crowd usually goes. And that's when you can take the under. Harden came in. You knew Harden was going to play more than 20 minutes. So that's why that's the only time I look for unders, is when news affects it. Otherwise, I'm not looking and circling like, hey, KD's number is inflated. I'm going to try to look for him.
What was if you remember, what was Harden's number for game 4 or game 5? Sorry, I keep saying game 4.
No, I'm talking about getting Harden for this game. I know, but on game 5, I attacked the Mike James player prop. That's the thing. The James Harden player prop didn't come up too much later, and I didn't think that there was much value to find there, because it just didn't really, he could have played really well. He could have played really bad. The news, the way you have to attack NBA is wait for the news. That's what we've always harped on. That's why we do the show at 5:30 with the news cycle breaking. Wait for the news, attack on the news, and that's where the most edge is gained in basketball.
Makes sense. Good stuff. You guys are not baseballs tomorrow for the slate.
Say what?
I'm saying the slate for the slate will be baseball tomorrow.
Yep, it'll be Bukes and LaMarca back on the mic. Those guys are amazing analysts for baseball. I have no knowledge like them for that sport.
So it's 53-46, about 2 minutes left in the first half. Maybe once this hits halftime, if the time works out well, we'll say goodbye, or we could look at some bigger picture playoff stuff before we go, if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah.
14 for James Harden, 13 for Durant. Durant also has 7 rebounds. Giannis with 19 points. So that odds boost special we talked about, the number was 34, and the Bucks have to win. That was at plus 150, boosted to plus 200. So you're halfway there for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I thought it was fine. And when you get plus 200 boosted, it makes it a little bit more enticing.
He's got 9 boards too. A board away from a double-double.
Oh, man. We got first time playing Fortnite. He's saying that he went with double down on the net at plus 300. He didn't listen to your boy on that spread. Come on, homie.
Yeah, now it's a plus 195.
That's not bad. It's not bad.
Plus 6 on the for the game line.
Yep, sitting on a timeout right now, so the lines are not going to adjust because they're not playing ball.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at some really quick on this series line. What's really interesting about this, so the way that the series line is setting up, the Hawks are favored to win the series, but they are not favored to win the game 6. So there's some value.
That's happened a lot, though, this postseason.
Yes. So that's where you can exploit some value. Why is the team that is not even favored, do they believe that they're going to win game 7 on the road? I would not believe so. So the value, the way that I look at this is the value sits to the Philly side or sits on the plus 3 for the Hawks.
If Philadelphia forces a game 7, I have no idea what game 7 is going to look like. That to me is a game to stay away from. I'm sorry. Yeah. Like, that's not a fun take, but man, I mean, the Sixers, Chirag, in a weird way, it's kind of like hockey in the postseason. Like, the Sixers might be beneficial for them to almost rather be it the other way around. If there was a game 7 in Atlanta, take some pressure off them, because those fans, if it doesn't go well,
Man, they were booing them off the court.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah.
So we are back to +8. That line is starting to creep back up in the direction of the Bucks. So Bucks -8 right now.
So
now we're at +10. So back there's the value again. So this is what I'm talking about. We mentioned wanting to go waiting to near the half as well. So +10 is kind of where you want to feel comfortable. You saw what you got from the first half from the Nets. It feels like they can make a push, and it doesn't look entirely like the Bucks have another gear to go to. It's basically what I've been noticing from the way that this game has been playing out is they're just trying to keep pace now with the Nets, waiting for James Harden to not go off. He got really comfortable in that quarter when Kevin Durant went out.
So same thing, because you went there and discussed Hawks Sixers. Utah, 1-point favorite in game 6 in LA, a road favorite like Philadelphia.
Yep.
Little different, of course, because we know Kawhi's out.
Yep.
Which we knew going into game 5, but Clippers are at -167 favorites to win the series. Your thoughts there?
Doesn't make sense to me. I'm not watching. Donovan Mitchell has to be really, really hobbled entirely out of this game for me to be convinced that the Jazz won't be able to pull this off. Kawhi Leonard is a huge piece. Yes, Terrence Mann played great. Yes, Morris played great. Batum did his job. Reggie Jackson played out of his mind.
Exactly. I was just going to say that. They're role players, Morris and Jackson especially. Even Terrence Mann, 13, 4 for 8 from the field. No turnovers. Marcus Morris had 0 turnovers in that basketball game. They played nearly a perfect game in that snake pit of Utah. And it was just, that's a college basketball atmosphere.
Yeah.
They played a perfect game. Credit to them, but I'm with you. I'm with you on this. The Clippers had to play a perfect game. That first quarter was unbelievable. Utah hit 10 threes in the first quarter. And they
only Bogdanovich, man. They outscored
the Clippers by 1 in the first quarter. So the Clippers, it's underrated because, right, Bogdanovich was fantastic. And you look at that number and go 10 threes, they must have pulled away. It must have been a great Clippers comeback. Nope, the Clippers actually kept up with them and had unreal shooting nights.
Yep.
So I guess what we're both agreeing on here is we don't think they can do that again. Or for 2 more games.
I don't think so.
Without Kawhi Leonard, of course.
Nah, I don't think they can. But the thing is, Donovan Mitchell is hobbled. He's not at 100%. He's dealt with an ankle injury this entire kind of last, month and a half or so. He's played through it. He came back. He knows how important this time is. He knows the level that he can go to and what they need him to be. He needs to be their Harden. He needs to be their best player in the league type of deal. He proved it in the bubble. Donovan Mitchell showed he has a gear that he can go to.
Mm-hmm.
And now with that ankle injury, it just feels like, can he get there? And are the ancillary pieces for the Jazz enough to carry them over right now?
Chris Middleton, 6-0 run to end the first half. Bucks lead by 11 at halftime. We do need to go soon. Right now, the point spread at +9.5 to Brooklyn, +380 on the money line. Final thoughts on this game here in terms of what to expect in the second half, sportsbook and even a DFS take. Middleton closing off the half strong.
James Harden is going to need to play at an incredible clip for the Nets to really make an effort here. Kevin Durant is kind of struggling. He missed a free throw going into the halftime.
He started 5 of 11 from the field.
Yeah.
Quick math. He's 1 for his last 4.
Yeah. It's going to have to be the James Harden show if the Nets have a chance in this game.
You don't leave out the slightest bit that Durant just gets going?
He will, but using him, if the only way that I see KD really getting going is if the Bucks make an adjustment and force Harden to get off. And the way that their defense has been aligned so far today, it's been focused on making sure KD doesn't hurt them again.
As we noted earlier, 6 of the last 7 games between the Nets and the Bucks, we're talking regular season as well, have gone under. This game is slightly trending towards the under.
Yep.
Do you think that is what we'll get here in this one?
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games that just kind of it's going to be clamps. Basically, the way that I look at it, if the Nets want to get back into this one, they have to clamp down on the Bucks. They can't let them score basically 60 points. They scored 59 in the first half. That's not going to be acceptable in the second half. So I think if the Nets really have a chance, they have to clamp down on defense. You already know the Bucks can clamp down on defense. So I think that's the reason why I'm trending towards the under, because if the Nets have anything to do in this game, it's not going to be because they've gone to another level offensively.
Real quick, we'll take one last question from David Litzow on YouTube. He is wondering, can Drew Holiday, get to 18.5 points? He's at 11 right now.
Yes, they need to. The Bucks need him. I mentioned that before at the top. The Bucks, if they're going to win this game, they need a nice, solid performance from Drew Holiday.
Okay. Shrog, awesome stuff. Love it.
Thanks, brother. Nice hanging out with you.
Okay. Excellent. That was NBA follow along. We do have a Madden sim coming up at 10 o'clock. Best of luck with your lineups. Right now, the winning build in the 450K shoot around has Middleton in the captain spot, Giannis, Holiday, Blake Griffin, Brooke Lopez, and PJ Tucker. 5 Flames and Tucker with 8.5 points. That is the winning build at the moment in that big contest. Hopefully, some of you took Sharag's advice and made a move or did not make a move. You're waiting to make a move on these live lines. Right now, Nets are plus 9.5 live on the DK Sportsbook, plus 325 on the money line. And producer Michael letting us know, trending towards the under. The over-under right now on the Sportsbook sits at 215.5. Bucks lead by 11. 2 more playoff games tomorrow, as we've talked about. So tomorrow you'll get baseball during the slate. Shrog, have a great weekend. Thanks for being here. And
appreciate it.
We'll see. I'll be here with Jeff Ulrich in just a couple minutes for the next
Appreciate
Madden.
everyone hanging out. Shout out to the NFTAO fam again. It's been great.
Okay. See you in a
Later.
bit. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Madden After Dark. Its presenting sponsor is Moose Air. It's been a while since I've been able to say that. Hey, Jeff, it's been a bit since we've been together on this this window.
It's true, man. Yeah, especially for Madden After Dark. I mean, I haven't seen you for a bit. You've been on holiday and stuff, been different schedules. But for Madden After Dark, yeah, it's probably been like a month, man. I mean, it's been a while. So definitely.
Yeah, what do you say for old time's sake? We throw out some Moose players.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Okay, gotta get my lineup out here.
Okay.
Give me a
I've
sec.
got your golf contest pulled up too. We can keep it. We can take a look.
Yeah,
At really dissect who's
the golf has been pretty meh for me. But actually, well, from a betting perspective, I've got a lot of players up there. But my lineup, my morning guys really failed me. But I'm gonna go with Danny Amendola for my boost player. I rostered him. He's in there.
I'm going to give it to Jalen Samuels when he catches the ball.
Yeah, he'll get 3 or 4.
Called a Moose asterisk right there. He's got to catch it to get the call.
Jalen Samuels will get 3 or 4 catches for us. He's useful in these sims. People know about Jalen Samuels in Simland. Anyways.
First time playing Fortnite says, Moose players, I am so here for this. Fantastic. Good. Killa says, where's the reindeer hat for good luck? Well, can't do that because
reindeer hat.
The free roll is titled Glash and Moose. Antlers have been stashed away. Hashtag no promotion needed.
That's right.
Oh, I'm so happy. I was pumped that my only motivation for doing that, again, was really because Koff was just being negative about it. It's too big. What was he thinking? Hold on a second. What are we looking at? Look at it from the other perspective. Let's pump this thing up. And if we don't get there, we don't get there. There's nothing like that.
Koff's whole thing was, this was an event that started Wednesday night, and legitimately, like Sunday night, he's like, well, it's only got 20 players in it. How's it not gonna fill? Like, dude, I'm like, are you serious? Of course it's not gonna fill. And Sunday.
Wait, you made that last Wednesday?
I made it like 5 days before it started with Kaufman on the air. And like legitimately the next day we worked, and he's like, oh, it's not gonna fill. I'm like, you got 4 days, man. Like, just give it time to like marinate.
He can't help himself.
He legitimately cannot. He can't help himself.
It really does come from a good place. He really. It's a combination of two things.
I know it does. I know. That's why I love him. And we're not like mad at him or anything. It's just
he loves seeing contests fill, and he really, 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 really looks forward to taking everyone's money. He does. That is his goal. He does not mean it when he wishes you luck. He does not mean that.
Oh, no. Not at all.
Absolutely not. Do not take the cheese on that. He does not mean that. He sees, ooh, it's Phil. Let's go. Time to take people's money. You cause and effect. But it really does. He just gets so giddy, like, when he sees stuff fill. And he means it. He panics. Like, he's actually panicking on Sunday night, 5 days before the event even begins. Oh, so dude, it's fine. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Oh wow.
Anyways, you guys got the main one filled. I will say this: you guys didn't fill the second one, which, again, I'll take. I tried to promote it when I was on air, but I didn't tweet it out or anything. But one is fine. We're gonna fill a 200 next week. The Moose Classic will stay. I know it'll fill. I know we can get 200 people every week. I know we can do it. I thought it was funny.
I agree. 3rd and 7. That's caught, but not enough for the first down. Yeah, nice catch and everything. But
what are these Pittsburgh? This looks like a soccer uniform. Are they wearing their soccer uniform tonight? Like I've actually never seen these. What are these? Daniel knows because Daniel.
Hold on, stand by. I gotta get my Moose device. Amendola just caught a pass.
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Daniel, let me know what uniforms these are, man, for real. Like when you got a chance there. If the chat knows, the Sim chat knows, let me out. But yeah, it was a rough day on the course for my morning, guys. My DK Moose Open lineup. Let me pull it up here. Bryson, Rory, Finau, Homa, Vegas, Walker. So Finau, Homa, Vegas, and Walker, I think, are like all +3 or worse. And then Rory's doing okay. I don't even know what Bryson's at.
Okay, caught up. Unless that's Jalen Samuels.
Are those like their newer version of the Bumblebees they got on, Daniel? Because those aren't the same. Like these are like weird versions of the Bumblebee ones. I don't know, man. I've legitimately never seen these versions from 1934. Okay.
Mike Bizzle says, love you too, mean it. In ops and production, of course. Appreciate it. Juju, 66% owned, 19% in the captain. Ebron just caught that last pass. 2 minutes into the first. DFS Queenie, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed wearing the moose antlers. That was fun. I was actually having a fun afternoon. Like, that was fun to get people in. Because we're always I'm a victim of this too. We're always pumping the NBA, and now Koff's doing baseball. But get the golf. Get the golf people involved.
We should definitely pump it, especially on air and stuff like that. I agree. I mean, I was just joking around about like not promoting whatever, but I'm not gonna like get worried about it on Sunday night. If I'm on Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm definitely gonna be like, yeah, get in it, guys. But Sunday, no, I'm not gonna promote it too much on Sunday. So just if there's only 20 people in on Sunday, I'm not gonna text everybody or
Told you. Tried to
get some advertising time. I'm just glad that the 200 filled like Wednesday at noon, like 12 hours before the day even ended. That was good. That felt good. Oh.
I think a lot of folks that work at DK, commentators, producers, all got in. A lot of folks got in.
Yeah.
Andrew got in. I think Michael got in. Kaufman, of course, got in. He was one of the first 20 in there.
Oh, yeah.
Who else? Yep, Michael's in here. A lot of the day one DK Sim fam in this contest. I am not doing well, by the way, in your contest.
Oh, I'm getting murdered myself. So, I mean,
I read your article and I was like, when my older brother used to work with Rory, he used to do Bose stuff. My brother used to work at Bose. He did stuff with Rory all the time. So I was like, I'll play Rory. Because you were like, oh, can't sleep on Rory's course history. And he's doing okay.
Oh, he's doing great. He's 2 under, man.
Yeah, he's doing better than okay. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the leader's only at 4. Like, you're 2 under right now. I mean, you're loving that. Right now, the Baggies to win is the leader in that. 164 points. You got a touchdown. Who's that?
It's impossible to tell with these unis.
Yeah. It's James Washington.
James Washington.
I swear to God, Washington scores every time I do the Steelers sim. Every single time. And I never even think about playing them. Because there's they got like 4 receivers. Always forget about them. Anyways, Baggies to win. He's got Rom, Shoffley, Hatton, English, Henley, he's probably like the only person to use Russell Henley. Henley's the leader right now at 4 under. And then he's got Sebastian Munoz as well. His only guy over par is Harris English. It's a nice start for Baggies. Great. That'll be great. It's a great start.
I got English in my lineup too.
Yeah, I played Max Homa.
I played McElroy, Cantlay, Reed, English, and Ortiz.
I'll be dead honest. My lineup is like it's on life support. I got so many guys that like 3 over or worse. It's not pretty.
80 Poker 89. Glash, have you officially retired the dress-up character thing for good? I mean, LOL, hope you consider a random Andy Reid, Matt Patricia comeback. Oh, I mean, the Moose Antlers were out yesterday. Doesn't that count for something?
Yeah. We were just going over when you dressed up as a member of the cast from Cats, one night.
That was a year ago.
I think your makeup up there was better than the actual makeup they used in the movie they made like 2 years ago. It was one of the worst movies ever made, apparently.
That was all a year ago yesterday. The Cats was a year ago yesterday.
Unbelievable.
Isn't that weird to think?
It is weird, actually.
I don't know about you. I feel like that was like years ago.
It feels extremely long ago. It does not feel a year ago, that's for sure.
Carr, there you go. First down. Midway through the first quarter, 7-0 Pittsburgh. Washington touchdown.
One of those things, though, like, do you really even remember what you were doing or what life was like before, like, March, 2020? I honestly don't. I honestly do not remember. Like, we weren't doing this. Like, I don't even remember what my day-to-day was like. I probably had, like, more time because we didn't have The Sims. And I always think back, I'm like, if I wasn't doing The Sims, like, what was I filling my time with? And I'm like, it's like a void in my brain. So.
Well, because you've always primarily worked from home, right?
Yeah.
Going into the studio, I would do a hit with you in the morning. We would do a hit and you were always up first thing. We were doing those hockey hits for local TV here in Boston.
Yeah, we did those. That's right. Yeah, we were in kind of like a groove. We were doing like betting hits or something. That's right.
And what Jeff means
with Jesse,
and you didn't have to tape it 3 times because it didn't go over the time. Remember how it had to be exactly 2 minutes?
Yes.
That was fun.
I hate those the most.
Can you guys guess the commentator who always went over 2 minutes? And had to do it 5 times with Jeff? Please, guess. You get a prize if you guess right. Third and 1. Oh, I'm so glad you're the last person I'm working with tonight. It makes this way easier for me. Gotta be honest. No offense to Rossi or Shrug. It's just like, Jeff's at the end of the night. This will be easy.
Yeah.
First time I'm seeing Jeff since the Moose Open being filled.
Just a sec. I'll be right back.
Jeff has run away for a minute. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. We'll dive into anything and everything, really. Daniel, that's good. Daniel, nicely done. That's good. But kind of right, kind of wrong. James Washington, the touchdown recipient at this point. 32.8% overall, 3.8% in the Captain's Bowl.
So who were you guys following on the NBA tonight? I don't even know who's playing.
Well, there's only one game. Keeping an eye on really the stars of the night. Giannis, Harden. Harden's having a good night. Harden looks better than he did last game.
So what's that game standing at? Because I didn't even know. The golf's been on. What's the score?
It's an 11-point game at halftime. The Bucks are winning.
Oh, the Bucks are winning. Oh,
Bucks are winning. Backs against the wall.
Yeah.
They need the game to force a game 7 back in Brooklyn. I think it's still at halftime. Nope, third quarter is actually almost halfway over. So it's an 11-point game. Bucks winning by 11. Kevin Durant is struggling from the field. And look, he was probably going to have a drop-off in comparison to what he did the other night. Durant has a plus-minus of -15 right now. That is a game low, which is stunning. But then again, he rarely comes out. Lisa Robinson saying Durant needs to stop watching and get into the game. Do you mean like he's just kind of standing around while in the game? Because he finally did get a rest tonight. He's played 27 minutes. He played the whole game the other night.
Durant did, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Stupid website, sorry.
It's game 6 though tonight, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it feels like the Nets, they're probably just going to say, okay, you got game 6. Let's get everybody on page for game 7. I mean, it's still it's halftime. Like they've got time to turn around. But.
Yeah, 11-point game midway through the third, so it's not quite over. And Milwaukee just really struggles to close games. So I don't think this is over at all.
That's true. Yeah, Milwaukee has more.
Giannis he turns into a shell of himself. He puts up great numbers: 21 points, 14 rebounds. Like he's a fantastic daily fantasy player.
Yeah.
But at the end of the game, he just doesn't get it, or he's so petrified of going to. He's 3 for 7 tonight at the free throw line.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm closing out of this. Sorry, it's ESPN. The ads just keep playing clips.
Oh, man, I know.
God, it's annoying. I already muted it once, and it just starts playing. I'm just trying to tell Jeff what the score of the game is.
The internet, it's like they come up with something more annoying every month on the internet. Like it's pop-up ads, it's pop-up subscriptions. It's like, they call you or something. It's internet, man. I tell you. Old guy rant there by me. Anyways. Yeah, I haven't even been tracking the Moose calls. Did we miss any, CJ?
Yeah, CJ71's calling us out.
We probably did. I'll pay more attention. We used to just like track those, get up them, but we'll track them better.
Well, we needed live stats at this time last year. There was nothing else to track. Right. Here we are looking at NBA box scores because now there's finally something on.
There's nothing else to do. Yeah, there wasn't. There's no U.S. Open on. I got NHL scores. I got U.S. Open up in the background, so I know. 5 for 6. Oh, Ebron had 5 catches for 61 yards in that quarter, man. That's a big quarter. Double E.
1 quarter. Yeah. Wow. Someone in the Twitch chat had mentioned, does that mean he's just going to disappear the rest of the night? That happens sometimes. Hi, Michael Dunn. Good to see you. 1 catch for Samuel, so I'm 1 behind. Here's my device. The cat's out of the bag. Here we go. Remember this was a big deal to have?
Oh, yeah. The toilet paper rush of the 2-week toilet paper nightmare where for some reason people just thought that, toilet paper would just stop existing. What a weird thing to panic over, man. My God, human beings are weird. We are such a weird species.
Can you golf yet?
Is that the first thing that comes to people's mind, that your toilet paper is going to disappear?
Yeah.
Also, you can survive without toilet paper. Like, food and water, a little more important.
Yeah, but what about waste?
It's a whole other discussion. But, you can dig a hole in your backyard. There's bushes.
True.
Fucking survival here, man.
To add to your point, there's a bush and there's leaves.
It's leafy. You got leafy right there, man. That's all you need.
Yeah, smelly leafy, but anyway. Oh, that's going to be a touchdown. Oh, not quite.
Juju.
Captain Blood says, oh, crap. You just reminded me I'm out of toilet paper.
Better stock up for the next half century.
First and goal. I guess Durant's heating up in this game, according to the people.
Good check. Oh, we're going to play action.
Oh, touchdown. Is that Vance? Is that Vance?
Vance refrigeration.
For old time's sake.
It is Vance. Yeah, no kidding. A year ago, Vance was like an autoplay, averaging like 15 points per sim in the 2020 version of the Madden game. Dominant. It wasn't just dominant as James O'Shaughnessy, but it was right up there, random. James O'Shaughnessy. Rarely makes an appearance these days.
Speaking of, Madden, who did what? Did you see the new Madden cover?
I didn't. Did it get released? Who's on it?
Who do you think's on it?
Okay, this is a good game to play.
You have no idea what they've been promoting the last couple days.
I have no idea. I have not seen.
This is fun. Great.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I guess I'll give you one hint. There's 2 people on it this year.
Oh.
2 ones.
Is there 2 separate covers, or are they both on the same cover?
One cover, 2 people.
Okay.
Don't tell them in the chat. Don't ruin it.
No, I'm not even looking at the chat. Don't worry. Okay. So you can type whatever you want. I'm just not going to look at the chat until I guess. Or until Glash, we figure this out. Okay. Okay. Is it Mahomes and Brady?
Yeah, you're right. You nailed it.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Is it like kind of like a passing of the torch, like goat to goat thing or something? Is that
The
what
two
they're...
goats. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I honestly was just a guess. I mean, it makes the most sense, you know. I mean, oh wow, Tate with a hot take in their internal chat here. Oh, Daniel agreeing with them.
The baby goat.
It's the baby goat, guys. Come on, you can't be a real goat until you got to grow up out of it.
Tate and Daniel, if you believe that, which I'm not going to tell you whether I agree or disagree. You should go check out my TikTok, though, my latest TikTok that came out this evening that might reflect your opinion.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay.
There's
You coming in with hot takes in your TikTok as well?
The latest Brendan Glasheen TikTok, which I will retweet right now.
Tate, it is not like... Tate from Ops just said it's like doing an NBA cover with MJ and Giannis. That is not what it's like, Tate from Ops. That's not what it's like. Yeah.
So yeah, we're saying Mahomes is Giannis.
Mahomes is not Giannis. He's got a championship, guys. He's been to the Super Bowl 3 years in a row. No, is that right? No, that's not right. 2 years in a row. Sorry.
It's okay.
It's late. Not after dark.
Mm-hmm. Mike Bizzle says, "TikToky, calm down."
TikToky malarkey. If I've ever heard it. Smash that like button, DK Sim fam. Why not? For old time's sake, subscribe if you haven't. Remember telling people to subscribe? We don't even do that anymore. Subscribe to the DraftKings YouTube channel, please. And
Now we are. We're doing it again.
Just bring back all the old stuff we did.
Yeah, Durant is heating up. He's got 23 points now. That was fast.
Just get laser hot, taking away. I do like watching Kevin Durant play. I don't watch as much basketball as I used to. But...
Well, I mean, you're locked into golf now.
Yeah, I mean, today especially. You get the U.S. Open going on for like 16 hours today, and then you got NHL playoffs still, which we do cover on the Sweat. Actually, a good game going on right now. Tampa up 2-1, 10 minutes left in the third.
See, this is annoying. Now I know what the internet wants me to do. You know what it wants me to do? So if I want to look at the box score on ESPN.com, I have to leave that tab open on my screen. If I leave for a second to go check the leaderboard on DraftKings while we're here, ESPN says, no, come back.
Here's our videos, just in case you haven't seen them 10 times already.
ESPN is a partner of DraftKings. We love them. We really do.
We do. And I mean, look, there's videos on the DraftKings, like DK Nation page as well. So all interwebs pages use videos.
I just have to make mention we love them because then it allows us to really say whatever we want after.
Yeah, exactly. We love you guys. Your videos.
Love you guys, but this is bothering us. Yes, Jeff mentioned his lineup is on life preserve right now.
Oh, it's on, dude. It needs to be hit by lightning tomorrow, like to make any noise. It's not great, Bob. I look at my lineup and I still really like it. Like I'll tell you what it is. It's Jimmy Walker, Johnny Vegas, Max Homa, Tony Finau, Bryson, and Rory. It sounds great, and I ran the numbers. I obviously went over my Jimmy Walker ideas this week a lot. Bryson and Rory, I think, were both fine plays to be up for. Didn't work out, man. Didn't work out. Is what it is.
All right, we're going to get another punt. Pittsburgh is winning 14-0. Albadoo 2. First place in our contest. Ebron in the captain spot. Big Ben, Juju, Swift, Amendola, Steelers DST. Washington has a touchdown in this sim. Who's got the other one? I already said that. James Washington's got one. Who's got the other one?
Vance.
Vance, right. Vance Refrigeration, who's owned in about 4% of lineups.
Whenever the low end guys score, it didn't cost the low number. Oh, pick. Interception. Wow. You don't see defensive end comes down. picks very often, or linebackers, whatever.
Dupree.
Bud Dupree.
Anything NFL related brewing tonight? Anything news related? I mean, most mini camps are kind of wrapping up, right? Or maybe some are going on.
I mean, I honestly haven't. Has there been any updates on the Aaron Rodgers drama, soap opera?
Nope.
I haven't been checking. I've just gotten like fatigue from that thing.
But you can say that, but it did fill some time for us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got Louis Oosthuizen making a move at the U.S. Open, tied for the lead now.
This 2 hours ago, I'm just reading a headline because as we've already experimented with, I cannot let the audio play over the microphone. We cannot do that. Ian Rappaport says, "What's next for the Packers and Aaron Rodgers as they go away for the summer? Buckle up." And this is what you would see on TV. You're just, at a sports bar and you're watching and you're like, oh, let's look at that. You just read the headline. You don't have any idea what they're saying. It says, report, Aaron Rodgers told members of the Packers he does not want to return to the team. So that's not news, but that's the latest of what we're seeing.
That was today he said that?
I guess. I don't know. How about Justin Fields basically playing? He's playing the game. He's playing the game with his head coach Matt Nagy, basically signing off on the idea that Andy Dalton is the number one, and he's okay with the plan of him being the number two. The plan.
Yeah. I'm sure he's really not that okay, but
part of the plan.
Yeah. It's a weird thing to do, in my opinion, on Nagy's part.
The headline: Justin Fields buys into Chicago Bears' plan to start Andy Dalton at quarterback to begin the season. Fields is quoted on Thursday, "If I don't believe in it, it's not going to work out." There's Ebron again to the three. My job, this is Justin Fields, my job is strictly to get better and be the best quarterback I can be and hope my team wins. That's what I'm going to do, whether it's starting, whether it's sitting. I'm going to do whatever is going to help us win. It's a grown-up answer.
So there's been a little bit of news on Aaron Rodgers. John Cove, here we got a touchdown first. Washington again. Swear to God, every time I do a Steelers sim, man. Every time. Okay, anyways. My lineup's screwed. John Kuhn, former Packers teammate with Aaron Rodgers, says he still thinks Aaron Rodgers returns to the Packers this year. That's really just hearsay, him saying it. But that's the only news I could really come up with. So just thought I'd pass that along since we're on the topic, and I actually searched it on Twitter. Put a little elbow grease into it.
Yeah, there you go.
The Steelers are just dominating here. What is Detroit even doing in this half? It's embarrassing.
Well, we know Matt Stafford threw a pick. So, doing negative things. Bruiser B says, you guys are like weathermen. You don't have to be accurate and still have a job.
It's very true. It is semi-true.
I got nothing. It's good.
You can't. I mean, look, you're never going to predict 100% of the time. At least with weathermen act like they're. Here's the thing with weathermen: they got their fancy degrees. They're not. They're called meteorologists. If you're a meteorologist, you got all these fancy degrees. Be accurate. Get it right. I'm not a sportsologist. I'm just a guy on doing Madden sims. Anyways.
Yeah, does it make you cringe when someone calls you a golf expert?
Yeah, it kind of does. Look, I mean, I do have a lot of golf knowledge. Like I do. I have a ton of knowledge about the sport and about just from the fantasy angle of it. But expert is like, to me, should be reserved for like the 0.1% of people in the field who are like legitimately, just grinding small edges. So I don't know. There's like, you could debate it forever, but in some context, I guess I am an expert in some ways compared to the general population, right? So.
Well, we certainly know at this point on June 17th, 2021, we've been doing Madden Sims now for almost a year and a half. We have yet to find a strong simologist. That's a good one from Must Be Dogs. I mean, probably Zach Thompson's the closest we have to it.
Right, because he grinds all the stats and stuff, right? And keeps track. Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
I've never done a sim with Zach.
Ever?
Ever. I forget Zach is like, does these. I'm like, I was thinking about I'm like, Zach's probably done like as many of these as me. If we're not, I've probably done maybe a few more than him, but if we're probably pretty close, we've never done one together.
Must be. Yeah, me too. I'm a golf expert. There's a stick and a ball. Hey, there he is, Eddie Pond. It's really Eddie P, but I say Eddie Pond. Eddie P on DK. Eddie Pond DK, first place in our contest. Way to be, Must be. Keep it up. Retease, did you know on Twitch, Kenny is his biggest fan besides his mom. Kenny is an expert. I makes a good point. It's a better look if other people call you an expert rather than calling yourself an expert. True.
So Congo Cab, I wouldn't say it, obviously you want your player to accumulate points as much as possible. You get birdie points. So, if your player is like not doing well, it's not great. But yeah, if they squeak by to make the cut and they still have a low point total, it doesn't matter as much in golf because a lot of the field will get cut out when their players do miss the cut. So it's not like a nothing deal, but it's, you have 2 more days to catch up on the field if you get a good percentage of your way through the cut. So everybody gets points for birdies, 3 points per birdie, you get points per eagles, points for hole-in-ones, and then you get placing points. So your placing points fluctuate through the whole tournament. You also lose points for birdies and bogeys. So if you're live on the weekend, obviously you can improve your placing, you can get more birdie and eagle points. But if you're not, then you're just kind of stuck with what you got. So yeah, making the cut is definitely like the most important thing, but you still need your players to like go on some birdie runs at some point to really make it happen,
Hey, Lions are on the board. Prater with the field goal.
Wow, exciting stuff.
You're just hopping in, wondering where the points have come from. Washington has 2 touchdowns. Vance McDonald has a touchdown. Washington 32.8% owned. Vance just under 4% owned. Steelers defense playing well, 6.4%. The captain, 24% owned overall. That's where we are at. Solomon says, like NBA, I prefer showdown for golf. Juan, I have not checked out your proposal yet. Sorry, I'll get to that. I promise. Our Moose players aren't doing much either. Jalen Samuels, 1 catch for 7 yards. Danny Amendola, 1 catch. Oh, actually, he's got 2, so I'll do a make-up Moose call.
All right, make a Moose call incoming.
Okay, all caught up.
We got a pure blowout on our hands, 2 people. So, you got questions in the chat, whatever. I'm just going to basically watch the chat and hang out here for the second half because unless this game gets more exciting. So, yeah, man, golf is a fun sweat, Congo Cap. It's very much like football. You got like the long build up for it. It's frustrating because it's very, you can be out of it by Thursday morning. But yeah, it's great for DFS.
Fidelis, yes. Marvin Jones has 1 catch for 14 yards. We'll get things updated here with Tate from Ops, producer Michael with us, Daniel. Jeff, what do you think? Should I bring back the pizza deals?
The pizza deals. I don't know, man. Just like, don't want you selling stuff to fund people's pizza habits. I mean, pizza deals were fun though. That really brought another element of it, like watching, because we were watching the players' stats. I really like some of the offers we did. Like they got crazy, like, we're going to see a defensive score, or like, I don't even remember, like the guy has to get like a touchdown and like 150 yards and a touchdown or something. Those were fun. We really should have done something like DraftKings should have had like a pizza deal for the sim or something. They should have just signed Domino's or something like that. Very missed opportunity there, but I understand it's kind of probably, legal.
Yeah, a lot of T's to cross, a lot of I's to dot. The
lawyers would have to get involved, I'm sure. So unfortunately, I should just start making my own pizzas, and then we could just send them out. Get a little oven.
Trader Joe's seltzer, everybody. Full disclosure, okay?
That's right.
Well, because Fidelis is asking me what I'm having. It's a seltzer water. Raspberry lime, very good, pretty good.
Yeah, you guys should be, more concerned about. I had the one who had the clear liquid in here. I mean, I don't know. This could be anything in here. It's clearly just water, but yeah, I should get a pizza oven back there. I could bake the pizza as the game is going on. That'd be way too much work. But
we had this conversation earlier in the week. So I don't know. I'm not sure if this was brought to your attention. It was news to me that there is a chat feature on the DraftKings app. I did not know this.
I know. I found that this week too.
wait, are you serious? You didn't know?
Yes, I did. Because I went into it and then I saw it and I'm like, what? There's like a legitimate place we could just all be chatting in here.
So everyone was yelling because it all started. I was with who was I with? I think it was a Ducey. And I explained the pizza deal thing because he hadn't heard it. And my concern was there needs to be 2 forms of ID. So when folks are messaging me if they win, right, I say, okay, message me on Twitter. That way I can talk to you off the chat and we can figure out where you want it, what you want. And then I'll call it and then you got to go pick it up. And I'll pay for it over the phone. But what happened last time to ruin the experience, someone pretended to be the winner. So I'm like, I'm done. This is going to be a problem. So folks kept telling me, oh, well, you can use the chat feature in the DK SimFam Friends League, like in a contest. But you can't use the chat feature in these free rolls. So so we made a contest for Lions. Oh. There's not a chat, though, for the contest.
Yeah.
Folks thought that was the case. There's not. But for the league overall.
The league overall, there is, yeah.
There's a chat feature.
Yeah.
So I figured maybe this can be the rule of thumb. You have to get in the contest that we make for that game. So say we do a pizza deal for Lions Steelers. You have to be in the contest. And then I'll know if you're in the contest because then you can go to the chat and be like, hey, it's me, username so-and-so. So it's not perfect, but it's something. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. I would like to bring them back, but I'm hesitant. It is fun. That was fun. Someone like, and the ones that were the most fun where they were like a yard away or a touchdown away.
Totally.
It was great.
Those really pumped up the sim for sure, man. Those were fun. Those were fun to track.
And they were at random. They were random. I would just go, all right, let's do pizza deals and throw out like 3 of them. And people, it was actually really nice. Made some people's day, I thought. Oh, I got picked. Here we go.
Dude, pizza makes everyone's day. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Kyle says, Clash, can you share with Moose that I got an 84 on my humanities test? Hey, Jeff, Moose got an 84 sorry. Hey, Moose, Kyle got an 84 on his humanities test.
Unbelievable work, buddy. I believe in you.
Leet says, make the pizza deals a weekend thing because if I eat out, it's on the weekend.
That's right. And the pizzas were like a better, no one could go out. So like everyone was ordering food anyways. So it was the big thing.
It was pretty cool. And then some of the SimFam, Juan is in the chat. Juan returned the favor. We did a...
Oh, that's right.
I went and picked one up. I still got those videos, man. It was awesome.
Didn't a couple people buy you pizzas? I swear to God. Or was it just one? One.
Yeah, here's a good one. Jimmy B. Glash, you picked me one time for a pizza deal. It was a field goal as time expired. I lost. Like, think of that's so random. Like, there has to be a field goal as time expired. It has to be a field goal.
That's a good one. That's what they were like, though. You had to hit. You have to have something. You had to come with something interesting. You couldn't just be like, "Oh, my guy's going to get a touchdown." You could do that if it was like maybe like a tight end 3 or something. But I think most of the time we had like, okay, this guy's got to like get a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown or something crazy like that.
Yeah, and Kyle, that's true. Well, Jeff, tonight's buzzword is 84. The number 84 for Kyle's grade.
Okay, let's do it, man.
We're doing buzz numbers. It's actually a buzz number tonight, not a buzzword. Actually, this is sim history. We've never done a buzz number.
All right, there you go.
Wow.
Supporting the arts here.
We can still do fun things and new things.
On the DK Sim channel here, Dream Stream.
Rob says those were good times. Hey, we're still trying to have good times. And things are different now, of course. Sports are back. We get it. We understand. But it's good that we really do appreciate those of you that still come in, tune in, make lineups.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, man.
Oh, yeah, choker. This was one that was super close. So Jared Goff. So it was Rams-Vikings. The pizza deal was Jared Goff had to outscore Dalvin Cook and Justin Jefferson. Fantasy points. He lost by 0.08.
Jeez.
And like the fact he remembers that is why it's amazing.
Yeah, and like he probably, that's something I would remember too. I'm like, God, that time like I was one Jared Goff completion away from getting a free pizza from Goff. Making memories, the pizza deals were.
I asked. That's how the conversation started. Should I bring him back? That might be a good way to get us through the summer.
I thought I didn't know that you ended it. I thought it was like you weren't allowed to do it. Like we weren't supposed to talk about it anymore. There's James Conner.
That could still be true, but
that might happen at some point. But.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. So no, someone ruined it. Someone from I remember his name. Sir Blador was the username. It's actually really not Sir Blador's fault. It's the someone who impersonated Sir Blador that ruined it.
I gotcha. Yep.
So I had multiple Bladors messaging me. I'm like, wait a second, this ain't gonna work.
Like, what do you guys do? Who's doing this? Who would? It's a pizza. You're gonna make another account, spend time conning Glash, who's admittedly probably pretty easy to con, but for a free pizza, very like, easy. Come on.
That's why I'm willing, though, after a 6-month hiatus, maybe. Hey, the Dark Knight, he went into hiding for 8 years.
Pizza heart has been mended, yeah.
Bruce Wayne went into hiding for a long time. Right. Maybe I'll come out of hiding and save Gotham. Impossible.
He'll come for her.
Keep her close. He'll be coming for her.
Keep the pizza deals close. He'll give them all away.
Came back to give people pizza. Yes.
You just walk into your kitchen. Light it up, Sarah. Light up the pizza oven.
Light up the phone. Time to order. Don't thank me yet. Must Be says, I don't have TikTok, but I got my son following you. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's true, Jimmy B. You know how I remember that? I tried to order someone a pizza on the air because Samir yelled, because you might have been on the sim. I almost started reading my debit card number during, Samir's like, I was smart for once. I muted myself, but people could read my lips. He's like, get off the screen. They can lip read your number.
Oh, yeah. I think we had numerous incidents similar to that near the beginning.
I really do want to, maybe, do we have to like have a, I'm wondering when do we bring him back? Tomorrow?
I think you're on the right track with like, you got to have a good plan, you know?
Part of the plan.
That's right.
If I told everyone that a hospital would blow up, everyone's losing their minds. It's all part of the plan. Hi, Harvey.
Hi.
Oh, wide open. This is a complete no-show from the Lions. That's a catch for Deontay Johnson. Connor has scored a touchdown. Fubar, yes. Bad lip read NFL is a fantastic watch. Definitely. I don't want to play like, we have to get to 300 likes to bring back the pizza. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, we won't do it.
This is like
the pizza deals will bring all the likes on their own, so we don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
And here's what's funny. You know how many times we've done these and we go, it's actually a good idea. We should talk about that. We should think about that. We never actually leave and then go talk about that. We just do it here for the hour we're on the air. So if I say, I have to think about that. Like, I'm not going to think about it after this is over. Like, I'm going to walk away from the mic, go to bed, and wake up, and it's a new day. So this is me thinking about it. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, oh, well, yeah, I'll go. No, we're going to talk about this now. If it's a yes or a no.
Now, if it was Kaufman, he'd like start texting us after the Sims about it. What'd you think about the pizza deals, Jeff?
trying to take this poll.
Yeah, this is like the meeting. This is it. You guys are just, this is the business meeting between Clash and I. I loved them, man. I thought they were hilarious. I just love the fact that we did crazy player props to have them done. Like Big Ben needs 400 yards or something. They were great.
And that was the beauty. We had no idea if it was going to happen.
No.
It was also to prove that the R word is indeed not true.
That's right.
Because it's like, clearly. Because sometimes people won. Sometimes people won, which meant, well, I obviously wouldn't have agreed to it if I thought it was going to happen. Why would I have agreed to it? 31-3. My God.
Chokers on for a win in hockey, 2-1.
What's that series at?
They're at 2-1 for Tampa. So they won 2-1 tonight, and now they're up 2-1.
So let's use the fourth quarter here coming up.